the old man just said. Before we part, can we love each other again? The young and beautiful saint blushed. You old rascal, I really can't do anything with you. With that, she turned and walked towards the cave. The old man followed excitedly behind the saint. He vaguely remembered the last time he shared a bed with his wife. It was 200 years ago. In the cave. Don't be so impatient. Acting like a child. After 10 breaths, Fang Yuan shrank in embarrassment under the blanket. His old face flushed. Meow meow. The white misty faintly said. No need to explain. I understand it all. Just like the story you told me when you were young. Sharing the same bed but not the same heart. It's better to forget each other in the world. And just as Fang Yuan lost in thought, a voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations. The host has bound boundless love. The belated notification sound of the golden finger instantly brought tears to Fang Yuan's eyes. 500 years have passed. Who knows how he came through it? Perhaps sensing the fluctuation of Fang Yuan's emotions, Bai Miao, who was about to leave, turned around and said, Why are you crying? Should I wait for you to calm down and come back again? As she said this, the blush that had already disappeared from Bai Miao's face reappeared. 500 years had passed, and he was still as pure as ever. But Fang Yuan shook his head and looked at the note above Bai Miao's head with a dazed expression. Target Bai Miao. Aptitude A grade 9 by 5. Top grade Fire Spirit Root. Love 15. Can increase the host's lifespan by 0 years? Can increase the host's aptitude by 0%? Not extractable. Indeed, time will smooth everything over. The once perfect love. Now only 15 points remain. Of course, Fang Yuan is not blaming Bai Miao, as she has done enough for him in the past 500 years. Fang Yuan glanced slightly to the side at the dressing table. In the bronze mirror, a reflection of his own aging and withering figure. Host, Fang Yuan. Qualification, 3rd class completion. All 5 elements are wasted. Lifespan, less than 7 years. Cultivation, foundation establishment stage. In the new template, he can finally see his qualification entry attributes. Indeed, I am a waste in cultivation who can't even help myself. No wonder Bai Miao's master has always hated me so much. Why does he hate me so much that he grits his teeth like that? He did cause harm to Bai Miao. Yun? Bai Miao shook her small hand on Fang Yuan's face. Do you want to try again? Fang Yuan did not agree with Bai Miao. He chose to leave the fire sect. Now that he is old, he wants to find a new love in the fire sect to prolong his life, which is probably even harder than ascending to the heavens. 3 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at the capital city of Yugua, Yaocheng, and bought a house. Love is a very abstract concept, and he is ready to fight a long battle. After everything is settled, Fang Yuan couldn't wait to start looking for the fireworks alley. For the past 500 years, his feelings for Bai Miao can be described as unwavering. In order to enjoy the benefits of Bai Miao's support, he has hardly spoken to any other female cultivators, which is truly a shame for a time traveler. Now that there is a second golden finger, it can be considered as having gone from bitter to sweet. Not long after, Fang Yuan arrived at the largest flower shop in Yao City. Fang Yuan was not short of money, ordered 2 flower wines, listened to music in the pavilion, enjoying life. Fang Yuan, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never tasted the fine grains in the imperial city before. Sir, have a drink. The 2 flower wines served wholeheartedly. Fang Yuan's face was full of smiles, but his heart was actually sneering. Goal, like jade. Qualification, grade D. All products are wooden spirit roots. Love, -65. Bonus, none. Goal, like smoke. Qualification, grade D. All products are earth spirit roots. Love, -70. Bonus, none. Fang Yuan pinched the delicate face that was as smooth as water, and asked with a smile, which matchmaker in Yaocheng is the most famous? Ruyan frowned and pondered. Speaking of matchmakers, it would have to be Wang Pa in the south of the city. Wang Pa? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered, and a new plan formed in his mind. Not long after, Fang Yuan arrived at Wang Po's house. Sir, how old are you this year? Don't bother. This Wang Pa is quite polite. I can hear you. No need to shout in my ear. Fang Yuan said lightly. He, used to it. Fang Yuan looked at the girl pouring tea and water on the side and asked, Is she your daughter? Wang Pa joked. Oh, sir, but the little girl is only 28 years old. It's not suitable for you. With that said, the girl pouring tea also let out a silver bell-like laughter. So tender, so pleasant, so nostalgic. Remember 500 years ago? Miao Miao also laughed like this. Fang Yuan regained his composure and said calmly, It is to find a partner, but not old. My requirements are only 2 points. 1. Prettier than your daughter. 2. She can communicate normally. Upon hearing this, Wang Pa immediately stood up. Her eyes were as wide as copper bells. Sir, are you sure? This is a deposit, and if I am satisfied after the matter is settled, there will be additional rewards. Fong Yuan took out a silver ingot worth 50 taels, directly showing his determination. Wang Pa quickly snatched the silver ingot. Sir, you have found the right person. There is no matchmaker in Yao City that I, Wang Pa, cannot handle. Just wait at home for the news. Time flies. 3 days have passed. The threshold of Fong Yuan's home has almost been flattened by the women brought by Wang Pa. But good women are not easy to find. It is said that good news does not go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. When the single women in Yaochang knew about Fong Yuan's family conditions, they didn't even need Wang Pa to introduce them. They spontaneously organized themselves to line up for blind dates in front of Fong Yuan's house. Fong Yuan was also dumbfounded by this. These women, whether young or old, all had negative intentions, with love points exceeding -80. They were even worse than the two courtesans. Obviously, they were all after his money, not thinking about living a good life with him, but only wanting to exhaust themselves and quickly inherit his estate. Indeed, there are too many people in this world who want to gain without effort. With this in mind, Fong Yuan suddenly felt that the situation had become serious. He thought that 7 years would be a long time, but after experiencing it, he realized that people's hearts are inscrutable. How could there be any normal woman in this world who would like or even fall in love with an old man for no reason? Another day's dusk arrived. Fong Yuan leaned on his cane in the courtyard, watching the setting sun in the west, feeling that the red glow resembled his own aging self. Despite having 2 golden fingers, things were still not going as he wished. Could it be that he had opened them in the wrong way? Or perhaps one starts out fantasizing too much about the metrics Goldfinger can provide. Fong Yuan could not help but fall into deep thought. He decided to personally sneak around Yao City tomorrow to look for a suitable target. If that was not possible, then he was prepared to go to the countryside of the Yu dynasty to find an old widow who was a bit older. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan could not help but reveal a touch of self-deprecation. It's only been 3 days since then, and he's taken the initiative to lower his standards for choosing a mate, even accepting older and uglier. Gu, where's Mr. Fong basking in the sunset? It was the king's wife who came along. Aha! Fong Yuan responded expressionlessly, seemingly sensing Fong Yuan's coldness and reproach. Granny Wang snorted. Master Fong, you can't blame me for not doing my job well. Yo, come on, can you be honest and tell me what type you really like? In the past 3 days, I've brought over basically all the pretty, beautiful, moist, and big-assed ones in Yao City. Did you not see eye to eye with any of them? Ahem. Indeed, none of them really like it. Why don't we find some young girls who are in the middle of their marriage tomorrow? Fong Yuan said with a red old face. He thought that perhaps an untouched young girl would be easier to raise than a big, old woman. Grand Master, don't be ridiculous. Granny Wang only thought Fong Yuan was joking. After all, in her opinion, Fong Yuan is a handful of years old, even walking gasping for breath. Even if he marries a young and beautiful little dainty wife, he is afraid of not being able to clean up others. It would be better to find an older person who knows how to feel sorry for people, or can take care of Fong Yuan's living. Even if the other party is indeed for Fong Yuan's family property, then at least they have paid their own hard work. Ahem, I really mean it. Fong Yuan twisted his head to look. The king's wife was a bit speechless, then she thought for a moment, her big pie face suddenly spreading into a smile and a flirty, exaggerated butt-stroking gesture. Master Fong, what do you think of me? Fong Yuan gazed at the -98 that was on top of the head of the king's wife, and his gaze chilled. Miss Wang, please respect yourself. When Granny Wang saw the smile on Fong Yuan's face disappearing, she knew that it was her action that had scandalized the other party and hurriedly smiled. Ha ha, self-esteem and self-respect. Master Fong is quite humorous. She was very worried that the kind of indecent behavioral movements she had just made had scared away Fong Yuan. The big gold master. Don't be anxious, don't worry to boldly go to find. That's standard. Ahem, can be appropriately lowered some? Have your daughter that level. I am not unacceptable. Understood. Granny Wang's eyes lit up, and she left the Fong mansion in a rush of excitement. The next day, it's still light out. Fong Yuan was then told by the servant that Wang Mao was seeking an audience. After Fong Yuan washed up and came to the lobby with anticipation, his forehead was suddenly filled with black lines. Granny Wang, I'm lowering my standards for choosing a spouse, but I'm not asking you to just bring your daughter over for a blind date with me. Master Fong, aren't you satisfied with my daughter? She can still be a fledgling. The king's wife was quite startled. It had been 4 days, and it was the first time she had brought a woman under the age of 22 to match with Fong Yuan, even though it was her own daughter. At this moment, even Wang Deya, the daughter of Wang Mao, slightly pouted her small mouth. If it wasn't for Fong Yuan's wealth, how could she have been persuaded by her mother to come here to disgrace herself? She hadn't yet disliked Fong Yuan as a bad old man, but instead she was first buried by him. In the meantime, Fang Yuan noticed that the -89 that was originally on top of Wang Danya's head had turned into -100 all of a sudden. It is true that the ancients did not deceive me. Only women and small people are hard to raise in this world, especially when the two are combined into one. Fang Yuan hurriedly asked Wang Mao to take away this plagued daughter of her family and again instructed her not to be in a hurry and to look for her slowly. Fang Yuan geared up and left the mansion with the only servant left behind in the mansion. As Yao City was the imperial capital of the Yu dynasty, it was still very easy to run into lucky people with B-grade spiritual roots on the streets. For these lucky people, Fang Yuan had gotten into the habit of avoiding them as early as in the leaving fire sect. The opportunities in this world are always full of marvelousness, and it is not possible to say that they, men and women, will one day rise to heaven, and their cultivation and status will be above him. So even though the aged Fang Yuan himself still had the means to fight with a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he didn't want to get involved in irrelevant karma. Wandered around Yaochang all morning. Perhaps it was because of his age. Fang Yuan always felt that the flowery world in front of him was a bit out of place, especially since he'd had a hard time meeting one or two women who had a respectable amount of love for him. But whenever he goes up to show his heart a little, he will immediately be met with blank stares from the other party, and the other party's original love between -30-10 will instantly plummet to below -70. Gradually, Fang Yuan was struck more and more somewhat disheartened. The women who were brought in by the king's wife before were at least smiling with a false sense of humor due to knowing his identity, whereas these women who accosted him on the street were close to directly cursing him as an old immodest stinking hooligan. Just as Fang Yuan was about to return home, a new turn of events suddenly appeared. The servant trotted over and told Fang Yuan, "Master, there are fleeing refugees up ahead selling themselves to bury their mothers. Check it out." Fang Yuan's face showed joy. It's been 4 days. He's finally met his match. Ha! Pushing through the crowd of onlookers, Fang Yuan then saw a woman in rags and covered with dirt was kneeling on the ground with her head hung low, and beside her, there was a middle-aged woman whose face was already iron blue. Although he could not see the ragged woman's exact face, Fang Yuan could see the brightly shining attribute words on her head. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, Ding. Mortal Water Spirit Root. Love, 0, plus, none. Chapter 4:15 o'clock. 0. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered love that wasn't negative after he parted ways with by Miao Miao. Good. Fang Yuan was secretly moved. This woman he wanted. At this point, someone from the people who had gathered around to watch the show finally stepped forward. How old are you? My little daughter has just turned 18 this year. Jilian's thin mosquito enjoined. Fang Yuan looked towards the man speaking and realized that the man was not too tall, but his arms were strong enough. Poor. She's just at the age of a flower. The surrounding people all sigh. And the short man's gaze grew fiery. Come with me, be my daughter-in-law from now on, and I'll help your mother take care of her affairs. That's 50 taels of silver. I'll go with you only when I get the money. As she spoke, Golden Lotus was already raising her head. The crowd finally got a good look at her face. Even though Jilian's little face was dirty at the moment, and her eyebrows were full of dirt, the crowd still saw that this woman was born with natural beauty and was a rare beauty. Present. Some of the men who had been watching the show began to scramble. I'll pay 100 taels to be my concubine. An official's son shouted. A mere 100 taels to abduct such a little beauty. My father is Zhang Er. All of you get out of the way. It's this master who first took a fancy to my family brother Wu Er, who is the inner disciple of the Li Fire sect. Do you want to steal my sister-in-law from my family's second brother? Upon hearing that the Lostab man's younger brother was an inner disciple of the Li Fire sect, even that second generation of officials surnamed Zhang retreated in fear. This world is like this. The weak are the strong. The people dare not mess with the officials, and the officials dare not mess with the immortals. Come with me, little beauty. The gaze of the lowly, burly Wu De was incredibly hot. Don't. Golden Lotus shook her head in panic. She had said that no matter who it was, she had to hand over 50 grains of silver to her before she would agree. But the man in front of him was obviously trying to forcefully buy a white whore. When Wu De saw that Jilian did not agree, he immediately had to move to forcefully pull the other's arm. But at this moment, Fang Yuan pinched Wu Da's wrist. Your Excellency is forcibly robbing the people. Hiss. Let go. Although Wu Da looked strong and sturdy, how could his fleshly mortal body withstand Fang Yuan's force? The immediate pain caused him to fall to his knees. In half a breath, Wu Da was in pain with tears coming out of his eyes. He hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Wrong. Wrong. I'm wrong. Master, just do me a favor and let go and spare me. Fang Yuan did not continue to make things difficult for him. If this was in the cultivation world, he could have slapped Wu De and escaped, but now that he was living in the secular world, he still had to give Emperor Yu face. As for whether or not Wu De would let Wu Er come after him afterward, Today's Fong Yuan could not care less. It's hard to find a love is not negative and about his future of the very best. Not to mention that Wu Er is only a Lihua sect inner disciple, or even the core disciple to come is not good. My little girl thanks old grandpa for saving her. After Wu De fled with a resentful look on his face, Jinlian also hurriedly fell to her knees in gratitude to Fong Yuan. A cry of old grandpa instantly caused all of Fong Yuan's already organized words to clog up in his throat. He hissed and switched to a new way of saying it. Ahem. When you get older, you can't afford to have sand in your eyes. With that, Fong Yuan was asking the servant to take out a silver ingot. Winter is coming. Are you interested in being my bed-warming maid? Jinlian held the silver ingot and nodded happily. She had prepared for the worst long before she came. Woe betide anyone who buys it. If the subject had been an old white-haired man, she would have made a fortune instead. After all, the old man looked like he was even hunched over, so I'm sure he must have gotten out of his lowly physical fun long ago. Of course, this is just a personal thought of Jinlian, and the people on the sidelines all looked at Fong Yuan with odd faces, and sometimes they even looked at his lower body. They weren't as innocent as Golden Lotus, thinking that Fong Yuan had spent a lot of money to buy her just to warm the bed. There were also a few young men whose eyes flickered, but in the end, they still did not choose to stand out and grab this single deal with Fong Yuan. If Fong Yuan offended Wu De, it was equivalent to offending the leaving fire sect, and there was no need for them to get involved in karma with someone who was about to die. After the idlers have dispersed, Golden Lotus pleaded, "Old grandfather, can you allow my daughter to come back to serve you after she has buried her birth mother?" Of course, Fong Yuan's smile was quite benevolent, because after Jinlian accepted his 50 taels of grain silver, her love value actually skyrocketed by 10 points. But in order to prevent you from encountering miscreants again, I will accompany you during this time. Okay, thanks Gramps. Jinlian hurriedly knelt down to thank her. She felt that she had really met a nobleman, and as Fong Yuan looked at the kneeling Golden Lotus, his gaze flickered slightly. Sort of a good start. Just how much of this love value must there be to fulfill the extraction conditions? Remembering that 15 points of love existed in Miao Miao Bai at that time, but it was unable to give him any additional bonuses to his lifespan or qualifications. It's a long way to go. Moreover, Fong Yuan knew inwardly that most of the reason why Jinlian had so much love value now was because she respected herself. If he tried to go further, would her love for him diminish extremely quickly again? Oh, forget it. Why think so much? Let's just take it one step at a time. But today, besides the Golden Lotus, it also gave Fong Yuan something else to gain. Perhaps he should be a great benefactor, and say no to those love from the common folk who could extract transformation. But after 3 days, Fong Yuan then realized he was going in the wrong direction. 3 days passed. He continuously gave porridge in the refugee area in the north of the city without any compensation. Not only did not get any benefits, but also stained with a tart. Instead of being thankful to him, these ill-bred unruly people have privately slandered him as having done heavenly evil, and are now only atoning for their sins by making up for them. They simply don't believe that goodness exists in this world without a cause. On the 4th day, Fong Yuan stopped providing for these white-eyed wolves. Beyond that, Fong Yuan had taken care of Jinlian in the past 4 days, but he had done his best and cared for her in every possible way, not treating her as a maid at all, but instead, he had the feeling of raising her as a daughter. But 4 days passed. Instead of going up, the love dropped a little. This instantly made Fong Yuan realize that he should be looking in the wrong direction. Mere caring would eventually tire one day, and his behavior like this would not only make Jinlian suspicious, but would make her become a little afraid of herself. Yes, the identity between the maid and the lord was reversed in this context of the times. So how could Jinlian believe that Fong Yuan was treating her with sincerity? So the 4th day dusk, Fong Yuan faintly said, "It has been 2 days since your mother was buried, so serve your bed tonight." Golden Lotus was stunned for a moment, then said with a shy brow, "Yes, master." Something unexpected happened. Fong Yuan was shocked to find that Jinlian's love interest, which had originally dropped to 9 points, had suddenly skyrocketed to 15 points, and was already on par with River. What the hell? Chapter 5, Spirit-Inducing Pill. Fong Yuan was puzzled. It was not until nightfall that Jinlian shyly took the initiative to take Fong Yuan's hand. "Master, it's time to rest." In that instant, looking at the Golden Lotus that had inexplicably increased its love value by another point, Fong Yuan was finally dazed. So this is the right way to open great love. Drop your personal qualities and enjoy a perfect life. Turns out he never got the point. From the beginning. It's night. It did get cold, though not really to the stiff cold that comes with freezing in winter. But there is still a wonderful feeling of a sudden cold wind coming in the night and a branch of pear blossom pressing down on the begonia. One night passed. Jinlian's brow grew more and more delicate, and she was still satisfied with the aged Fong Yuan. And Fong Yuan had regained his confidence in Golden Lotus. It turns out that it is not that he is too weak, but the extreme fire spirit root of 95% strong and invincible such as by Miao Miao is really a hot batch. Beyond that, Fong Yuan also noticed that Golden Lotus words had changed as well. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, Ding. Mortal Water Spirit Root. Love, 25 points. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 10 days. Is it extracted? Note, extraction will not affect the change of love value. Cooling time after extraction is 1 month. Bonus can be stacked indefinitely for extraction. 15 points of love could not increase anything. And when 25 points were reached, although only 10 days of longevity could be extracted, it allowed Fong Yuan to see a ray of hope. And this reward is not a one-time thing. It can be withdrawn repeatedly. To put it simply, if the Golden Lotus was allowed to maintain 25 points of love value for Fong Yuan all the time, then every other month Fong Yuan would be able to extract 10 days of longevity at no cost. If the love between the two of them broke through 50 points or even higher, then wouldn't Fong Yuan be skyrocketing? What a great love. Really a bit of a statement. Fong Yuan was ecstatic about this. In addition, he also gradually realized that the golden finger of great love unbounded was definitely differentiated from the polygamy system in the normal state. A brain fart won't work. He has to meet the right woman before he can take the next step. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan wrapped his arms around Jilian's unmanageable surplus waist and said intimately, "Lianer, let's get married." Jilian's petite body shook, and she burst into tears on the spot. Why, master? She was just a laborer who worked as a maid. What virtue could she have to be Fong Yuan's wife? Has Lianer ever heard of love at first sight? 7 days later, it's an auspicious day for a marriage. Thanks to Granny Wang's broken mouth, the news of Master Fong's high birthday and marriage to a delicate wife in the north of the city spread throughout Yao City. Originally, the people of Yao City only took this matter as a laughing matter after meals and tea. After all, Fong Yuan did not have any friends or relatives in Yao City. However, with the appearance of Wu Er, the inner disciple of the Li Hua sect, for the first time, Fong Yuan was allowed to enter the line of sight of the royal family of the Yu dynasty, as well as the worldly families and other dignitaries with honors. Old man Fong, you disrespectful dog. How dare you forcefully rob my Wu Er's sister-in-law? Under the watchful eyes of the neighbors, Wu Er kicks down the door of the Fong mansion with the intention of causing a fuss at Fong Yuan's wedding ceremony. Only, when Wu Er got a good look at the groom's appearance, his gaze became dismayed. As a disciple who had joined the Li Fire sect 15 years ago, how could Wu Er not recognize Fong Yuan? Nightfall. In the guest room of the Fong mansion, Takeji looked ashamed. Senior brother Fong. Senior brother has been offended many times. This spirit-inducing pill will be taken as the share of money that senior brother will accompany to senior brother and his sister-in-law. Fong Yuan waved his hand and refused. No way. This is a valuable item. Besides, senior brother will be on his feet. Senior brother, don't make it difficult for senior brother. I vaguely remember, when Wu Ma was first introduced to the outer door of the Li Fire sect, senior brother didn't dislike me for my humble origins when I was being bullied and humiliated. And he also gave me many times unrequited guidance on cultivation without asking for anything in return. Moreover, although this item is useless to senior brother, it can open a heavenly door for sister-in-law. Hearing this, Fong Yuan no longer pushed back and could only accept it with a smile. Then I'll be polite. Senior brother, lead spirit pill, although only yellow grade pills, but because of the core drug lead expensive, complex ingredients and tedious refining, often priceless, is away from the Fire Clan in the clan competition in order to reward the top 3 disciples specially set. Its efficacy is useless to normal cultivators, and is only meant to induce mortal spiritual roots, enabling them to perform the simplest of cultivations. Originally, this Dan was obtained by Wu Er when he was the third in the decimation of the inner disciples, and was specially brought to his elder brother Wu De to take, unexpectedly, but because of this misunderstanding today to compensate for the square edge. Wu Er understood Fong Yuan's character and knew his own elder brother's temperament. Although Fong Yuan did not explicitly say the cause and effect, he could guess that it must be his elder brother who caused the trouble. But instead, it was the kind-hearted senior brother who let his elder brother off the hook. After a few jars of wine, the gap between the two men had kind of subsided. Wu Er glanced out the window and lowered his voice. Senior brother has only just made peace with senior sister Bai, so he's looking for another new love. Isn't he afraid that senior sister Bai will get angry? If this matter were to be known by the group of true disciples who adore senior sister Bai, they would surely find their way to the door to help senior sister Bai out and teach you. A backstabbing, heartless man. Fong Yuan smiled non-committally. Elder brother also said that she and I have made peace. Not to mention, how long can I live? Although conjugating a Dan can increase one's life by 500 years, but now I am 528 years old. Ugh. Wu Er sighed and stopped talking. After another nudge, Wu Er got up to take his leave. Elder brother Fong, there are no calendar days in the mountains, and I don't know the year when the cold is over. Once we go, it will be a long time. Maybe you and I won't see each other again. I hope to take care of you, precious. Fong Yuan smiled faintly, his demeanor open. Such a scene, in turn, made Wu Er feel more and more guilty inside. Today, he had committed a sin on senior brother Fong's big day, and he felt that he would never have the face to return to Yao City to visit his family again during senior brother's lifetime. The night grows thicker. Fong Yuan pushed open the newlywed bedroom, and a light and cozy fragrance greeted him. The night of the wedding. Red light moist beauty, is really a great fortune in life. Slightly intoxicated, Fong Yuan forced out the alcohol in his body and lifted the red cover on Jilian's head. Husband. Jilian's eyebrows were shy as she delicately shouted. Fong Yuan noticed that the love and golden lotus words had increased a little more this evening. Love, 30, bonus, can add 15 days of longevity to the host, to be extracted or not. Note, cooling down time 1 month. This former Fong Yuan did not choose to extract those 10 days of longevity, so the bonus effect was not yet in a cooldown state. My lady has been frightened today. This is the treasure compensated by that strong man. Take it. Fong Yuan couldn't wait to find out if the Golden Lotus would also add to his qualification aspect after he became a cultivator. Good. Golden Lotus swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. She no longer had any relatives in this world, and although Fong Yuan was a bit older, he was the only person she could rely on. With a burst of warmth coursing through her body, Golden Lotus couldn't help but let out a delicate cry. Husband. Chapter 6, Don't Let the World Harm You. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, C grade 30%. Lower grade water spirit root, PS, spirit root grade, mortal. Lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, extreme grade, innate, immortal grade, love, 30. Addition, can increase the host's lifespan by 15 days, to be extracted or not. Note, cooling time 1 month, can be extracted repeatedly, can increase the host's diluted water spirit root qualification. Is it extracted? Note, target cannot be extracted repeatedly. Fong Yuan looked at the new words generated by the Golden Lotus and couldn't wait to choose to extract the water spirit root. As a tingle flowed through his limbs, Fong Yuan realized that his panel had changed. Host, Fong Yuan. Qualification, C grade 10%. Mortal water spirit root, all original 5 elements are invalid. Longevity, less than 7 years. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. Good. Fong Yuan was inwardly delighted. That's a lot to look forward to in this little life. Originally, the spirit vein in his body, which had all 5 elements wasted, had actually spawned a water spirit root, and even though it was only a mortal product, it was still significant to Fong Yuan. If he could have a mortal grade water spirit root in his body 500 years ago, I'm sure that after serving that spirit drawing pill gifted by Meow Meow, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be so bad that he would always be unable to hold on to the wall in the eyes of the cultivators of the leaving fire sect. It's a shame, but it's not too late. Being able to extract this mortal grade water spirit root, one's future self might not be able to possess an extreme grade 5 element spirit root. Thinking about this, Fong Yuan couldn't help but grin. Why is husband laughing? At the moment the disembodied Golden Lotus was soothed. Fong Yuan wrapped his arm around his petite wife's small waist. It's nothing, Mama. The night is late. Let's rest. Well, the red candle was blown out by a breeze. The already charming atmosphere in this room gradually became swirling. 1 night passed. Fong Yuan was in a good mood, and his only regret was that the love in the Golden Lotus phrase was still 30 points as if it was stuck. Seems like love lifting isn't that easy. However, Fong Yuan also guessed that after all, his appearance was still a bad old man, without the companionship of day-to-day life. For a while, he was afraid that it would be very difficult to sublimate Jilian's feelings for him again. Since this was the case, then Fong Yuan was no longer polite. He directly chose to extract 15 days of longevity, leaving that bonus attribute bar in a cool-down state. Speaking of which, nowadays, because the mansion had a mistress, Fong Yuan had purchased 2 more handy maids. Breakfast time. Jilian suddenly said, Husband, my concubine feels that the air is exceptionally fresh today. Fong Yuan smiled. He knew that it was because after Golden Lotus became a cultivator, her perception of the aura of heaven and earth became stronger. It seems that we have to acquire some spirit gathering stones to set up some spirit gathering bead array in the mansion. Although Jinlian became a cultivator, his qualifications are not good. C grade 30%, only a little bit stronger than him. Practicing some simple spitting techniques is at most only to strengthen his body and prolong his life. Even if she was put into the Lihua sect to cultivate, at most, she would be an outer disciple of the 3rd level of Qi refining for the rest of her life. After all, the current Fong Yuan wasn't by Meow Meow, and didn't have that many extreme cultivation treasures to pile her up hard to the foundation establishment realm. The most important thing now is to carry out the purpose of great love and enjoy a good life. If they could get in a good mood with each other, they couldn't say that they could make Jinlian boost her love for him a bit. Lian it's a nice day today. How about we go to the cold mountain temple to trek after dinner? Yeah. Golden Lotus was a bit impressed. Recall that not long ago she was a refugee fleeing from the north, and now she can eat well and wear warm has been satisfied, which also dare to ask for what other ambitions, accompanied by their husbands has been fortunate. Just as the meal was about to be finished, the maid suddenly walked in with several invitations. Fong Yuan opened it and looked at it. They were all invitations from some Yu dynasty families. It seemed that they had gotten wind of yesterday's troublemaker Wu Er. However, Fong Yuan didn't want to deal with these families. He had already seen through the world. They had only invited him because he was a Jidan cultivator. However, Fong Yuan was unwilling to get involved in unnecessary karma, so there was no need to climb into a relationship with them. Cold Mountain Temple. In the eyes of outsiders, the old couple Fong Yuan and Jinlian do not look like a couple, but like a pair of grandchildren. Husband, look, there's the Queen of Seekers there. Hey. The Golden Lotus pointed into the distance, where a number of young men were kneeling with their ladies. Lotus wants to pray too? Well, I want to give my husband. Jinlian eyebrows shy. First-time woman. She smiled, so that this cold mountain temple full of plum blossoms are somewhat eclipsed. Good. Fong Yuan did not refuse. Golden Lotus is not a tool person for him to become strong. She deserves a full life. I just don't know if he can still accompany her to give birth to an heir now that his chi and blood are withered. However, when Jinlian finished kneeling and worshipping the lady sender, Fong Yuan realized that the love in her words had increased by 2 more points. That's quite a surprise. For lunch, it was a temple fast. Perhaps it was due to getting acquainted with Fong Yuan day by day. Jinlian gradually let go a bit. She took Fong Yuan's arm and kept chattering and talking. Just like a summer oriole, pleasant to the ear. Such a beautiful red face will naturally attract the scourge. May I ask your name? A white-faced scholar dressed in grease walked past. Behind them, there were also 2 attendants who exuded a chilling aura around them. Fong Yuan frowned. He hated trouble. I have a husband. Jinlian was still afraid of life in front of outsiders. She hung her head low, her arms tightly hugging Fong Yuan's arm, rather nervous. Whereas when Golden Lotus finished saying this, that handsome man was even more browbeaten. I have no other intention but to simply get to know the lady. This was no longer just a normal pickup line, but outright molestation. Fong Yuan said indifferently, get lost if you don't want to die. The white-faced scholar was pleased instead of shocked. Ha! How dare you threaten this imperial prince? Put! Just before his words fell, he was slapped by Fong Yuan and flew out, living or dying, and the 2 attendants behind him were so frightened that cold sweat broke out on their backs after feeling the terrifying aura that Fong Yuan had inadvertently manifested. I dare to ask the immortal master his name? North of the city. Fong. It's him. The 2 attendants looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They were also considered half-cultivators. So how could they not know about the commotion that Wu Er, an inner disciple of the departing fire sect, had made in the north of the city yesterday? Immortal Master, I'm extremely sorry. The 3rd prince also made an unintentional mistake. I will inform Emperor Yu to give you a satisfactory explanation. After saying that, the 2 of them wanted to take the 3rd prince of Yu dynasty away. Who gave you permission to leave? Fong Yuan indifferently said. When these words came out, the faces of the 2 instantly turned white. Could it be that they were going to die today? And it was the first time Jinlian had seen Fong Yuan so angry. However, she still summoned up the courage to hold Fong Yuan's hand and whispered, husband, my concubine is not in the way. Lianer, don't be afraid. Fong Yuan wrapped his arms around Golden Lotus and softly said, you are my whole world. I would rather lose the whole world than let the whole world lose you. This person intends to insult you. My husband will never condone it. All of a sudden, hot tears welled up in Jinlian's eyes. The love in her word also skyrocketed by 10 points. Love, 42. Another surprise. One must know that Fong Yuan's initial intention was not to move Jinlian, but he had a greater plan in mind when he insisted on making things difficult for the 3rd prince of Yu dynasty. Chapter 7 Vanguard. Fong Yuan detained 3rd Prince Ji Shuang. The incident soon alarmed the presiding officer of the Cold Mountain Temple. The presiding officer, who also had an official position in the Yu dynasty, laughed bitterly. Elder Fong is a person of cultivation. Why would he make things difficult for a secular junior? Fong Yuan laughed coldly. If I had not accompanied today, what would have happened if my lady had an accident? Master Wei, save me. This damn old man dares to humiliate this emperor. I'm going to make. After waking up, Ji Shuang did not realize the seriousness of the problem in the slightest. It was thanks to the quick hands of one of the waiters who muffled his afterthought. But the move had already made Fong Yuan laugh. Fellow Taoist Wei has seen it too. Keeping such a sinful animal alive. I'm afraid I'll have trouble sleeping and eating. The host looked helpless, but he still had to forcefully protect Ji Shuang. Elder Fong, then let's have a small sparring session. And if Junior narrowly wins, then this matter will end. Good one to stop there. Fong Yuan directly crushed an extremely high-grade spirit stone and replenished the spirit breath in his dantian. Seeing that Fong Yuan's outburst was an extremely high-quality spirit stone, the presiding officer could only offer up a Buddhist magic treasure. But just at that moment, a burst of mighty voices came from outside the hall. The Emperor is here. Your Imperial Highness has arrived. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered. Had the rightful owner finally appeared? That's right. He wanted to plot against none other than Emperor Yu Jixian. Since ancient times, the imperial capital was full of dandies, and Fong Yuan could not be by Jilian's side at all times. If one day a carelessness caused his big baby to have an accident, it would be too late for Fong Yuan to regret it. Shocking Emperor Yu was only one of them. As for the second, it was that Fong Yuan wanted to portray the Long Aotian persona that he would absolutely be vindictive if he dared to harm his woman. The purpose of this is to set the stage in advance for finding other targets in the future. I'm sure that after today, the phrase "I'd rather let me lose the world than let the world lose you" would also spread throughout Yao City. That said, this was also Fong Yuan's helpless move. If he was still young, or if he had gotten this golden finger 500 years ago, why would he have to go out of his way to do this? Soon, an imposing and elegant man and a graceful noblewoman walked into the hall. Behind the two of them, there was also a vast army of black-armored forbidden guards. Mother consort, save me! Ji Shuang rolled and ran towards the noblewoman. After Fong Yuan had manifested his cultivation, Ji Shuang had been scared out of his wits, and he finally knew that he was afraid. And Ji Xian unassumingly had a treasure box fetched. Elder Fong, the little child is still young, much offense. A little small gift is not respect. I hope Elder Fong bear with me. Humph. Fong Yuan snorted coldly and didn't bother to pick it up. Husband. On the side, Jinlian only felt terrified as she clung to Fong Yuan's body, and it seemed that her legs were getting a little weak. Before yesterday, she was still a straggler, but now that she had seen the son of heaven of the Yu dynasty, as well as such a majestic forbidden guard, how could she not be afraid? Fong Yuan wrapped his arms around Golden Lotus and said indifferently, "Get your men out. Can't see they're scaring my lady." Ha! Ji Xian smiled. Gradually, he went from sneering to laughing uncontrollably. I am the son of heaven of Dayu. Fong Yuan, you are already old. Stop in moderation. Fong Yuan's gaze was calm as he ignored Ji Xian and instead looked at Golden Lotus Road. Lianer, are you afraid to die? Jinlian looked at Fong Yuan's eyes that were cloudy but tender, and her emotions slowly became stable until she softly said, "Husband, Lianer is not afraid." Seeing this scene, Ji Xian's face became grave, and the square edge of the timely path. Great you heavenly prince. Yes, Mr. Fong is old, but not dead. Mr. Fong is a loner and has only such a madam. So you can try to see what kind of wind and waves a frequently dead Jidan realm can create in Yao City. After hearing this, Ji Xian's face became increasingly gloomy. It was important to know that Fong Yuan hadn't spilled the beans on his origins yet. Others might not know, but Ji Xian knew that Fong Yuan's ex-wife was the holy maiden of the departing flame sect. Eventually, Ji Xian's stiff body loosened and he exhaled a cloudy breath. What does Elder Fong want? Fong Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Break one of his arms as a warning and compensate my lady for 100 extreme spirit stones. You. Very well. I shall oblige. After Ji Xian finished speaking, he drew his close attendant's sword. Then in the imperial concubine's horrified gaze, he wielded his sword energy and chopped off Ji Shuang's left arm with a single stroke. Berserk sword chi ravaged the great hall, bursting with the terrifying aura of the late Jiedan realm. And Fong Yuan did not move to protect Golden Lotus behind him. In an instant, in the hall, everyone except Fong Yuan, Golden Lotus, and the presiding officer were all shaken by the sword chi that Ji Xian had unleashed, bending their legs and crouching on their knees. Not bad. The later generations are fearful. Fong Yuan smiled faintly. Ji Xian grinned. It seems that the rumors aren't entirely believable. Spirit stones? I'll dedicate them later. I'll give it to you later. The word consecrated. Ji Xian bit down hard. After saying that, he just whisked his sleeve and turned around to leave. The imperial concubine and a group of forbidden guards also rushed to pick up Ji Shuang, who had long since fainted from the pain, and followed closely. Good. What is the point of this, Elder Fong? The host shook his head bitterly. If a man honors me, I will honor him. If a man destroys a chestnut of mine, I will take away 3 buckets. Fong Yuan left a sentence and was pulling the soulful Jinlian away. 3 miles after the carriage left the cold mountain temple, Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of scarlet with a pft. Husband, how are you? Jilian was so shocked by the scene that she cried out, and she hurriedly grabbed a handkerchief to wipe the corners of Fang Yuan's mouth. No harm done. A bit of bruising accumulated in the early years. Fang Yuan smiled and comforted. It was not something he could withstand when he hardened himself against a general attack by a late-stage Jiedan powerhouse, even though it was sword chi, but it was all worth it. Firstly, Jilian's love value had finally broken through the 50 mark, and secondly, he, Fang Yuan, would not have to look at the face of any one person to act in Yao City when he walked there in the future. Fang Yuan believed that after this experience, he would leave an image of a tenacious disobedience to Yao City's royal family and all the cultivation families. Only after calming his blood chi did Fang Yuan begin to cup Jilian's pretty little tear-stained face. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, C grade 30%. Lower grade water spirit root. Love, 50. Bonus, can provide host with 1 year of longevity. Non-extractable, on cooldown. First bitter then sweet this is only 50 points of love. Every month will be able to provide Fang Yuan with 1 year of longevity. Really dare not imagine. If Fang Yuan brushes the value of Golden Lotus's love to the fullest, how many years of reverse growth can he have every year? So the Golden Lotus, the great treasure, was Fang Yuan's lifeblood. Whoever dared to touch the Golden Lotus, Fang Yuan would definitely fight for their lives. You scared Lianer just now, didn't you? Fang Yuan softly said. Jilian choked and said, it's not a problem. Jilian is a person with a hard life. It's nothing to be aggrieved. But it's Jilian who has caused trouble for her husband. Fang Yuan shook his head. Don't say that. You are my explicitly married wife. I only have you now. Golden Lotus also has only husband. Saying that, Jilian pressed her face against Fang Yuan's chest. Had his husband said earlier, if Jilian alone comes here today and encounters an outlaw, she will crash into the wall and kill herself, and will never let husband's honor be insulted. Nonsense. What never extinct? My Lianer must live a long life. Fang Yuan was slightly touched inwardly. He hugged Jilian tightly, his old, cloudy gaze gazing through the car window at the lights down the hill. All the lights in this worldly world. Now there was one belonging to him. Fang Yuan. 2. Chapter 8, Congenital Golden Spirit Root. The next day, the North City Golden Lotus became the most unchallengeable existence of the Yu dynasty's imperial capital family. As for Fang Yuan himself, on the contrary, he was not as scary as rumored among the neighbors. After all, the news that Granny Wang of the southern city had pitted Master Fang with a silver ingot that had not been returned had long been spreading in Yao City. Breakfast is over. Fang Yuan asked, does Lianer have any place she wants to go today? Golden Lotus shook her head. No, my concubine walked a bit too much yesterday and would like to take another break. In fact, a girl of her age was in the midst of her playfulness, where she could collect herself. She just didn't want to cause trouble for her husband. Seeing this, Fang Yuan did not force himself. The days are getting better every day and it's nice to have everything go your way. Then for me, I'll go out and make a trip to purchase some things. And you can try practicing the nascent sensation technique at home. Okay, husband. Golden Lotus smiled sweetly. But after Fang Yuan left, Jilian secretly took out the female red. Her husband treats her very well, and she has nothing to show for it but to give him a big fat boy to carry on the family name. Besides, Fang Yuan, with his servants, had just left the mansion when he met Granny Wang. Master Fang, we're not good at our job, so this silver ingot is not something we can afford. Early in the morning when she heard about Fang Yuan's deeds, Wang Ma was so scared that she hurriedly brought this silver ingot to the door. But Fang Yuan didn't take over. Keep on the lookout for me, and keep me informed of any girls in bad condition. Everything is fine on sister-in-law's side? Granny Wang was slightly stunned. She participated in the wedding ceremony of the Fang Yuan, but also had seen the appearance of the Golden Lotus. Know that the girl-child body proportionate, wait for another 2 or 3 years and then grow open a little bit, is bound to be able to want a man's old life of the corner. Fang Yuan said without blushing, I can still bear it. In fact, even now in his old age, he is a bit overwhelmed by the watery Golden Lotus. But who made him carry the weight of great love? Drop your personal qualities and enjoy a perfect life. I'm afraid that extracting Jilian alone won't satisfy his thoughts of living a second spring. Good. Master Fang is truly old and strong. Granny Wang gave a thumbs up, then smiled as she repocketed the silver ingot. Then we'll still bring the girl to the Fang mansion in the future? Fang Yuan thought for a moment. No, let's go to the street tea house. We'll meet there from now on. After all, Jilian was now his only big baby, and Fang Yuan didn't want to bring home a messy woman until he found a suitable target. Granny Wang understood. Okay, you old man just wait for the beautiful concubines. This time, we must go all out. Not for long. Fang Yuan then arrived at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The 100 Treasure Pavilion was the branch pavilion of the Lingbao Pavilion, a great powerhouse of the cultivation world, in the Yu Dynasty. Here, one could buy some low-ranked spiritual treasures under the Xian product. As for the exotic treasures above the Earth product, one could only wait for the once-a-year auction, and there weren't many of them, at most 1 or 2 pieces per year, a gimmick for the 100 Treasures Pavilion to establish itself in the mundane world. The people staying on the first floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion at the moment weren't too many. After all, there would only be cultivators or dignitaries who would come here, and it would be impossible for ordinary people to come to a place like this. Don't touch it if you don't buy it. You must buy it if you do. Before he even entered the door, Fang Yuan heard the caustic voice of the 100 Treasure Pavilion's fellows. When Fang Yuan walked in, the fellow instantly changed his face. You are Elder Fang? Please come inside. The fellow from the 100 Treasures Pavilion recognized Fang Yuan at a glance. Fang Yuan guessed that it was probably because his portrait had already spread to the Yao City families. After all, the patriarchs of those big families always had to settle for their own juniors not to provoke Fang Yuan. There's no need to be polite. I'm just here to purchase a little Shen-grade spirit talisman and Earth-grade spirit gathering stone. Fang Yuan smiled and said, dude couldn't help but sweat a little. There were spirit gathering stones, but Earth-grade spirit gathering stones were not something he could make a decision on. Dude rubbed his palms together. Elder Fang, the Xian Pin spirit talisman is fine, but this Earth Pin spirit gathering stone is afraid. Your family doesn't have one? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It's hard to say. Please don't make things difficult for the brat. Senior Fang, the fellow was rather embarrassed. Don't look at him dare to rely on the identity of the 100 Treasures Pavilion steward to scold the other buyers, but in reality, he is just a small fellow to make a living, and he doesn't dare to offend such a bastard who is not afraid of death like Fang Yuan. It's okay. Fang Yuan laughed. Don't be afraid. I won't make things difficult for you. Let the one in your family who can take care of things come. At those words, the fellow was a little more at ease. My shopkeeper is entertaining Her Highness the Second Imperial Daughter on the 3rd floor. Do you think you should wait, or allow the kid to inform? Fang Yuan had just fallen out with Ji Xian yesterday, and now he did not want to get involved in too much karma with the Ji clan's royal family again. There's no rush. It's okay to wait. Then this way please, have some spirit tea first. The 100 Treasures Pavilion fellows brought Fang Yuan to the VIP pavilion and even entertained him with good spirit tea. Fang Yuan looked at the busy fellow and smiled noncommittally. People, that's just the way it is. The more you act cowardly, the more you will be bullied. Instead, becoming evil will gain the goodwill of others. If there hadn't been that farce at the Cold Mountain Temple yesterday, I'm sure he would have definitely encountered a dog-eyed drama today. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan felt that the mouthful of origin essence blood he spat yesterday was becoming more and more valuable. But that mouthful of origin couldn't be spat out in vain, and this account was always going to be credited to the Ji clan's royal family. Half an hour later, finally 2 wonderful women of about double 10 years of age walked in pairs down the stairway to the center of the lobby. Fang Yuan, who was sitting in the VIP pavilion looking out through the beaded curtains, guessed from the 2 women's unique clothes and costumes that one of them was the second imperial daughter of the Yu dynasty, and one of them was supposed to be the shopkeeper, or possibly the shopkeeper's daughter. However, when he was looking at the attributes of the words on the 2 women's heads, he was actually slightly lost in thought. Target, Ji Ling, qualifications, grade A, 90%, top grade wood spirit root, top grade earth spirit root, top grade water spirit root, love, -30, plus, none, target, baby Een, qualification, grade A, 96%, innate golden spirit root, PS, mortal, lower, middle, upper, extreme, innate, immortal, love, 1, plus, none. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Not to mention Ji Ling belonging to the rare 3 spirit roots natural talent and baby Yin's even rarer innate gold spirit root. The thing he was more curious about was why baby Yin, with whom he had never met, possessed a little love value for him. It's just not too weird. While shocked by baby Yin's heaven-defying qualifications and love value, Fang Yuan also had a hazy guess in his heart. The Yu dynasty definitely couldn't cultivate an innate golden spirit root like baby Yin, not even in the Leaving Fire sect. This woman must be from the Lingbao Pavilion of the cultivation world. Probably some high-ranking young lady who came here to experience the Red Earth and increase her life experience. In the meantime, the fellow of the 100 Treasures Pavilion also said so to the shopkeeper Een Bao Bao. After half a breath, baby Een and Ji Ling simultaneously turned their gazes towards the VIP pavilion where Fang Yuan was. See this. Fang Yuan didn't continue to sit there as he walked out. It was so hard to meet an innate gold spirit root with a positive love interest. He had to give it a try in case he succeeded. Chapter 9. I've known the girl since the first time I saw her. Yu Ling saw Fong Yuan walk out. He then left with Yin Bao Bao to take his leave. Although she knew that the third imperial brother Ji Xuan was a bad person, she likewise did not have a good feeling towards Fong Yuan, who had brushed off the face of the Yu dynasty's royal family. Sister Yin, I will consider that matter. Good. Then we'll wait for Sister Ji's good news. Baby Yin pursed her lips and two delicate pear swirls emerged on her face. After seeing Ji Ling leave, Baby Yin looked at Fong Yuan with a burning gaze. Is Elder Fong trying to buy an Earth-grade spirit-gathering stone? Fong Yuan sensed the curiosity about him in the other's eyes. Well, I wonder if Boss Yin could be accommodating? Regarding the matter of being called out by Fong Yuan's surname, Baby Yin did not find it strange. After all, Ji Ling had just called her Sister Yin. No. Baby Yin shook her head. Rules are rules. The 100 Treasures Pavilion will absolutely not peddle spiritual treasures above the Xian grade other than at auctions. Fong Yuan laughed. The rules are dead. Could Boss Yin still let the money go unearned? I can offer a price 3 times higher than the market to buy it. That being said, I am not short of money. But, it's not like I can't be accommodating. This is not the place to talk. Senior Fong, please follow me. Baby Yin carried her hands behind her back and walked towards the VIP pavilion with a bounce. Fong Yuan followed. Re-enter the VIP pavilion from earlier. Baby Yin smiled faintly. How many Earth-grade spirit-gathering stones does Elder Fong need? 10 pieces. Fong Yuan blurted out. Before he came, he had thought that the formation set up by 10 Earth-grade spirit-gathering stones would be enough for Golden Lotus to use for 20 years. The price of 10 Earth-grade spirit-gathering stones isn't cheap. If we triple it again, 100 extreme-grade spirit stones would only be enough to buy 5. Baby Yin intentionally mentioned the 100 spirit stones. Obviously she already knew that Emperor Yu had compensated Fong Yuan. It's not for shopkeeper Yin to bother. I dare to buy it if you dare to sell it. Fong Yuan ignored Baby Yin's temptation. What an enviable love. Baby Yin suddenly sighed. Yes? Fong Yuan smiled. My lady deserves so much from me. Yin Bao Bao said with a wry smile. I'm not referring to her, but the holy maiden of the departing flame sect. Hearing this, Fong Yuan realized that Baby Yin was talking about the matter of him eating soft food. By meow meow ah, she has to pay for my youth. I have accompanied her for 500 years. Parting to give me a little breakup fee is not excessive. Baby Yin took a serious look at Fong Yuan's wrinkled old face. The bones are good. I'm sure Elder Fong was a flamboyant man when he was young. It's all just floating clouds. Fong Yuan sighed. Baby Yin couldn't hold back her laughter. Elder Fong is really a wonderful person. No wonder he's so good at pleasing girls. What about Miss Yin? Fong Yuan said at the seams. What? Baby Yin froze. She didn't react for a moment. Fong Yuan cleared his throat and said, to be honest, I have a feeling for Miss Yin at first sight. Put. Baby Yin laughed outright as she hurriedly covered her red lips. Elder Fong, don't tease me. I have a low laugh point. Such a cute and sweet appearance of the young girl in front of him strengthened Fong Yuan's determination. He said seriously, really, I fell in love with the girl at first sight, and I can't wait to marry her now. Since coming to Yao City, Fong Yuan had told this to no less than 50 women, but without exception, their already negative love affairs plummeted. Who had thought that the Baby Yin in front of him had not only not dropped, but had instead added a little. Ha ha. Baby Yin was all bent over with laughter. But she was well-bred and kept her hands over her red lips to keep her teeth from showing. Elder Fong, forget about my identity for now. Can I ask how old you are? Fong Yuan knew he had been rejected, but he was not discouraged. The moment he met Baby Yin, he said that he always had to try. If you try, you can't say there's a 1,000,000 to 1 chance of making it, but if you don't, you definitely don't have half a chance. Moreover, he had also deduced from Baby Yin's strange love value changes that she was more curious about him. So even if he said something that dangled her, she didn't take it to heart. Or perhaps, Baby Yin was originally a self-possessed young girl who had never looked at a mole like Fong Yuan in the eye, so how could she be angry? However, Fong Yuan did not have his old face red warm from time to time like when he first arrived in Yao City. He was honest about his age. Leaving aside those 510 years of wasted time, Fong actually just turned 18 this year. Ha ha, Baby Yin has a really low laugh track. As a matter of fact, Fong Yuan didn't find what he said that funny. Alright, Boss Yin, the jokes are over and the atmosphere is active. So can we trade the spirit-gathering stones? Seeing that Fong Yuan looked like a different person, he suddenly became serious. Baby Yin also put away her laughter. She wiped the tears that came out of the corner of her eyes as she laughed and said, I can make the decision to sell you the Earth-grade spirit-gathering stone, or I can not double it, but I need Elder Fong to do one thing for me. Forget it then. How can I sell the Xian-grade spirit-gathering stone? Fong Yuan directly refused. Baby Yin was also dumbfounded. Ha, that's even if I haven't said what's going on. Fong Yuan sighed. No need to say, I don't want to know. Besides, I can't live for several years. I don't want to accompany Boss Ian to fight for my life. Is it really impossible to think about it? Baby Ian was quite sorry. She was already close to persuading Jiling and the other collaborator. And now she lacked a Jiedan cultivator to act as a Taoist protector for them. But the huge Yu dynasty, the Jiedan realm, is not more than 5 people. In addition to Fang Yuan, other people such as Emperor Yu, Cold Mountain Temple presiding officer and so on belonged to the status of the complex level of the generation. It wasn't like she could contact Ling Baoge to send someone. And by the time the clanspeople arrived, the yellow flowers would be cold. Also, she couldn't look for the cultivators of the leaving fire sect. That chance interfered so much that there was no way she was going to work with someone she couldn't control. So even if Fang Yuan didn't come to the 100 Treasures Pavilion today, she would still find a chance to head to the Fang Mansion to visit him who was alone. After a brief moment of thought, Baby Ian decided that she still had to pull Fang Yuan in. If there was no Jiedan powerhouse, it would be suicide for the 3 of them to go. So she cleared her throat and spoke softly. Then what if I give Elder Fang a chance to woo me? Fang Yuan shook his head decisively. Late love is cheaper than grass. And I suddenly realized that I don't have that same feeling for Boss Ian at first sight. Jokes aside, it's never a good thing to lure Baby Ian into actively bowing down. His life was worth too much right now to lose his mind over a nebulous innate gold spirit root. As long as one lives, one is bound to meet a better pair of heavenly maidens in the future. Baby Ian had was exasperated. And the love value in her words directly dropped to -10. Fang Yuan was not surprised by this. They were strangers who were worlds apart from each other. And he wouldn't feel surprised if there was more or less love. Chapter 10, The Common is the True. Back at the mansion, Fang Yuan began to set up the spirit gathering formation. Although the effect of the Xian grade spirit gathering stones was not strong, there was no other channel for him to get earth grade spirit gathering stones in a short period of time. It took most of the day. The Fang Mansion finally had a hint of brand new life. The aura was not dense overall, but it was sufficient for mortals like Jinlian who had yet to step into cultivation. Lianer should work hard and strive to become a qi refining first level cultivator by this time next year. Jinlian's red lips slightly opened. Wanting to speak, Fang Yuan asked, "What's wrong?" Jinlian's gaze was complicated. "Then my concubine can say, husband can't be angry." Fang Yuan smiled and touched the tips of Jinlian's hair. "It's okay, we can discuss any problems." "Well then, I don't actually want to practice." "Why?" "My concubine wants to leave more time for her husband." Jinlian heard yesterday from Fang Yuan's conversation with the presiding officer of the Cold Mountain Temple already Emperor Yu that Fang Yuan's days were numbered. So she didn't want to waste her time on meaningless practices. To put it mildly, if Fang Yuan had gone, it would have been impossible for her to leave Yao City on her own and go to the outside world to seek immortality. "Lianer is worried about me?" Fang Yuan could hear the sound of Jinlian's words. Jinlian lowered her eyes and said, "Well, concubine now only wants to give husband a child." Fang Yuan comforted. "It's fine. Cultivation is also necessary. Children are also necessary. I can still live through several decades." "Really?" Golden Lotus lifted her head, her eyes containing light. Fang Yuan nodded. "Fidelity. Maybe it's not a problem to live to 180 years. Lianer doesn't want to see the day her face ages, right? That's why you must cultivate well so that I can always have a gorgeous little dainty wife and then ruthlessly envy outsiders to death." "Good. Then my concubine will cultivate well." When Jinlian heard that she could bring honor to her husband by practicing, she began to become meta. "By the way, husband, my concubine still has a question." "Speak slowly." Fang Yuan doted on him. "Setting up the spirit gathering formation must have cost husband a lot of spirit stones?" Fang Yuan said indifferently. "It's okay, but spirit stones are just for spending. The same as silver. Lianer don't think of it as so valuable. Besides I can earn it again." Although setting up these formations had cost him more than half of his savings, Fang Yuan did not feel distressed. Investing in Golden Lotus is not like investing in your future. Whether it was a mortal or a cultivator, there would be a day when they would be born, grow old, get sick and die. As long as Golden Lotus was able to live a long life, he would only gain more longevity. Golden Lotus said with a wistful gaze, "My concubine has heard that the world beyond the secular world has ethereal auras and many immortal mountains. Why don't we find a place where no one will disturb us to cultivate? Who is willing to be mediocre if they can really practice?" Moreover, in Jinlian's heart, Fang Yuan was heaven, and since her husband insisted on her practicing, she would definitely work hard. "It's not the same." Fang Yuan shook his head. "I can do it in the Yu dynasty to deter the petty criminals, because the highest secular cultivation is Jiedan, but when I go to the outside world, I'm afraid that I can't protect this beauty of yours. Besides, no matter how many immortal mountains there are and how wide the spiritual veins are, they are still things with masters, and we will only be living in no fixed place when we go there. and we will be home in all 4 seas, and we will be those famous sects crowned as devil cultivators. Upon hearing that she would have to live on all 4 seas and drift again, Jinlian was so frightened that she hurriedly shook her head. Then we won't go. Just stay in Yao City. She has had the experience of wandering around in fear, which makes her appreciate the hard-earned happiness of her life even more. Well, don't think so much. Cultivate well. Everything is possible in the future. Fang Yuan would not stay in the secular world. When he was qualified to change his destiny against the heavens, he would bring the golden lotus back to the cultivation world where the aura was ethereal. The next few days, Fang Yuan and Jinlian couldn't leave the house. Jinlian would try to cultivate during the day and serve Fang Yuan at night. Her original intention of wanting a child remained unchanged. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, would use the Xian grade spirit talismans he bought from the 100 Treasures Pavilion to create some high-level water spirit talismans that could withstand a foundation establishment strike. In the past, he had wasted all 5 elements, and with an empty Jiedan cultivation, he was unable to outline the 5 elements of aura in heaven and earth. But it was different now. He had extracted the water spirit root from the golden lotus. Although it was only a mortal product, it was enough to allow him to establish a connection with the water spirit way. Last time when he parted with baby Yin unhappily, Fang Yuan had inquired with her that the 100 Treasures Pavilion would hold an auction at the beginning of the 2nd month after the new year. Therefore, Fang Yuan was prepared to make some high-level water spirit talismans to exchange some earth-grade spirit gathering stones with the cultivators who came to Yao City to participate in the auction. In the meantime, Granny Wang also found a few girls from poor families for Fang Yuan, but none of them were satisfactory. Mostly ordinary women with no spiritual roots who had bland love, plus the precedent of Jinlian's stagnant love. Fang Yuan didn't want to consider taking a concubine in a short period of time. More women, more trouble. Jinlian is not good at talking and is simple-minded. And he is also worried that the concubines he has taken will make Jinlian feel aggrieved, making the love fall below 50 points. Time passed, and already a month had passed. At the first moment the longevity bonus could be extracted. Fang Yuan chose to extract it. A year of longevity did allow Fang Yuan to feel a long-lost vigor. Other than that, Fang Yuan had stopped making high-level water spirit talismans. After all, secular spiritual qi was thin. And for every spirit talisman made, one needed to consume 10 medium-grade spirit stones from Fang Yuan, and energy that could not be measured in spirit stones. Strictly speaking, it's a losing proposition of unequal value. But Fang Yuan had no choice. There was no lack of secular families that had some heritage, and they didn't lack medium-grade spirit stones. So the high-level water spirit talisman was only a rarity of 99% for them. Husband, I would like to take a rest today. Is that okay? After the breakfast was over, Jinlian looked at Fang Yuan pitifully. Good it seems like it's going to snow today. Lianer put on more clothes. Let's go outside and see if we can find some wild game. I'll make roasted meat for you to eat using the old family techniques. Cultivation was tedious and boring, and the fact that Golden Lotus could last this long already made Fang Yuan look the other way. Good. A short while later, Jinlian walked out wearing a thick fox fur. Husband, does it look good? Golden Lotus spun around in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan praised. My lady is so beautiful. He. Jinlian's laughter was as pleasant as a silver bell, penetrating between the tranquil courtyard. Since they were going to go to the wilderness for a trip and picnic, Fang Yuan also brought along everyone from the mansion. 1 old servant, 2 older maids. The group of 5 rented a total of 2 carriages and left Yao City. The suburbs are still a bit on the cooler side unlike the city. The sparse snowflakes fluttered and gradually evolved into goosefeather snow, rendering the entire heaven and earth white. Birds fly away from 1,000 mountains and people disappear along 10,000 paths. Perhaps because of the snow, there seemed to be no half-human population to be seen above the wilderness except for Fang Yuan's family. Husband, look at the distance where someone seems to be lying. Fang Yuan also saw it, and his gaze was rather dismayed. How could it be her? Chapter 11, Ji Ling. Husband, by the size it seems to be a woman. Who would set her on fire? Poor thing. Burnt all over he. Even his hair is gone. It seems to be breathing. Golden Lotus raised her head to look at Fang Yuan, a faint surprise flickering between her star-like eyes. From Jilian's gaze full of expectation, Fang Yuan knew that she wanted him to save her life. Husband, I remember when mother and I were on our way to escape the famine. We were given a bowl of kanji by a kind lady. Let's save her, shall we? Jilian tries to convince Fang Yuan, who is still hesitant, through personal experience that good people will be rewarded. Actually, Fang Yuan wasn't hesitating, he was contemplating. Lianer is truly a blessing to him. Although the woman on the ground was charred and disfigured, Fang Yuan still recognized the woman as Ji Ling, the second imperial daughter of the Yu dynasty. Through her words, target, Ji Ling, qualifications, grade A, 90%, top grade wood spirit root, top grade earth spirit root, top grade water spirit root. Love, -40, plus, none. Vaguely remembering that when he first met Ji Ling a month ago, her love value for him was, -30. The two of them never touched each other after that, and they didn't know why it was lowered by 10 points for no apparent reason. My Leonor has a good heart. Of course I will listen to Leonor. Thank you, husband. After receiving the praise, Jillian smiled shyly, and the long untouched love unexpectedly raised 5 points directly. Love, 55. Looking at the change in the value of the Golden Lotus words, Fang Yuan was slightly lost in thought. It's quite a double whammy today. The last time Leonor surprised him seemed to be the time he took her to the Cold Mountain Temple. Should he take her out more often? No. Maybe it's because from the heart. He shouldn't ask Leonor to do something she doesn't like just for himself. Only her heartfelt happiness can induce a change of love. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and was suddenly enlightened. To be honest, he is also in the exploratory stage of casting stones with regard to the great love of the world. A quarter of an hour later, the maid brought a bowl of hot soup and fed it into Ji Ling's mouth. Cough, cough. Ji Ling woke up after coughing up a few strands of dark bruises. Girl, are you okay? Jinlian asked impatiently. Although the skin on Ji Ling's entire body had long been burnt and her original face could not be seen, Jinlian was able to guess through the color of her blasphemous clothes that had not been completely burnt, that this woman should be a young girl who had not yet married. Well, Ji Ling opened her mouth in pain. Although she couldn't speak clearly, Fang Yuan could hear that what she wanted to say was thank you. Moreover, Fang Yuan already knew from Ji Ling's frequently flickering gaze. She had recognized him. To this, Jinlian was unaware. She was still grieving for Kiki. Husband, she's so poor, she's actually a little mute. Let's go, Leonor. Since she's awake, let's bring her back to the mansion first to let the healer save her. Fang Yuan did not show the slightest expression that he recognized Ji Ling. Although he didn't know what had happened to Ji Ling, he could guess that the matter must have something to do with Baby Yin. Because the fire that burned Ji Ling beyond recognition was not a mortal fire. Golden Lotus nodded. Well, that's the only way to go. And I don't know if she has any family. Take your time to help her find it. Fang Yuan said so with his mouth, but in his heart, he thought that he must keep Ji Ling by his side and never let go. As for the talk of benevolence and morality, he had long since burned the core tenet of great love into his bones. It's just that I'm a little sorry, Leonor. I was thinking of making you a wild game barbecue today. Fang Yuan said this on purpose, so as to make Ji Ling feel guilty. Jilian smiled and said, it doesn't matter anymore. I feel happy to have saved this girl. Well, my Leonor is just kind-hearted. Let me hold her. These burnt blackened ornaments should be thrown away. So as not to stay in the carriage black, we still have to pay compensation to the main family. Fang Yuan pulled off everything on Ji Ling that could prove her identity, then took off his own long shirt and draped it over her. During this process, Ji Ling kept resisting, seemingly not wanting Fang Yuan to touch her things. Husband, she seems to be saying something. Is she afraid of you? The simple Jinlian did not know Fang Yuan's inner routine. She thought the little mute was in shock. Little mute, don't be afraid. We are good people. My husband and I won't hurt you. Ji Ling, on the other hand, had already passed out from anger. Without those jewelry, how could she prove her identity to her father in the future? Evening. Yao Cheng's female physician wore an expression of helplessness. Master Feng, she has extensive burns all over her body. Unless she has a face-restoring elixir refined by an immortal master, she is afraid that in this lifetime. Fang Yuan looked forlorn. The little one is really pitiful. As a matter of fact, he knew from the very beginning that mortal doctors were useless. Even if an ordinary immortal master came, unless there was a heavenly elixir, flesh and white bones. But in this Yu dynasty, he couldn't even get an earth-grade spirit-gathering stone. So how could he still have a channel to get that? Going through this process was just to put Jilian's mind at ease, and in the meantime, to see if he could raise Jiling's love value a bit. And Jiling, who was lying on the couch hearing this, also had a flash of crystalline tears crossing the corners of her eyes. Husband, she seems to be able to understand human language. Hey. Jilian was stunned. Cough. Fang Yuan held back from laughing. Leonor is really presumptuous. Jiling is a human being. How can she not understand human language? Ah, fu. Fetch some silver for Dr. Lu. Yes, milord. The servant left with the female physician. Only Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan and Jiling were left in the house. Jinlian also realized her presumptuousness, and she said several apologies in a row to Jiling. Only after that did Golden Lotus sigh. Alas, this girl can't speak, and her arms and legs can't take care of themselves. How should we look for her family? Fang Yuan looked indifferent. Raise it first. Our family is not short of one person's rations. That being said, If she can't take care of herself, what about eating, drinking, and pooping? If we let Sister Sue and Sister Zhang help, I'm afraid they'll be disgruntled as well. Jilian's concern is not unreasonable. The two maids in the house are not related to the little mute. They have no reason to serve her. Fang Yuan looked down at Jiling. Can use money to solve the matter or not a matter. The big deal is to care for another maid. Is that I am worried about her identity is unknown? Normal people were burned into this kind of appearances afraid that it would have been broken. Aha! Jiling struggled. Her face pained. What is she trying to say? Golden Lotus was beyond bewildered. Fang Yuan shook his head. This time he didn't know either. But he guessed that Jiling was trying to make an effort to express who she was. Ask her when she's recovered. At least she's alive. Golden Lotus nodded. It will have to do. After saying that, she turned her head to look at the goosefeather snow still flying outside the window to sigh again. It's fortunate that little mute met us, or else she would have definitely frozen to death on top of the wilderness. Chapter 12, Love Skyrockets. In the meantime, above the snow-covered wilderness, a silhouette swept by. She stopped in front of a snow trail, and after a bit of rummaging she found only a string of bracelets and a scattering of trinkets. Is even the 7-star bracelet charred? The stunningly beautiful girl looked blankly at the empty field not far away. There, a bunch of footprints belonging to the wolves. She only felt her heart filled with endless remorse. Damn it, I can't believe I was eaten by curs. The young girl had come to collect Jiling's body. She also knew that Jiling's flesh had been infested with phoenix flames, and with the freezing cold, she definitely wouldn't be able to survive without a fire to keep her warm. Es deserve to die just as much as that betrayer. After the young girl finished speaking, she sped towards the place where the wolf pack's footprints extended. She's going to vent her anger hard. In this regard, Fang Yuan was unaware of this. The night was already thick. Jin Lian, who had been tired all day, had gone to bed, but Fang Yuan hasn't. Although he had previously told Jin Lian that he would find a maid for Jiling, how could he possibly do such a retarded operation? It was so hard to pick up a grade A qualified heavenly pride. He would never let anyone interfere with his path to becoming stronger. Fang Yuan carried a bowl of clear porridge and pushed open the door of the guest room. Jiling didn't fall asleep. She inclined her head to look, her eyes flickering. Just as he tried to open his mouth, he gave up. She didn't want to waste any more energy. There are just 2 old maids in the house. They are old and tired today. When tomorrow I will find you a young maid to take special care of you, Fang Yuan briefly explained. Then he sat on the edge of the window and began to feed the porridge. Jiling's eyes were lifeless. She didn't respond or refuse. When Fang Yuan reaches for a spoon, she also contains it. For Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan, she originally had a present hatred. After all, they had disgraced the entire Ji clan royal family. But after experiencing their kindness firsthand, she didn't know how she was going to face them. If, for a change, she had encountered a burnt homeless man on the road, she would not have seen fit to be sympathetic. Mortal life, old age, sickness and death were played out every day in Yu Dynasty. She was not the Holy Mother. She could not save them, nor did she have the energy to do so. That's why she admires those who have great love in their hearts. But why was it that the people who saved her would be Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan? After Dr. Ryu left, she thought long and hard about it. She had thought about ending it, but Jiling couldn't let go. She was still young. She still had a great future ahead of her. As long as Sisterine could make it out of that small world alive, with the support of the Ling Bao Pavilion, she would definitely be able to regain her luster and regain her life. But Jiling also knew that if there were no Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan in that situation, she would probably freeze to death on top of the icy countryside before Sisterine arrived. Seeing Jiling lost in thought, Fang Yuan sighed. Don't worry, and don't ever get depressed. Even if you can't talk or move, I'll take good care of you until I find your family. Aha! Kirito twisted his head around. Are you asking me why? Fang Yuan matched. Aha! Jiling hurriedly nodded her head and cried out in joy. It wasn't easy. What she wanted to express was finally understood by Fang Yuan, which restored her motivation and hope. Because I've been in the rain before, I always think about holding an umbrella for someone else. Square Edge tells his story. With 500 years of experience, the last thing he needed was to make up stories. At the end of the story, he doesn't forget to bring along his little petite wife. Just like my lady, she's also been in the rain. Luckily I've been fortunate enough to protect her twice. Once in Yao City and once in Cold Mountain Temple. Listening, Jiling was a bit lost in thought. She hadn't previously known the Fang Yuan couple. She only knew that they had humiliated her father and disgraced the Yu dynasty. Turns out they're both bitter. I've been in the rain before, so I'm always thinking about holding an umbrella for someone else. What a beautiful picture is this. In this moment, Ji-Ling suddenly felt that Fong Yuan's wrinkled old face was inexplicably a bit smoother. Target, Ji-Ling, love, 5. It skyrocketed from, -40, to, 5. This sudden surprise did not disrupt Fong Yuan's storytelling. He's growing too. At one time, he only had Miao Miao Bai, and he felt a great sense of guilt when speaking to other female cultivators. Even when I first came to Yao City, I was often embarrassed. But now, Fong Yuan won't. Just as Fong Yuan was feeding Ji-Ling kanji while telling her a story, Ji-Ling suddenly up. What's wrong? Fong Yuan wondered. Coupled with the fact that Ji-Ling's face was burned beyond recognition, he could not tell how Ji-Ling looked at all except for the fact that he saw a rather grim expression on her face. Aha! You want to relieve yourself? It finally dawned on Fong Yuan that people would only act so flustered in the third emergency. Ji-Ling nodded heavily. How could she care about shame at this moment? Just not peeing on the bed is the biggest blessing. Well then, men and women are not related. I'll go find a maid to help. Fong Yuan got up and headed out. Ji-Ling was speechless. Now that you know that men and women are not related, why didn't you mention it when you hugged her in the countryside before? But Ji-Ling had no choice. She could only hold tight and wait. As for the square edge, certainly not to the maid. He skipped around the yard 3 times and came back at a leisurely pace. I'm sorry, my maid is old and sleeps like a pig, so I can't wake her up for a while. I was worried you wouldn't be able to hold it in, so I came over first. Aha, help you? Alright, then I'm offended. Fong Yuan picked up Ji-Ling and then walked towards the door. Ji-Ling was suffocating and couldn't care less about shame. Not to mention, that normal man would rot over a pile of burnt and rotten meat. When she returned to the house again, Ji-Ling tilted her head inside and never dared to look at Fong Yuan again. After all, she was an untouched yellow girl. Even if she burned into a black skin, she felt she had no face to live. Go to bed early and don't think about it. I don't want to see a tragedy when I come over to visit you tomorrow. Fong Yuan did not choose to enlighten Ji-Ling in this ugly situation. Little girls are thin-skinned and have a normal reaction, and need to be given a calm, private space. When she gets used to it later, she'll naturally get used to it. The next day, just as the sky turned white, Fong Yuan rolled over and got off the couch amidst Ji-Lian's disgruntled mutterings. It's still early. Where is husband going? Ji-Lian opened her eyes in a daze. Lianer, continue to sleep. Winter has arrived and the sky is cold. In the future, there is no need to deliberately wake up early to cultivate. Just go with the flow. Fong Yuan instructed peacefully. He didn't want to be pushing Ji-Lian to do anything. Enjoying a good life is not just for him. Yeah, Golden Lotus gave a leap of joy, then rolled over and wrapped herself in her little comforter. Seeing this, Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. It's good to be young. Unlike him, he can't even sleep when he wants to in his old age. But it's also a meta day, and he's going to brush up on Ji-Ling's love value. Chapter 13, Living Will Be Invincible. Fong Yuan asked the maid to cook some additional clear porridge. Ji-Ling had suffered a serious injury and could only eat some liquid food to recuperate for the time being. When Fong Yuan pushed open the door of the room and entered, Ji-Ling had long since woken up. One night passed. Ji-Ling's emotions seemed to calm down. At least, she dared to lock eyes with Fong Yuan again. Fong Yuan laughed. Woke up quite early. Ji-Ling nodded slightly. Hungry? The temperature is just right. Fong Yuan said. Seeing that Ji-Ling didn't refuse, he began to feed the porridge. Ji-Ling was a slow drinker, so halfway through her drink she shook her head no. She was too embarrassed to let Fong Yuan keep feeding her anymore. It's fine. I'm idle anyway. Fong Yuan guessed Ji-Ling's embarrassment, so he didn't stop. By the way, haven't asked yet. Do you have any family? Aha. Kirito nodded heavily. Her eyes were agitated. And finally, Fong Yuan mentioned her family. Fong Yuan also revealed a smile. Great. I'll take you to your family when you're better. Hearing this, Ji-Ling's gaze became a little dimmer. Resume STH. Without a panacea, I'm afraid she'll be confined to her bed for the rest of her life. Still, she was very grateful to Fong Yuan. After all, now that her sound path was destroyed and her limbs were paralyzed, the only things she could move were her head and mouth. Ji-Ling's heavenly aura was suddenly struck by a spiritual light. Why didn't she write her name with her mouth? Thinking of this, she blinked desperately towards Fong Yuan in excitement. Fong Yuan was puzzled. What's wrong? Want to relieve yourself again? Kirito shook her head as she desperately spat out her little tongue. Is it hot? Fong Yuan scooped up a spoonful and gave it a shallow taste. It's not hot. Seeing this scene, Ji-Ling was mortified. That was a spoon she had just contained. So wouldn't that be the equivalent of indirect kissing? But she couldn't see the blush due to her face. Fong Yuan scooped up another spoonful and pestled it into Ji-Ling's mouth. Well, filled up. Ji-Ling became quiet. It's just a matter of time. Fong Yuan doesn't even mind that he's a black skin. so he's not in a position to mind his saliva. However, after finishing the porridge, Ji-ling spat out her tongue again. Fang Yuan buried his head close to seam. Not to mention, although Ji-ling's face was burned black and blue, her tongue was still pink, her teeth were white, and she even had 2 naughty little tiger teeth. Lovely, thought. Fang Yuan collected the unreality in his mind. But some other time you can let Ji-ling practice first. Is your tongue uncomfortable? Aha. Ji-ling was in pain. She hated herself for being so useless that she couldn't even express herself in the simplest way. Then forget about drinking. Fang Yuan put the bowl on a side table. Seeing this, Ji-ling became even more anxious. She was still thinking about biting down on the spoon when Fang Yuan fed her again. It's just a matter of time. And Fang Yuan was pondering. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. He gazed at Ji-ling's mouth and decided to destroy all the pens on the mansion. But it's not a permanent solution. What if Ji-ling was a bit more ruthless and she just bit her tongue and wrote her name in blood? Fang Yuan was in a tangle. He had created a perfect persona in front of Ji-ling and had won her affection. But if she wrote out her name, then there was no way he could pretend not to see it. In that case, Ji-ling's love would inevitably plummet below negative. As the saying goes, the grace of raw rice and the hatred of rice. Fang Yuan has never believed that there is endless evil lurking in human nature. Get some rest then. I'll go down the street and see if I can get a handy maid to look after you. Fang Yuan took the bowl and left. Coming out, Fang Yuan stood in the center of the courtyard. His brows furrowed. How can you refrain from that kind of situation? After thinking for a long time, Fang Yuan could only think of one way. The eye doesn't see the heart. It seems like we really need to find a maid to take care of Ji-ling. The only place Ji-ling could leave his name would be on the sheets and bedding. And as long as he didn't go in there or let Golden Lotus in, then he would be invincible. Fang Yuan returned to his bedroom. Golden Lotus is awake, but she's still in bed. Husband. Seeing Fang Yuan enter, Ji-ling sweetly called out, "Did Lian get some sleep?" Fang Yuan sat on the edge of the bed and caressed Ji-ling's cheek. Aha! Golden Lotus rubbed against Fang Yuan's palm like a kitten. She very much liked this feeling of being pampered by her husband. Fang Yuan said at the right time, "By the way, Lianer should not meet that little mute in the future." "Why now?" Golden Lotus eyed him in disbelief. Fang Yuan explained, "I don't dare to bet on the goodness of the human heart, but I dare to bet on the evil of human nature. Do you think she came from a normal place? Lianer might as well put herself in your place. If it were you, could you survive being burned like that and left in the freezing snow?" As soon as Ji-ling thought about it, her face turned white. "Husband, did my concubine do something wrong? She was simple-minded, but not stupid. I couldn't think of it before, but after Fang Yuan reminded me, she could guess that a woman who could be burned so viciously was either a vicious man or an ungodly woman. Either way, it shows that the little mute is not a good person." Thinking so, Ji-ling was on the verge of crying with anxiety. "Husband, from now on I'll never do any more unruly good deeds." Fang Yuan comforted, "It's okay, the line, everything has me. Lianer, just be happy." "Husband, you're so good to Lianer. How can Lianer?" A mist of tears rose between Golden Lotus' eyes while her love finally broke through to 60. Target, Golden Lotus. Love, 60. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 3 years on cooldown. 3 years. Even though Fang Yuan's mindset had changed a lot, he was still shocked by this value. What's 3 years? It meant that he could extract 36 years of longevity from the Golden Lotus every year as long as he kept the value of his love for the Golden Lotus the same. And to extract 10 years is 360 years. It was equivalent to him gaining another half of his lifespan as a Jidan cultivator. So how could Fang Yuan not be surprised? How can he not be happy? "Lianer is my beloved wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well?" Fang Yuan leaned down and hugged Ji-ling tightly. He. Husband said it so well that it makes you blush. I was still crying. Ji-ling felt incredibly shy. She similarly stretched out her jade-like white lotus root arms and hugged Fang Yuan tightly. After a few moments of warmth, Golden Lotus looked up and blinked. "Husband, since that little mute is of unknown origin, let's just send her away." "Not good." Fang Yuan shook his head. "If I hadn't encountered it, I wouldn't have said anything, but after saving all of them and coming home, and then casually throwing her away, I'm afraid I'll have trouble sleeping and eating in the future." "Oh, my husband is so kind." Ji-ling had a face of adoration. Also, if husband wasn't kind in the first place, perhaps I wouldn't have been qualified to meet husband. Fang Yuan turned his head away. Not daring to look at Ji-ling's pair of affectionate gazes, he could only look out the window and said, "Don't praise me so much. 100 years of cultivation to cross the same boat, 1,000 years of cultivation to sleep together. We can come together. Why is it not a kind of destiny guided by the marriage?" Chapter 14, Seeing Baby Een. The snow that had fallen overnight had long since cleared. After Fong Yuan finished talking to Jinlian, he brought Ah Fu to the human market. Wandering around for a long time, Fong Yuan finally looked at a maid. Target, Trisha Wong. Qualification, Ding. Mortal Fire Root. Love, -85. Nice lovey-dovey parameter. Square Edge kind of likes it. This girl is good. What do you call her? How old is she? The slaver laughed. Master has a good eye. This woman is called Huang Suetsue, 21 this year. Fong Yuan nodded and looked at Huang Suetsue and asked, literacy? Trisha Wong shook her head. Very well, Alfred. Check out. Huang Suetsue's face immediately showed joy. Finally someone was willing to buy herself again. She was born unattractive and her arms and legs were not good, so she really didn't know why this rich lord in front of her would buy herself. Is that what he's good for? On the way back to the mansion, Fong Yuan instructed. You were brought here to take care of a patient who is completely paralyzed. Hearing that the whole body is paralyzed, Huang Suetsue immediately felt that the world has returned to darkness. She had taken care of a similar old lady and had to serve food, drink and diapers every day, and in short, it didn't gross her out. Good thing. She used a little trickery to get that old lady out of trouble early, and Huang Suetsue didn't feel that she was at fault. After all, it would be good for both her and herself if the old lady could be relieved early. Thinking of this, Huang Chui hurriedly picked up the conversation. Yes, master. The slave girl will definitely do her part. Fong Yuan nodded. He didn't settle for anything more. The reason he chose Trisha Wong was that he felt she was an opportunistic villain. Regardless of what was in her mind right now, she would naturally know what she should and shouldn't do when she got to the mansion. When she arrived at the Fong mansion, Huang Chui sniffed the good-smelling air, and she realized that the master who had bought her was a cultivator. She had served a certain family in Yao City and knew that such a fresh scent must be aura. After guessing Fong Yuan's identity, Huang Suetsue's mind was tightened for a few moments. That paralyzed patient could be taken care of by Master Fong, who specially paid a lot of money for her to take care of her. It must not be comparable to that scholar's old mother. Looks like she's going to suffer for this one. Husband, you're back. Jinlian greeted her with a big smile. What a beautiful young woman. It was actually an old husband and young wife. And Huang Chui secretly wondered in her heart. Is Lianer practicing? Fong Yuan asked with a smile. No yet. Concubine is on her way. Jinlian spat out her little tongue in embarrassment as she was secretly doing the women's red. Not unduly tight. After I've settled Xiao Chui, Lianer will accompany me to talk later. Pushing would be counterproductive. Fong Yuan decided to let nature take its course, as long as Jinlian herself was happy. Slave girl's name is Huang Suetsue. See you, ma'am. Huang Suetsue bowed toward Jinlian with great eyesight. Golden Lotus nodded crisply. Then I'll call you Xiao Chui from now on as well. Yes, ma'am. Fong Yuan came to the compartment where Ji Ling was. Originally, Ji Ling was still thinking of trying to communicate with Fong Yuan, but when she saw that he was followed by a woman in hemp clothes, she chose to wait and see. Fong Yuan secretly surveyed the bedding and saw that Ji Ling had not yet been ruthless, so his heart was slightly relieved. Little dummy, she'll be taking care of you from now on. Ji Ling nodded. After that embarrassment last night, she wasn't averse to being taken care of by a woman. After, Fong Yuan added to Huang Suetsue, in the future, you will also sleep here and be responsible for taking care of her living and everything. Huang Suetsue was curiously sizing up Ji Ling, still thinking that this person's life was a bit too hard, not even dying after being burnt to such a charred black. Coldly hearing Fong Yuan speak, he hurriedly lowered his eyebrows and said, yes, master, the slave girl will definitely take care of her. After settling everything, Fong Yuan left. Seeing this, Ji Ling opened her mouth, but didn't call out. Maybe Fong Yuan was in a hurry. It was better to find a chance to communicate with him next time. In fact, Fong Yuan was intentionally avoiding Ji Ling. Unlike Golden Lotus, Ji Ling did not have much of a bond between her and Fong Yuan. So if Fong Yuan wanted to quickly brush off Ji Ling's love, there had to be a third party in the middle. And Trisha Wong is a great tool person. Her, -85, love value was the best proof. If she even incomparably hated Fong Yuan as a lord, she naturally wouldn't do her best to take care of Ji Ling. Fong Yuan only needed to wait for an appropriate opportunity to arise and he would be able to reap a great deal of gratitude from Ji Ling. As for calling Fong Yuan cunning and vicious, joke, not to mention the fact that Ji's royal family had messed with him, and the two sides had long been feuding, but he had to do it for the core purpose of great love. After lunchtime, Fong Yuan went out again. He was going to go to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to poke around. After all, Baby Yin had come from a very shallow background, and he had to be prepared for both, lest there be an uncontrollable accident when the time came. Baobab Court. When Fong Yuan saw Baby Yin again, he realized that there was a lot less spirit in her eyes than last time. and the original, -10, love value had become, -20. Interesting that she dropped as much as Ji Ling. Could it be that he didn't promise Baby Ian last time and was hated by both women at the same time? Boss Ian, goodbye. When Baby Ian saw that it was Fong Yuan, her smoky willow brows frowned slightly. What are you doing here again? Fong Yuan smiled and said, can you really not accommodate that earth-grade spirit gathering stone? Baby Ian said coldly, I can't, and I'm about to leave the Yu dynasty, so you won't have a chance again. That small world only opened once in 100 years, and this time, she invited Ji Ling and the fire spirit root cultivator to open the 5 elements spirit formation to enter it. In the end, half the chance did not get not. The fire root cultivator see profit and forget the righteousness of betrayal of her and Ji Ling, resulting in the death of Ji Ling's body and bones, and she also suffered a great backlash. Now that the small world had been reclosed and the betrayer had been killed by her, no one knew the exact location of the secret realm anymore. When it was 100 years later, she would definitely make a comeback with the Lingbao Pavilion's cultivators. Even though Fong Yuan's hot face was stuck on Baby Ian's cold ass, he was not the least bit impressed. Mr. Fong doesn't think he's offended Boss Ian during this time, right? Ian Bao Bao sneered. This young lady just looks at you with displeasure. How about that? Moreover, you are no longer welcome in the 100 Treasures Pavilion from now on, nor will I sell anything to you again. At this, Fong Yuan scoffed. If you say you won't buy it, then don't buy it. What can you do if I change my face? However, on this trip, Fong Yuan had gotten what he wanted. Baby Ian definitely didn't know that Ji Ling was still alive and in his hands. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan said with intent, who was that beautiful woman last time? Mr. Fong would like to get to know her. Ian Baby lightly crushed a mouthful. Bah! A toad wants to eat swan meat. What a beautiful thought. So grumpy, could it be that Boss Ian has come to Tian Kwai? Fong Yuan's smile remained the same. Are you molesting me? Baby Ian's face sank. She was in a precisely unpleasant mood, and if Fong Yuan persisted, she didn't mind having someone obliterate him before leaving Yu Dynasty. Chapter 15. Bad. This chick moved in for the kill. If it was Baby Ian herself who was angry, Fong Yuan was not afraid, but he was afraid of the Lingbao Pavilion behind Baby Ian. Boring, go away go away. If it's not for sale then it's not for sale. Old man won't live for a few years anyway. Fong Yuan turned straight toward the outside. A great man can bend, but if you don't run after pretending, you'll be punched in the face. And Baby Ian looked at Fong Yuan's departing back, her eyes showing a cold light. After a long time, she exhaled a cloudy breath. Forget it, there is no need to be annoyed with the dying man. If the commotion is big enough to provoke the Lihua sect, it will not be good. Although that small world was hidden, the last thing in this world was a great power with heavenly means. She wouldn't admit that she didn't dare to leave Fong Yuan behind because she was concerned about the holy daughter of the Lihua sect. Bai Miao Miao. Actually, Baby Ian had specifically studied Miao Miao Bai. She knew that Miao Miao Bai was able to hold on to the other side for 500 years, and naturally, she would not watch him die for no reason. To be able to hopefully break through to transformation spirit in just over 500 years, even Ling Baoga didn't dare to belittle Bai Miao Miao's potential. Fong Yuan walked on the streets of Yao City. He who had been subjected to too many blank stares over the past 500 years would simply not develop a bitter hatred just because of the threat of Baby Ian, a junior. Instead, he felt somewhat refreshed, because after Baby Ian, who was the most informed about Ji Ling, left, no one in this Yu dynasty would be able to block his determination to extract Ji Ling anymore. Of course, it was indeed intentional that this front edge was trying to pick on Baby Ian's nerves. He's not dead to Baby Ian. It was important to know that in the 500 years he had stayed in the Leaving Fire sect, he hadn't even encountered a lucky person who possessed an innate spiritual root. Even the holy daughter of the Leaving Fire sect, who was famous in this frontier such as Bai Miao Miao, only possessed an extreme spiritual root. But Baby Ian was going to leave. If Fong Yuan just plainly let her go, thousands of years from now, how would a supreme talent like Baby Ian still remember what a small person Fong Yuan was? But now it's different. Making Baby Ian hate her teeth will also make herself stay in her young memories forever. So at this moment, Fong Yuan was very much looking forward to the day in the future when he would still be able to meet Baby Ian again. The next few days, Fong Yuan was immersed in the mansion, accompanying his little petite wife. As for Ji Ling's side, he didn't go there again. Fountains need a high enough pressure to be spectacular after pouring out. And the same goes for Ji Ling. Only when she felt the massive suffering that Huang Tsuetsue had brought to her would she miss how much Fong Yuan had cared for her in the brief time she had taken care of her. Sure, there's a degree to everything. Too rigid is easy to break. Too soft will be destroyed. Fong Yuan has been secretly focusing on Huang Tsuetsue's every move. He is also afraid that Ji Ling cannot stand it, and produce the idea of lightness of life. That said, Trisha Wong, after arriving at the Fong mansion, Out of fear of Fong Yuan, she was initially taking care of Ji Ling dutifully. It's not too dirty, and it's not too tiring, but after a while, Trisha Wong suddenly realized that she didn't need to live a life of exhaustion. The first point is that the old man and his wife never seem to have been here. It showed that they didn't care much about how Ji Ling was doing, as long as they kept her alive. In order to prove her inference, Huang Suetsue also deliberately ingratiated herself with the two sisters and learned from them that Ji Ling was picked up by Mr. and Mrs. Fong Yuan. It's just that Trisha Wong didn't know. The only reason Sister Su and Sister Zhang had told her was because Fong Yuan had casually mentioned it in the first place. Xiao Chui is one of our own, so if she asks about the little mute's origins, she can also tell her, but if an outsider asks, then they will always say they don't know. In fact, it was fine to say it out. After all, the trinkets that could prove Ji Ling's identity had already been dealt with by Fong Yuan, but he was not afraid of the unexpected. Plus the second point, Huang Chui realizes that Ji Ling is a mute who can only AO. This made Huang Chui's guts grow bigger and bigger. Anyway, Master and Madam including those two sisters as well as Uncle Fu would not come here, so this place was still not her call. When she told Ji Ling to eat, Ji Ling had something to eat, and when she told Ji Ling to drink, Ji Ling had something to drink. Of course, Trisha Wong's say-so was limited to that. If Ji Ling wanted to be convenient, she still had to serve Ji Ling honestly. After all, she was also worried that if one day the master came here on a whim and smelled something wrong in the compartment, then she would certainly be blamed for not taking good care of it. Gee, that's enviable. Though you're black and still a dead mute. However, I can let my aunt serve me personally, and I don't know what the master sees in you that he would bring you. A meatless, boneless, rascal pig, to the mansion to eat and wait for death. I don't know when we'll be able to live a life of being waited on. Every day, when she was idle and bored, Huang Suetsue would leisurely lie on the rocking chair and attack Ji Ling with obscenities. Last time she was able to use small means to kill the scholar's old mother, but this time, she was jealous of Fong Yuan but did not dare, so Huang Suetsue could only attack Ji Ling viciously with foul language, hoping that Ji Ling would be more sensible and end it on her own earlier, so that she could also be relieved from this bitter life. Because when Huang Suetsue thought about the fact that she and those two old sisters were the same Fong housemaids, and they only had to do some cooking and cleaning every day, while she had to serve people with her own feces and urine, she felt a great injustice. If Ji Ling died, then she couldn't say that she would be able to serve Master Fong. On the bright side, if you hooked up with Master Fong, wouldn't you get out of slavery and rise to the top? Unfortunately, Ji Ling wasn't that vulnerable. At first she would indeed be angry, thinking that she was the second imperial daughter of the Yu dynasty. How could she stand the anger of such a lowly slave like Huang Suetsue who could be slapped to death casually? She had already thought that when Fong Yuan came back, she must tell her grievances. But as each day passed and she kept waiting for Fong Yuan, her patience was worn thin, and because of that, she became strong instead. Having been baptized with too many slurs, she realized that apart from the verbal sarcasm she would use, Trisha Wong didn't seem to dare to abuse her at all. At best, she'll be given only one meal a day and starve her. Gradually, Ji Ling would no longer look at Huang Suetsue in anger. She began to learn to close her eyes and listen to the wind outside the window, began to learn to swallow all the grievances into her stomach and digest them on her own. And she also began to learn to close her divine sense to perceive. Humph, pretending, thinking you can't hear me if you close your eyes? You're an ugly, ungainly rascal of a pig for one day, and for the rest of your life until you die you'll be nothing but a filthy bedbug in the gutter. Trisha Wong, what are you doing? Fong Yuan appeared. He quietly appeared when Trisha Wong was at her most pleasant. Master, listen to the slave girl's explanation. Huang Suetsue's horrified face was as white as paper. She violently tumbled down from the rocking chair and fell to her knees to kowtow. And Ji Ling, the moment she saw Fong Yuan appear, her tears could no longer be stopped. Although she could deceive herself and say that she didn't care about anything, when she really saw Fong Yuan, it was as if a child who had been bullied outside had seen her parents who could stand up for her. In that instant, her love value, which had originally stagnated at 5, jumped violently by a full 10 points. Chapter 16, Qualifications skyrocketed. 55% B grade. Target, Ji Ling. Qualifications, Grade A, 90%, Top Grade Wood Spirit Root, Top Grade Earth Spirit Root, Top Grade Water Spirit Root. Love, 15, Addition, not withdrawable. While Fong Yuan's heart rippled with excitement, his face was extremely gloomy. Trisha Wong, what's going on? Huang Suetsue trembled and said, Master, the slave girl is telling a story to the mute lady. Bang! Fong Yuan thumps Trisha Huang with a kick to the chest. How dare you lie? You wicked! Put! Huang Suetsue was only immortal. Where could she stand such a strong force? She flew out horizontally on the spot and spat out 2 streaks of blood. Master, I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. I'll kowtow to you. Please spare my life. Huang Suizue cried in pain and tears, kowtowing non-stop and begging for mercy. Fang Yuan didn't pay any more attention to Huang Suizue, a tool person, but walked towards the edge of the bed to gently caress the hot tears rolling down Jiling's face. I'm sorry I haven't been able to come see you these days with things to deal with. I didn't know it would be such a situation that would aggravate you. It was fine if Fang Yuan didn't say this, but as soon as he said it, Jiling cried even more tears. Sorry. Fang Yuan picked up Jiling at the right time and gently cradled her in his arms. In no time, Jiling's tears stained Fang Yuan's chest. After feeling Jiling's constantly trembling warm body for a while, Fang Yuan sighed. It's my fault. I'll never let an outsider take care of you again. Aha. Kirito raised his head. She tried to express that she didn't blame you, but her disfigured cheeks only revealed a creepy, horrible hideousness. However, Fang Yuan did not show the slightest bit of dislike, because he knew exactly what kind of stunning beauty was originally on top of this burnt face. What do you want to do with her? If you nod your head, I'll kill her. The vicious. And if you shake your head, I'll sell her to someone else. How could the deeply resentful Jiling let go of Huang Suizue, the poisonous woman who had scolded her for days? She nodded heavily. Good. As you wish. With a casual wave of his hand, Fang Yuan slapped Huang Suizue, the used-up tool person, directly into a puddle of blood mist, with no bones left. He wasn't afraid of scaring Jiling. If Jiling could do it herself, perhaps her means of killing Huang Cui would be even more brutal. After this, Jiling's love interest underwent another surge, skyrocketing by a full 15 points. Target, Jiling. Qualifications, Grade A, 90%, Top Grade Wood Spirit Root, Top Grade Earth Spirit Root, Top Grade Water Spirit Root. Love, 30. Addition, can increase the host's lifespan by 15 days, to be extracted or not. Note, cooling time 1 month, can be extracted repeatedly, can increase the host's strong wood spirit root, earth spirit root, and water spirit root qualifications. Is it extracted? Note, target cannot be extracted repeatedly, can increase the quality of spiritual roots for the host by a large amount. Is it extracted? Note, target cannot be extracted repeatedly. Happiness came so quickly that Fang Yuan was as if he had lost his mind. After losing his concentration for half a breath, Fang Yuan couldn't wait to choose extraction. Along with the relief that went straight into the divine soul, Fang Yuan's attribute panel underwent a drastic change. Host, Fang Yuan. Qualification, B grade 50 to 50. Medium grade wood root. Medium grade earth root. Medium grade water root. The original 5 elements are all invalid. Longevity, less than 8 years. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. Fang Yuan held back his laughter as he recklessly felt heaven and earth. It turns out that this is the B-grade spiritual root cultivator's perception of the aura of heaven and earth. And it turns out that the 5 elements of the aura are also this active among the mundane world. Jiling, you are simply someone's absolute treasure from our side. Fang Yuan couldn't help but shout hysterically in his heart. A long time passed. Fang Yuan finally calmed his incomparably excited heart. Now that he was done extracting Jiling, there was no need to keep her around. After all, it can't be that easy to make a qualitative change to the longevity bonus to raise the love up. Jillian seemed easy because she was Fang Yuan's wife, and so many stories had happened between the two of them, coupled with the fact that they had grown fond of each other over time. But there was no way Jiling could have been raised to more than half of her love by Fang Yuan. It was thanks to Jiling not knowing Fang Yuan's thoughts, or else she would have designated that she would have viciously bitten Fang Yuan's flesh and blood and then angrily cursed. Dog. Anyone who knew that they had just finished being used by Fang Yuan and kicked away wouldn't feel happy, right? Well, it was time to send Jiling away. He didn't need to raise his daughter for Ji Xian. Fang Yuan thought so in his heart and his mouth blurted out. Little mute. In fact, I have been inquiring about your family in Yao City these days, but unfortunately there is no half news. Fang Yuan looked at Jiling expectantly, hoping that she would show something with her demeanor, and then he could just go with the flow and bring the pen. Unexpectedly, Jiling shook her head. What does she mean? Fang Yuan froze. Something didn't seem right. Shouldn't her eyes have lit up and she'd nodded excitedly and opened her mouth and stuck out her little pink tongue? Fang Yuan asked uncertainly. You mean it's okay? Or not necessary? Or maybe there's no more family? It's that kind of answer and you nod your head a couple times. Jiling nodded 3 times. Fang Yuan was speechless. Big sister. Are you kidding me? No family? Aha. Kirito nodded heavily. Her gaze was hopeful yet pitiful as she gazed at Fang Yuan. Too pitiful. Fang Yuan sighed softly. Although he didn't know which string was broken in Jiling's head, he could only say, okay, then I'll feed you later. Who let him just extract so many qualifications and spirit root bonuses from Jiling? He's not short of money. and it doesn't cost much to keep a paralyzed woman in bed. As for why Ji-ling had changed her mind, there was naturally a reason. Although Huang Suizue deserved to die, Ji-ling also recognized many things from her. Even Huang Suizue, a stranger, could loathe her so much, and if she returned to the palace, her royal brothers and sisters would fear that they would only mock her. At one time, she was gifted with unrivaled talent, possessing the rare 3 spirit roots, and had such a dazzling radiance. Nowadays the unattractive she would encounter as much slurs. Ji-ling believed that although Huang Cui was the first person to insult her, it would not be the last. Those siblings of hers would absolutely fall all over her as well, unless she can get Baby Yin to look after her and regain her former glory. But it was uncertain whether Baby Yin would still be able to leave that small world alive, and she was not willing to gamble on the humanity of the Yu dynasty's royal family with the honor of the rest of her life. Simply put, if Baby Yin was still alive, then anything was possible, and father would protect himself. If Baby Yin had already died, then father would not have left her alive, because father would not have allowed the top management of Ling Baoge to be angered by the entire Yu clan due to her existence. So, Ji-ling can't go back anymore. There are only 2 options for the rest of her life. Or die. Either that or they could only rely on Fang Yuan, the bitter man who had once gotten wet in the rain and so always thought of holding an umbrella for others. Chapter 17, Fang Yuan. I'm Ji-ling, request for follow-up reading. After. Fang Yuan brought in Jilian again and told her so. After hearing this, Jilian's little face turned red with anger at Huang Tsuetsue's behavior. Husband, how can there be such bad people in this world? It's not a surprise that hearts and minds are not in the right place. Square Edge said as much, and duly proposed. Lianer, let us take care of little Mute from now on. It's not safe to leave it to others. Fang Yuan still held a hint of fantasy within his heart. What if Jiling's love value still had room to rise? So he wouldn't let outsiders earn away Jiling's love value anymore. But if he didn't bring Jilian along, Jilian would never agree to him doing so. Regarding the matter of taking care of Ji-ling, Jilian did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Her life would have been wonderful because of Fang Yuan. If not for Fang Yuan, she would have been designated to serve others as a slave now. Well nah, from now on, it'll be good for my concubine to take care of it herself. I'm very good at taking care of people. Oh, my family Lianer is so nice. Fang Yuan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Couch. Ji-ling listened to the conversation between the 2 Fang Yuan couples. She grew a little teary-eyed. Not to mention thinking differently. It was impossible for just anyone to be as unselfish and unrequitedly kind as Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan. She really didn't know what she could do to repay the favor of Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yuan. Perhaps the only thing she could use to return the favor was her own body. But looking at Jilian's bright and delicate appearance, Ji-ling fell into a deep inferiority complex again. She couldn't help but think of what Huang Suizue had said. She was nothing but an ugly Laiku pig. So what qualifications did she have to arouse Fang Yuan's interest? If only he could regain his appearance, then even if he was still paralyzed, he would be able to repay Fang Yuan, right? Thinking so, Ji-ling became more and more interested. Her eyes flickered as she gazed at Fang Yuan, deciding to find an opportunity to make something clear to him. Although she also knew that the rejuvenation pill wasn't that easy to get, it was her only hope of repaying Fang Yuan's love. Approaching midday, Ji-ling finally found his chance. Aha! What's wrong, little dummy? Fang Yuan put down the books he was idly flipping through in his hands out of boredom and walked over to the bedside to sit down. Ji-ling looked at Fang Yuan's fingers and blinked desperately. Are you hungry? Fang Yuan guessed that Ji-ling was trying to have a showdown with him, but he couldn't show it too obviously. Ji-ling nodded heavily. In a moment, as long as he bit down on the spoon and didn't let go, Fang Yuan should be able to guess what he meant. Okay then, I'll get the food. As Fang Yuan was talking, Jilian pushed the door in with the porridge. Lotus is here just in time. He. Sister Sue and the others made it and I brought it here. I'll do it. Don't. Husband is a man. It's better for me to do the serving. Fang Yuan didn't insist. Jiling also chose to keep her mouth shut. There were some things she couldn't say in front of Sister Golden Lotus. That is, until Golden Lotus left again with an empty bowl. It was only then that Kirito blinked eagerly. Still the same gaze, she sometimes looked at Fang Yuan's face, sometimes at his fingers. Fang Yuan extended his index finger and gestured. What do you want? Kirito, however, nodded heavily, again looking slightly sideways at the faraway desk. Is, pen? Aha. Jiling was so excited that Fang Yuan finally understood her. You can still write, little mute? Well, so Fang Yuan, with a look of feigned surprise, fetched a pen and a booklet. He first wrapped his hand around Jiling's waist, then stuffed the bamboo pen into her mouth while holding the booklet in his other hand. Perhaps it was the first time she had written with her mouth. Ji Ling's writing was crooked, but it was still read by Fong Yuan. Thank you. Fong Yuan smiled. Hey, you're welcome. Ji Ling wrote again. I don't know how to repay you and Sister Lotus. Fong Yuan shook his head. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. Repay or not, it doesn't matter. You'd better tell me who you are and where your home is first. Fong Ling, no home. Ji Ling wrote slowly. Fong Yuan was speechless. Could it be that this little girl really doesn't want to go home? Although he knew Ji Ling's bottom line, he could only accompany her in her act. Still a member of the family? In that case, all the more reason for me to support you for the rest of your life. Thank you. I can't repay you. I can only return the favor. After writing this sentence, Ji Ling was so shy that she buried her face into Fong Yuan's chest, not daring to look at him at all. You're kidding. Fong Yuan knew that Ji Ling definitely meant what she said, but he always had to act it out. And, even if he didn't mind having something with Ji Ling, it had to be in accordance with the most basic of sensibilities. Now that Ji Ling's appearance was too unflattering, Fong Yuan still had to consider Ji Lian's thoughts. He didn't want Ji Lian to get the wrong idea that he was a lousy man with a wife for all he was worth. Besides, Ji Ling, as soon as she heard that Fong Yuan didn't believe her, she immediately became anxious. Rush wrote, I'm not kidding, I was actually very beautiful, comparable to Sister Golden Lotus. If you can bring me a rejuvenating elixir. Seeing this, Fong Yuan interrupted the following that Ji Ling was still writing. I don't believe it. You're not tricking me into buying you a rejuvenation pill, are you? Alas. In fact, you don't have to lie. If I can get it, I will definitely get it for you. But unfortunately, this is the Yu dynasty. I didn't. Ji Ling felt aggrieved. She can mean what she says, but after calming down, she understood Fong Yuan's thoughts again. Yeah, I'm afraid it's hard for normal people to accept the words she just wrote. It would only be as if she was plying her trade, and it was good enough that Fong Yuan didn't get angry or blame her. Thinking of this, Ji Ling summoned up the courage to write down a line. Fong Yuan, I am Ji Ling, the second daughter of the Yu dynasty. Mr. and Mrs. Fong Yuan treat her with sincerity. She doesn't want to hide from Fong Yuan anymore and decides to be completely honest with him. You are Ji Ling? Fong Yuan was shocked. His expression wasn't an act this time. After all, he didn't expect that Ji Ling would suddenly explode himself. Yes, we've met before. Almost 2 months ago, on the first floor of the Treasure Pavilion. You could be Ji Ling. Fong Yuan's expression looked a little forlorn. Then I'll just send you back to the palace. Ji Ling was clear about Fong Yuan's feud with the Ji clan's royal family, so he guessed the reason for his unhappiness. I'm sorry for reminding you of your sad past. That thing with Sister Golden Lotus. Fong Yuan interrupted her. It's fine. Let's not mention the past. Let me send you away. Aha. Ji Ling shook her head violently. She doesn't want to leave. Afterward, she contained her pen. Fong Yuan, I am truly willing to marry you as my wife, and this is the only way I can repay you. Besides, I'm on good terms with Baby Een. As long as you help me find her, she'll help me find the rejuvenation pill. And then, as she wrote, Ji Ling suddenly stopped. She suddenly realized that the words she had written could easily make Fong Yuan misunderstand that she was just using him, because as soon as she contacted Baby Een, not only would she regain her looks, but she would also regain her former elegance. When the time came, she would become a three-spirit root heavenly pride again, while Fong Yuan would become an old man who was walking on wood. She and Fong Yuan were one in the sky and the other on the ground, not belonging to the same world at all. How could Fong Yuan believe that she would give him a wife? Chapter 18, Marrying Ji Ling, requesting for follow-up reading. Forget it, it's better not to look for Baby Een. Ji Ling sighed inwardly. She rewrote it again. Fong Yuan, if I don't go to Een baby, can you accept me as I am now? If it was more than 20 days ago when Baby Een was still in Yao City, Fong Yuan would have definitely said, I can take it. He knew all about Ji Ling's original appearance and wouldn't mind her current ugliness at all, as long as it boosts the love value on Ji Ling. But now, Fong Yuan, however, mused, let me take you to find Baby Een. Aha! Kirito was once again in tears. Is there really someone with a big heart in this world? She felt in Fong Yuan's body a light that humanity had never seen before. That moment. Once again, her love soared. Target, Ji Ling, love, 45. Addition, can add 100 days of longevity to the host, to be extracted or not. Previously, Fong Yuan had not extracted longevity from Ji Ling, so it was not yet in a cooldown state. 100 days of longevity could no longer satisfy Fong Yuan's greed. He wanted more. He knew that making Ji Ling's love break through 50 was just one last layer of window paper away, so Fong Yuan wasn't in a hurry to extract it. He only needed to endure it for a day or two. It wouldn't even take that long to enjoy it. Fang Yuan wrapped Ji Ling's entire body well. All but one pair of eyes stayed out, and the rest were covered with clothing and a veil. In addition, he had asked Ah Fu to hire a carriage specifically for the occasion. Not for long. The three of them then arrived at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Fang Yuan half-embraced Ji Ling to the counter. May I ask if Boss Yin is in? You are Fang Yuan? Walk away. We don't welcome you here and won't sell you anything. The new shopkeeper was also a foundation establishment cultivator transferred from Ling Baogu. Since Yin Baobao had specifically instructed him before he left, he recognized Fang Yuan at a glance. Fang Yuan laughed. Man, don't be nervous, I'm not here to buy anything. I had a little misunderstanding with your family's boss Yin before, and I've come over to make amends and apologize today. The new pal didn't suspect a thing. He saw Fang Yuan's kind face and was embarrassed to say something rude again. How to say that Fang Yuan was also a Jiedan powerhouse. So that's how it is. But Oni-chan, she's already gone. Is she gone? Ji Ling's gaze was dull, as if she was lost in thought. Wagon. Fang Yuan sighed. I didn't realize that baby Yin had already left Yao City, and you've seen that my relationship with her is very frosty. Even if that new shopkeeper gives me some face because I'm a Jiedan powerhouse, I'm afraid he won't be able to contact baby Yin, who is far away from Ling Baogu. For my sake. What's more, she and I are originally from two worlds. Even if I contacted her, how would she pay attention to a small person like me? It's fine. I don't blame you. Do you know why she's jealous of you? Ji Ling wrote. Fang Yuan frowned. It couldn't be because I didn't agree to work with her that time, right? Kirito blinked, then nodded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan pretended to be angry. Then is she not sick? Thanks to her being a businesswoman. Where is the force to buy and sell? Ji Ling wrote with an apologetic face. This is not the place to talk. I'll tell you all about it when we get back. In fact, at that time, not only Sister Yin, even she had some complaints about Fang Yuan. Go back? You're really not going back to the palace? And Ji Ling did not answer Fang Yuan with her pen and ink. She just raised her eyes and gazed at him with a blazing gaze. Fang Yuan promised. Alright, I'll listen to you. And if and when you figure it out, I'll send you back to the palace. Husband, Sister Linger, is everything alright? Upon hearing the hooves of a horse, Golden Lotus leapt out. She had already learned from Fang Yuan that the little newt was called Linger, but did not know that her surname was Ji. This matter was also something that Ji Ling took the initiative to propose not to tell Jin Lian the truth. She didn't want to drive a wedge between them because of that incident at the Cold Mountain Temple. Fang Yuan explained. We went late, and the people who could help Linger had already left. Ugh, how could this happen? Jin Lian looked regretful. Aha. Kirito blinked. As they spent more time together, Jin Lian was able to understand through context that Ji Ling was telling her that it was okay. Next time, Jin Lian actively chose to go cultivate, while Fang Yuan accompanied Ji Ling and listened to her story. Original. Baby Yin accidentally discovers that a small thousand world left behind by a demon phoenix from the ancient times is hidden under the ground thousands of meters below Yao City in Yu Dynasty. The small thousand world would open on its own every 100 years, and when it opened, if a cultivator wanted to enter the secret realm, his cultivation had to be under Yuaning, and the person traveling with him needed to satisfy the 5 elements spiritual root physique. That was why Baby Yin had sought out Ji Ling and the other fire spirit root cultivator. The three of them just happened to make up the 5 spirit roots. Before entering, Baby Yin had complained many times that she had invited Fang Yuan as well, but without success. Not long after entering the small thousand world, before the three of them had a chance to explore, the fire spirit root cultivator suddenly triggered some sort of formation. For a time, the entire small thousand world was covered by the phoenix flames under the ancient demon phoenix mass. When Ji Ling was careless, her flesh was stained with the phoenix flames that couldn't be extinguished. In the end, it was Yin Baobao who sacrificed an earth-ranked magic treasure to isolate the phoenix flames from continuing to erode Ji Ling's spirit vein and forcefully sent her out of the small thousand world. After listening, Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. Small thousand worlds, ancient demon phoenixes, once in 100 years, indestructible phoenix flames. Every word made him feel his heart pound. This meant that after 100 years, Baby Yin would still return to Yao City. By then, Fang Yuan's overall mental outlook was definitely not what it used to be either. Imagine 100 years. Even without the longevity bonus on Ji Ling, Fang Yuan could extract 600 years of longevity from the Golden Lotus alone. 3,600. Such an auspicious number was enough for Fang Yuan to live a second spring. And Fang Yuan firmly believed that as long as he didn't have an accident and lived until 100 years later, he must have a chance to extract the innate golden spirit root from Baby Yin. Then follow the pattern that had been extracted from Golden Lotus and Ji Ling before. The quality of the spirit root he received would be an extreme golden spirit root that was only one notch lower than Baby Yin's own qualifications. When you think about it like that, The future is pretty exciting. Square edge. What's on your mind? Ji Ling asked. Fang Yuan said in a low voice. Linger, I was thinking that even without baby Yin's help, I will still find a way to help you restore your cultivation roots and appearance. Aha! Ji Ling was incomparably moved. Unconsciously, she felt that she really liked Fang Yuan. He's a little older and his skin is a little wrinkled. But what's that worth? In this world, besides Fang Yuan, who can be unfailingly devoted to her? What's more, she wasn't exactly a watery, pretty girl herself. Fang Yuan, will you take me as your wife tonight? Good. It was rare to meet a girl who took the initiative like this, so Fang Yuan agreed without hesitation. Linger, but I wish to keep what's going on between you and me from your sister Lianer for now. While I don't mind you, I'm worried that she'll misunderstand that I'm starving. Ji Ling's love has to continue to be brushed off, but the Golden Lotus side has to be stabilized as well. Fang Yuan didn't want to lose a lot of money for a small reason and let Jinlian, the big baby, suffer and lose her love. Chapter 19 Auntie Wang's Marriage Proposal. The spring night is worth $1,000, with Fang Yuan and Ji Ling breaking through that relationship. Ji Ling's love came to 50 points as it should. Target, Ji Ling. Qualifications, Grade A, 90%, top grade Wood Spirit Root, top grade Earth Spirit Root, top grade Water Spirit Root. Love, 50, bonus, can add 1 year of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Target can be extracted repeatedly. Cooldown time 1 month. Fang Yuan immediately chose to extract it. With a wave of warmth coursing through his limbs and bones, Fang Yuan felt like he was a year younger. He casually picked up the bronze mirror on the table and looked at his attribute phrase. Host, Fang Yuan. Qualification, B grade 50 to 50. Medium grade Wood Root. Medium grade Earth Root. Medium grade Water Root. The original 5 elements are all invalid. Longevity, 12 years. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. In just 2.5 months, Fang Yuan's longevity had already increased from the initial less than 7 years to 12 years. And the qualification has changed from the initial 10% of C grade to 55% of B grade. As for the spiritual roots, he had even gone from nothing to having the same rare 3 spiritual roots as Ji Ling. Although it was only a middle grade, Fang Yuan knew that his 3 spirit root talents would qualify him to become a core disciple even if he was placed in the Lihua sect. Everything is getting better at a rate visible to the naked eye. Just as Fang Yuan was contemplating, a sizzling sound of turning over came from behind him. Fang Yuan twisted his head to see that it was Ji Ling who had woken up. Ji Ling blinked, looking a little shy. Of course, her demeanor under her disfigurement wasn't as obvious to Fang Yuan's eyes. Spirit woke up so early? Fang Yuan went back to the couch again and gently hugged Ji Ling tightly. Although today's Ji Ling's appearance looked like she had become an ink man, the 2 months of containment had already faded the original burnt dead skin, and it was quite touchable to the touch. Husband is so powerful, Ji Ling wrote with her bamboo pen in her mouth. She had expected Fang Yuan to deteriorate in certain areas as he aged. I didn't realize that Fang Yuan was old and strong. She loved his awesomeness. Fang Yuan was complacent inwardly, but his mouth pretended to be relaxed. If you don't do it, then you do it. If you do it, then you must do it to the best of your ability. Last night was the equivalent of his and Ji Ling's wedding night. For the first time in the same room, Fang Yuan of course wanted to leave Ji Ling with a flawless and majestic image. He was not going to admit that he had secretly taken a hard drug. Ji Ling pursed her lips and then continued to write. Husband hasn't returned all night. Aren't you afraid of Sister Lianer's questioning? Fang Yuan explained. I meditate occasionally, and she often stays alone. As a matter of fact, it was Fang Yuan who was somewhat unable to withstand the seduction of Golden Lotus' little stepford wife. In order to have a son for Fang Yuan, Jilian would show Fang Yuan her proud body in different ways every night. At first, Fang Yuan was excited, but after a long time, it was unavoidable that he was a bit overwhelmed. He was, after all, a 528-year-old man. Although more than 2 months had made Fang Yuan 5 years younger, it could only be considered a drop in the bucket rather than a blessing in disguise. Therefore, Fang Yuan often didn't dare to return to Jilian's bed early at night to sleep. He always waited for Jilian to fall asleep before he went back, then dressed and left early in the morning when Jilian hadn't woken up yet. Ji Ling did not doubt Fang Yuan's explanation. She continued to write, Husband, that bedsheet is put away for me to keep it. Oh. After writing these words, Ji Ling shyly buried her face into Fang Yuan's chest, not daring to meet his eyes again. Fang Yuan smiled non-committally. I will if you don't. He could be too experienced. And this was the 3rd time since the 500-year-old Miao Miao Bai. A new day. The energetic Jilian walked in with a bowl of skinny congee with eggs. Now that Ji Ling had recovered more or less, she could properly eat a bit of minced meat. While feeding the porridge, Jilian casually asked, Linger, have you seen your big brother Fang today? Jiling shook his head without looking away. It was just as well that she was a bespectacled little brunette, or else she would have been designated to blush to death. Jinlian sighed. I don't know where he went. I didn't see him at breakfast either. Forget it. Regardless of him, it's a nice day today. After dinner I'll have the sisters and girls carry you outside to sunbathe on the lounge chairs. Kirito nodded. She looked at the watery Sister Leonor, and a strong regret suddenly surfaced within her. Speaking of which, Sister Leonor was her true savior, but she was gracious enough to share half of her husband's love. Aha! Ji Ling called out softly. Upon hearing Ji Ling's voice, Jilian skillfully picked up the bamboo pen on the side and stuffed it into her mouth. Through the past 2 days, she had learned that Linger's sister would call out to her for a pen when she wanted to talk. Sister, I'm sorry, Golden Lotus laughed. Sister Linger, why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Ji Ling continued to write. Because I have divided Brother Fong's love for Sister Leonor. Originally Brother Fong belonged to Sister Leonor alone. It's okay. Jinlian shook her head indifferently. Husband is a kind man. Sister is just a little luckier than Linger's sister, having met husband first. Therefore, if Sister Linger must be thanked, then thank husband. He's the one we should thank the most. Sister, you're so nice. You're beautiful and kind. He, is that right? Jinlian scratched her head in embarrassment. Yeah, sis, can the two of us be good sisters for the rest of our lives? Seeing this, Jinlian thought that Linger was a bit overwhelmed by the thought, and she rushed to comfort her. Of course you can. Linger mustn't think nonsense. Oh, even if husband isn't around the two of us anymore, I'll always take care of you for the rest of your life. Oh, after hearing this, Jiling could no longer hold back her tears. The better Jinlian treats her, the more she feels sorry for her. But the wood is gone. Her feelings for the other side of the edge of the outbreak of the same hot to the point that she did not have to meditate properly, think about it and then give themselves to the complete surrender. Don't cry. Everything will be fine. Jilian had to put down the porridge bowl and hug Jiling tightly to comfort her. In a time of deep tears of love between two sisters, Fang Yuan was already on his way to the tea house. Before he even arrived at the tea house, Granny Wang, dressed in a large flower jacket, greeted him with a smile. Ha ha, Master Fang looks good today. Ha, Fang Yuan laughed and asked. From what Ah Fu said, this time you put in a big effort? It has to be, Granny Wang said confidently. She then briefly introduced herself to the woman. That girl child is 2 or 8 years old. Her identity is clean. She also fled to Yao City 3 months ago, and is now living as a maid in the house of a kindly old woman in the western city. Knowing that she was getting old, the grandmother asked me to find a good family for her daughter to marry. After listening, Fang Yuan's first impression of the woman was quite satisfactory. Then go up and meet them. Although he already had Jinlian and Jiling, who would mind living a long life? If there really was a suitable target, Fang Yuan definitely wanted to fight for it. Of course, today's Fang Yuan could no longer look at ordinary women without qualifications. Ordinary women have no spiritual roots and no emotional foundation. Brushing up the love value is not only difficult, but even with the love value, the lifespan of the other side of the edge will not improve much. After all, he, Jinlian, and Jiling had all created too many bonds through misadventure to raise their love to more than half. Okay, Master Fang, please go inside. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's promise, Granny Wang was all smiles. She could want to find a concubine for Fang Yuan too much. Otherwise that 50 taels of grain silver she never felt at ease with. Chapter 20, Two Lotus Together. When Fang Yuan saw the woman for the first time, he felt that this woman had an extraordinary temperament. Although her face didn't look very pretty, she by no means looked like an ordinary little maid who had fled the country. Moreover, her attribute phrases even caught Fang Yuan's attention. Target, Luo Bing. Qualification, grade a 90%, top grade fire root, top grade water root. Love, 1, plus, none. Fang Yuan also did not expect that he had only just performed the rite of passage with Jiling, but he actually encountered the daughter of Heaven's Pride who had dual spirit root qualifications and a positive love intent. Although the top grade water spirit root duplicated Jiling's spirit root, the top grade fire spirit root was brand new territory for Fang Yuan. Oh, Miss Li Yu, this is Master Fang, Granny Wang introduced with a smile. Hearing this, the strange color under Fang Yuan's eyes turned away. What a Li Yu girl. Greetings, Master Fang. Luo Bing politely greeted Fang Yuan and then said to Granny Wang, Auntie Wang, can you let me talk to Master Fang alone? Of course, then Master Fang, you and Miss Li take your time to chat. Granny Wang made a wink towards Fang Yuan, then wiggled her butt and walked out of the accord. After this place is completely quiet, Luo Bing opened the door. Master Fang, are you still satisfied with my daughter? Quite satisfactory. Fang Yuan nodded without moving. He wanted to see what kind of plot this Luo Bing, who called herself Li Yu, was brewing. Luo Bing continued. I wonder if Master Fong has ever heard of the Lanling Luo family? Fong Yuan frowned. No. He had heard of Lanling City, but with so many surnamed Luo in the whole world, how could he recognize which Luo family it really was? Luo Bing gazed eagerly at Fong Yuan and pursed her lips. Then the Lanling famine. Master Fong should know about it, right? This Fong Yuan certainly knew, because Jinlian had fled from Lanling City. Knowing is knowing, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you and me. Master Fong. It's related. Luo Bing's speech was a few points more eager. I myself am the maid of the Luo family's eldest lady. A maid? I'm afraid you're not the second miss of the Luo family. Fong Yuan guessed in his heart, but his face always showed a pleasant demeanor of listening to the story attentively. In the story of La Bing, she was the maid of the Luo family's eldest lady and knew the Luo family well enough to know that the Luo family had been wrongly accused in the matter of the Great Famine. But Emperor, you didn't believe me. He ordered the Luo family to be copied. The men were exiled to the border to serve in the army, and the women were sent to the Department of. At the end of her words, Luo Bing had already fallen to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Master Fong, I've heard that you're a great benefactor. Could you please save my missy? I can assure you that as long as we save my eldest young lady, the two of us, master and servant, even if we become slaves and maidservants, we will definitely serve you well. Fong Yuan was inwardly filled with anticipation for the Luo family's eldest miss. His sister has a double spiritual root. Will his sister surprise him as well? As for looks, Fong Yuan didn't care. What he cared about was the top-grade fire spirit root in Luo Bing. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan nodded in agreement. You two are quite the master and servant. I'll give it a try. If it was an ordinary flower house that redeemed it, then it would be redeemed. But the Department of Education is an official institution, and there is a bit of a misunderstanding between me and the royal family of Dayu. Regarding this misunderstanding, Luo Bing had naturally heard of it, and she had investigated it. Knowing that Fong Yuan's hairy wife who had rushed to the red face was likewise a girl who had fled from Lanling. It was only after she learned that the girl was doing well in the Fong mansion and was highly favored by Fong Yuan that she pinned her hopes on Fong Yuan, hoping that she would be able to save her sister. Luo Bing hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you, Master Fong. The day after tomorrow we'll go to the church office together to rescue my sister. Okay? Sister. Chick, are you blowing yourself up? Perhaps because she was too excited. Luo Bing didn't realize that she had blurted out and called out for her sister. Fong Yuan hesitated and said without moving, why the day after tomorrow? Honestly, he couldn't wait. Luo Bing explained, because the day after tomorrow happens to be the beginning of the month, and the Department of Education will elect a flower leader every half a year and bid on the new flower leader's first night. My sister will definitely be taken by those men. Speaking here, Luo Bing's voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt as she realized that she seemed to have blurted out her words. I'm sorry, O Master Fong. In fact, I lied to you. I'm Luo Bing, the second miss of the Luo family, and I was able to fake my death and get away with the help of my clan. Ugh. Fong Yuan shook his head. It doesn't matter. If you don't know, it's fine, but since you do know it and you're asking for it, it's fine to do this favor. You can do a favor, but you can't tell if you're doing your best. If the Luo sisters were a pair of white-eyed wolves, Fong Yuan naturally could not be the wrongdoer. The top-grade fire spirit root was rare, but not uncommon. As long as he lived, Fong Yuan would have plenty of opportunities to extract it later. Thank you. Luo Bing was incomparably grateful. Fong Yuan is indeed a great benefactor. I'm afraid that if it were anyone else, they would have immediately gotten a bad impression of her and their attitude would have turned nasty, right? But Fong Yuan didn't. He didn't even say a word of complaint. Thinking of this, Luo Bing, who was worried that Fong Yuan would renege, made another promise. Please don't worry, Master Fong. As long as you can rescue your sister, the two of us sisters will definitely serve you well. Good. Fong Yuan promised to come up with his mouth, but he would not believe Luo Bing's verbal promises. He only believed in his own eyes. At least for now, Luo Bing's love value hadn't changed. This suggests that she was most likely in a desperate situation and saw herself as a tool person to save her sister's life. Sure, Fong Yuan was also celebrating in his heart. For Luo Bing to be able to come to this point, it meant that she herself would not have known that she possessed a great and 90% natural talent. However, it was normal. Mortals would have been very difficult to have spiritual roots that could be cultivated, and even if mortals wanted to seek immortality, they would have to have a guide to do so. Back then, the reason why he took this path was still dipped in the light of by Miao Miao. But listening to Luo Bing's story, if not for the change in the Luo family, she might not have lacked a guide. 28 years. A bit of a pity. If another year and a half in the morning, just to meet the standard of bone age of the Fire Clan's disciples, It is not allowed to say that Emperor Yu Xian does not necessarily dare to move the Luo family. A double spirit root cultivator with grade A qualifications, even if he was more than mediocre, would still be able to break through to Jiedan in 100 years. But what was a pity for Luo Bing was in turn a blessing for Fang Yuan. He had to be thankful for Luo Bing, for the fact that she had not yet reached the age of seeking immortality. In this world, a mortal spiritual root would only have a chance to be detected after reaching the age of 16, under the premise of being qualified to go on an immortal quest. This was because it was impossible for a high and mighty clan to waste a large amount of resources on mortals. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked more. How old is your sister? Luo Bing replied. Back to Master Fang. My sister and I are twins. She was only born half an hour before me. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's inner anticipation grew by one more point. Twins are good. My sister has extraordinary talent, so I'm sure my sister isn't far behind. Chapter 21, The Ladies of the Luo Clan. 2 days passed in a flash. Fang Yuan brought Luo Bing, who was made up to look like Xiao Si, to the Department of Education. The church department is different from the ordinary flower shop. This room is not the dignitaries cannot enter. The attendant at the door intended to stop Fang Yuan, but after Fang Yuan introduced himself, the attendant respectfully invited him in. Fang Yuan and Luo Bing had just arrived at the VIP pavilion not long before an official from the Department of Education walked in. Sin. The humble minister didn't know that Elder Fang had the pleasure. So, behind the official eunuch, there were also 2 older, beautiful women in palace dresses. Apparently, it was the official eunuch who had heard of Fang Yuan's arrival and had specially found 2 women of musical origin to serve him. Fang Yuan waved his hand. There is no need for you to be polite. My lord, I just came over to watch the fun. The official eunuch smiled. Then the micro-ministers will not bother your old man. The 2 of them have just arrived not long ago, and have yet to receive a guest. No. Fang Yuan had no interest in ordinary women without spiritual roots. He just wanted to say no. Suddenly, he felt his back being gently poked with a finger by Luo Bing beside him. Then stay. Wait for the official to leave. Fang Yuan sized up the 2 palace-suited beauties with interest. It was only when he saw that both women had lowered their heads with red faces that he asked, what are they to you? Tears glistened under Luo Bing's eyes. Nyang and Sun Nyang. Your Binger? The 2 beautiful women immediately exclaimed in shock. It's me, Nyang and Sun Nyang. Where's my mother? Luo Bing said with miserable eyes. Sister, she couldn't stand the humiliation of being conditioned by a female officer and threw herself into a well and chose. With that, the 2 beautiful women picked up their handkerchiefs and wiped the corners of their eyes. Oh, Luo Bing couldn't hold back any longer and let out a painful cry. Cough. Fang Yuan lightly coughed twice and indifferently said, if you 3 have made this place your home, then I'm leaving now. 3 women make a show, and their shrill cries are bound to draw the investigation of the stewards of the church department. Suppose someone spills the beans and accidentally exposes Luo Bing's identity. Then even Fang Yuan would not dare to blatantly snatch someone from the Department of Education. The reason he dared to threaten Emperor Yu last time was because he stood on the moral high ground. And not this time. Luo Bing herself was the daughter of a sinner. Unless her ancestor had the backing of a Yuaning big brother, even if the deacon of the Li Fire sect came, he would not have the right to interfere in the internal affairs of the Yu dynasty. Hearing Fang Yuan open his mouth, Luo Bing hurriedly covered her mouth that couldn't contain her sobs, while the 2 beautiful women were so scared that they fell to their knees and didn't dare to continue crying indiscriminately. Luo Bing knew in her heart that the purpose of her persuading Fang Yuan to come to the Department of Education today was to ransom her sister, and if she angered Fang Yuan, she was afraid that she would really have to cry herself to death here. Sha and Win, on the other hand, have a touch of fantasy inside them. Although they didn't know how Binger had hooked up with the old man in front of them, whom even the officials of the Ministry of Ceremony respected, they also hoped that they would be ransomed together. They are concubines, no children. If Binger does not save them, then they really have to stay in the Department of Education for the rest of their lives, accompanied by men day and night to have fun. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a little more at ease. He was worried that these 2 beautiful women were the ones with big breasts. The good thing is, they're smart enough and they know how to read people. No matter what happens later. You guys don't talk too much. Just let me take the lead on everything. Yes, Master Fang. Luo Bing answered sadly. And Xiao and Wen no longer dared to say anything more. They just looked at Luo Bing pitifully, their gazes full of unexplained poignant and sad meanings. Lobin nodded quietly to both of them. If possible, she would try to plead with Fang Yuan to save Ernyang and Sun Yang together. There were only 5 full-fledged female members of Luo's family. She and her sister, along with her mother, her second mother, and her third mother. Now that her mother had killed herself and left the 4 of them alone, she would definitely want to help support them if they could all depend on each other. As for those female members of the collateral families whose bloodline was thin, Luo Bing could no longer do anything to save them, unless one day the unjust case could be vindicated and they could be relieved. It didn't take long. The battle for the flower girl then begins. The church hall division was worthy of being a professional service-type organization, and there was even an MC on the stage to give a brief introduction to each of the women who were qualified to compete for the title of flower leader. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to those ordinary women. His gaze was directly locked on Sister Luo Bing's body. Target, Luo Ning. Qualification, grade a 90%, top grade fire root, top grade water root. Love, 1, plus, none. After reading it, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel that the two women were worthy of being twin lotus flowers. Not only were the talent qualifications exactly the same, there wasn't even a half difference in the love value. However, the thing he was more curious about was, obviously Luo Ning was born extremely beautiful. Why was Luo Bing this ordinary? Thus, Fang Yuan casually asked, "Your sister doesn't seem to look much like you." Master Fang saw my sister? Luo Bing's eyes showed surprise. The distance was too far. The prospective flower girls hadn't all come out yet, and with the beaded curtains covering them, with her eyesight, she couldn't see where her sister was at all. Here, she has a breastplate on her lapel. I am a cultivator, so I can naturally see it. Fang Yuan pointed at the hazy figure behind the beaded curtain. Friar, Xiao and Wen glanced at each other as they gradually became intent. Although they were already old, they were not yet completely old, and they felt that they had to get on the side of Master Fang, a nobleman, to help them out of their misery today. Think about it. The two women came forward coyly and shyly. Master Fang, we need to complete the task of that previous lord. Please allow us to help you press your shoulders and loosen your legs. Okay? Fang Yuan did not refuse. The last time he'd been to the flower shop, he hadn't had a good time with the money he'd spent. It's time to enjoy it too. And in response, Luo Bing just eyed it with sadness. She had a clever mind, so how could she not guess what was in the mind of the second and third mothers? But she had no choice. Even she and her sister could not protect themselves. How could she be qualified to stop her two aunts from cuckolding their father? Besides, it would be better than the sad fate of being a man's wife if she only served Master Fang alone. After Luo Bing sighed softly inwardly, she began to answer questions for Fang Yuan. I've taken the obscure face pill, which is a pill that can. No need to explain. I know it. Fang Yuan interrupted Luo Bing's explanation. As a Jidan cultivator, he had naturally heard of the obscure face pill. This elixir belonged to the Xian grade elixir, and after taking it, it would make a woman's face extremely ugly. And the antidote is the man's young. The person taking it only needs to have intercourse with a man in the same room once to regain his former appearance. But take this medicine also has a premise. Must be a virgin body to play out its true efficacy. If it is served by the woman, its face not only will not be ugly, but can get some of the effect of the face. Luo Bing looked miserable and said, at that time, when father knew that the Luo family was about to be in great trouble, he commissioned someone to spend a lot of money to buy this only pill at the 100 Treasures Branch Pavilion in Lanling City, so that we sisters could make our own choices. And in the end, my sister, she fulfilled me. In times of trouble, your sister is a good girl. Hiss. Fang Yuan was about to brush a wave of Luo Bing's love value with words, when suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched. It turned out that the beautiful woman Xiao had gotten under the wine table at some point. Chapter 22, Pouring Out Your Family's Money. A slight change appeared on Fang Yuan's face. The untouched Luo Bing didn't know what was happening, but one, who had learned a lot of fresh knowledge in the Department of Education these days, knew it by heart. She didn't expect it either. Xiao Wan, this bashful hoof will be so decisive. While she was jealous, a strong regret surfaced in her heart. If she hadn't been late and been robbed of the service of loosening her legs, why would she be so clear of soup? Coupled with the fact that Binger was right in front of her, even if she wanted to come up with more moves, she didn't dare to go too far. What are you doing under the table, Ernest? At this time, Luo Bing also felt strange. Originally Yang was kneeling on the floor to massage Fang Yuan's legs, so how did she get under the table? Sha slurred. My hairpin suddenly fell to the bottom of the table. I climbed in to look for it. Binger, you can just talk to Master Fang. Don't worry about me. The simple Luo Bing didn't have the slightest doubt about it. A woman in Dayu can marry after she has completed her 15-year-old bar mitzvah. But because the Luo family was rich and not in a hurry to marry off their only two precious daughters, the mother and aunts of the two Luo Bing sisters had never passed on the do's and don'ts of boudoir matters to the two of them. So at this moment, Luo Bing still simply thought that her second mother was really looking for a hairpin under the table. Right here and now. There was a sudden, chaotic revelry of men outside. It's sister. Luo Bing's eyes showed surprise when she looked at Luo Ning on the stage. Luo Ning actually raised her head to look towards her as well. Seeing this scene, Fong Yuan could not help but cry out in wonder. Obviously Luo Bing's voice was so small that even the VIP pavilion next door couldn't possibly hear it. Could it be that there was still a telepathic link between the sisters? However, although Fong Yuan was curious, he did not explore immediately. There will be time for that later. The most important thing to do now is to buy Luo Ning out. From the fact that Luo Ning had caused a stir among the men in the room upon her appearance, it was clear that Luo Ning was definitely not that good at redeeming herself. In a place like the education department, the vast majority of the women are the dependents of criminal officials, and it would have been difficult to ransom them. And even if they redeemed themselves with great difficulty, without Emperor Yu's decree, it would be very difficult for them to get rid of their status as a music student for the rest of their lives. There are no beaded curtains to hide them at the moment. Fong Yuan saw Luo Ning's face more clearly. He was beginning to understand why the entire atmosphere of the Department of Instruction was different once Luo Ning appeared. Thinking back to 2 days ago, when he first saw Luo Bing, he felt that the temperament of the unassuming Luo Bing was quite extraordinary. The same is true of her twin sister, Luo Ning. Plus, she didn't have the obscure face pill to cover up her posture, so the visual impact she brought to the men would only be stronger. And the reason why this highly attractive temperament appeared, Fong Yuan believed that it was caused by the special physique of the water and fire dual spirit roots. In the 5 Elements Avenue, water and fire are inherently incompatible. However, the Luo Ning Luo Bing sisters had happened to derive both a top-grade water spirit root and a top-grade fire spirit root within their bodies. This causes them to exude a different flavor from the inside out when they knit their brows and smile. The Department of Education did not lack people with discerning eyes, yet it still chose to allow Luo Ning to compete for the flower leader, which showed that the royal family of Dayu had long since acquiesced to this matter. Or maybe they felt they couldn't get a hold of this woman, so they decided to destroy everything about her and let that she be completely annihilated in the wind and dust. It seems difficult to do, Fong Yuan mused. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, Luo Bing's face instantly turned pale. She clenched her fingers in agony. Even Master Fong can't do anything? Fong Yuan sighed. As you can see, your sister is very popular. Moreover, she is at the right age, and the Department of Education intends to cultivate her into a pillar of the stage. So perhaps in 10 years' time, no one will be able to shake her position as the flower leader. 10 years. How many clients does she have to take on? Thinking this way, Luo Bing actually had 2 black eyes and fainted on the spot. Luckily, Weth, who was on the side, was quick to hold her. After a moment, Luo Bing, who had woken up, fell to her knees as she cried and pleaded. 10 years of time. My sister people are going to be ruined. Please, you must save. In the course of Luo Bing's speech, her afterglow happened to catch a glimpse of Xiao under the table. In that instant, Luo Bing was stunned by Xiao's actions, so much so that she forgot what she wanted to say and who she was. Fong Yuan was never one to give up halfway. Since he had been discovered, he would no longer hide it, and one knew how to pick up the disoriented Luo Bing, not letting her disturb Fong Yuan's excitement. In the meantime, once again, the atmosphere in the churchyard was at a high point. The MC quoted the reserve price for Luo Ning's auction top prize, starting at 1 million taels of silver. PS, parameters for the exchange of spirit stones with gold and silver. The exchange ratio between the 4 types of spirit stones, such as extreme, upper, middle and lower, is 1:100, with 1 lower grade spirit stone equals 10 gold equals 100 silver. That meant that 1 million taels of silver converted into a spirit stone was equivalent to a top grade spirit stone. And that was just the starting price. As the words of the MC fell, the clamor in the room fell silent. But after only 3 breaths, the atmosphere began to become explosive again. Mother asterisk 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 her. There's no. Could it be that she's encrusted with gold diamonds? Millions of silver. Why don't you go to hell? The government money wants money like crazy, right? Humph. Who love to shoot who shoot? 1 million silver is enough for me to go to the flower stalls to order 1,000 not overlapping delicate flowers. Those who could come here were either rich or noble, and those who dared to curse like this must be the playboys of the major families. In the VIP pavilion, Luo Bing likewise heard these dudes shouting pleasantries. Her face blushed with joy, and she could not care less about her shame to come back to Fong Yuan's side. Master Fong, if everyone thinks it's expensive, then are we picking up the slack? Fong Yuan shook his head. The officials and eunuchs of the Department of Education are not stupid. They won't lift a stone to hit their own feet. Then how much silver do you think it would cost if you were to redeem my sister? Luo Bing asked carefully. Fong Yuan pondered slightly. Initially, he thought that the Yu dynasty royal family was trying to ruin everything for Luo Ning. But now, he suddenly realized that perhaps this was a setup against Luo Ning. The Yu dynasty royal family absolutely couldn't afford to let anyone scourge Luo Ning, an immortal spirit seedling. They were trying to destroy her beliefs and perseverance, trying to make her make compromises to the Yu dynasty royal family. Fang Yuan did not tell Luo Bing about these words for the time being. He just faintly said, on the premise that the Department of Education allows redemption. If someone else comes to redeem them, the most they can do is 300 extreme spirit stones, but if it's me personally, I'm afraid I'll have to lose all my money. 300 top quality spirit stones. I'm going to lose all my money. Luo Bing's small mouth couldn't help but open to the maximum. She didn't understand how scary Fang Yuan's dumping was, but she had lost count of exactly how many silver taels 300 extreme spirit stones were. Moreover, she also knew that even if their Luo family was a rich and powerful gentry, I'm afraid that they hadn't scraped out 100 silver taels worth of top-grade spirit stones when they were raided by the government. How come my sister is worth so much? Luo Bing couldn't help but fall into deep suspicion. And in the next breath, the MC on stage told her the answer. If this woman possesses the grade A qualification water and fire dual spirit roots, do you all think she would still be expensive? Class A qualification. When those 4 words appeared, all the men's gazes became hot. The second imperial daughter of the Yu dynasty, who was also of grade A qualification, had already been called by the world of the Yu dynasty as an exiled fairy child in the world. How could they not be excited now that they had the hope of tasting the head of another exiled fairy child? Some drunken men even thought that if they could get a kiss right away, even if they had to dissipate their family's wealth, they were afraid that this life would be worth it. Chapter 23, White Heat. With the revelation that Luo Ning was endowed with grade A qualification talent, the hearts and souls of all men were drawn to the stage. Grade A qualification. As long as it doesn't die prematurely, in the future it will definitely be in existence beyond Emperor Yu Jixian, but it is such a rare treasure, now even placed between the smoke and willow wind and dust, for them these mortals bidding for the first prize. To the men, Luo Ning on the stage was no different from 9 heavenly fairies falling into the mortal world. They should be thankful for the gift of God. And so it was. In just a dozen breaths, Luo Ning's reserve bid had changed from 1 million taels to 8,888,000 taels. In the meantime, the top floor of the rectory, a handsome young man with an instrumental appearance was looking down on it all. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the most dazzling silhouette in the center of the stage. Just as Fang Yuan had guessed, everything created today was a setup against Luo Ning. The person who laid out the plan was none other than this youth, and he was Ji Ang, the crown prince of the Yu dynasty. From the first moment he saw Luo Ning, Ji Ang was deeply enamored with her. He had revealed his identity to Luo Ning, and as long as she obeyed him, he would not only help Luo Ning get rid of her identity as a Lin nationality, he would also overturn the case for the Luo family. But Luo Ning refused him and coldly said, Ji's royal family has eyes but no pearls, killed her father and mother. She would rather accompany a beggar with a smile full of pus sores than to serve any of the Ji surname dog thieves. This move instantly angered Ji Ang, and he also knew that Luo Ning was actively seeking death by deliberately provoking him. Ji Ang was about to draw his sword and decapitate Luo Ning right away. Ji was not to be insulted. It was just a woman. It wasn't worth him putting his head down to cater to. But just at the critical moment, the jade pendant he was carrying suddenly lit up. This jade pendant was gifted to Ji Ang by Ji Xian when he conferred on him the position of the crown prince, and it is the forerun of the long-lasting prosperity of the Dayu dynasty. It was rumored to have been requested by the great ancestor of Dayu from a wise immortal. However, whenever the children of the Ji clan meet their own good fortune long ago, the jade pendant will emit a burning white light. Over the past thousands of years, the Ji clan's ancestors have only had 2 good fortunes and possessed 2 extremely prestigious virtuous queens. But it was these 2 wise queens that laid the key foundation for the longevity of the Dayu dynasty. One of them helped the great Yu dynasty to overthrow its neighboring enemies and expand its territory, while the other one helped the great Yu dynasty to create a peaceful and prosperous world. So the moment the jade pendant flashed, Ji Ang recognized Luo Ning as his future virtuous queen. After that, Ji Ang began to find ways to fix Luo Ning. Luo Ning, however, warned that if anyone violated her innocence before the end of the flower leader competition, she would follow her mother and throw herself into a well. Kion had no choice. He had long since seen Luo Ning's determination to die rather than give in. As a last resort, he could only push for the flower leader competition, intending to do it openly and secretly. Ji Ang has already arranged everything, and the one who buys Luo Ning's top prize today will inevitably only be the masked retainer he keeps. At that time, he would steal the beam and replace his squire to have fun with Luo Ning. Kion believes in the willingness that comes with day-to-day living. After he gets Luo Ning's body, he will also help the Luo family turn the case around for her. Even if the Luo family really did something wrong, he would still go and plead with his father to clear Luo's name in order to please Luo Ning. Same time, in another VIP pavilion, a one-armed man with a somber face was gazing at Luo Ning on the stage through the beaded curtains. Behind him stood an attendant. Your Highness, everything is ready. My humble servant has arranged for Takeshi. He will keep bidding until no one else does. The one-armed man hooked the corners of his mouth. Well done. This whore is the woman that Ji Yang has been trying so hard to get, and I thought he was simply infatuated. But I didn't expect any surprises. Oh, Class A qualifications. If this emperor obtains it, he may not be able to compete with Ji Yang for the throne from the front. This person was none other than the third prince of the Yu dynasty, Ji Xuan. If Feng Yuan was here, he would have been surprised that the previous jade-faced little white boy who bullied men and women was just a disguise for Ji Xuan to show his enemy's weakness. It's just that Ji Xuan didn't expect that he would kick the hardest in the Cold Mountain Temple that day, and lost an arm for it. However, because of this, it also made Ji Xuan even more detached from being outside of Ji Xian and Ji Yang's field of vision. That's why he was able to recklessly develop his forces in the shadows into a strange force strong enough to shake the royal pattern in just over 2 months. Of course, at this moment, Emperor Yu Ji Xian was still alive, and Ji Xuan couldn't make any big waves, but he could wait. Ji Xuan knew it by heart. Father was not a regular Jedan cultivator. He relied on the secret techniques left behind by the Ji clan's great ancestor to exchange his longevity and blood chi for his cultivation. Normal Jedan cultivators could live up to 500 years, while Father's lifespan wasn't even 1/5 of a normal Jedan cultivator's. Now that Father is already 69, there may not be much time left for him. While Ji Xian was immersed in his thoughts, the pavilion door was suddenly knocked gently 3 times. A waiter then pushed the door open. Your Highness, my humble servant has inquired that Feng Yuan has also come. As the words Feng Yuan fell into Ji Xuan's ears, his gaze became shadowy to the naked eye, and his only remaining right arm ruthlessly crushed a pair of lion head cores coiled in his palm into pieces. Looking at the scarlet that flowed out of his highness's palm, the 2 attendants hurriedly lowered their eyes. No one understood better than they did how much his highness hated each other's edges. It was only after a long time that Ji Xuan calmed the depression in his heart. He said indifferently, "Did Feng Yuan bid too?" The attendant hurriedly responded, "Back to your highness. Feng Yuan has not bid. He seems to be just coming to watch the fun." At this point, a hoarse but loud voice came from outside the pavilion. 5 extreme spirit stones. With the appearance of the extremely high-quality spirit stones, the bidding finally reached a white-hot stage. The attendant standing beside Ji Xuan asked, "Your Highness, it's Wu who is bidding. Should we still let him continue?" Ji Xuan didn't rush to respond. He waited a moment, a few moments, and finally heard another man's voice. 10 extreme spirit stones. The corners of Ji Xuan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a sneer. Even Ji Yang is prepared to throw his weight around. There's no reason for this emperor to back down. However, it's fine if Feng Yuan doesn't make a move today, but if he chooses to make a move, he's bound to have a grudge against Jiang. At that time, we can change our plans, see what happens, and let the 2 of them go to the dogs. Your humble servant understands. The attendant turned around and left the VIP pavilion. Feng Yuan lay comfortably on the soft chair. Xiao and Wen's 2 beautiful women, one holding purple grapes and the other carrying mellow wine, took turns to serve him alternately. So pleasant. Instead, Luo Bing was listening to the bidding outside, constantly hovering, stopping, and stomping her feet. It's just that every time Luo Bing was stomping her feet, she would look angrily at Feng Yuan. The 3 adulterers. Ever since she found Xiao hiding under the wine table, Xiao and Wen had stopped caring about their presence. They only had Feng Yuan in their eyes. In response, Luo Bing seemed to have nothing else she could do but grit her teeth and blush. Eventually, she couldn't hold back her anger. Xiao Wen Lan, do you 2s know how to be ashamed or not? Luo Bing didn't dare to provoke Feng Yuan, so she can only spread her anger on Xiao and Wen. Ha, master, who is she? Looks so familiar. Yeah, it looks kind of familiar, but not recognizable. Weird. Xiao and Wen were conversing as if no one else was there. The 2 of them had eaten more salt than Luo Bing had eaten rice, so how could the simple Luo Bing play with them? Obviously Feng Yuan was brought by Luo Bing, but now it was as if they were the ones closest to Feng Yuan. In this regard, Feng Yuan was certainly intentional. The love value always needs an external push. It's like being Trisha Wong back in the day. And Xiao and Wen are 2 good tool guys. Chapter 24, The Yellow Bird in the Back. Just when Luo Bing was so angry that she was on the verge of crying, she suddenly whipped her head around to look out the window and cut her voice in alarm. Not good. Sister, she already has a death wish. What do you mean? Feng Yuan stood up violently. He first raised his hand and slapped it against Xiao's and Wen's necks left and right, knocking them out. With them present, there were some things that Feng Yuan could not directly communicate with Luo Bing. It's nothing. Luo Bing's eyes became dull. Father is dead, mother is dead, and now sister is dying. Feng Yuan looked at Luo Bing whose pupils were no longer glowing. How could he not know that Luo Bing also had a death wish in her heart? Feng Yuan hurriedly dissuaded him. Don't give up. I'll try to save your sister. Really? Luo Bing's eyes glowed with renewed hope. Wait and watch. I will definitely give it my all. Fong Yuan solemnly promised. There was no one in the entire Department of Teaching and Learning who knew better than him just how difficult it was to take food from the tiger's mouth from the hands of the Yu dynasty's royal family. But regardless of the success or failure of what came next, at the very least he couldn't let the sisters, Luo Bing Luo Ning, lose their last hope. Thank you Master Fong. If you can really save. Luo Bing fell to her knees, and she had long since been agitated with tears falling like rain, and her long stagnant love value finally broke through to 5 points. In due course, Fong Yuan looked outward. The love value in Luo Ning's words on the stage became the same 5 points. Her eyes were also intent on her place. Loring seemed to know she was watching her. Thus, Fong Yuan interrupted Luo Bing's intended grateful afterthought. He squatted down and gently lifted Luo Bing's chin and said, I will try to help you, but Ice will also have to tell me all the secrets between you and your sister. After a long time, Luo Bing Fong nodded in agreement. Fong Yuan was clear that the wait in between was Luo Bing seeking her sister's opinion. When we sisters were very young we were able to listen to each other's heart. This matter was only known to our mother, who instructed us at that time that we must never tell this secret to anyone, not even father. They really were absolutely rare heart-connected bodies. Although Fong Yuan had long guessed it, he still couldn't help but marvel at it after hearing it from Luo Bing's own mouth. He wondered, is there a distance limit to your communication? Luo Bing shook her head. It seems like there isn't. The farthest distance we've tried is that my sister is in the south of Lanling City and I'm in the north of Lanling City, and we can still communicate normally. Good. Keep telling out your stories. Fong Yuan handed Luo Bing a clean handkerchief. Thanks. Luo Bing gently wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes and slowly spoke. At that time, my sister fed me the only obscure face pill, but I could sense that she had been depressed. If I hadn't been giving her hope, maybe she wouldn't have made it to Yao City alive. After that, on the way to escape, I talked to my sister day and night, telling her not to give up, that I would find someone to save her from the church office. Later, my sister's heart had been filled with death twice. The first time I guess was when my mother threw herself down the well. At that time, I asked my sister what was wrong, but she didn't tell me. If it wasn't for these two women, Xiao Wan and Wen Lan, I wouldn't have known that my mother would have died long ago. The second time was when my sister encountered harassment from the Crown Prince of Yu Dynasty. She told me that the man's eyes were so disgusting that she felt like she couldn't escape, and that she would rather die than let any man touch her body. I was the one who dissuaded my sister once again, and I told her to try to delay it until after the Flower Girl competition, and that I had already identified a candidate. And this person is you, Master Fong. At that time I had also heard of your deeds in the cold mountain monastery of rushing to the red face. I told the story to my sister, who said that everything that happened between you and your wife was romantic, as if it were a fairy tale love. Hearing this, Fong Yuan sort of understood the cause and effect of the matter clearly, and there was a little bit of gratitude within him. It was unthinkable that his deliberate act at the Cold Mountain Temple in the first place had managed to catch such fat and juicy warbles as Luo Bing and Luo Ning. In addition, Fong Yuan also knew exactly who his opponent today was. However, he was surprised that with Jiang's identity and means, if he really wanted to get Luo Ning, there should be plenty of ways to do so. Could it be that Jiang not only wanted Luo Ning's person, but also her heart, which was why he had been pulling and pulling for so long? At this time, Luo Bing continued to add, Master Fong, the reason why sister was disheartened just now was because she was late in hearing your bid. Alas, Fong Yuan sighed. You two are still young and don't understand the inner workings of this world at all. It's not that I'm not willing to make a bid, but the nature of this flower competition will change if I make a bid in the first place. Since Binger has heard about the Cold Mountain Temple incident, then you should also know that there has long been an incompatibility between me and the Yu dynasty's royal family. If I were to make an early bid, the church office would rather have your sister's auction aborted, and they couldn't let me have my way. So we need to wait for a moment when no one can react. Luo Bing was a bit confused as she listened. With her experience of the human world, she simply didn't understand what exactly Fong Yuan was talking about. Fong Yuan lightly laughed and touched Luo Bing's brain. It's fine. You wait quietly, that is. Also tell your sister not to be in a hurry when things go wrong. The matter of ransom can't be accomplished overnight. It has to be gradual and orderly. After saying that, his gaze drifted out the window to look at Luo Ning on the stage. Last time, Fong Yuan was able to blackmail Ji Xian for 100 extreme spirit stones because he stood on the moral high ground. Ji Shuang is unreasonable. He is reasonable. This time, however, the advantage was on the side of the Department of Education, and if Fong Yuan wanted to succeed, he had to use the momentum of the crowd. Jiang wanted to use the momentum to make Luo Ning compromise, and Fong Yuan could follow the trend. The yellow bird in the back. once the wood has been turned. With all the people watching, it is impossible for the Department of Education to let today's bidding go down the drain again. If they really want to play hard to get, then don't blame him for being old. In the meantime, the bidding outside had been called up to 25 extreme spirit stones. This amount of extreme spirit stones converted into silver was a full 2.5 billion taels of silver. The vast majority of men have long been turned off. In the hall, there were only 2 voices left still bidding. Penthouse. Ji Ang sneered. This unknowing waste of life. How dare he make this crown prince unable to get off the stage on such an occasion? Since Ji Shuang didn't hide his identity, Ji Ang was easily able to investigate who exactly was bidding against his squire. Originally, Ji Ang thought that he would only need to spend less than 10 extreme spirit stones to take Luo Ning, but he didn't realize that this had already tripled as much as expected. A moment later, when Ji Ang heard the words 25 extreme spirits for the second time, he gritted his teeth and looked at the masked attendant and nodded. The masked attendant shouted, 26 pieces. Other side. Ji Shuang, however, was sneering. It seems that 26 pieces is not Ji Ang's limit, so let's gamble everything and have Wu raise the price to 29. The attendant said in fear. But your highness, we simply can't take that much. Ji Shuang smiled grimly. No, one. You don't know Ji Ang as well as this prince does. I can already see through it. Ji Ang is determined to win that woman. He is absolutely willing to pour out everything he has to once again power over me. Oh, I think that after today, even if Ji Ang holds a beautiful woman, I'm afraid that he will be laughed at by the world. 29. A hoarse but loud voice once again resounded above the lobby of the Department of Education. What? The price has come to 29. Are they crazy? Even the men who had fantasized about Luo Ning in the beginning felt unworthy at this moment. Today's bid is only the top prize for the Luo Huakue. As long as she is still in the Department of Education, it's not like we won't have a chance to kiss her again in the future. Is it necessary for the 2 emperors to fight to the point of tipping their hand like this? Chapter 25. Just when the crowd was still shocked at the third prince's wealth, suddenly, another voice reached the ears of the crowd. 30. When these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at the top floor in horror. Is Ji Ang going to mortgage all of his assets and securities? If not that, even if he was the crown prince, he wouldn't necessarily be able to come up with 30 extreme spirit stones. Humph. At that moment, a low, cold snort sounded in the lobby. It wasn't too loud, but it reawakened everyone. Someone had already heard who the owner of the voice was. It's Emperor Yu Ji Xian. When did he come? Ji Ang and Ji Xuan were also shaken in their souls. They also didn't expect that father had actually come to the church department on a private visit. But both brothers went from shock to delight in an instant. Ji Ang is happy that as long as he tells his father the good news that Luo Ning is a longtime member of the Liang Yuan family, his father will definitely be pleased with the dragon's face. But Ji Shuang's doings cannot be so well explained. And Ji Shuang happy? In this bidding he is at most a companion. The father has obviously been dissatisfied. But the sky collapsed. There is a tall man on top. He would like to see Ji Ang this time how to break the game. While the 2 brothers were each having their own thoughts, the MC was in sync. 30 extreme spirits for the first time. 30. A second time. 30. No. 50 pieces. Fong Yuan finally made his move. He was originally prepared to choose to strike when Ji Ang was at his wit's end. It was only the appearance of Emperor Yu Ji Xian that gave Fong Yuan room to maneuver more easily. 51 pieces. Ji Ang had already lost his eyes red. He couldn't accept that he was losing out at the last minute. This time, he didn't even ask his guards to step in due to his excitement, but instead eagerly shouted it out himself. Even though he couldn't even take 51 extreme spirits. Kion, have you made enough of a scene? Ji Xian calmly spat out these words, and also completely cut off Ji Ang's way forward. Ji Ang pulled back the beaded curtain. Father, my son, shut up. Ji Xian was furious. He had already given Ji Ang several indulgences, but he didn't expect him to dare to provoke his majesty in plain sight. Fortunately, at the last moment, there is Fong Yuan, the wrongdoer, who made a bid for the bill. Otherwise today's Yu dynasty imperial clan is destined to be disreputable by the people of the world. Before leaving, Ji Xian glanced at Luo Ning on the stage. If the officials and eunuchs of the education department had not concealed it, he would have executed this scourge long ago. This woman should not continue to live in the sense of reason. The first-class qualification, the relatives are dead. Keep her for the great Yu dynasty, is always a hidden danger. Ji Xian secretly decided that it was inappropriate to do all the things today, so he would let her off the hook for the time being, and after tomorrow, he would just find a random reason to get rid of her. Thinking of this, Ji Xian, who had whisked his sleeves away, couldn't help but give Ji Ang another hard stare, and Kion swallowed in fear, and when he reacted, he hurriedly chased after him towards the stairs. He had to stop his father to tell him everything. Originally Ji Yang wanted to give his father a surprise, but he didn't expect that he would actually play it off as a shock. Where's the MC? Dumb? Still shooting or not? At that moment, Fang Yuan lazily prodded up. The master of ceremonies was Ji Ang's man, and he knew in his heart his master's obsession with Luo Huakue, so he's in a tangle. The MC was hesitant, but the room full of excited guests was not accustomed to him. Coupled with the fact that certain lords and nobles were interested in befriending Fang Yuan, they stood up for him. After some clamor, the forced MC could only cry and tearfully knock down the gavel. 50 extreme spirits. Deal. Great. Luo Bing wept with joy. She lunged into Fang Yuan's arms and hugged him fiercely. It was just a bid for the top spot for my sister, but it was a good start. Stage. Luo Ning was also in a trance. She looked at the two figures hugging each other on the high platform, and the corner of her mouth slightly raised in an arc. I don't know if my sun will rise again tomorrow, but at least tonight, I will have a flawless moon. In Luo Ning's heart, the symbolism of the sun and the moon was also very simple. The former represents hope, while the latter means reunion. After more than 2 months apart, she was finally able to meet her sister face to face. Even if tonight was just a brief reunion, then she would die without regret. In the meantime, other side, as Ji Yang intended to chase Ji Xian for a showdown, Ji Xuan was also on the move. He ordered his men. Father is now on top of his anger. We must not let Ji Ang share my father's worries before me. Send someone to stop Ji Ang's way. Don't let him go too easily. Yes. The attendant led the way, and Ji Xuan himself walked towards the outside of the pavilion. At times like this, whoever of him and Ji Yang met their father first and took the initiative to admit their mistakes and accept their punishment would win their father's heart. Ji Xuan could know too well about his father's temperament of eating softness and refusing hardness. This was also the real reason why to this day, when Father Emperor heard the two words Fang Yuan in the palace, he could not wait to smash all the porcelain he could see in his field of vision. While Ji Xian's father and son were pulling each other, Fang Yuan had become Luo Ning's guest of honor. Only he didn't disturb the reunion between the Luo sisters, but quietly sat down in the next door's piano room and waited up. It was a quarter of an hour before the sisters arrived. Luo Ning's red and swollen eyes forced a smile and said, "I've made Master Fang laugh." Fang Yuan responded with a slight smile. "I'm also a person from the past and can understand your feelings. Thanks." Luo Ning lightly wiped the corners of her eyes, then looked out the window. It's still early. Will Master Fang listen to the song first? It was still early, and the 4 words suddenly made the air sizzle and flirt. Luo Bing, who was still wiping tears from her eyes, her face also turned red, and her eyes dodged as she glanced at Fang Yuan. Her mind couldn't help but recall the image of the earlier scene in the VIP pavilion, where Xia was hiding under the table and rubbing her legs. Fang Yuan mused. It's good to listen to a little song for a night. Before he came, Fang Yuan had thought about everything that might happen today, so he also settled Jin Lian at the mansion to take care of Ji Ling, saying that there was a possibility that he wouldn't be able to return tonight. The reason for his hesitation at the moment was not feigned reserve or hypocrisy, it was in the right place. The two Luo sisters have different personalities, with the older sister being more serene and elegant, and the younger sister being more eloquent and lively. Fang Yuan could take advantage of a person's danger to take down Luo Bing, but he absolutely could not possess Luo Ning before things were perfectly resolved. Earlier when Luo Bing had told Fang Yuan the story, she had said that her sister hated men's lustful eyes and she would rather die than be touched by any man. This suggests that Loring probably has a mental cleanliness fetish as well. Therefore, Fang Yuan would not be in a hurry to make a move against Luo Ning until he had completely taken her out of the teaching department. He had a strong premonition that the difficulty of trying to raise Luo Ning's love value was definitely much more difficult than Golden Lotus and Jiling combined. Sure, Fang Yuan wouldn't give another man the slightest chance to exploit the situation either. He couldn't touch Luo Ning for the time being, but he could move Luo Bing. They are two sisters with hearts and love knotted together. As long as he got Luo Bing first, Luo Ning would naturally not be able to run away. Chapter 26, It's not polite to come and go. For Fang Yuan's long-term calculations, Luo Ning and Luo Bing were unaware of it. They looked at Fang Yuan in surprise. What Master Fang means is. Fang Yuan smiled kindly. It is what you have in mind. Thank you Master Fang. You're such a good man. The two sisters were moved to cover their mouths. They were afraid that they would not be able to hold back their tears again. Fruity, Square Edge's musings were warranted. As he came down with this lustful maneuver, the sisters' love values got a slight change again. Target, Luo Ning. Love, 10. Target, Luo Bing. Love, 7. Next, Lorraine began to play a little song. Luo Bing, on the other hand, was kneeling beside Fang Yuan, adding tea and pouring wine for him, and from time to time, She would also peel a pink grape and feed it to Fong Yuan. Luo Ning was originally a lady of the house, so she played her little song very well. And Luo Bing was originally a lady of the house, so she didn't know how to take care of people at all. She was very good at imitating though. Earlier she had seen how Xiaowen served Fong Yuan, so after she peeled the grapes seriously, she would carefully pinch them with her white and green onion-like jade fingers and hand them to Fong Yuan's mouth. Whenever this time came, Fong Yuan would examine the situation. If Luo Ning raised her head to look at them, then Fong Yuan would open her mouth normally to bite the grapes, and if Luo Ning's concentration was above the strings, then Fong Yuan would even take in Luo Bing's fingertips. Every time at this moment, Luo Bing would blush like a haze, but she would not dislike Fong Yuan. From the moment she was able to take the initiative to find the upper edge through the king's wife in the beginning, it meant that she would give up something for her sister. In response, Fong Yuan was also in the midst of testing the waters. He was exploring Luo Bing's bottom line. If Luo Bing was disgusted, she wouldn't continue to actively feed him, then Fong Yuan would also stop in moderation. If you do the opposite, Fong Yuan will intensify his efforts. So at this moment, his hand had already begun to be dishonest, and under the case table that Luo Ning couldn't see, he secretly touched the young girl's white and tender feet. Luo Bing's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she glared at Fong Yuan seemingly angrily, but did not refuse. Seeing this, Fong Yuan's guts grew even bigger. He wrote with his fingertips on the young girl's jade feet, "Don't tell your sister." Luo Bing beamed and sort of agreed. At this time, the song ended and Fong Yuan raised his hand and rubbed the tip of his nose and said, "That's beautiful. Can we have a song about fragrant snow?" Fong Yuan's intended allusion was naturally heard by Luo Bing. She crushed all the grapes in her hand into mincemeat in shame. After that, Fong Yuan did not continue to move. Little girls are still very thin-skinned, so it's good to stop at the right moment, but if you go too far, you may lose more than you gain. Only, the fun is always short-lived. Before the song of fragrant snow ended, there was a knock on the door of the pavilion. Luo Bing put on his socks and got up to open the door of the room. The leader of the people turned out to be the Yu Emperor Jixian, who had gone and returned. Behind him there was also the Crown Prince Jiang as well as a few forbidden guards. The way these people came at him aggressively made Fong Yuan feel strange. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a sneer. Could it be that Jixian was going to stand up for his son again this time? Ha ha, Elder Fong, we meet again. Jixian smiled brightly and walked in with a self-consciousness. Stretching out his hand, Fong Yuan smoothed out the curves of his mouth and faintly said, "Could it be that Emperor Yu is also good at this? Men, who doesn't love beauty?" Saying that, Jixian had already clamored to sit opposite Fong Yuan. See this scene. Luo Bing had already quietly walked over to Luo Ning's side. She and her sister exchanged glances. She could foresee that Jixian must have come at her sister this time, because the Crown Prince Jian was gazing intently at his sister, and the sickening eyes on his face had released a lustful light. Jixian added a cup of wine for himself. "I have not disturbed Elder Fong's pleasure, have I?" Fong Yuan's gaze chilled. Jixian was no longer provoking but directly declaring war. Of course he would not continue to give Jixian a good face. "Jixian, you'd better think about the consequences. It shouldn't be too easy to give birth to a son at your age." Jixian's face stiffened. Even the veins on his forehead were hideously visible. How could he not hear that Fong Yuan was using his two imperial sons as a threat? After a long time, Jixian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and smiled. "Elder Fong has misunderstood. This time I do not intend to disturb Elder Fong's pleasure, but I want to make a deal with you." "Oh?" Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Fong Mao thought you were here to cause trouble." To be honest, just now, Fong Mao almost couldn't hold back that he was about to waste an extreme spirit and then splatter blood in this Daisy Phoenix pavilion. Jixian laughed in disbelief. 100 extreme spirits. Let me have this girl tonight. The moment these words came out, Luo Ning and Luo Bing's faces turned pale. Fong Yuan was not any of their people, nor did he have any reason to choose to turn against the Yu dynasty royal family for their sake. And under the urgency of Luo Bing's heart, she actually gathered the courage to trot to Fong Yuan's side and knelt down. A pair of small hands that had become incomparably cold due to fear and timidity grasped Fong Yuan's cuffs. She didn't say a word, but she conveyed what was on her mind with her own tear-stained eyes. Jixian frowned as he looked at the little sea in front of him. So ignorant of etiquette, if it wasn't for Fong Yuan's face, he would have struck out. Thinking like this, Jixian suddenly sensed that something was wrong. What exactly was the origin of this Shaoxi that he was qualified to approach Fong Yuan? Since the Cold Mountain Temple, Jixian had hated Fong Yuan, so he had also investigated everything about Fong Yuan. Knowing that Fong Yuan had no more attachments around his body except for a holy woman's ex-wife and a Jin's wife. Upon such a close look, Jixian realized that it was unusual. This Shaoxi was actually a woman. In the meantime, Fang Yuan was also having a dark headache. Why can't Luo Bing hide anything? He had emphasized several times before that no matter when, no matter what happened, don't talk too much, just let him lead everything. Now that he's really in trouble, Fang Yuan didn't expect Luo Bing to be his first breakthrough. After all, Ji Xian was no cutie pie. If he was given time to react, perhaps he could investigate Luo Bing's bottom line through the clues. As stated earlier, Luo Bing was already lucky to have escaped from Lan Ling without any crime, but if she was recognized, even Fang Yuan would not have a justifiable reason to bail her out as the daughter of a sinner. But it was futile to complain any more at the moment. If he thought about it some more, Fang Yuan could understand Luo Bing's impulsive behavior. After all, 2 months ago she was just a second young lady from a rich family who hadn't experienced many storms and setbacks. How could she have so much randomization of the city in her heart? It must be that the old woman from the West City who took her in, herself or her ancestors should also have some old friends with the Luo family. Or else such a simple little girl like her would have long since been sold for all she was worth. At the moment, while Fang Yuan was meditating, he was also distractedly observing Ji Xian. Seeing that Ji Xian seemed to be suspicious of Luo Bing, Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to think about it any further as he hurriedly blurted it out, intending to divert Ji Xian's attention from Luo Bing. Mr. Fang loves the beauty of adults in his life. Since Emperor Yu likes Luo Huakue, then take it. When these words came out, Ji Xian and Ji Yang's faces were suddenly delighted. The Luo sisters, on the other hand, looked at Fang Yuan incredulously. They did not expect him to agree so decisively, but just before the crowd could react, they suddenly heard Fang Yuan make another turn of phrase. But then, Mr. Fang hopes that Emperor Yu can be courteous. A few months ago, a certain party had the honor of witnessing the second imperial daughter Jiling once. Her appearance is very beautiful. This is 100 extreme spirits. Let her come and sleep with me tonight. Saying that, Fang Yuan actually directly took out 100 extreme spirit stones. This situation, instead of Fang Yuan dumping the spirit stone onto the case table, it would be better to say that Fang Yuan took the spirit stone and heavily smashed it onto Ji Xian's face. Chapter 27, My wife, Meow Meow, is about to transform into a god. The 100 top-quality spirit stones were like a colorful and dense scroll, spread the entire desk table. The monstrous spiritual rhythm it contained was like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens onto the earth, enveloping the entire Department of Education. The sudden surge of aura instantly stopped the clamor of all the men who were having fun in the lobby of the churchyard. They unanimously looked towards the Daisy Pavilion, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads without realizing it. Emperor Yu's hatred for Fang Yuan was known to no one in the audience of honored nobles. It was also clear to them that the grudge that had built up between the two was just a fuse away from being completely ignited. Could it be tonight? Under such a depressing atmosphere, some of those who are weak in courage have already softened their legs in fear, and even a few drops of urine have seeped out. The Battle of the Junction. For them mortals, it was nothing less than a destructive flash flood. If they really fought, I'm afraid that half of Yao City would be turned into a miserable human inferno in a matter of moments. Daisy Pavilion. Across the 7-colored dense haze, Ji Xian gazed calmly at Fang Yuan. Just underneath his seemingly calm physical body, the blood that ran wild had already swept into his limbs and bones like hot magma. Fang Yuan, I've put up with you again and again. Fang Yuan picked up his wine cup and took a light sip, then smiled breezily. Oh, in that case, it's my fault for tonight. Facing Fang Yuan's undisguised yin and yang, Ji Xian sneered. Fang Yuan, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? As an outer door deacon of the Leaving Fire sect, you should know most clearly that the Yu dynasty makes a lot of offerings to the Leaving Fire sect every year. So, Fang Yuan put down his glass. If I kill you, I don't see them suppressing the Yu dynasty for a Jedan waste who can't even perform the art of 5 elements. Ha ha. Fang Yuan threw back his head and laughed with an extremely exaggerated laugh. Ji Xian's gaze was gloomy and uncertain. The fists he placed on his knees were also shaking with rage. You, what are you laughing at? In a moment, Fang Yuan closed his voice. He looked at Ji Xian and shook his head in pity. Ji Xian, you've lost your aura. I'm just a bad old man with withered blood, and even my real strength is just barely stronger than the middle stage of foundation establishment. And you, Ji Xian, are in your prime and your cultivation is still in the late Jedan stage. Yet you only dare to use the entire Yu dynasty to bet against me. TSK. Fang. Rim. Then what will you do if I give up this dragon robe? Ji Xian said. He actually shattered the dragon robe around him into powder. The strength of his earthbound technique was well controlled. In addition to the dragon robe, the white clothes-fitting clothes inside did not have half loss. Father, your majesty. Seeing this, Ji Eng and the forbidden guards were so shocked that they hurriedly fell to their knees. They didn't expect Ji Xian to be so determined tonight. Destroying his own dragon robe was equivalent to telling the world that today was a private feud between him and Fang Yuan. And if he killed Fang Yuan, he would also confess his guilt to the Li Fire sect. What shall I do? Fang Yuan slowly stood up. He condescendingly looked down at Ji Xian and laughed scornfully. Ji Xian, you also have the face to ask this? More than 2 months ago, outside the city, at the Cold Mountain Temple, your Ji Xian's stupid son took the initiative to harass my wife. And it was I, Fang Yuan, who was generous enough to spare his life. Today, in front of the Yao city's great heroes, I, Fang Yuan, defeated your other stupid son with honorable means. If you don't have the money to bid, let him put his tail between his legs and learn to be a grandson. Don't come out to make a fool out of yourself. So, before and after 2 times like this is you Ji Xian for your waste of sons to take the initiative to provoke me Fang Yuan. Things come to this day. You instead licked a pussy face evil first accusation. Said I Fang Yuan and how? Once these words came out, Ji Xian instantly no longer had any semblance of face to dare to look directly at Fang Yuan. But his long pent-up shame and irritation completely and utterly transformed into an irrational rage. Today Fang Yuan must die. Old bastard Fang Yuan. You've bullied people too much. Take your life. Ji Xian, whose blood pressure was on top of his anger, stood up violently. He only slightly struck out, and the hostile aura emanating from his body shook Fang Yuan's blood and chi, nearly flying out horizontally. Pa! Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yuan actually backhanded a slap hard on Ji Xian's face. Not too painful, but it woke him up. Then, in Ji Xian's incredibly shadowy gaze, Fang Yuan, who had a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, faintly said, Ji Xian, my wife Miao Miao is about to transform into a god. Even if you take off that yellow coat, it won't change the fact that you're the son of heaven in the Yu dynasty. Oh, maybe you don't even understand my wife Miao Miao's favoritism towards me. But in the Leaving Fire sect, everyone knows it, from the patriarch down to the handyman. So, Ji Xian, my wife Miao Miao, try killing one of me, Fang Yuan said. And just like that, step by step, he walked towards Ji Xian. Obviously, his pale figure looked weak, but he forced the sturdy and strong Ji Xian to keep retreating towards the back. It was as if the 2 men's identities had been reversed, and the vulnerable Fang Yuan in turn looked more and more overbearing and formidable. Fang Yuan, she's just your ex-wife. Ji Xian intended to gather his courage to force himself to calm down. Ex-wives are wives too. Put. Fang Yuan's chi and blood had eventually withered. Halfway through his sentence, he spewed a mouthful of scarlet arcs, and the body gradually trembled and swayed. Luo Bing behind her and Luo Ning in front of her on the side, saw this and hurriedly jogged over, holding Fang Yuan's arm on the left and right. Master Fang. The 2 women sobbed in small voices. Go. Seeing this, Ji Xian actually turned around and wanted to flee the Daisy Phoenix Pavilion, a place of wrongdoing. Go. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and laughed coldly. Ji Xian, if you dare to walk out of this Daisy Phoenix Pavilion and try it, if I, Fang Yuan, die here in the Department of Teaching and Learning today, the entire Yu dynasty will have to be buried with me. Pop. Ji Xian suddenly struck out and slapped Jiang beside him with such force that he directly smashed one of Jiang's ears. Ah! Jiang held his head and curled up on the ground in agony, half of his face bleeding, his heartbreaking voice nearly penetrating the entire wall of the churchyard. Disgraceful thing, take him and get out. Ji Xian growled at the few scared and dumbfounded forbidden guards. Yes, your majesty. Holy F ********* Q. Ji Xian directly kicked the forbidden guard's abdomen, actually sending all of his organs flying out, splattering blood and killing him on the spot. After this, not to mention the forbidden guards, even Ji Ang, who was curled up on the ground and rolling around in pain, didn't dare to cry out in pain anymore, but instead, he was so scared that he rolled around and fled the Daiphone Pavilion. Ha! Ji Xian was surprisingly able to laugh when he turned around again. At this moment, his white clothes were stained with blood, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Ji Xian also seemed to have regained his former elegance and calmness of a person who had been in power for a long time, as he said with a smile, Elder Fang, this knight is the late generation's unintelligence. 500 extreme spirits are offered. Can the previous grudges be written off? Really convinced? Fang Yuan said indifferently. Ji Xian bowed deeply. Convinced? Heartily convinced. If I meet you on the road in the future, my juniors will treat you with the rights of a teacher. What about this fledgling? Well said. Feel free. From now on she is your personal property. Chapter 28. Ji Xian didn't know how he had left the Department of Education. All he knows is, in the huge Department of Education, except for Fang Yuan and the 2 women, the rest of the men and women, everyone fled without a trace, fearing that they would be robbed. In the past, Ji Xian could still endure the shame of Cold Mountain Temple, but with this night's shame, Ji Xian vowed not to kill Fang Yuan. Shadow Spirit, Your Majesty. In the darkness, a black figure appeared from nowhere and fell to one knee behind Ji Xian. In the name of Jiong, ask for offense in the world of men. Yes, the black shadow looked deeply at Ji Xian, then disappeared as if he had never appeared. 1 month at most. I'll let you have fun for 1 more month. It's getting late. The officials and eunuchs of the church office invite Fang Yuan to stay overnight, but Fang Yuan refused, so the official had to prepare a carriage for Fang Yuan. When the three of them, Fang Yuan, were about to get into the car, they heard crying and wailing from behind them. Master Fang, it's Yang and Sun Yang. The corners of Luo Ning's lips moved slightly as she hesitated. Luo Bing was straight-talking. Sister, they're not good things, whatever they are. Luo Ning had long since learned about Xiao's and Wen's character from her sister's previous transmission, but she was still a bit intolerant. But they are after all from the Luo mansion. Elder Fang, do you think the two of them should be taken away together? The official eunuch also knew how to read people's words. Even the most beautiful flowers of the Department of Education have been picked by Fang Yuan, and 2 additional flowers of human feelings have been sent to him, and the official is able to do the job. Moreover, he hoped that he could make good karma with Fang Yuan, and that today's incident would surely be met with a great reckoning from Emperor Yu in the coming day. From top to bottom of the church office, along with Ji Yang, everyone can't escape, regardless of whether or not this good karma would be useful in time. At the moment he was a no-cost investment anyway. What do you guys mean? Fang Yuan wasn't really interested in Xiao and Wen. After getting to know them better, Fang Yuan had realized that the Luo sisters were different from Ji Ling. They themselves don't have that kind of overriding arrogance of being superior, so they don't need to intervene with external forces to interfere with the increase in love value. If you forcefully intervene, you may not be able to get it right. Therefore, Fang Yuan would respect the two women's own opinions. Luo Ning and Luo Bing looked at each other for a long time. In the end, Luo Bing beamed unhappily and slightly inclined her head. See this scene. Fang Yuan then knew that it was his sister Luo Ning who had won. For the act of initiating a private chat between the two women openly in front of him, Fang Yuan would not try to deliberately stop it. Whatever they want, just have fun. On the way back, Luo Ning quietly snuggled in Fang Yuan's arms, while Luo Bing and Xiao and Wen were chattering and bickering the entire time. However, most of the time was spent by Luo Bing talking down the two women for being ungodly, while Xiao and Wen were sincerely admitting their mistakes. Watching their bickering, Luo Ning's bright eyes couldn't help but bend into a crescent moon. She hadn't been as happy as she was tonight in a long time, but as she laughed and smiled, Luo Ning's gaze suddenly became dull again. How wonderful it would be if mother and father were still alive too. Fang Yuan held Luo Ning's hand and comforted her. People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. Aha, I'll live. And the heartless Luo Bing brought his little brain over. Master, is there more? Is there more? What about the back? But I wish for a long time and 1,000 miles. Luo Ning murmured. It's so beautiful. Master, do you think all of us will stay long? We'll still win. Fang Yuan looked out of the car window and replied. Before this night, Fang Yuan had never looked squarely at Ji Xian. Or rather, he had never looked up to Ji Xian. But when Ji Xian, who was dressed in blood-stained white clothes, turned around, a breezy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fang Yuan knew that he was the one who had belittled Ji Xian. How can a man so capable of stretching and bending be a generalized man? Besides, one can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but not a thief for 1,000 days. Although Fang Yuan had won Ji Xian twice, he was not sure if he could still do it the third time. On the flip side, Ji Xian had already lost twice, so the third time around, he would definitely not leave anything to chance. As the saying goes, you have to be tough to beat the iron. River's name was absolutely invincible in this territory of the Yu dynasty, but it was not omnipotent. There's never a shortage of desperate loners in this world. In thought, Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a deep confusion. Does he have any cards besides River? Master, is it true that my sister and I have caused you trouble? At that moment, Luo Ning carefully tried it out. Luo Bing on the side also perked up her ears. They're actually pretty smart. Ever since Emperor Yu Jixian had left their field of vision, they hadn't taken the initiative to mention everything that had happened today at Fang Yuan. But her older sister Luo Ning was more thoughtful compared to her younger sister Luo Bing, and she could sense that the current Fang Yuan was not in a very high mood. She was waiting for Fang Yuan's answer. If Fang Yuan answered yes or said words that were not true, she would give Fang Yuan an explanation. Everything was because of her. If she was no longer alive, then the conflict between Fang Yuan and Emperor Yu might still be there, but it was definitely not irreconcilable. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly as he looked at Luo Ning and smiled. One can't go back on one's word. Oh, at the Ministry of Education. I won't pick on you if you call me Master Fong, but away from that flowery world, what should you call me? Luo Ning was stunned. Then reacting, she shyly lowered her head and softly called out, husband. What about you? Fong Yuan looked at Luo Bing again. Husband. Although Luo Bing was similarly blushing like a peach blossom, she shouted greatly. It was an agreement between her and Fong Yuan as well as her sister that Fong Yuan would save her sister from her misery and she and her sister would marry Fong Yuan together as concubines. Fong Yuan was overjoyed. He wrapped his arms around the two women's bonelessly soft and thin willow waist and promised, tonight you called me husband. You are my wife. In the future, just be happy. There is any storm outside, there is still me to support your umbrella. Thank you, husband. The two women pressed their faces against Fong Yuan's chest, and their eyes, which were as bright as stars, gradually developed a watery mist, and their love values quietly changed. Target, Luo Ning. Love, 12. Target, Luo Bing. Love, 9. Both women went up 2 points at the same time, and to be honest, it was a little slow. If it had been Jinlian instead, I can't say it would have been over 30 by now. Without realizing it, the coachman's voice came from outside the carriage. Master, the Fong mansion has arrived. After Fong Yuan arranged the Luo sisters as well as Xiao and went in 2 neighboring guest rooms respectively. Husband, do you want to sleep together tonight? Luo Ning looked a bit shy, but she still boldly made the invitation. Fong Yuan smiled and refused. I haven't officially married you guys yet. Stay for the night of the wedding night. In fact, he's got big plans. Just, target, Luo Ning. Love, 13. Target, Luo Bing. Love, 10. It's amazing how easily the love went up a little bit, and it's clear that they are very traditional girls. Can you tell us a bit about your story? I heard Binger say that the Luo family was wrongly accused. Fong Yuan had already thought of it when he was in the carriage earlier. He had a strong and invincible bottom card in his hand in addition to Miao Miao Bai. Chapter 29, The Old Story of Lanling. Candlelight. The Luo sisters began to tell the story of the Luo family. The story is long. Leaving aside some unimportant details, the general idea of the story is as follows. There were 2 major merchant families in Lanling City, the Luo family and the Pei family, and the 2 great families had been fighting openly and secretly for decades over the industries in Lanling City, and at the beginning of this year, the Pei family suddenly announced in Lanling City that they were abandoning the sale of the 5-grain spirit seeds. P.S. In the Yu dynasty, people's farming consisted of a total of 2 types. One is to buy spirit seeds from merchants and traders. Although spirit seeds are expensive, the seeds are hardy and can produce a good harvest in the fall, regardless of droughts or floods. The second is that the people use their own fall harvest of ordinary mortal seed cultivation after cultivation, so that although there is no cost, but the fall harvest is small, if then encounter a natural disaster year, the grain will be grainless. That's why the vast majority of the common people in the Yu dynasty, as long as they're not so poor that their families can't really afford to get out of their homes, will buy spirit seeds for farming, and pay family's initiative to give up. Let Luo father see a glimmer of hope for monopolization. However, Luo's father did not expect that he would be backstabbed by the old housekeeper who had served the Luo clan for 3 generations. That batch of grain seeds sold to Lanling City within a 100-mile radius was tampered with by the old housekeeper, causing the people of Lanling City to work hard and busy for half a year. But surprisingly, there was no harvest. An unprecedented famine broke out in Lanling City as a result. In the end, the Luo family was copied. The men were sent to the border to serve as soldiers, and the women were escorted to the Department of Education. After listening to the story, Fong Yuan was curious. People are not grass and trees. Who can have no mercy, even if it is really raised a white-eyed wolf? Decades of time. That old housekeeper should also remember some old feelings. Not to mention that your Luo family treated him well. So why would he betray your Luo family and also hang himself early after the east window was uncovered? The 2 sisters, Luo Ning and Luo Bing, shook their heads at the same time. We don't know why he betrayed the Luo family, but we can guess that there must be the Pei family behind this. Like this. Fong Yuan rested his elbows in contemplation. Based on the 2 women's stories alone, it was hard for him to tell if there was a possibility of the Luo family overturning the case or not. Could there be something else going on in this matter? Thus, Fong Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked, Ninger, Binger, could it be that your father privately overpowered and raped the old housekeeper's daughter? So he holds a grudge against him. Impossible. The old housekeeper has no children. And even if he did, it's absolutely impossible for Dad to make that kind of big mistake. The 2 girls shook their heads with a certainty. Why? Fong Yuan asked, perhaps feeling a bit stiff from his question. Fong Yuan sighed again. Ninger and Binger, I don't want you to hide anything from me because we are a couple who share the same pain and suffering, and I want to overturn the case for the Luo family even more than you do. The two women's shell teeth lightly bit their thin lips, and their expressions were somewhat moved. Husband, they did not intend to hide Fong Yuan, but there were some words that were too difficult to say. Eventually, the two women had a private chat. It was still Luo Bing who spoke up with a red face, because one night when I went to look for my mother, I found her alone and secretly in her room. Later, I asked no way out of my mother had to say. Dad was a young Lanling City idle playboy, often hanging out in the flower shop at night. After that, even after giving birth to my sister and me, Dad didn't know how to restrain himself, plus he already had a lot of socializing, and it didn't take him long to completely screw up his body and bones. That's why Daddy only has two of us daughters, because he couldn't be humanized a long time ago. At that moment, Luo Ning added, in addition to that, there is another thing that also makes me suspect that the Pei family is definitely involved in this matter. It was on a certain day in late spring this year that I happened to meet Pei Ying, the first grandson of old Master Pei, in Lanling City, and he said that he hoped that my sister and I could marry him together, so that the two Pei Luo families would be eternally united. I directly rebuffed Pei Ying in infatuation, but he was not half angry, but instead smiled meaningfully and said that I will one day regret it. I didn't understand it at the time. Later when I was escorted to the prison wagon and saw Pei Ying in the crowd by the roadside, he laughed uncontrollably, and at that moment it dawned on me that it must have been the Pei family who had bribed the old butler. After listening, Fong Yuan mused. It seems that this Pei family does have problems. By the way, is that old housekeeper's corpse still intact? Luo Bing recalled. It should have been put away by the officials. When I served the obscure face Dan, I have been mingling amongst the refugees not far outside the door of Luo House. I have seen the officials carrying away his body. After listening, Fong Yuan's eyes flickered as he vaguely deduced something in his mind. Maybe it's the otherworldly infernalism that's been brewing for decades. For example, the old housekeeper was originally a pawn cultivated by the Pei family to bring down the Luo family. Only this could explain why the childless old butler would resolutely push the Luo family, who had been so kind to him, to the brink of extinction. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan looked out the window and said, "It's getting late, so get some rest and I'll think of something. Actually, my sister and I aren't tight. Husband must take care of his body." Luo Ning's eyes showed concern. She remembered very clearly that Fong Yuan had vomited a lot of blood when she was at the teacher's training center this night. Fong Yuan shook his head and said indifferently, "No harm done, just some bruises accumulated in the body from improper cultivation in the early years." Husband, the Luo sisters gradually misted up a bit with tears. How could they not know that Fong Yuan was just comforting them? Instead, Fong Yuan smiled and touched the two women's brains. "It's fine. It's a bit too late today. So when tomorrow comes I'll take you two to meet the two sisters. And then I'll teach you a little bit of the basic spitting technique. Don't cry while I'm not here. This is just the beginning. Our family's good days are still ahead. Thank you, husband." Luo Ning stood on her tiptoes and actually took the initiative to kiss Fong Yuan's side face. This move stunned his sister, Luo Bing, and also caused Fong Yuan to be slightly stunned. He clearly captured that Luo Ning's original 13 points of love had turned into 20. Half a breath passed and Fong Yuan looked at Luo Bing and asked with a smile, "Ice, what about you?" Luo Bing, who had originally wanted to cry, instantly blushed in shame. She hesitated then stood on her tiptoes and kissed it too. But Fong Yuan was prepared this time. He directly kissed Luo Bing's sweet and delicious little mouth. Luo Ning needed to passively cultivate love, but Luo Bing, however, needed Fong Yuan to take the initiative. One kiss later, Luo Bing's love has changed a little. She glared at Fong Yuan with an angry gaze, then shyly covered her rolling face with her hands. Luo Ning smiled and said, "Husband, my sister is telling me that you are a gentleman in vain." Luo Bing, who had been stabbed in the back by her sister, flung herself onto the bed in a huff. Then she tugged the covers over her upper body and muttered indignantly, "Humph, bad sister and husband. Never mind you guys again." Chapter 30, Ji Ling's Plan. Fong Yuan, who had left the small courtyard, did not return to the east room where Ji Lian was. Instead, he went to Ji Ling's place. In order to completely overturn the case for the Luo family, he needed to get Ji Ling's help to do so. Just after pushing the door open, Fong Yuan smelled two very different cozy scents. He didn't expect that Ji Lian would actually sleep on Ji Ling's side tonight. Aha! Darkness! Ji Ling let out a soft cry. She was originally a cultivator, so she didn't sleep as deeply as Golden Lotus. "Spirit, it's me," Fong Yuan answered. He knew that the two words Ji Ling said were husband. By the faint starlight outside the door, Fong Yuan felt Ji Ling's gentle body, then picked her up and walked towards the next chamber. After the candles had been lit, Fong Yuan realized that Ji Ling was looking at him with a burning gaze. He couldn't help but laugh and ask, Disturbing spirits rest, are we? Ji Ling shook her head. There was another conflict with your Ji family today. Fang Yuan smiled and downplayed what happened. He modified some of the less important details, such as the fact that he had happened to meet Luo Bing and then traveled to the preceptor's office out of kindness. After hearing this, Ji Ling's gaze was grave, and her lips twitched slightly as if she was saying sorry. Fang Yuan said indifferently, "It's fine. None of this matters. In fact, I came to find you because of those two poor girls. Do you know if there is anyone who can overturn this kind of injustice in Yu Dynasty?" Aha! Ji Ling signaled Fang Yuan to bring the bamboo pen. She wrote with her pen in her mouth, "Pan Tai Wu, Di Gong Di Qing Tian." This person is like a god to solve the case. Iron Face. The most critical is that he studied under the master Zhang Wenyuan, and Taifu Zhang was the crown prince's custodian 50 years ago. So in a sense, Di Qing Tian and father are considered to be brothers from the same school. If he is willing to come forward, the matter will be accomplished. After reading it, Fang Yuan sighed. That would be difficult, since he and your father are fellow disciples. I'm sure he won't go out on a limb for me. Are there any other candidates? Husband begged me. Why don't you beg me? Ji Ling wrote. Seeing this, Fang Yuan kissed Ji Ling fiercely. Linger, could you have invited Di Qing Tian? Well, Ji Ling arrogantly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a look of come beg me and I'll help you. And so, Fang Yuan sat down on his knees in front of Ji Ling, then wrenched her paralyzed, immobile legs and massaged them. Bad egg. I intended for you to say something nice and affectionate. Who let you humiliate me like this? Fang Yuan laughed. Linger, just say if you're happy or not? Humph. Bad guy. Ignoring you. Ji Ling turned her face away and pretended to be angry. Wrong for me. Fang Yuan cheekily admitted his mistake. Ji Ling also forgave him in a smooth manner. However, Fang Yuan got the advantage and still deliberately teased Ji Ling. Is spirit feeling unhappy? Or is it uncomfortable? Then I won't mess around in the future. Humph. Not nasty. You're satisfied. Big bad. Ji Ling glared at Fang Yuan without a good look. How could she feel unhappy? She couldn't even be excited enough for Fang Yuan to kiss her body without minding it. It's just that she's thin-skinned and has the shy reserve of a young girl in her heart. Hey. Satisfied. Fang Yuan shamelessly hugged Ji Ling with a pleasing face. Humph. Stinky husband. But after this mess, Ji Ling's love value skyrocketed another full 5 points. Target, Ji Ling. Affection, 55. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 1.5 years on cooldown. Next, Ji Ling became serious. Due to certain old stories, Di Gong's relationship with his father was not too good, but not too stagnant either. So if husband goes to Pantai Dock all alone, even if he pays more, he's bound to be politely shunned by Di Gong. It's a good thing Linger is here. Fang Yuan lamented. Ji Ling wrote with a shake of her head. Actually, I'm not that facetious. But Di Gong has an only daughter Dian, the age of 28, the oldest daughter of the Di Gong is very much in favor of her. As it happens, I am a close personal friend of Sister Dian. As he wrote this, Fang Yuan finally came to a realization. He hesitated. But if Linger accompanies me to see Dian, this matter will inevitably reach your father's ears. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that the current Ji Ling was living a happy life. If she were to be returned to the palace, she wouldn't necessarily still be in such a state of mind after being subjected to rumors and gossip. If Ji Ling was careless and couldn't think of anything else, then Fang Yuan would be at a great loss. After all, Luo Ning and Luo Bing were still in the cultivation stage, while Ji Ling was already in the ripe-picking stage. Although they were both meat on the other side of the rim, it was still clear which was the lesser of the two. There was no reason for Fang Yuan to push Ji Ling to the brink of extinction just to gain the love of the Luo sisters. I'd better think of something else. Fang Yuan was greedy. He always liked to have it all. Kirito shook her head as she wrote crookedly. Husband, don't worry about me. I don't even have to show up. As long as my husband writes a line of poetry on my behalf, and then gives it to Sister Dian, she will understand. A moment. Fang Yuan had an odd expression on his face, then wrote down on the rice paper with one stroke, Ling Hua Liang Qin powdered grapes. Before he wrote it, he thought it would be a stirring verse to celebrate sisterhood. But Fang Yuan never expected that it would be a silver lining. Ji Ling wrote with a pout. Husband can laugh if he wants to. Some years ago, I went with my mother consort to live in Yantewa for a while, and while sharing a bath with my sister Dian, she, who was a small child, uttered these words to me, and this poem became an everlasting memory for us to share with each other. After reading it, Fang Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. I understand the reasoning, but why is it that your mother consort is the one taking you to Pantaiwu? What are you thinking? I can't do anything about it. I didn't initially think to tell you about it because of the complexity of their older relationships. In fact, Di Gong is my real uncle and Di Yan is my real cousin. But when you go to Pantai Dock and meet Duke Di, don't spill the beans about this relationship in front of him. Or even if Sister Di Yan personally begs for mercy, Duke Di won't step in to help you. I see. Fong Yuan nodded in agreement. Linger, just put a million hearts at home. I know in my heart. Early the next morning, Jean Lian, who was sleeping soundly wrapped in a small quilt, was then woken up by Fong Yuan's cold palm with ice. What? I'm going to be a sister? Golden Lotus rubbed her eyes in a daze, having just sat up unaware of what was going on, with a handful of adorable dorky hairs standing on her head. It's too late to explain. Lianer, get dressed. Saying that, Fong Yuan also started to help her. Yikes. LOL. Husband, stop. It's itching. Jilian was somewhat amused by Fong Yuan's pretense of being in a hurry. Not for long. With a face as shy as a new daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, the Luo sisters walked in coyly. Ning, Bing, Air has met Sister Lian Air, and has met Sister Ling Air. Last night, Fong Yuan had purposely explained to the two girls that Linger was also their sister, so don't be surprised when they met. Of course, Fong Yuan still concealed the fact that Ji Ling's surname was Ji. When they first saw Ji Ling, the two women were much more calm than Fong Yuan had imagined. They did not show the slightest bit of surprise or discomfort. The only one who was a little confused was the little Jinlian fanatic on the side who was getting a little more and more confused. Ha! Sister Linger, what's going on here? Chapter 31 Upper Grade Water Spirit Root. Appearance restored, request for catch-up reading. Square Edge thinks. Sooner or later, there's going to be a showdown anyway. Since they chose to let Luo Ning and Luo Bing recognize Golden Lotus as their sister, they couldn't let Ji Ling chill out alone. The whole thing. Fong Yuan only briefly introduced Jinlian to the Luo sisters' origins, and then left the space for the four girls to chat on their own. Jinlian is beautiful and kind-hearted, does not fight for anything, and is already a virtuous wife and mother, so she sympathizes with the Luo sisters. Although Ji Ling's nature was strong, the current her could only be a listener and basically had no sense of participation. Luo Ning's nature was like water, skillful and elegant, and after she gradually adapted to the sincere concern from Jinlian, the last trace of apprehension in her heart also became dissipated. Only Luo Bing, quirky, plus she originally belongs to the self-acquaintance. A moment a Lianer sister this and this, a moment a Linger sister that and that, small mouth with smeared with honey like, with whom to chat are very happy. The morning passed. The four women got along quite well. Lunchtime. Jinlian specially ordered the two sisters to cook a table of Lanling-flavored dishes. At the dinner table, Luo Ning and Luo Bing ate the flavors of their hometown with tears in their eyes. They looked at Golden Lotus and moved. Thank you, Sister Lianer. Golden Lotus smiled ebulliently and said, in fact, the one you should be most thankful to is husband. I merely spoke to sister one more time. Husband has a heart. Luo Ning looked towards Fong Yuan who was feeding Ji Ling. Fong Yuan laughed. It's fine. If you guys like it, you can ask sister to cook Lanling dishes every day. Great. Luo Bing leaped. I haven't had such authentic flavors in a long time. By the way, can Sister Linger be used to eating it too? Ji Ling nodded. She doesn't care. Besides, she can only eat so much. However, while watching them being able to clip their own food and eat whatever they wanted, a hint of despondency quietly flashed under Ji Ling's eyes. Don't think nonsense. With me here, everything will be fine. Fong Yuan held Ji Ling's hand encouragingly. Ji Ling nodded, revealing 2 rows of snow-white, crystalline, beautiful teeth. Seeing this scene, Fong Yuan was slightly heartbroken. A woman smiling without showing her teeth was beautiful, but the only beauty Ji Ling could show him was her teeth. So he took advantage of the fact that the 3 Golden Lotus women weren't paying attention and came to Ji Ling's ear to whisper, Linger doesn't have to cater to me. I've seen your face and know your depths. When these words came out, Ji Ling instantly became petulant. She lip-spat 4 words at Fong Yuan. Old man. But after this, the melancholy in Ji Ling's heart completely dissipated. Eat the meal. It was only then that Fong Yuan spoke of his plan. Let's go to Pantaiwu as a family this afternoon. Yuntai Dock was not too far from Yao City. If Fong Yuan were to go on the road alone, the round trip plus the time spent on errands would only be a day and a half. But he didn't feel comfortable leaving his 4 daughters alone in the mansion. Each of them can be Fong Yuan's big baby. Anyone who was careless and had an accident would be equivalent to breaking a lifeline to the other side of the edge. So Fong Yuan didn't have a choice. He had to drag his family with him when he traveled far away. And with this back and forth, it could be half a month or more. But as long as I can flip the script for the Luo family and brush up on the Luo sisters' love value, then it's all worth the effort. Golden Lotus and Ji Ling had no comment. As for Luo Ning and Luo Bing, after realizing that Fong Yuan had gone to the Pantai Dock for them, they were unable to speak the words that moved them. There are no words that can express the complexity and excitement they feel at this moment. Husband, my sister and I. Luo Ning choked. Husband. Luo Bing had already cried her eyes red. From yesterday to today. They had said thank you I don't know how many times. Feeling that if these two words were uttered again they would become a worthless perfunctory. Fang Yuan faintly smiled and lightly trembled. Don't cry. Being able to meet the four of you is the greatest fortune of our Fang Yuan's life. At this moment, no one would know how excited Fang Yuan's heart was. It was because Luo Ning and Luo Bing's love value had finally broken through the boundary of what could be extracted. Target, Luo Ning. Qualification, grade a 90%, top grade fire root, top grade water root. Love, 30, bonus, can add 15 days of longevity to the host. To be extracted or not, repeatable extraction, cooling time 1 month, can increase the strong fire spirit root and water spirit root qualification for the host. Is it extracted? Note, target cannot be extracted repeatedly. Can enhance the quality of the host's spiritual root a little. Is it extracted? Note, targets cannot be extracted repeatedly. Target, Luo Bing. Qualification, grade a 90%, top grade fire root, top grade water root. Love, 25. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 10 days. To be extracted or not, repeatable extraction, cooling time 1 month, can increase the strong fire spirit root and water spirit root qualification for the host. Is it extracted? Note, target cannot be extracted repeatedly. Can enhance the quality of the host's spiritual root a little. Is it extracted? Note, targets cannot be extracted repeatedly. Fang Yuan had paid this much for the Luo sisters and was waiting for this moment. He chose to extract it immediately. Along with a scorching warmth flowing through his limbs and bones, Fang Yuan also twisted his head to look at the bronze mirror in front of his side. In the bronze mirror, his tall figure was reflected. At some point, the hunched figure he once hunched over seemed to stand up. After that, Fang Yuan looked at the properties of the words reflected in the mirror. Host, Fang Yuan. Qualification, B grade 99%, medium wood spiritual root, medium earth spiritual root, medium fire spiritual root, 2/3, medium water spiritual root, 3/3, can synthesize the top grade water spiritual root. Is it synthesized? Longevity, 12 years. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. So it is. In the beginning, Fang Yuan had extracted the Golden Lotus's lower grade water spirit root and then obtained a mortal grade water spirit root. Later, after extracting the top grade water spirit root from Ji Ling's body, the middle grade water spirit root he obtained was the one that covered the mortal product. At that time, Fang Yuan thought that spiritual roots of the same level could only be extracted once. If he wanted to obtain a top grade spiritual root, then he had to first find a heavenly maiden who possessed an extreme spiritual root just like Bai Miao Miao. And at this moment, Fang Yuan realized. It turned out that the spirit roots of the same level that he had extracted could be fused. Think about it. Even Fang Yuan, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a little complacent at this moment. Husband, your face. Just as Fang Yuan performed an immediate synthesis with his single thought, panicked exclamations of alarm from Jinlian and the other women suddenly came from his ears. Fang Yuan subconsciously touched his face. Then he touched a layer of loose folds. With just a gentle tug, he pulled the originally pale and withered cheeks under his collarbone. Well, it was as if Jinlian, Luo Ning, and Luo Bing had lost their voices, covering their mouths and letting out a light tremor similar to Ji Ling's. Just as the water and fire dual spirit roots could make the Luo sisters' temperaments extraordinary, when they converged on Fang Yuan at the same time, they also caused his aged features, wrinkled skin and even his snow-covered hair to glow with a newborn luster. The strong contrast of that moment caused a strong visual impact on the four Golden Lotus women. It also made Fang Yuan feel as if he had returned to 512 years ago all of a sudden. And in that year, Fang Yuan just turned 16. Chapter 32, This Husband, Caveat Emptor, Request for Catch-Up Reading. In the bronze mirror, Fang Yuan's figure was slender and upright. His features were as handsome as a knife carving, while his eyebrows revealed a fresh aura. Take a closer look. That newborn skin was as white as jade, smooth and delicate. Above the handsome face, there was a high nose and thin lips as pink as rose petals, with sword-like eyebrows that flew diagonally into the strands of silver hair that fell from the temples, and underneath the two English eyebrows, there was a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes like the late autumn moon, cold but clear, pure desire but sentimental. On its shoulders, the long snow-colored hair hanging down, like a silver waterfall pouring down, flowing and not lose the flaunting. Husband, June. In the end, it was Jinlian who summoned the courage to wake up the intoxicated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan twisted his head to look. What happened to Lianer? This voice is so clean and pleasant that even the accent becomes less raspy. It's fine. Jinlian's beautiful eyes rippled. I would like to ask what time we will set off for Yuntai Dock. Immediately, I'll have Afu arrange for a carriage. Wait for Fang Yuan to leave. Luo Bing finally couldn't help the curiosity in her heart. Why didn't everyone just react? Aren't you all surprised? Also, what happened to husband? Why did he suddenly become so good-looking? Golden Lotus giggled. Yes, why not? Weren't we lost in thought for a long time? Luo Bing still couldn't understand. But the sister's reaction doesn't seem too calm. He's our husband, hey, not a passerby. At this time, Luo Ning also added up. My sister and I are a bit too embarrassed to ask. After all, our relationship with husband isn't as close as our sister's. Okay. Jinlian shrugged. Actually, I had wanted to ask, but when husband turned his head to look at me, I could feel that his gaze still revealed his doting on me, so I didn't ask. Aha! Kirito gestured to help her with the bamboo pen. A moment. She wrote. I feel that husband is probably shy. The corners of his mouth obviously can't even be suppressed. And just now he definitely also intentionally pretended to be indifferent and left. Really? So husband can be shy? Golden Lotus said incredulously. Alas. Luo Bing suddenly sighed. What's wrong with Sister Binger? Golden Lotus asked. Luo Bing hesitated and said. Suddenly, it feels like the mood is somewhat inexplicably lost. So am I. Luo Ning frowned slightly. Obviously I should be happy that my husband has returned to his old age. But for some reason, my heart is instead a bit faintly clogged. Yes? Golden Lotus shook her head. A little confused. It's because of the inferiority complex. Kirito wrote. Previously, we were both down and out. And my husband was already old. So we were all suffering from the same disease. So we felt sorry for each other. Now that my husband's cultivation has reached another level, and he has even lived a second spring, a feeling of inferiority naturally arises in our hearts that we are not in the right family. Sister Linger, what you said is simply too right. Luo Bing nodded her head frequently in great recognition. Luo Ning said quietly, indeed, I feel like I'm somewhat unworthy of him. Yes? Golden Lotus frowned. She tries to find a sense of empathy in the hints of several women's conversations. Sister Lianer. The three women looked at Golden Lotus rather breathlessly. Perhaps only a pure and flawless character like Sister Lianer's would not possess troubles. Seeing her three sisters in a low mood, Jinlian huffed and puffed. But what everyone seems to forget is that no matter what husband has become, he has always been true to us in what he has given to us. It's a little too ungrateful for you guys to be depressed like this. What's more, husband has never said a single word against any of you. And even now, he is running around for the personal matters of you two great ladies. The three Ji-Ling girls didn't expect it either. Jin Lian, who was originally very good-tempered and kind-hearted, was able to say these ear-splitting words. Sister Lianer, we were wrong. Please don't scold. Luo Ning and Luo Bing both felt incomparably ashamed. Especially those three words, Missy, seemed to have plucked at their hearts ruthlessly. The heart seems to be dripping blood. It hurts. Ji-Ling beamed and wrote. I realized that my husband's departure was not to give us a buffer time to accept him. Fang Yuan chose to leave without any explanation. Perhaps there was such a layer, but most of all, it was actually Fang Yuan who had fallen into a deep confusion after he had suddenly regained his own appearance. That moment of trance, when Fang Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, who had reverted to the age of 28, no one knew how chaotic he was inside. The level of confusion is like an ordinary person suddenly having $100 million and becoming extremely bloated. The same is true of the square edge. The qualifications were 99% of B grade. The spiritual root was a top-grade water spiritual root. The withered chi and blood wanted to be restored a few times, and the handsome face was restored. These all add up. It was enough for Fang Yuan to give up everything he possessed in the Yu dynasty's mundane world and, after returning to the cultivation world, use a very short period of time to break through his own shackles and truly qualify to catch up with Bai Miao Miao's pace. Fang Yuan's determination to chase after Bai Miao Miao's steps was not to break the mirror with her and renew their relationship. Rather, Fang Yuan wanted to fight for his breath in front of all those who had once looked down on him. If you can be young and wild, can you not be old and wild? This mouth of pride that had been suppressed and exhausted, Fang Yuan had already endured for almost 9 eons. Therefore, at this moment, many thoughts existed in Fang Yuan's mind. He has already recovered his appearance. Where else would he need to use to accompany Jinlian and the girls to Playhouse? He had extraordinary qualifications and was handsome. And when he returned to the cultivation world, there would definitely be a large number of female cultivators with B-grade spiritual roots who would adore him and fall in love with him. Fang Yuan only needed to raise the parasites. He didn't need to raise them as well as he could. Just enough to raise a measly 25 points of love and he could just extract their qualifications. It probably wouldn't even take 100 years before he was expected to fuse his spiritual roots into an innate 5 elemental spiritual root. Perhaps within 1,000 years, he would be able to raise his spiritual root to the immortal 5-elemental spiritual root that was rare in a million years in the cultivation world. Thinking this way, Fong Yuan became more and more intrigued. Is there really a need for him to remain in the Yu dynasty? Maybe he really should leave. If someone accuses Fong Yuan of being heartless, unrighteous, and unloving, oh, Fong Yuan will not be able to stop laughing. More than 500 years ago, when he lifted the red cap on by Miao Miao's head, he did believe that love existed in the world at that moment, and he also deeply loved by Miao Miao. 500 years later, love. Ha! It's just a fantasy of mortals hoping for a dream to come true. People live only for themselves. Even Bai Miao Miao was the same. She could have waited for her own death before impacting the spirit transformation realm, but she didn't even want to accompany herself for her last remaining 7 years. Perhaps it would be better to just leave Yao City unnoticed. Carrying 4 burdens with him was very detrimental to his search for a suitable extraction target in the cultivation world. As for the longevity bonus on the Golden Lotus girls, Fong Yuan had figured it out. Simply having a long life is bull *********. Trouble will always come as long as one lives. Just like what he experienced in Yao City. Obviously he didn't want to get involved in karma, but it would always be one reason or another that would inadvertently make him a player in the game. Therefore, longevity and other things are false. The only thing that is hard is to be strong in oneself. Husband. So you're here. It was Jinlian who had not seen Fong Yuan go back for a long time and took the initiative to look for him. Husband, have you settled Fubo? When will the carriage arrive? The sky seems to be snowing again. We need to bring more bedding lest a few sisters catch cold in the car. Fong Yuan slowly turned behind him, his eyes calmly looking at Golden Lotus. Husband. Jinlian covered her mouth in fear. Her originally flushed and pretty face suddenly turned white, revealing a sense of panic and helplessness, because she didn't see the same light in Fong Yuan's eyes that had always favored her anymore. Husband, don't you want Lianer anymore? Jinlian finally couldn't help herself and cried out. The light tremor of that sad cry actually instantly shattered Fong Yuan's already frozen heartstrings. The cold inner world that was solidifying from his arrogance and annoyance was struck back by a wave of warmth. It turns out that there are really people in this world who will like him with all their heart. Fong Yuan. Lotus baby, come here for a hug. Fong Yuan released a smile and opened his arms. Husband. Golden Lotus burst into tears and flew at him. This sound of husband made Fong Yuan completely quit being arrogant. And in that same moment, Golden Lotus love suddenly skyrocketed to an extreme value that Fong Yuan had never seen before. Target, Golden Lotus. Qualification, C grade 30%. Lower grade water spirit root. Love, 100. Love is stronger than gold. Ask what love is in this world. And it leads people to love each other in life and death. The target has a bond of love stronger than gold to the host, and has unlocked eternal martyrdom. Eternal martyrdom, the target and the host live and die together. You save her eternal life. You wither her martyrdom. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 100 years, on cooldown. P.S. This chapter is a psychological turning point for the protagonist who didn't choose to take shortcuts to collect women after he regained his looks and became a handsome man. And the key character who changed his mind is the beautiful and kind-hearted Jinlian. In the previous story, the protagonist walked on his kidneys and pretended to walk on his heart. After that, the protagonist will start walking on his kidneys as well as his heart. The plot will be on the side of everyday and romance. If you like it, please support it with a monthly vote or recommendation. Thanks. Chapter 33 Year's End. The sky was gray. The goosefeather snowflakes had long ago colored the whole world in silver white. The carriage driven by Fong Yuan gradually traveled farther and farther away, gradually leaving Yao City, this time traveling to Pantai Dock. Fong Yuan only brought Jinlian and the 4 girls with him. After waiting to leave Yao City to walk into the rarely populated wilderness, Fong Yuan then mobilized his wood spirit technique to construct a small array combination to form a puppet wooden man to drive in his place. As for himself, he lifted the thick curtain and got into the carriage. Hiss. It's so cold. So cold. Quickly use the 2 warming babies of either of you to warm my hands. No way. The 4 girls' faces instantly turned bright red. Although Luo Ning and Luo Bing had yet to share a room with Fong Yuan, they had already learned a lot of allusions to husband's dirty talk from Sister Lianer. Humph. That's not up to you. Fong Yuan was like a vicious wolf pouncing into a flock of lambs, casually grabbing one to have a feast. In fact, Fong Yuan's hands weren't cold. His withered chi and blood was almost ready to be restored to perfection. Plus he himself still had a fire spirit root. But instead, he used his own hands to warm the girls' cold hearts. After a bit of banter, Fong Yuan held Ji Ling in his arms, casually holding her warm baby and asked, "Does Linger feel tired? It's a long trip, so Linger is afraid that she'll suffer. It's all my sister and I's fault, or else Sister Linger wouldn't be so bumpy." Ji Ling smiled and shook her head, giving the 2 Luo Ning sisters a reassuring look. She then wrote with her pen in her mouth. Isn't husband going to say something to us sisters? What do you guys want to hear? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Jinlian raised her little hand. I love to listen to any story my husband tells. Luo Ning and Luo Bing looked at each other and said in unison. We want to know when the husband will marry us both. Any time. I'm all alone and fatherless. So if you guys want, you can go straight to the bridal chamber right now in front of my two sisters. Husband is also too. Fang Yuan's words instantly caused Luo Ning's face to turn red. On the contrary, it was Luo Bing, who crossed her arms. Humph. Come on. With who is afraid of who seems. Binger, stop it. Luo Ning hurriedly covered her mouthy sister, then gave Jinlian and Jiling another apologetic smile. I'm sorry to make you two sisters laugh. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan was the one who pulled Luo Bing over. A family doesn't have to be so restrained. I can't tell you how much they're both looking forward to it. Come on, ice. Show. Oh, don't husband. I was joking. Luo Bing wanted to cry. Her hands were busy protecting her coat, lest Fang Yuan's hand slipped in again like a loach. Ha ha, let's see if you dare to talk tough from now on. Fang Yuan let go of Luo Bing and then rehugged Jiling tightly again and asked. Where's Spirit? You wanted me to say something about that question just now. Jiling wrote. I'd like to know more about my husband's past. Is that okay? My past. Fang Yuan thought Jiling would ask some questions related to why he had returned to his old age. Have you heard of Oblivion? The three Golden Lotus women shook their heads, and only Jiling nodded. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The River of Forgetfulness is located in the extreme west of the Yu dynasty, a large river that flows from east to west, and it originates on Mount Qingmao, which is my home. The four women perked up their ears. This was their husband's personal experience, and they secretly decided to keep it in mind, without realizing it. It's almost dark. Fang Yuan lifted the curtain and glanced outside. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Gotta find an inn first. Jiling let out an "oh" and signaled Fang Yuan to bring a pen. Afterward, she wrote, the closest city to this place is Linchang, about 60 miles away. It feels a bit too far. We'd better find a village close by and borrow a room for the night. Good thing too. Fang Yuan nodded. Then he jumped out of the wagon and looked around, and soon saw a vaporous smoke and fire in the northeast. Not for long. The group then arrived at the village, and after Fang Yuan took out some payment, it was easy to find a suitable landing spot. Several women were physically tired after a day's carriage ride. They embraced each other on the couch, and it wasn't long before they fell into a deep sleep. The night passed quickly. The next day, the host family also entertained Fang Yuan and the others with a hot and thick meal. When a few women finished eating, they went on their way again. The girls are full of energy for the new day. They had taken their seats and waited up for Fang Yuan's story. The love story of childhood sweethearts will always be a longing for girls, until the appearance of a certain female elder of the Li Fire sect. Then I joined the Leaving Fire sect and wasted 500 years before I was lucky enough to meet you guys. Luo Bing raised her small hand and said, I want to ask weakly, will husband be sad? When these words came out, the three women immediately glared at Luo Bing. This ninny is really a pot calling the kettle black. Fang Yuan smiled indifferently. It's okay, Ice is also concerned about me. Will husband go back? At this point, Jiling wrote. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned and looked down at Jiling, and Jiling stared with burning eyes. He knew that what Jiling wanted to ask was not to go back to the Leaving Fire sect, but to break the mirror with by Miao Miao, and the connotation of this question was known to Jinlian, Luo Ning, and Luo Bing. Their gazes were unblinking as they gazed at Fang Yuan, anticipating and fearing his answer. Never thought about it. Fang Yuan, however, did not hesitate for half a second, so he shook his head and laughed. The people who were there for me in the greatest moments of my life were you. Would you believe me if I said I love you all more than I love myself? Will. They became hot with tears. From yesterday, apart from Golden Lotus, the hearts of the remaining three women were then always apprehensive. But in this moment, they felt a long-lost peace of mind. It's as if the air in the car has been freshened up. Aha! At this time, Jiling asked Fang Yuan for the bamboo pen again. She wrote, Husband, let's leave the world when we've helped Sister Ninger and Sister Binger overturn the case. Because our husband shouldn't be locked up in this little Yu dynasty. Good. In fact, Fang Yuan had already had this intention within his heart. As early as before he had met Luo Bing, he had considered bringing Golden Lotus and Jiling back to the Leaving Fire sect. But then the reason for the delay in making up his mind was his lack of confidence in himself. He was worried that after Jinlian had seen too much of the flowery world outside, she would be like Bai Miao Miao, whose feelings for him had faded and her love for him had worn off with the loss of time. But now, Fang Yuan wasn't afraid anymore. No matter what Jiling and the three of them really thought inside, at least Golden Lotus would never betray him. And the fact that Fang Yuan was able to possess the Golden Lotus meant that he was already immortal. The time wobbles. 10 days had passed. Fang Yuan and his group finally arrived at Weiyang City. Maybe it's because the year is approaching and the snowflakes have been flying non-stop. But even though the whole world is snow-covered, it can't hide the red-hot festive atmosphere that fills the city. Speaking of which, this was the 17th year that Fang Yuan had come to this world to pass through. Perhaps it will also be the last year of his life, because the cultivation world of this world never celebrates the new year. Chapter 34, Dian, Pantai Dock. Located on Yuntai Mountain outside of Weiyang City. It is named Yuntewu because the top of the mountain looks like a vast shipyard. Climb up here and look away. Just feel the heavy mountains, hidden sky and sun, fairy mist, Qiankuan shaking. Even Luo Ning, who was used to listening and speaking little, couldn't help but praise. Husband, this place is so beautiful. It's like a fairyland on earth. Ji Ling wrote, there is a small spiritual vein underneath Mount Yuntai, so it will make the aura of this place extraordinary. Fang Yuan complimented smoothly. It seems that the D family has a few skills if they can possess this treasure mountain. That's. Ji Ling had a haughty look on her face. Mr. D's father was the only one in the Yu dynasty to have reached the great perfection of Jiedan. Awesome, awesome. I'll find a chance to revisit his old man when I'm done. Fang Yuan flattered. Di Gong's father was Ji Ling's own grandfather. Fang Yuan could sense that Ji Ling seemed to be a bit closer to the D family compared to the Ji clan's royal family. And Ji Ling happily wrote again. Not really. He's actually my husband's junior. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan's words were sincere or not, but being able to hear his personal affirmation of his grandfather, Ji Ling was of course happy. Seeing this scene, the meticulous Luo Ning couldn't help but be alarmed. Could it be that Sister Linger's family name is D? But this question she didn't ask but hid it in her mind. She wasn't like her sister, Luo Bing, who couldn't hide anything at all. That's all. Fang Yuan and his entourage walked and stopped, and only arrived at the entrance of D Mansion near noon. Who is the visitor? The guard standing watch outside the mansion asked. Leaving fire sect. Fang Yuan. Yuntewu wasn't Yao City. Fang Yuan didn't think that his name could still reach the ears of a random servant in D Mansion. Once the guards heard that it was the leaving fire sect, their faces instantly became eased. Please wait here, fellow Daoist Fang. I'll go and report to our family master. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and said, little brother, don't need to be so nervous. In fact, Mr. Fang passing by Pantai Dock is just entrusted by someone. Please hand this over to your family's eldest Miss Dian. Mr. Fang won't go in to disturb Duke D. Good. The guard didn't dare to be slow. He took the envelope and turned around and ran towards the mansion. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was driving away in the direction of the lower mountain wagon. Luo Ning said apprehensively, husband, we have a request. Do we really not need to go in? My sister Luo Bing also looked worried. Yes. What if Di Gong rejects us if he knows we are so heartless? When Fang Yuan twisted his head to see Ji Ling nodding slightly, he said with an air of victory, rest assured, everything is under control. Not for long. A fiery red marvelous silhouette then ran wildly out from the D family residence. Wait, the carriage in front stops quickly. Fang Yuan rolled out of the car and looked at the visitor. Target, D Yen. Qualification, Grade A, 95%, excellent golden spirit root. Love, -100. Plus, none. Ooh. Fang Yuan could not help but be greatly surprised. Although Di Yen possessed the same level of extreme spirit root qualification as Bai Miao Miao, it was the first time he had encountered a target person who was negatively full just after meeting him. Moreover, Fang Yuan thought that he hadn't offended Di Yen. Could it be that she resented herself because she had disgraced the Yu dynasty royal family twice? After all, when Fang Yuan was in Yao City, he had witnessed a woman drop her love value to -100 in front of him. And that woman was Wang Daya, the daughter of Granny Wang. Beyond that, Fang Yuan still had some feelings that old man Di's bloodline was really powerful. Granddaughter Di Yen is an extreme gold spirit root, and granddaughter Ji Ling is an upper grade 3 spirit root. For a while, he did kind of want to meet this extraordinary old man Di. Who are you? Where is my cousin? What have you done with her? At this moment, a red-clothed Di Yen twittered and woke Fang Yuan up. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan? Di Yan's brows furrowed as she suddenly remembered that the servant seemed to have just mentioned the departing flame sect. She couldn't help but blush. Could it be that you are that trashy little white boy Fang Yuan from the leaving fire sect? Cough. Fang Yuan was choked violently. Punk-ass white boy. He hadn't heard that word in how many years? I vaguely remember the last time I heard it was over 300 years ago, because at that time, Fang Yuan had not yet begun to age. Wagon. Other than Ji Ling, the Golden Lotus girls also frowned. They had come here to ask Di Gong, but if his daughter was so aggressive, then they would never let their husband suffer. so Luo Ning was about to lift the curtain, but she was stopped by Ji Ling's light Wu call. Unbeknownst to him, Di Yan, who had an extraordinary ear outside the carriage, revealed a look of delight. She exclaimed, "Are you in there too, cousin? Why don't you come out to see me, cousin?" The three Golden Lotus girls were slightly startled as they simultaneously looked at Ji Ling in unison. Instead, Ji Ling gently shook her head, signaling that she was not. At this point, they heard Fong Yuan's voice again. "Your cousin is not here, but I did come at your cousin's request." "You fart. I can hear my cousin's voice." Dian huffed as she lifted the curtain and probed towards the carriage. Then she froze in place in frustration. The only people in the carriage were three pretty young girls with huffy faces and a sleeping patient with burns. And yet there was no cousin she had longed for. "Square-edged white boy. Let's go to the front and have a chat then." Dian walked towards the front, and Fong Yuan noticed that in the carriage, the three Jinlian girls were gritting their teeth and looking at Dian's back, while Ji Ling, who was pretending to be asleep just now, gave him an apologetic smile. Fong Yuan smiled indifferently. "It's okay, stay here in peace until I return. Husband, why don't we forget about it?" Luo Ning would rather suffer a bit of aggravation herself than see her husband being looked down upon. Luo Bing concurred. "Yes, husband, that case has already passed, and my sister and I don't have that much of an obsession with having to clear the Luo family of any wrongdoing. Thinking back to when they were in the education department, my husband had already endured too much for them, and even vomited a lot of blood. Don't think so much, just be good and stay here with your two sisters." With that, Fong Yuan was walking towards Dian, who had already stopped in the distance. Dian's words and actions were anger to the women, but to Fong Yuan, what was this little scene? When he had black hair like a waterfall, he had suffered a lot of insults and stares. Trashy gigolo is already considered one of those more neutral compliments. Dian sized up Fong Yuan with interest. The rumors really aren't all that believable. I've heard people say that the little white boy Fong Yuan has already become a bad old man. I didn't expect that when I saw him today, I would still have the stunning feeling of having a bright light in front of my eyes. Stunning. Oh. Fong Yuan glanced at the -100 that was tattooed in Dian's word entry and faintly said, "MS. D doesn't seem to have learned the word respect." "Respect? Cut." Dian snorted in disdain. "Respect is a psychological claim based on equal status. And who are you? A white boy who feeds on women, to make me respect you? Is it by virtue of your wasteful jidan cultivation that can't even beat the late stage of foundation establishment?" Chapter 35, MS. Dietrich's son. "You don't want to. Ha." Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "White boy. What are you laughing at?" Dian felt as if Fong Yuan's contemptuous laughter was an insult. Fong Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. "What's to laugh about? As you say, respect is a psychological claim based on equal status. We don't even belong to the same level. I'm curious as to how you, a tiny chi refining girl, dared to mock me, a Jedan ancestor? Moreover, since you've heard of my story, you should know that I don't have much time left, and you're provoking me like this. Aren't you afraid that I'll just slap you to death?" Dian was slightly stunned as she froze in place, but after only half a breath, she grunted coldly. "Humph. I'm not afraid. I have a special water spirit talisman made by my grandfather. This talisman can block the full force of an early-stage Jiedan powerhouse. What's more, my grandpa is a Jiedan great perfection, just one step away from stepping into Yuaning. If you dare to touch one of me, try." Snap, snap, pop. Interesting, interesting. Fong Yuan couldn't help but applaud Dian for this wonderful speech, and the move made Dian's tiny chest puff out in anger. "Fong Yuan, what do you mean?" Fong Yuan scared and shook his head. "It's not much fun. I thought why Miss D is superior. It turns out that she is just relying on having a grandpa who is a Jiedan great circle to back her up." Dian's green and beautiful little face suddenly turned red. She heard Fong Yuan's words. Fong Yuan relied on his Dao partner, while she relied on her grandfather. Everyone was half a catty to 8 tails. No one was qualified to mock anyone. "That's not it. I myself have unparalleled natural talent, and my future accomplishments are bound to be in existence that you're not even qualified to look up to." Dian argued her case, trying to convince Fong Yuan that she was great in her own right. Seeing this, Fong Yuan nodded frequently. Yes, I admit defeat. I surrender. I admit that I'm a wasteful little white boy who relies on women to eat soft food, and I also admit that I can't beat foundation establishment with my Jiedan." "Fong Yuan, you're such a, oh, I'll bite you to death." Dian's mouth opened wide as an evil dragon roared intent on pouncing. However, he was jerked out of the way by Fong Yuan, and if he had not been pulled by Fong Yuan's belt, he would have almost fallen on his ass. "Don't be so careless. I'm wrong. I admit I'm not as good as Miss D. Do you really want to kill her before you'll stop? After all, she was a little girl who had been spoiled by the D family. Plus she had the status of a sister-in-law. After Fong Yuan slightly taught Dian a lesson with his words, he didn't bother to talk to her anymore. Humph, who cares to kill a little white boy? This girl is still afraid of defiling her hands. Dian pushed Fong Yuan away in disgust. Then he asked in a cold voice, "Where is my cousin? What exactly is your relationship with my cousin? And why would she tell you such a private secret?" "Ji Ling and I are friends," Fong Yuan said. Dian huffed. "What friend? I don't believe it. How could my cousin find a little white boy like you as a friend?" Fong Yuan was slightly stunned. "It's just a friend. Is there a need to react so badly?" Did Dian? In his thoughts, Fong Yuan began to scrutinize Dian's tender body that had only just developed. It's 100% a girl child. What are you looking at? Dian felt that Fong Yuan's gaze was a bit venomous, and she said in disgust. Fong Yuan suddenly asked, "Dian, you don't like Ji Ling, do you?" Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "I don't like my cousin. I just care about her." Dian's suddenly reddened face and coy demeanor instantly betrayed her. So it is. No wonder this little ninny sneered at him the moment they met and possessed a negative love for him. It turned out that there was an unknown sinister relationship between her and Ji Ling. Fong Yuan gradually somewhat figured out some things. First, why was the D clan obviously so powerful? But Ji Ling had never begged him to send himself to the Pantai dock to heal his wounds until the appearance of the two Luo sisters. Secondly, why did Ji Ling always look twisted that night when she mentioned Digong as well as Dian? Thirdly, it was clear that Ji Ling knew that Dian was the key person to help the Luo sisters, but she didn't tell him much about Dian's preferences, so Ji Ling was ashamed to tell this secret too. Think about it. Fong Yuan laughed in a voice that was sinister to the extreme. Jia, Miss D, you also don't want your parents and your grandfather to know about the sinful love between you and Ji Ling. In this world, monstrous romances existed, but for them to happen between a prestigious family like the D family and the Ji royal family would definitely cause both families to be shamed by the world at the same time. That's why Dian's little face turned white all of a sudden. She stammered and pleaded, "Fong Yuan, it's none of cousin's business. Just come at me if you have anything. Don't hurt cousin. So easy to tame this sassy little pepper?" Fong Yuan was a bit disbelieving. He tried, "Call brother. Fong Yuan, don't go too far." Dian raised her eyebrows crossly and coldly. "Alright then, I'm going to pay a visit to Digong." Dian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but what was on her lips were words that were crispy and sweet. "Brother Fong Yuan, spit out your tongue to see if it's pink." Fong Yuan continued. Dian's hands behind her back clenched into fists. Still, the cherry mouth dutifully opened and spat her tongue out. After Fong Yuan recovered his qi and blood, his sixth sense perceptions became exceptionally sharp. The moment Dian opened her pink and tender vermilion lips, she smelled a sweet and warm fragrance unique to young girls. "Put your hands together again for a yay, and roll your eyes." Fong Yuan. Dian was enraged. She suddenly threw out her fist with extreme speed and then attacked towards Fong Yuan's eyes. Unfortunately, her sneak attack was easily held in Fong Yuan's hands. "Ha ha. Okay, I won't tease you. How about you help me accomplish one thing and I'll tell you where your cousin is." "Really?" Dian's eyes lit up. "Then my parents' side." Fong Yuan patted his chest. "Don't worry, I myself am a soft-eating white boy. I know how to read people's words the most in my life, and I also like adulting the most. I look forward to the day when you sisters are eternally united." "Ho ho, don't say that. It's shameful." "But Fong Yuan, I can't tell. You're quite nice." Dian scratched his head in embarrassment. "By the way, what favor do you want me to do?" "Here's the thing. I have a friend." Fong Yuan said so to Dian. Just before Fong Yuan finished speaking, Dian impatiently waved her hand. "No problem. I'll take care of it. But you have to show me your sincerity first. Where the hell is my cousin now?" "She went to the Leaving Fire sect." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "My cousin even wrote me a letter 4 months ago, saying she couldn't accept my affection and was leaving you dynasty to seek immortality too. As far as I know, cousin seems to have befriended the eldest lady of the Lingbao Pavilion, and she should have gone to the distant central state. I can swear to the heavens that she will really go to the Leaving Fire sect." Fong Yuan raised his 3 fingers. "Impossible. How can I trust you?" Dian questioned crisply. Fong Yuan smiled and asked back, "Then what reason do you have for not believing me?" Chapter 36, The Soft Underbelly of the Female Kid. Fong Yuan, "Then this girl will trust you for once. In addition, this girl will tell you the truth. I have already been recruited as an inner disciple within the Leaving Fire sect. Back then, your wife by Miao Miao was able to go from being an inner disciple recruited from within to becoming the holy maiden of the departing flame sect step by step and becoming a Yuaning, and I, Dian, will be able to do the same. So don't you dare try to scare this girl with a catchphrase like my wife River." After hearing Dian's intentional threat, Fong Yuan immediately assured up. Please don't worry, Miss D. I don't even have much time left, so I don't have any reason to offend the future holy maiden of the Li Fire sect. Your Highness, as for the love between you and Miss G, only heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know and she knows. Anyway, I'll just take the secret with me into the coffin panel. Not bad. I seem to like you a little bit. Oh. Di Yan smiled sweetly, and Fong Yuan glanced at the -100 in her words that hadn't moved at all, and wanted to laugh a little. Then you can wait for me in the car, and after I convince my father, I'll have the attendants summon your friend into the house. 10,000 thanks. Then Fong will wait for Miss D's good news. After Fong Yuan watched Di Yan enter the mansion with a bounce, only then did he return to the carriage. How is the husband? In the carriage, apart from Ji Ling, Luo Ning's several women's expressions were quite worried. Fong Yuan laughed. No problem. She is just a bratty and capricious yellow-haired little girl. In fact, her heart is not bad. Not really. Luo Bing beamed her little mouth unhappily. Good is good. Bad is bad. And looking at her appearance, she's not much younger than me by a few days. And anyway, I'd be unable to speak those wicked words even if I were meeting my husband for the first time. Ha! Fong Yuan laughed and did not continue to explain to them that the root cause of Di Yan's aversion to him was actually because of Ji Ling. Not for long. The crowd then heard footsteps from a distance. So fast. Fong Yuan couldn't help but feel secretly emotional inside. It seemed that this Di Gong favored his daughter Di Yan even more than Linger said. May I ask if MS Luo family is here? My master has an invitation. Luo Ning instantly became nervous. She subconsciously pulled Fong Yuan's hand. Husband, Fong Yuan smiled and comforted. It's fine. Go, let Lianer and Binger accompany you. I have a special status, so I won't go in. And Luo Ning gazed at Fong Yuan with red eyes. After a long time, she choked out. Good. Although she didn't know how husband had convinced that unruly young lady to help, she could guess that husband must have suffered many grievances. Thinking so, Luo Ning actually gathered the courage to put her mouth to Fong Yuan's ear with a thin mosquito voice. Thank you, husband. When my concubine comes back I will definitely casually play warm baby for you. It doesn't matter if they get eaten into their mouths. Fong Yuan hadn't expected the tranquil and refined Luo Ning to fight back so fiercely after her outburst of emotions. He lowered his head slightly and took in her mouth. After a shallow taste, Fong Yuan kissed Jinlian and Binger respectively. This time can't be thick and thin. You guys just accompany Ninger, and you don't need to deliberately say anything more when you go in. As long as you tell my analysis of the old housekeeper of the Luo mansion's life on the road the other day. Aha! Jinlian nodded slightly. Please don't worry, husband, I will take care of my two sisters. After the three women followed the attendant of Dee's house and left, Fong Yuan then picked up Ji Ling and played with her. Humph! How dare you hide a little secret from my husband? Ji Ling averted her eyes in shame. She felt that she no longer had the face to look at her husband after he knew the little secret between her and her cousin. Fong Yuan asked with interest. Linger, don't be shy. I won't discriminate against you guys. Tell me why she is infatuated with you. Of course, Fong Yuan wasn't purely gossiping. Although there was almost no possibility between Di Yan and him anymore, he always held a hint of fantasy inside. As the saying goes, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you can fight 100 battles without danger. In case he succeeded in hooking up with Di Yan, wouldn't he be able to directly possess a top-grade golden spirit root? In response, Ji Ling was rather speechless. But in the end, she couldn't argue with Fong Yuan's hunting heart and began to spill the secret. It turned out that the reason why Di Yan had become like this was still related to Ji Ling's mother consort, Di Changyu. That said, Di Gong Di Qingtian himself was more than 30 years older than Di Qingyue. It can be said that as a child, Di Qingyue was raised by Di Gong. They are brother and sister, but they are more like father and daughter. But back then, Ji Xian, who was still just a prince, had tricked Di Qingyue's heart away with just a few tricks to make girls happy. Coupled with the fact that the then Duke Di didn't want to get involved in the disputes over royal power, he was extremely dissatisfied with the marriage and even forced the marriage by severing the relationship. But Di Qingyue insisted on marrying Ji Xian. All in all, the grudge between the Ji family and the Di family's older generation was hard to explain in a few words. Until later, Di Gong himself became a family only slowly with his sister Di Qingyue relationship eased up, but still with Ji Xian belongs to the words do not talk much. Further on, Di Gong was old enough that he thought he would not have another heir, but he did not expect his young concubine to become pregnant. Although Di Yan is only a concubine, but Di Gong's love for this daughter, that is called a baby can be said to contain in the mouth for fear of melting, hold in the hand for fear of falling. However, as Di Yan grew up, Di Gong's education style became significantly different. As the saying goes, what goes before, goes after. Gon's previous hand-raised sister was easily abducted by a man, so he was on the defensive about his own daughter. From the time Yen was 5 years old, Gon popularized all kinds of flowery words and strange techniques for her, while other girls read the 4 books and 5 classics. Yen reads the canon of pickup girls. In this way, without realizing it, Yen began to like women even though she was still a daughter. Hear this. Fang Yuan was quite curious and said, "So when you and she were bathing in the same barrel, she looked at your body and uttered that erotic poem. Then you realized that she had abnormal sisterly feelings for you?" "Neither is it," Kirito wrote. "At that time Yen was so well disguised that I thought she was teasing me about my body. Until the year of Yen's 15th bar mitzvah, when I came to Pantaiwu again at the age of 17, on the night I reunited with Yen." When she wrote this, Jiling suddenly spat out the bamboo pen, her mouth a little sour. "What about back there? What's going on back there?" Fang Yuan frowned. He hated breaking the chapter every time he saw a critical moment. "What are you getting excited about, husband? Don't you think that Yen is acting strangely with her?" "Nothing. It's quite odd." "What happened then?" Fang Yuan prodded once more. Jiling wrote with a breathless roll of her eyes. "That night I saw many love letters written by her in Yen's study, all addressed to me, and then I was scared away." "Wait, that's it? Or else?" Jiling raised an eyebrow. "Why? That scared me. I thought she was going to steal your warmer." "Humph. What is your husband thinking about?" Jiling was so ashamed that she bit the back of Fang Yuan's hand with a small bite. Chapter 37, Rescuing Delinquent Girls. Jiling is no better than the next person. After finishing her story, she yawned softly in exhaustion, and Fang Yuan took advantage of the situation to kiss the corner of Jiling's lips and laughed. "Work hard, my baby, get some sleep." Unexpectedly, Jiling was red-eyed. Vaguely, crystalline tears invaded her dark, bright pupils. "What's wrong with Linger?" Fang Yuan drew back his hand rather nervously. Jiling shook her head, then wrote with red eyes. "I've never seen half a hint of dislike in my husband's gaze. Never." Fang Yuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "I thought I had just hurt Linger." "It's fine. When I take you guys back to the Leaving Fire sect, I'll go and find a way to restore your appearance." "Why? Can husband give me a reason?" "To be honest, I can't even imagine that after our identities have been switched, whether or not I will be able to take care of husband with this much care as husband treats me." "Reason ah." The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth slightly raised in an arc. He had no idea what kind of fire would be stirred up by such a simple gesture falling on the hearts of those who loved him. "When I say that I fell in love with Linger at first sight, Linger definitely doesn't believe me, right?" Jiling didn't answer. She just looked at her husband with a burning gaze. Just now, the kind of flavor that Fang Yuan had inadvertently revealed made her begin to be convinced that her cousin was right. Her husband was definitely the best-looking gigolo in the world. She was also beginning to understand why the holy maiden of the Leaving Fire sect was willing to keep Fang Yuan for 500 years. If she wasn't paralyzed at the moment, she would have picked her husband up and bullied him hard. At the same time, the latter half of Fang Yuan's words fell into the ears of Jiling, who was in a reverie. "In fact, I belong to the sea color, its intention to Linger. When I first saw you in the 100 Treasures Pavilion, I thought, how could there be a girl as beautiful as a heavenly fairy in this world?" "Aha!" Jiling choked and interrupted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, skillfully placed the bamboo pen at Jiling's mouth, only to see her holding her pen and writing, "Husband, love me, right now." Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. After he craned his head to look out the empty window, Sneaky chose to lower the curtain. About half an hour later, Fang Yuan heard the sound of a few girls talking and laughing in a frenzied manner, gradually moving from far away to nearer. He gently put down Jiling, who had already fallen asleep, and then left the carriage. "Husband." As soon as they saw Fang Yuan, Luo Ning and Luo Bing couldn't help but jump into his arms left and right. "Well, did Digong agree?" "Aha." The sisters nodded their heads, sobbing with joy that they couldn't even speak clearly. It was the Golden Lotus, who had arrived immediately after, who gave a brief account of what had happened. Duke D promised Sister Ngier that she would set off for Lanling to investigate the case after New Year's, and he also invited us to stay in the D mansion for New Year's during this time, but I declined. Fang Yuan nodded. "Well, Leonor did the right thing. It's always a bit rude to stay at someone else's house on New Year's Eve. We'll just charter an inn in Weiyang City ourselves." That's what I thought too. I'm a bit more comfortable at the inn, and Weiyang City is also more lively than this Puntaidok. As Golden Lotus was talking, a light cough suddenly came from the distance. Fang Yuan looked. It was a red-clothed Dian who was standing a few feet away looking at their group with a smile on her face. Seeing Fang Yuan looking at him, Dian waved her hand. "Fang Yuan, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you alone." Fang Yuan agreed, and then he preached to the 3 Golden Lotus girls. "You guys go back to the car and warm up, and we'll go down the hill when I get back." Good. The three women didn't say much. After this experience, they are full of gratitude for DN, and the stigma in their hearts naturally dissipates. What's the matter? It's so mysterious, and you have to tell it alone. Fong Yuan was quite dissatisfied. DN bristled in disbelief. Fong Yuan, they're all your new favorites, right? Since he was seen through, Fong Yuan didn't hide it anymore. He said seriously, not a new love. A wife. TSK. DN barred her small mouth and looked up and down Fong Yuan's body with a smile. I can't tell. I can't believe you're still capable at your age. Fong Yuan laughed and said, if Miss D is here to come and talk about such things, I propose that it would be best for us to go to the grove over there where the snow falls. Humph. Stinking rascal. DN's little face instantly became unkind. Let me ask you, why did my cousin she go to the Leaving Fire sect? She should have known that I would be there as well. How would I know? In fact, I've only met Miss G in passing, and she had asked me for a lot of inside information about the Lee Fire sect back then. DN's gaze chilled. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If it's just a casual encounter, would cousin tell you a secret that only belongs between me and her? Fong Yuan, don't blame me for not telling you. Don't think that just because my father promised your little love interest, you can cross the river and tear down the bridge, if you don't make things clear today. Humph. Hearing DN's threat, Fong Yuan could not help but frown. This damn female brat. He sighed at the slightest thought. Well, in that case, I'll just have to be honest. All ears. Speak quickly. DN cheerfully urged. Actually, it's very likely that Jiling has a crush on me. Fong Yuan spoke tentatively first. Just as he finished speaking, he heard DN puffing. Sure enough, I knew it. Cousin suddenly told you this. She obviously has something in mind for you. Just as the book says, nothing ventured is nothing gained. That's what it means to be a thief or an adulterer. Fong Yuan felt that he was alone, but I turned her down. Fong Yuan hurriedly revealed his attitude to DN. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to fool, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Before Di Gong had actually set foot on the road to Lanling, Fong Yuan felt that it would be better for him to coax DN a bit, lest this female brat does not speak of martial virtues and goes back on her word. As for DN, when she heard Fong Yuan's words, her complexion was suddenly delighted. She was seen standing on her tiptoes in an effort to raise herself up to her full height, and then reached out to pat Fong Yuan's shoulder in praise. Fong Yuan, you've done well. This girl really wasn't wrong about you. Fong Yuan laughed. To be able to receive the appreciation of your highness, the future sacred maiden of the Lee Fire sect, Mr. Fong is considered to be fortunate in 3 lifetimes. DN was shocked. Yeah, it's worthy of you, Fong Yuan. This little mouth is like eating honey. No wonder cousin is courting you. After that, she smiled coyly. Fong Yuan, actually I'm looking for you because I want to ask you for some advice on how to chase after my cousin. What's going on? What is she talking about? Why does it feel like a not-so-smart look? At this moment, Fong Yuan suddenly realized something. Due to Di Gong's overcautious upbringing of his precious daughter, perhaps Dian simply had no extra friends for her other than Jiling. Though she was bratty and emotionally twisted, her life experience was like a blank sheet of paper that hadn't been tainted yet. Perhaps Di Gong had never seen the true side of Dian. He thought he had educated his daughter well, but he didn't know that Dian had already gone off the deep end. It was even highly likely that if Dian encountered a man with a bad heart in the future, her performance would be even worse than that of Di Qingyue more than 20 years ago. In this situation, Fong Yuan felt the need to step forward and sacrifice himself. It's time to save his misguided daughter for Di Gong. Chapter 38, It's just a little bit of frost. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, Fong Yuan had the attitude that if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? So he asked first, does Miss D have any confidants? Or friends? Who play well together? Sure. No. Dian had a condescending look on her face. It is enough for me to have my cousin. Would not extra friends and confidants divide my affection for her? Sure enough, the brutal reality of this is still really sad to hear and tearful to hear. Fong Yuan couldn't help but sigh. What are you sighing about? Dian frowned slightly. Don't tell me you don't want to teach. Fong Yuan shook his head. He looked at Dian compassionately. It's not that he doesn't want to teach, but it's not good. What's that look in your eyes? Are you pitying me? Sort of. Fong Yuan did not deny it as he continued. Miss D should know that even ordinary women liking each other attracts worldly prejudice. Let alone you. Prejudice? That's a bit of a good word to use then. This allowed Dian to truly recognize Fong Yuan for one point from the bottom of her heart. And for the first time, I'm starting to look the little white boy in the eye. Love, -99. Fong Yuan, you're so right. What else? And Fong Yuan glanced at Dian. Words finally loosened a little. He secretly said, so this female brat likes to listen to sycophancy. Well said. Only Fong Yuan shook his head and mused. Miss D, the world doesn't understand you, but Fong understands very well. Why should love spark only between a man and a woman? As long as there is love in the heart, men and women are equal to each other. And Fong has always believed that everyone should be recognized by the world as long as they like each other and have love for each other. So it is not you who are at fault, but the world. What you said, Fong Yuan, is simply too right. Diane's eyelashes fluttered lightly in excitement. How she wished that the world would put away its preconceived notions of female-female love and recognize this rare and precious love between her and her cousin as Fong Yuan did. Fong Yuan, seeing as you're dying, I'll tell you the truth. Hearing this, Fong Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but he held back and didn't interrupt Diane, whose excitement was stirring. In fact, the reason why I joined the Leaving Fire sect is to become stronger. And when I become stronger I will take my cousin to a place where no one will disturb us. Next, it's time for Diane's private fantasies. Fong Yuan was a little drowsy from listening, but he tried to pretend that he was listening attentively, intent, and mesmerized. Fong Yuan, what do you think of my plans for the future of myself and my cousin? After saying these words, Diane's gaze was full of anticipation as she looked towards Fong Yuan, the hope of being recognized by Fong Yuan flickering in the depths of her bright pupils. Fong Yuan certainly wouldn't be less excited about Diane. I am very envious of Ms. D's life plan and can only say that it is good to be young. If I were still young, I'd probably take a cue from Miss D's idea and go find an undisturbed piece of paradise as well. Thank you for understanding. Fong Yuan, you're really a good person. I misunderstood you before. Diane's eyes were red and greatly moved, and her love value had become -98. Fong Yuan waved his hand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The world has misunderstood me for 500 years, and I haven't survived like this. But even though our souls resonate on some level, I'll be fair. Okay, you say it. Diane nodded her head, like a chicken cutting rice, looking very well behaved. As good as Miss D thinks. That's a one-sided long-cherished wish. You seem to have forgotten to consider your cousin. My cousin? Diane was quite startled. Fong Yuan said in a deep voice, yes, Miss G is just like you. She is also a flesh and blood person. She also has her own mind, and should not live only for you in your long-cherished wish. After hearing these words, Diane fell into silence. She began to think about the little things that had happened to her in the past with her cousin. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, multiplied his words. You might want to remember where you've been. Do you remember the first time you had a crush on your cousin? And was the smile she wore on her face then innocent? But was it surprise or trepidation or confusion on her face after you broke the ice between you two? What I don't seem to remember. Diane lowered her eyes and shook her head. In fact, she remembers it well. Cousin was so frightened that night that she fled Pantai Dock in a panic. Fong Yuan smiled and comforted. Good thing too. Memories are the root of pain. You're lucky to not remember. Fong Yuan. Diane raised her head. She said with red eyes. What do you think I should do to get my cousin back? Fong Yuan handed over a flawless white handkerchief. Want one? Diane shook her head as she pulled a pink silk scarf from her waist. Seeing this, Fong Yuan put away his handkerchief and continued. Love runs both ways, as if it were a slap in the face. And when you don't get the feedback you deserve for the love you have for your cousin, you should calm down and go and think of her instead of immersing yourself in a cocoon of your own world. For her sake? Diane was a bit plausible. She felt that she had captured the key to something. Yes, you can accept the world's prejudice against you, but she can't, and that's the point. If you can dissipate the barrier that separates the two of you, she will naturally come back to you obediently. Hey, really? Diane couldn't help but giggle. The phrase be good and come back to your arms made Diane almost forget her last name. When Diane woke up, she hurriedly wiped the saliva at the corner of her mouth with a silk scarf sincerely. I also asked brother Fong Yuan to help me. Meanwhile, love, -95. Oh swallow, have you ever heard of a medium? The witty Fong Yuan, too, changed his name in obedience. Medium? Diane furrowed her willow brows and shook her head, expressing her lack of understanding. Fong Yuan explained. A medium is an intermediary carrier of material continuity. It's like in the art of the 5 elements. Water begets wood. Saying that, a ghostly blue crystal appeared on Fong Yuan's fingertips, and then instantly turned into a greenish spirit breath again. It's time to give the female brat a little shock. Fong Yuan knew inwardly that if he wanted to completely tame Diane, the female brat, in addition to Linger, the virtuous inner helper, he also needed to achieve a suspected crushing of her in terms of natural talent. And Diane looked at this scene in shock. Water spirit art? Wood spirit art? Didn't Fong Yuan say that he couldn't even perform the 5 elements art? It was important to know that in order for a cultivator to perform the corresponding 5 elemental arts, they must have a spirit root with the equivalent attribute in their body. That is, Fong Yuan unexpectedly possessed both a water spirit root and a wood spirit root, but in the next breath, Di Yan was already covering her cherry lips in shock, accompanied by Fong Yuan. Wood begets fire. Fire begets earth. The fall of the reddish flames and the yellowish-brown mud base emerged from his fingertips again. Brother Fong Yuan, could it be that you possess a complete 5-elemental spiritual root? Di Yan finally couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Fong Yuan nodded without moving. Although he didn't have a golden spirit root yet, with Di Yan, he did. Di Yan's beautiful star-like eyes twinkled. So powerful. It turns out that Brother Fong Yuan has always been deeply hidden. And it turns out that the world has such a big prejudice against Brother Fong Yuan as well. Fong Yuan smiled faintly. It's just a bit of frost. That doesn't matter. The important thing is that just as the 5 elements of the art of phasing requires my fingertips as a medium for conduction, you and your cousin, who is eternally bonded to the same person, need the same similar medium for conduction. And that medium who can conduct your love for you is me. Chapter 39, A Moment of Springtime. Di Yan listened. She felt greatly shaken, but felt that what Fong Yuan had said made perfect sense. Gradually, Di Yan's face began to become cloudy. After a long time, she looked up as if she had made some sort of determination. Brother Fong Yuan, can you give me some time? I need to think about it seriously. Fong Yuan inwardly cried out in pity, but on his lips, he laughed. Of course, but there may not be much time left for me, so I will also consider whether I decide to help you or not. Di Yan instantly became nervous. Why? Could it be that Brother Fong Yuan has other things to do? Fong Yuan nodded. Then he turned around and looked at the bottom of Yuntai Mountain. You know, my days are numbered. I had promised your sister-in-law and a few of them, so when I wait until I help the Luo family overturn the case, I will take them to the outside world of the Yu dynasty to see. Di Yan was slightly lost in thought. I know. I will give Brother Fong Yuan an answer on the day that father leaves for Lanling City. Well, if you decide, then I would consider making the leaving fire sect the first stop on the rest of my journey. Thank you, Brother Fong Yuan. You are a good man, and I apologize for that nasty comment I had made to you earlier. With that, Di Yan bowed deeply. Fong Yuan smiled indifferently. It's okay, I've actually always thought white boy was a nice compliment. After all, only ugly people are jealous of me. Brother has such a good heart. Di Yan's beautiful eyes rippled. She was somewhat captivated by Fong Yuan's personality. Unfortunately, Brother Fong Yuan is a guy. Ugh, it would be so nice if my brother was a girl. Brother understands himself like this. Then even if he abandons his cousin and moves on, there is no excuse for it. Di Yan thought so, but then he heard Fong Yuan say, Yanzi, it's getting late. I should take your sister-in-law and the girls down the mountain. Di Yan retained. Can't Brother Fong Yuan stay at the D mansion temporarily? I haven't properly entertained you and your sisters-in-law yet. No. Fong Yuan shook his head. A few of them are used to the hustle and bustle. The Pantai dock is a bit cold and clear. I'm afraid I won't be able to get used to living there. Okay. Di Yan was rather regretful. Then if Brother Fong Yuan encounters any trouble that he can't solve, just mention my father's name. His old man still has some thin skin in Weiyang City. Oh, well, goodbye oh little swallow. Fong Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave. Wagon. Luo Bing simply couldn't help the curiosity in her heart. Husband, the D family's eldest miss wouldn't have fallen in love with you, would she? I observed her gazing at you with affection, like a stone looking out for a long time, unable to leave the spot. Fong Yuan didn't hide it. She just begged me, saying that she liked someone but didn't know how to unfold it with the other person. Ji Ling had already woken up. She lightly bit the corner of her lips and glanced at Fong Yuan breathlessly. Luo Bing, on the other hand, was skeptical with a twinkle in her eye. Then why would she beg for husband? It's not possible that that person is husband, is it? Fong Yuan lightly pinched a handful of Luo Bing's cheeks. Don't guess wildly but if I really marry her, she is going to have to call you sister. He. Lobin spat out her little tongue in embarrassment. She didn't realize that her little thought of wanting to be a sister had been guessed by her husband all of a sudden yet. When Fong Yuan and his sister finished laughing and joking, Luo Ning suddenly spoke. Husband, tonight seems like a good night. Fong Yuan said with a straight face. Well, it's also good. A good time should be matched with a beautiful view. Let's go see the lanterns. I heard that the night market in Weiyang City is very lively. Husband, June. Luo Ning trailed off rather grudgingly. How could she not know that her husband was deliberately teasing her? And Jean Lian, who was massaging Ji Ling to revitalize her blood, was somewhat tolerant. So Sister Nger is pining for spring. Sister Lianer, I don't have miles. Luo Ning's face instantly turned bright red. She had to secretly transmit her voice to her sister. Binger, you must take down your husband tonight. Ha? Me? Luo Bing was dumbfounded. What was the point of pulling it on her properly? Although Fang Yuan did not promise on his lips, when it really came to the night, he still took advantage of the time when he was strolling around the night market of Weiyang City with a few of his girls, and quietly controlled the puppeteers that he had created to briefly decorate the rooms of the inn, waiting to return to the inn. When Luo Ning and Luo Bing saw that the room was plastered with big red Xian characters, the two girls were so excited that they jumped into Fang Yuan's arms and cried out. Fang Yuan laughed. Originally, I wanted to give Ninger and Binger a grand celebration, but the two of you have been urging for it. Being able to do this, my sister and I are already satisfied, Luo Ning said with tearful eyes. He. Congratulations to both sisters for getting what they wanted. Jinlian pushed Jiling, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and walked in with a smile. The tear-stained Luo Ning hurriedly kneeled down and saluted at Golden Lotus and Jiling. Ninger has met Sister Lianer, has met Sister Linger, and tonight my sister and I are considered to have truly gone from being the Luo family's daughters to becoming the Fang family's women. And Luo Bing, who was on the side, knelt down understandingly while her sister was speaking. Jinlian hurriedly helped up the two women. The two sisters quickly get up. Our old Fang family does not have so many rules. Do not prosper this After, Jinlian took out 2 more pairs of jade bracelets from her arms and placed them on Luo Ning and Luo Bing's hands respectively. This is a wedding gift from Linger's sister and I to the two of you. A little token of appreciation. Don't mind it. Sister Lianer is joking. We will definitely treasure such a valuable thing by all means. Well, a moment of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Then we won't disturb the two sisters and their husband's cave. Oh, after Jinlian said that, she made a face to Fang Yuan again, and she pushed Jiling to leave. Husband, then we, Luo Ning and Luo Bing, their faces like evening sunsets, looked at Fang Yuan shyly. There's no rush. In fact, I've even prepared a phoenix cape for the two of you. Fang Yuan would not let the two women's wedding night be filled with regrets. Even if they had pushed for it to come first, there was still a process that needed to be in place. Along with the two women whose hearts were in the same place, they fell asleep together. Their love for each other has changed by leaps and bounds. Target, Luo Ning. Love, 50. Bonus, can add 1 year of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Target can be extracted repeatedly. Target, Luo Bing. Love, 50. Bonus, can add 1 year of longevity to the host. Is it extracted? Target can be extracted repeatedly. Fang Yuan chose to extract. That said, the cooldown for extracting the Golden Lotus and Jiling from the last time seems to be just shy of the last quarter of an hour. By the time the sub-hour comes, it seems to be able to be extracted again, and there seems to be an unfulfilled wish of his own that he has not yet done. Think about it. Fang Yuan then quietly left this room and then pushed open the door of the room where Jinlian and Jiling were. Previously, the whole of this floor of the inn had been laid by him with an earth spirit ban, so the two women did not insert the door latch. Darkness. Golden Lotus had long since fallen into a deep sleep as usual, and Jiling hasn't yet. Perhaps it was because Jiling had slept in Pantai Dock in the afternoon. At the moment, under the pale starlight, she was gazing at Fang Yuan with gleaming eyes. Chapter 40, It's Good to Be Young. The moment. The darkened room. Although Jiling did not speak, her gaze seemed to ask, why is my husband here? Fang Yuan looked a little guilty. Actually, I've come to apologize to Linger. Ninger and Binger had a ceremony even if it was overly simple. We're the only ones who don't have a formal process, and I was rude that night. At first, Fang Yuan only wanted to brush values on Jiling, so he didn't consider it that carefully. Plus, he had deliberately knocked down the elixir at that time in order to display it in front of Jiling. It could be said that Fang Yuan at that time was completely controlled by desire. Therefore, when he was decorating the wedding room for Ninger Binger and the girls in the evening, Fang Yuan's heart was always filled with guilt towards Jiling. And the reason why he hadn't mentioned it earlier was because he didn't want to spoil Ninger and Binger's fun. Jiling, however, shook her head. She smiled indifferently, as if to say it was okay. No, it's related. No matter what Linger thinks in her heart, at least I have a guilty conscience. Fang Yuan caressed Jiling's side face and whispered, I promise Linger, when your injuries and dark disease are cured in the future, I will definitely bring you back to the Yu dynasty and hold a grand wedding ceremony in the presence of all those who know us. Okay? Jiling nodded with tears of joy. There is no girl who doesn't want to have a flawless wedding. She also wanted to tell the world that her Jiling's husband was born handsome, and that her husband was a good match for her. Without realizing it, Jiling thought of many beautiful images. She finally couldn't help but pour it out. Although it was just a moan of the same character, Fang Yuan still clearly captured what Jiling was trying to express through her love value that had suddenly skyrocketed by 20 points. Husband, I love you. At this moment, Jiling's love value reached a whole new level. Target, Ji Ling. Love, 70. Bonus, it can increase the host's lifespan by 5 years. Is it extracted? Cooled. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned as he looked at the words. He thought that 70 points of words could increase his longevity by more than 10 years. After all, before, the Golden Lotus was able to increase his lifespan by 3 years at 60 points, and it even reached a terrifying 100 years after it skyrocketed to its peak. It was just that he didn't expect that the longevity edition didn't seem to show a curve-shaped growth trend like he thought it would. But it doesn't matter. As long as one possessed the Golden Lotus, longevity was a string of worthless numbers to Fang Yuan. After selecting the bonus extractions for Ji Ling and Golden Lotus respectively, as a hot warmth flowed through his limbs and bones, Fang Yuan felt that his chi and blood had finally and completely recovered to the state of being able to piss 3 feet against the wind in his youth. He turned his head slightly sideways and looked into the brass mirror on the dresser next to the couch. Host, Fang Yuan. Qualification, 99% of B grade, upper grade water spiritual root. Middle grade wood spiritual root. Middle grade earth spiritual root. Middle grade fire spiritual root, 2/3. Longevity, 119 years. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. 100 years of longevity allowed Fang Yuan to truly feel the vigor of youth from the inside out. Even though he had just calmed down the 2 Luo sisters, he still felt like he had an inexhaustible amount of energy flowing through him. Spirit. Fang Yuan looked at Ji Ling with a burning gaze. From Fang Yuan's cannibalistic gaze, Ji was frightened. She shook her head in shame and panic, and beamed toward the sleeping Golden Lotus, signaling that her sister was still there. But what Fang Yuan was after was a thrill. Darkness. He skillfully undid the ribbon on Ji Ling's robe with one hand. And so it was. Golden Lotus after waking up from her sleep in a daze. It's hard to escape that. 2. Have to say. A young body is good. From the night he returned to the inn on the 27th day of the Lunar New Year until the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Fang Yuan had hardly left his bed. This also caused Jinlian and the other women to gradually turn from their initial desire to meet and greet each other into bitterness. And, of course, they inwardly blamed themselves a little more for their inability to satisfy their husbands. Unbeknownst to him, this was the true purpose of Fang Yuan's efforts to solidify his foundation. The 4th day of the year, Dian's visit also made the 4 Golden Lotus girls secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the gap between Fang Yuan and Dian chatting downstairs, Jinlian proposed to her 3 sisters. I'm going to purchase a couple of housemaids in the people's market. What do the sisters think? Luo Ning and Luo Bing's eyes lit up as they exulted. It's still Sister Lianer who was considerate. Ji Ling was the only one who didn't show anything, because the word maid reminded her once again of those bad pasts, and as Jinlian was an afterthought, she hurriedly held Ji Ling's hand and apologized. I'm sorry, oh Sister Linger. Sister will never mention this again. What's wrong with Sister Linger? Luo Bing's heart was straight as she asked curiously. It's really nothing. Jinlian didn't want to expose Ji Ling's scars again. However, Ji Ling was shaking her head, signaling that it was fine. There had to be an explanation for the 2 Njek sisters. We are not all sisters to each other, but we are better than sisters. After all, the 4 of them had long been acquainted with you and me under the unashamed nonsense of the husband these days. The 4 even secretly made a ranking of the models of their respective warming babies. So it was that Jinlian went into detail about Huang Tsuetsue's repeated crimes. After hearing this, Luo Ning and Luo Bing were both filled with righteous indignation. So angry that their already vaguely aching chests became even more painful. Luo Ning said indignantly, knowing the face of a man is not knowing his heart. Sure enough, nothing in this world can be worse than the human heart. While Luo Bing suggested, it seems like we can only look for some virtuous young ladies. In fact, I think Miss D is just fine. As a matter of fact, Luo Bing, who had been used to being a younger sister since she was young, had not wanted to hear someone else personally call out to her as a sister. As early as when she had left Pantai Dock earlier, she had hit on Dian. Jinlian, however, laughed, fate can be met. Binger's sister must not talk nonsense in front of her husband. Oh. Hearing this, Ji Ling couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't want her cousin added to the mix. If that day really comes, with husband's unashamed piss-taking nature, definitely stacking my cousin right up as a drawing board for myself when I'm writing with a bamboo brush. That's such a beautiful picture. I feel a little blush just thinking about it. The private room on the 2nd floor of the inn. Dian opened the door. Brother Fang Yuan, I came today mainly for 2 things. First, my father asked me to come and tell you that everyone will gather at the south gate of Weiyang City early in the morning of the day after tomorrow, and we'll all travel together to Lanling on our D family's unique Lin cult. When the time comes, the D family will have 2 linnets ready for brother and sister-in-law to replace your mortal cult that pulls the cart. Mr. D has taken the trouble. Fang Yuan raised his hand in thanks. I'm ashamed to say that after coming to Weiyang City, I've been so busy day and night that I haven't had the chance to pay him a visit. Di Yan smiled. It's fine. Brother Fong Yuan's status is special. By rights, it's father who should pay you a visit on behalf of grandpa his old man. But it's good that you two don't see each other, so you don't get embarrassed and have nothing to say. Ha ha, indeed. Fong Yuan also had this concern. That's why he had asked Luo Ning to personally meet with Di Gong in the first place. Chapter 41, Killer Robbery. The second thing. Speaking of this matter, Di Yan's watery little face would inevitably float up in a blush. I agree to Brother Fong Yuan being the medium of the emotional bond between me and my cousin. But Brother Fong Yuan has to let me see my cousin once first. If by then my cousin doesn't reject the complicated relationship between the three of us as well, then I'll definitely cooperate with Brother Fong Yuan. Even if you sleep between me and my cousin, I can still bite the bullet and accept it. In response to Di Yan's amazing and wonderful words, Fong Yuan's expression always showed no joy or sorrow. Swallow. There's actually no need for you to take me too seriously. Truth be told, my presence is the equivalent of a futon that can completely cover your carcasses, essentially so that you won't feel any shame in front of outsiders. He. What Fong Yuan brother said really makes you feel blush. Di Yan covered her cheeks in embarrassment, and her shy appearance finally had a hint of the coquettishness that a girl should have. Fong Yuan had wanted to take advantage of the situation and see if he could trick a first kiss for a taste, and yet, immediately realized, before the appearance of Ji Ling, the medium matters have not been completely on track, and must not be rushed. Thus, Fong Yuan hurriedly changed the topic, lest Di Yan suddenly asked for details about Ji Ling again. Swallow, after settling the injustice of the Luo family, I will take the first step to the Li Fire sect to contact Miss Ji Ling. When will you leave for the Li Fire sect? Only after Di Yan calmed her shameful heart did she explain. Brother Fong Yuan, in fact, I am now an inner disciple of the Li Fire sect, but I chose to go home to visit my family a year ago, so if there are no other surprises, we can also pair up when the time comes to head to the Rising Fire sect together. Good. Fong Yuan nodded and thought secretly. When the time came to pair up with Di Yan on the way to the departing Flame sect, he could slowly reveal Ji Ling's encounter to the latter. Sure, the matter also needs a sufficient buffer. After all, Di Yan wasn't like Fong Yuan. He possessed the Great Love Unlimited system, so he wouldn't mind Ji Ling at all, and he even had a bit of a lovey-dovey hunting feeling for Ji Ling after he got used to it. After chatting for a while longer, Di Yan looked at the sky that was about to reach almost noon. Brother Fong Yuan, then it's a deal. The day after tomorrow I'll follow father and you to Lanling, and when the case management is over, we'll head straight to the Li Fire sect. Fong Yuan hesitated for a moment. No problem, but when your father is present the day after tomorrow, perhaps you can call me Senior Fong. Upon hearing this, Di Yan couldn't help but laugh. Brother Fong Yuan, don't worry. I definitely won't mess up my seniority if I have my father beside me. The time wobbles. It was already 2 days later in the early morning. Weiyang City, South Gate. Di Gong was old and his hair was as white as snow, but his face looked kind. Upon seeing the young Fong Yuan, Di Gong was first stunned. Then he welcomed him with a smile. Mr. D has met Elder Fong. Some days ago Mr. D was thinking that he would have the opportunity to pay a special visit to your old man, but I didn't think that I would be too busy before and after the year. Fong Yuan laughed. Oh, the new year is all like this. Said also want to find a chance to go to D house to thank you for your help to the inner man. Has been busy also did not have the opportunity to. Elder Fong is polite. Not to mention that there is a friendship between you and that child Linger. Even if there is no such relationship, Mr. D will still do his best. Spirit? In the carriage, the three women, Jin Lian, Luo Ning, and Luo Bing, who had heard the keyword, looked at Ji Ling at the same time, their gazes all showing different colors. Could it be that Sister Linger, younger sister, is still really Dian's cousin? Kirito blinked and lip-synced. Shoo, obviously. She knew that Dian was also outside, so she didn't want to expose her presence too early. Actually, besides being very repulsed in herself by the sinful association of Dian's adoration of her, Ji Ling was very much afraid of catching a hint of the possibility of dislike in her cousin's eyes. This was also the real reason why Ji Ling chose to close her eyes and pretend to be asleep when the carriage was lifted off the curtain by Dian back in Yuntai Dock. Ji Ling didn't think Dian would recognize her from a pair of eyes alone, but she feared that she would see something that would make her feel more sorrowful than she was. I understand your thoughts very well, and I also know that the D family doesn't lack money, so a little gift is no honor. Consider it as an indemnity for the previous period of time when I just couldn't find the time to travel to the D mansion. Elder Fong is joking. Just a little favor. There's no need for a thank you gift. This is a high-level water spirit talisman that can withstand the full force of a Foundation establishment strike. Elder Fong, you're really too polite. D was so shocked that he was a little incoherent. Although he had a special great water spirit talisman refined by his old man on him, who would have too many cards that could save his life? Especially in this secular world. Jiedan powerhouses were rare, so high-level water spirit talismans were the hard currency, and in a sense, they were even priced out of the market. After all, high-level water spirit talismans could only be refined by cultivators above the Jiedan realm. But who among the Jiedan cultivators would consume their souls and essence blood to refine such a low-rank life-preserving talisman? Speaking up, the reason why Fong Yuan had expended his essence, blood, and soul to refine this item in the first place was still to exchange it for an earth-grade spirit-gathering stone from someone else. But now, Fong Yuan's intention to go had been decided. Since he was going to the cultivation world with its vast aura, it seemed that this item would have no use other than leaving it as a toy for a few girls. It would be better to give the extra ones to Di Gong, or to repay the favor for Ninger. I also hope that Di Gong can quickly help my inner man clear his name of wrongdoing. Di Gong put away the spirit talisman and then respectfully said, "Please don't worry, Elder Fong. Even without this spirit talisman, being clear-eyed is still something that the late generation should do. To be able to obtain so many life-preserving spirit talismans, that Fong Yuan was completely his nobleman. One must know that his old man, who was a cultivator of the Jiedan Grand Completion realm, had only managed to refine only one extraordinarily high-grade water spirit talisman for him. Of course, it wasn't that Papa Di Gong was heartless, but the old man had put more energy into his granddaughter Dian." Fong Yuan smiled faintly. "Then let's get going. Lanling City is located in the south of the Yu Dynasty, while Weiyang City is located in the northeast of the Yu Dynasty. The distance between the two was roughly 3 times the distance from Yao City to Weiyang City. However, because the car of this trip is Di's family spirit grass-raised Lin horse, so the speed is very fast, is more than 20 times the ordinary mortal horse, can be said to be at least 3,000 miles a day. Fong Yuan made a simple estimate. If they kept running at this speed, perhaps it would only take 2.5 days for the crowd to reach Lanling City, but plans often fail to catch up with change. When the crowd had traveled more than halfway down the road, they were suddenly stopped on the official road by a masked cultivator with a perfect foundation establishment. "I am Di Qingtian of Yuntai Dock, and I would like to ask the strong man for a favor." The masked cultivator ignored Di Gong and instead coldly spoke to the carriage behind him. "Where is Fong Yuan? I have been entrusted with your life and have come to take it." "Husband." The women became tense at once. Fong Yuan shook his head with a bland expression and gave the women a reassuring smile. On the other side of the carriage, Di Yan had already lifted the curtain and chortled. "Where did the little foundation establishment thief come from? How dare you block my aunt's way? If you don't want to die, then get lost, or else this special grade golden spirit talisman in my hand is not something to be messed with." Chapter 42, Immortals of the Mundane World. If the extraordinary water spirit talisman could withstand a Jiedan powerhouse's full strength, then the combined power of the extraordinary gold spirit talisman would be equivalent to a normal strike from a Jiedan powerhouse. This power was not enough to kill a foundation establishment perfection, but it was enough to cause it to be seriously injured. However, the masked assassin dared to openly intercept and kill Fong Yuan in front of the Yantewardi family, so naturally, he was fully prepared. In the meantime, Fong Yuan also walked out from the carriage. He scrutinized the masked assassin and said indifferently, "Ji Xian sent you, didn't he? You're Fong Yuan?" The masked killer immediately froze in place, and there was a flicker of imperceptible timidity in his eyes. He had chased Fong Yuan through the essence blood provided by his employer. It's just that the intelligence doesn't seem to match the reality. In the employer's portrait, Fong Yuan was old and half-dead. As for the Fong Yuan in front of him, although he is a crane-haired boy, but he is full of blood and extraordinary, and at a glance, he is not an idle generation. If the person in front of him was really Fong Yuan, it meant that there was a great possibility that he had already broken through the Jiedan to become a Yuaning elder monster. Thinking of this, the masked killer actually chose to vanish directly. "Run away," Fong Yuan sneered. Subsequently, both hands condensed palm prints to catalyze the Earth Spirit technique. A thought was to gather the hundreds of meters around this place into a hemispherical earth and stone barrier. The masked killer was also determined. Seeing that the back way was blocked, he even directly activated several high-level wood spirit talismans, intending to break through the Earth Spirit barrier blockade. Under the corrosion of the wood spirit spell, in the blink of an eye, cracks like ice flowers appeared on the Earth Spirit barrier. Seeing this, the masked killer was overjoyed and hurriedly swung his fist to invoke the fire spirit root in his body, wanting to completely break the blockade of the Earth Spirit barrier with a single blow. I don't know. Square Edge, who could see the attributes of his opponent's words, was catfighting from the start. When the masked killer pierced through a small piece of the barrier through his own fire spirit root, he did not know that Fong Yuan had accumulated another thick layer of water spirit escape on the outside of the Earth Spirit barrier. Boom! When the extremely dazzling crimson flame seedlings encountered the sky-covering ghostly blue crystals, the masked cultivator didn't even have time to scream miserably before his soul consciousness was instantly destroyed by the water spirit technique. And the process may seem tedious and long, but it's just a flash of lightning. Before Di Gong and Di Yan could even see what was happening, the battle was over. Brother Fong Yuan, Elder, is he already dead? Di Yan, dressed in red like a fire elf, rushed to Fong Yuan with a face of adoration, and Di Gong rolled over and dismounted. He respectfully said, Elder Fong is truly an immortal of the mortal world. Mortal immortal. It was considered to be the world's highest evaluation of a Jidan powerhouse. Although Fong Yuan had only shown his hand, Di Gong could sense that Fong Yuan was by no means a normal battle-ready Jidan cultivator. Even his old man, back then, when he fought against his enemies at the early stage of Jidan, could not possibly run the 5 elemental techniques in such a smooth and flowing manner, and it was as if Fong Yuan could predict what the opponent wanted to do. The 5 elemental techniques were layered and interlocked, causing the opponent to lose the ability to act without even having a chance to catch his breath. Therefore, in Di Gong's opinion, although Fong Yuan's cultivation was only at the early stage of Jidan, he was definitely the strongest and most terrifying one in this realm, and was worthy enough to deserve the reputation as the immortal of the mortal world. Fong Yuan's face revealed an abnormal blush, but the corners of his mouth were lightly smiling. He, Di Gong fallaciously praised. A little bit of small means only, not enough to mention. Besides, I merely have 500 years more combat experience than anyone else. In fact, although Fong Yuan had 500 years of life experience, he had never fought any battles at all with Bai Miao Miao covering him. At that time, Fong Yuan knew that he was not as skilled as others, and how could he possibly go to duel with someone when he couldn't even perform the 5 elemental techniques? He was not a masochist. But, although Fong Yuan had never fought, he had seen quite a few bloody scenes, and in the 500 years, he had witnessed too many life and death duels in the Li Fire sect, and that, too, is an accumulation of combat experience. Plus, Fong Yuan possessed the wisdom eye that was able to see through the attributes of other people's words. For example, the masked killer just now, Fong Yuan, on the premise of knowing that he was a mid-grade fire spirit root cultivator, could have completely arranged the water spirit technique in advance to disguise it after the earth spirit barrier, and was waiting for the other party to come over and throw himself into the net. It could be said that before leaving the Leaving Fire sect, in his mind, Fong Yuan had long fantasized countless times about the images of the operation of the various 5 elemental techniques that were perfectly connected and articulated as well as countercurrent. Especially when he was young, he had envisioned more than once that if one day the 5 elemental spiritual roots suddenly appeared in his body, then he would definitely mirror those heavenly battle images in his mind. And just now, Fong Yuan really did it. He fulfilled his dream at the age of 29 in the year 529. That's why his face revealed an abnormal blush, because it was still the blood running through his body rushing with excitement. Pity. Fong Yuan was only excited for a moment, then quickly returned to his calmness. The man of today is long gone from his youth. It is just like a child who would fantasize in his childhood that it would be great if he could buy all the paper kites, but when the child grows up, he has the ability to buy all the paper kites, but he loses the carefree childish fun he had in his childhood. The same is true of the square edge. Nowadays, what he was excited about wasn't the fact that he was running the water and earth arts freely, but he was excited that he was really no longer the same trash who didn't even dare to answer the battle at the late stage of Foundation establishment. In the meantime, the guards of the D mansion had unmasked the masked assassin. After a bit of exploring, they scoped out the assassin. Master, Elder Fong, this person is a gold medal killer in the human world. The human world? Di Gong's expression was slightly stunned, and he seemed a bit incredulous. Fong Yuan asked, is there anything wrong? He had left Qingmao Mountain with Bai Miao Miao following the elders of the Leaving Fire sect at a very early age, so he didn't understand what the human world represented in the mundane world at all. There is indeed something not quite normal, Di Gong analyzed. The human world is the largest and strongest assassin organization in the mortal world, and the dynasties seem to have defaulted to its existence. But the human world has always acted in a sinister and vicious manner, and they will do anything to kill their target. Even if the person they killed was just an ordinary mortal, these heartless assassins would still go all out and would never give the other party a chance to catch their breath. Therefore, if this person is truly a gold medal assassin in the human world, he would definitely not choose to stop us on the official highway, but rather he would take advantage of the fact that you, Elder Fong, are mentally exhausted before waiting for an opportunity to move. After Fong Yuan pondered a little, he asked, aren't there any special circumstances? For example, the employer doesn't allow the killer to hurt the innocent. Di Gong mused, there will be, but the price will probably need to be calculated separately. It's just that D feels that since the other side wants to put you to death, why would they go to such great lengths not to let the killers hurt the innocent? Forget it, why do we need to get entangled? We can just interrogate him later. As long as he doesn't choose to cut off his spiritual roots and sinews to kill himself, Mr. D has plenty of ways to get him to talk. Chapter 43, Dislike of Killing. On means, Digong is still tender. Or he simply could not pry the masked killer's mouth open by using the same tricks he used to force confessions out of ordinary people in the past. If he started analyzing from this aspect, Digong began to believe a little that this person was most likely the gold medal killer in the human world. Until half an hour had passed, Digong looked up at the gradually midday sky and had to walk over with a face of shame. He also didn't expect that Fong Yuan had already helped him abolish the killer's spirit root and shocked the killer's tendons, but he still hadn't been able to interrogate him. Elder Fong, it was D who failed your letter. Fong Yuan waved his hand and laughed. There is no need to explain. That killer's will is extraordinary. Take me over to take a look. Earlier, after Fong Yuan had wasted the assassin, he chose to return to the carriage to pacify a few frightened girls. Dad, I'll go too. It was Di Yen, who had already mingled with Jinlian Ninger and the others, who shouted with a leap of faith. Di Gong glared at Di Yen. Don't come. There's nothing to see in the blood. Di Yen said unconvincingly. That's nothing. I think Di Yen, started to kill fish at the age of 3 without blinking an eye. It was Fong Yuan who interrupted the quarrel between father and daughter with a smile. Oh, Swallow, stay with your sisters and continue talking for a while. We'll be resuming our journey soon. Di Yen skimmed her lips and obediently said, Fine. Wait a long distance away from the wagon. Di Gong looked more and more ashamed. Di, have failed to discipline my daughter. Making Elder Fong laugh. He did not think that Di Yen would listen to Fong Yuan earlier because there was something between the two of them. He only thought that his daughter was somewhat obedient because she had too much respect as well as some fear for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled faintly. Di Gong should not be presumptuous. If Mr. Fong had a daughter at this age, I am afraid it would be even worse than what you have shown. Ha ha, Di Gong released a big laugh. It was because Fong Yuan's words instantly gave him an empathetic soul resonance. When Fong Yuan arrived in front of the killer, he found that he had already been tortured by the guards of the D mansion in rags and covered in blood. But when the killer actually dared to show a sneering smile on his face after seeing Fong Yuan coming over, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said, You still have what means despite making it out. Little master, I can still afford it. Fong Yuan ignored the assassin's provocation and instead looked at the guard and asked, Backwoods man, is there a dagger? Yes, senior. The D mansion guard hurriedly removed the dagger from his waist and respectfully handed it to Fong Yuan. Posterior, do another favor and strip his pants. Fong Yuan pulled out his dagger and said indifferently, Fong Yuan, what do you want? Killer became instantly unsettled. Nothing, I'll just cut a bowl and gild an egg in the meantime. Fong Yuan recounted in a clear and breezy manner. He even looked over at Digong and asked with a smile, How about a bet? You say the left side is bigger or the right side is bigger. Where had Digong ever seen such a scene? And while he was still hesitating to make a choice, the killer's mind was broken. Elder Fong, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Please give me a quick break. I'm willing to give a full account. Pity. Fong Yuan scared and shook his head. Rather regretful. I heard the imperial physician in the palace say that eating kills makes up for anything, and I was originally thinking of stewing a soup to drink. Next, the killer didn't dare to talk anymore and gave an honest account of everything. He was indeed a gold medal assassin from the human world, and his employer was none other than the imperial crown prince Jiang of the Yu dynasty. The higher-ups of the human world had also made it a point to investigate Fong Yuan's details before deciding to take on this business. It was only after learning that Fong Yuan had already had his chi and blood withered, and that his already weak battle power was even more tenfold, that the world of man chose to take on this deal. And the reason why the assassin did not choose to directly attack and kill Fong Yuan was indeed because he was afraid of hurting the innocent. Because Jiang spent a huge amount of money and stated in this business that all the women around Fong Yuan could die. Only the woman surnamed Luo named Ning could not have any accidents. Jiang, Ji Xian. Ha! Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. A clay bodhisattva still has 3 points of fire, let alone a big living person. The Ji family had provoked Fong Yuan 3 times, completely angering his bottom line. Imagine if Fong Yuan was still as weak as he was more than 20 days ago. What would he be able to withstand the fire spirit sharp blade of the gold medal killer of the human world? Elder Fong, it's fortunate that no tragedy has been caused, and it's good that the sister-in-laws are all safe and sound. Di Gong did not know how to comfort Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Does Di know where the headquarters of the human world are? Di Gong shook his head. There are no fixed strongholds in the human world. And that assassin just now also said that they all take on missions by looking for the imprints that the organization left in the mundane world. However, some years ago, when I was resolving an unsolved case, I had encountered killers from the human world, and at that moment, I had asked my family's old master about the human world, and he said that the human world was just a pawn that a certain hidden sect in the cultivation realm had laid out in the mundane world to use to screen disciples. The hidden clan. Fang Yuan secretly memorized this word hidden world in his heart. The human world is too widely distributed among the dynasties. Since they couldn't be wiped out by normal means, they had to be exterminated at their source. Fang Yuan is a very vindictive person, and with all the time he had all the energy. Even if this hidden sect was a behemoth comparable to the Lingbao Pavilion, he dared to swear to dig its ancestral grave. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised his hand and said, "Well, I'll leave the matter of the Lanling Luo family to Lord Di." Di Gong was stunned and disoriented. Isn't Fan Lao going to Lanling City together? Fang Yuan looked into the distance, his gaze profound. No, some things have to be resolved. Di Gong followed Fang Yuan's line of sight and knew that direction was Yao City. He clenched inwardly and hurriedly said, "I hope that when the time comes, Elder Fang will be magnanimous and spare my little sister Di Qingyue's life." Ha ha, Duke Di can rest assured, for Mr. Fang has always disliked killing. Hearing this, Di Gong then looked at the not far away from the cut oxen gelled eggs and death of the human world's gold medal killers, felt a burst of heart-piercing coldness. What? Elder Fang isn't going to Lanling City? Suddenly, Di Yan felt a little overwhelmed. She had previously agreed with her old dad that she would accompany him to Lanling to break the case first, and then she would head directly to the Lihua sect. Now that brother Fang Yuan had suddenly stood her up, she didn't even know how to explain it to her father. If she had directly said that she didn't want to go to Lanling City anymore and also wanted to go to Yao City to have a look around, then even if Pop's reaction was too obtuse, he was afraid that he would be able to tell that there was an unknown adulterous relationship between himself and brother Fang Yuan. Well, not going. Fang Yuan understood what Di Yan meant, but he was too embarrassed to invite Di Yan to accompany him directly in front of Di Gong, so he could only give up for the time being on cultivating a relationship with Di Yan. When Di Gong has overturned the case by then, he should still come to Yao City to close the case, right? It will be. Di Gong looked complicated. He didn't even dare to think deeply about whether Yao City would still be the imperial capital of the Yu dynasty by then. The Battle of Jiedan was enough to make Yao City a piece of history in the literature of later generations in a flash. That's good. Mr. Fang will be waiting for your father and daughter's triumph in Yao City. When Fang Yuan said this, he was actually trying to calm Di Yan down and hinted to her that when the time comes, we can set off directly from Yao City to the departing flame sect. Di Yan understood. She secretly made a face towards Fang Yuan, and her originally sullen little face became frowning again, and Duke Di's eyes were delighted at his words. Elder Fang, then we have a deal. Although Fang Yuan had just cheated the human world killer, it shouldn't be so bad that he would cheat himself, right? Di Gong secretly wondered if that line about waiting for himself and Yener to triumph also meant that Fang Yuan did not have the determination to overthrow the Yu dynasty. Under these circumstances, even though Di Gong hated Ji Xian, he did not want the innocent people of Yao City to be robbed. Chapter 44, Confession and Brush. On the way back to Yao City, Ji Ling finally stopped pretending to be asleep. Previously when cousin Di Yan was in the carriage getting close to sister Liener and the three of them, she didn't dare to open her eyes at all and could only choose to pretend to be asleep. Husband, do you really want to lay hands on your cousin? Ji Ling didn't choose to continue in disguising her identity. When she wrote those words, it also meant that she was ready to have a showdown with Jinlian and the three of them. Fang Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Just as it happens, the person she likes is you. I just don't want her to go astray and be victimized by outsiders. Humph. Husband, don't try to argue. You are just greedy for your cousin's beauty. Ha ha. Whatever Linger thinks. Why don't you answer my 3 questions first, okay? Well, Ji Ling beamed. And the Golden Lotus and Luo Ning Luo Bing sisters took advantage of this opening and finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in their hearts and asked, Husband, who exactly is Linger's sister, elder sister? Want to tell us about your birth first? Fang Yuan looked at Ji Ling. Ji Ling nodded in agreement. This day had to come sooner or later. Moreover, she was convinced that with the bond between their sisters, even if Liener and the others knew her identity, they shouldn't ostracize her. Linger is Ji Ling, the second imperial daughter of the Yu dynasty. Fang Yuan briefly introduced Ji Ling. After hearing this, Golden Lotus, Luo Ning, Luo Bing, the 3 women were unable to return to their senses for a long time. It could be said that all 3 of them had had irreconcilable conflicts with members of the Ji clan's royal family between them. Seeing the continued silence of the 3 women, Fang Yuan smiled and pacified them. Alright, the Ji family is the Ji family. Linger is Linger, Linger shares your bed day and night. She doesn't even have half of her private secrets in front of you. Can you still sulk with her? These words immediately caused the four women to blush. Husband is so unashamed of his miles. Fang Yuan argued with reason. What I said is the truth. It's not possible for you guys to know more about her own body structure than Linger. Alright, husband, stop talking. Luo Ning finally couldn't hold back. She hurriedly stretched out her delicate and soft little hand to cover Fang Yuan's mouth. However, after some playfulness, the four women's hearts were originally more or less piled up with the depression have become dissipated. What does husband want to ask? Ji Ling's mood became somewhat pleasant. Being able to be honest with her sisters meant that she wouldn't have to be careful with her words in the future. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and asked, first, Di Yan's character is very strange, right? Ji Ling nodded. Cousins are indeed weird. Normal girls like boys when they are in the throes of love. What kind of girl likes a girl? Fang Yuan continued to ask. Secondly, a girl with a personality like hers is not to say that she's very easy to fool, right? But isn't it true that she doesn't have the kind of vigilance and distance that a normal teenage girl should have for a man? Ji Ling pondered slightly and nodded again to affirm Fang Yuan's judgment. Thirdly, would you rather witness your cousin being cheated by another man? Or would you prefer to see her being cheated by your husband? I'll guard? Well, Ji Ling wrote with a beep. This question is too foul. It's like asking me whether your father is ugly or I am handsome. Ha ha. Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. On the side, Luo Bing analyzed. In fact, I think Sister Di Yan is not bad. She's good and sweet. Golden Lotus hid a smile and teased. Didn't Binger's sister say she was a little redneck before? Luo Bing's cheeks instantly flushed. It wasn't that time that she wasn't happy to see her. But now I feel that the little girl seems to be quite good to get along with. But multiple sisters aren't bad. Anyway, husband is this powerful. Luo Ning chimed in with a smile. In the midst of the Fang Yuan family's conversation and laughter, the sky was already dark without realizing it. Late at night, in the inn, when several women had fallen asleep, Fang Yuan quietly woke up Ji Ling. Aha! In the darkness, Ji Ling said in a daze, it's me. I have something I want to talk to Spirit about. As Fang Yuan said that, he picked up Ji Ling and went to the room next door where the candles were lit. Does Spirit know who sent that assassin today? Ji Ling's eyes trembled as she gazed at Fang Yuan in a pitiful manner. In fact, she had guessed it. In the Yu dynasty, the person who would send an assassin to kill a husband would be, by and large, father. It's just that she's been running away from it, because Ji Ling also didn't know how she should deal with this irreconcilable conflict between her father and her husband. If her qualifications were as good as before and her face remained the same, perhaps father would be furious because of the love affair between her and Fang Yuan, but definitely not to the point of becoming an enemy that would not be tolerated in life or death. But now, she was no longer the second imperial daughter Ji Ling who had been exalted and called the exiled fairy by the world. For the emperor, has always valued profit but not love? No one than Ji Ling more clear. If she is now ugly in unbearable posture in front of the father, and the father was informed that she has long been committed to Fang Yuan, the father will not recognize her. But also with Fang Yuan completely torn last détente possible. Seeing that Ji Ling did not respond for a long time, Fang Yuan slowly opened his mouth and added, that assassin came from the human world. And he said that his employer was Ji Yang. But that horrible amount of commission is something that Ji Yang alone could not afford with his financial resources alone. After listening to this, Ji Ling contained the bamboo pen and wrote, so it was my father who ordered it in the name of the crown prince's brother, right? Fang Yuan replied. The assassin also said that everyone had to die except for Ninger. Husband. Ji Ling spat out the bamboo pen and whimpered. She knew that Fang Yuan's meaning in uttering these words was that he wanted to be immortalized with her father. But father is her father after all. She couldn't even imagine how dim her world would become after either husband killed father or father killed husband. Linger, what do you think I should do? Fang Yuan stared blankly at the dancing candle flame. Such a scene. Ji Ling was looking at it with pain in her heart. She knew that husband would have been if he hadn't been concerned about her presence. Maybe the husband doesn't need to go looking for any Digong at all. He is the real Jiadan. He himself is the law. He just need to tell Father Emperor that Luo family is not guilty. Then Father Emperor do not need to conduct investigation at all. Will be in order to appease the husband's emotions. Directly send people to Lan Ling Pei family to exterminate the 9 clans. Thinking of this, Ji Ling's gaze became resolute as she wrote with a slight sideways glance of her chin biting down on her bamboo pen. With me dead, husband has no more breaks and is naturally invincible. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yuan had already figured out how to perfectly solve the trouble of Ji Xian. And the fact that he was pretending to be lost and helpless in front of Ji Ling at the moment was just to coax the young girl's love and see if he could brush another perfect value out. So after seeing Ji Ling's budding death wish, Fang Yuan reorganized his words. What is Linger talking nonsense? I told you, I love you more than myself. How could I possibly let you die before me? Besides, Ji Xian's dog's life is nothing compared to my precious Linger. What's more, I also made a promise to Linger to organize a world-renowned wedding for her in the presence of all those who know us. Although the dog's life wasn't pleasant to listen to, 3 short sentences were already enough to melt Ji Ling's heart even more. Target, Ji Ling, love, 80. Addition, can add 8 years of longevity to the host, on cooldown. Chapter 45, The Empress comes to accompany, request for follow-up reading. The following day at noon, Fang Yuan and his group returned to Yao City. Because of the Lin cult opening the way, this matter soon reached the ears of Emperor Yu Jixian. Jixian was instantly so angry that he smashed the newly decorated imperial study again. A crowd of eunuchs and guards fell to their knees in fear, not daring to take a breath. For a long time, only after Jixian had finished venting did he slowly open his mouth. Go and call that sinner Jiang here. Fang House. Although Fang Yuan and a group of ladies were away during this time of the New Year's Eve, Xiao, Wei, and the 2 sisters who stayed in the house still cleaned the house brightly. It's nice to feel at home, or comfortable in your own home. Jinlian had already taken the first step to lie prettily on the rocking chair in the courtyard and sunbathe, and Luo Bing stood in the middle of the courtyard and called out, Sister Su, later on I want to eat sweet sticky balls. Luo Ning casually mentioned, Sister, I want to eat golden shrimp balls, report it for me. Does Sister Lianer have anything she wants to eat? I want pine nuts. While the 3 women were bickering, Fang Yuan had already pushed Ji Ling, who was sitting in a wheelchair, back into the house. The wagon could lie down, but ultimately it was not as comfortable as a bed and couch. Fang Yuan gently lifted Ji Ling's body and softly said, Linger, get some rest. I'll call you when the meal is ready. But Ji Ling's mouth bit the lapel on Fang Yuan's chest and refused to let go. It's okay, I'm not aggravated. Ji Ling raised her eyes, her gaze full of moist apologies. Fang Yuan gently wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of Ji Ling's eyes and laughed. Alright, get some sleep. When we leave the Yu dynasty in a few days and get away from all this right and wrong, we won't have any worries. Ji Xian arrived faster than Fang Yuan had imagined. He had only just lulled Ji Ling to sleep when Ji Xian brought Jiang to seek the door. Elder Fang, you. When the father and son saw the young Fang Yuan for the first time, they froze in place in unison. And Ji Xian finally realized why Fang Yuan was still able to return to Yao City alive. Reacting to this, Ji Xian slapped Jiang's waist and bent him. You sinful beast, why don't you quickly kneel down and apologize to Elder Fang? Kion didn't dare moan as he kowtowed in pain. Elder Fang, you are an adult with an adult's measure. Please just let the kid go as a fart. Fang Yuan said indifferently. We are all adults, and adults are responsible for the faults they commit. If apologizing works, then the laws of the Yu dynasty wouldn't be for show. Ji Xian, who was on the side, hurriedly clasped his hands together and compensated with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Elder Fang, 3,000 extreme spirit stones. Can this matter be turned over? In addition, I can make a poisonous oath that in the future, if there is any small fry in the Yu dynasty's homeland who dares to scheme against Elder Fang, I will kill his 9 clans. Fang Yuan couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth. Ji Xian, there are some things that are done, but there is no room for redemption. For example, the gold medal assassin of the human world told me before he died that Jiang paid 1,500 extreme spirits, and he also said that everyone except Luo Ning must die. As he spoke, Fang Yuan had already walked up to Ji Xian. He raised his hand and patted Ji Xian's face. Also, you guys aren't repenting of your mistakes now. You know that you're afraid. Ji Xian's face was green and red as he said in a hoarse voice. Elder Fang, please give me a chance. In the future, the kid will never dare again. Fang Yuan shook his head. TSK, that's an admission? I thought you would let your stupid son be the scapegoat. Ji Xian defended. Actually, I didn't know until later, but by that time, Jiang had already contacted the human world. Fang Yuan snorted. It doesn't matter. Who cares about the process? Tell me, why do you insist on targeting my lady? Ji Xian took a deep breath and slowly spat out the truth. Because that girl is the head of the harem of the heavenly mandate of the great Yu dynasty. Oh, Fang Yuan instantly became interested. Ji Xian took the jade pendant from Jiang's hands and continued speaking. This is a piece of spiritual jade from the ancestors' bestowal. Is that even possible? After listening, Fang Yuan shouted towards the several women who were hiding in the compartment to eavesdrop. Ninger, come out for a moment. Some people say that you are a born harem master. Let my husband also have a long look. A moment. Luo Ning came out with a red face. But something disappointing happened. The jade pendant did not glow white. Fang Yuan wrapped his arm around Luo Ning's waist and said with a smile, Ji Xian, what is the explanation for this? Ji Xian's face turned blue as he viciously kicked Jiang. Sinful animal. Didn't you say you would light up? Ji Ang wanted to cry. Father, my son swears that the jade pendant really lights up. That is, when I just came in the courtyard, I also saw the jade pendant light up for a moment. Could it be that the distance is too far? Fong Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Ninger, go and bring the jade pendant for me to take a look. This statement was made. Ji Xian's father and son's faces instantly became agitated. With such close contact, the jade pendant would surely explode with a hot white light. It's a treasure left to them by their old ancestors. Unfortunately, until Luo Ning took the jade pendant from Ji Xian's palm and watched it repeatedly, even going so far as to hand it over to Fong Yuan, there were no visions occurring during the entire process. The story is well made up, but unfortunately Fong doesn't like to listen to it. With that, Fong Yuan was gripping the jade pendant with force, accompanied by an ear-splitting click. This jade was crushed into crystalline jade powder. Watching his ancestral treasure being destroyed, Ji Xian directly exploded with anger. He rebuked angrily, Ji Ang, you damned sinful animal. He had even repeatedly offended Fong Yuan twice for a hooker who couldn't induce spirit jade. Obviously he could have avoided it. Father have mercy. After Jian felt Ji Xian's terrifying killing intent, he was so frightened that he fled. You father and son don't need to act either. Fong Yuan exposed the hypocritical acting between Ji Xian's father and son. Ji Xian's old face reddened. Let Fong Lao see you laugh. Since everything is just a misunderstanding, the kid is also willing to make it known to the world. And from now on, he will worship Fong Lao as his worldly father, and his children and grandchildren's descendants will be honored when they are. But don't, Mr. Fong can't afford it. Ji Xian carefully said. Then what do you mean? As long as those 3,000 extreme spirits. Fong Yuan waved his hand. No, I said it last time in the Department of Education. Come what may? Don't you father and son like other people's wives. In this case, I will be the host at the church office, and let Ji Ang's birth mother, who is also your rightful empress, come over to accompany me for one night, and this matter will be settled. Elder Fong must not be joking. Ji Xian laughed bitterly. Tell you what, 5,000 extreme spirits, and in the future, when I, Ji Xian, see you, I will crawl. Anyway, Ji Xian first promised that the big deal was that he would no longer go out of the palace in the future. Don't misunderstand, I'm serious. Fong Yuan smiled in a somewhat harmless manner, and he even raised his hand to pat Ji Xian's shoulder. Go back and think it over. Do you decide to go to war with me? Or do you want to clean up your own palace and send it to the Ministry of Education to have fun with me? Well, just give you 3 days. Your Majesty must think it over or many people may die. Ji Xian gave Fong Yuan a deep look, and then he turned around and left without a word. Seeing Ji Xian disappear beyond the courtyard gate, Fong Yuan let out a faint sneer. A good relationship? Ha! And on the side, Luo Ning also smiled and said, Husband, did I act well just now? Did I resemble my sister's shyness by a few %? Chapter 46, The Empress is very moist, request for follow-up reading. It turns out that this Luo Ning is not the real Luo Ning, but Luo Bing in disguise. That was why she didn't emit any visions when she touched that spiritual jade. And all of this, of course, was designed by Fong Yuan in advance. Earlier, when Fong Yuan learned from the gold medalist assassin in the human world that Luo Ning was the target of Ji Xian, Fong Yuan then asked Luo Ning to reminisce about Ji Ang as a person. And then he captured a key detail. Originally, Ji Ang was ready to draw her sword and kill Luo Ning, but the moment she was about to close her eyes and resign herself to her fate, a bright light pierced her eyes. Thus, Fong Yuan intended to have Luo Bing pretend to be Luo Ning and come out to confront Ji Xian's father and sons. Only then would Ji Xian, who had realized that Luo Ning was not a heavenly destiny, feel remorse and would be immersed in chagrin pain for the rest of his life. As for why Fong Yuan offered to have the Empress come to her knees, the essence of it was that he wanted to continue to discuss Ji Xian, with Ji Ling in the middle. Fong Yuan was not in a good position to declare war on Ji Xian first, so he gave Ji Xian a hard time. If Ji Xian chose to go to war, then Fong Yuan would have no more worries. He had already given Ji Ling a promise once, and this time, he was passively meeting Ji Xian. If Ji Xian chooses to sell his wife for glory, then Fong Yuan will naturally publicize this matter. With Ji Xian's temperament, perhaps he does not even need to take action, and will not live for several years before he dies of heart depression and blockage. Thus, no matter which Ji Xian chose, it would be a solid deal for Fong Yuan. Husband, what if that dog emperor agrees? Luo Bing asked curiously. Fong Yuan smiled non-committally. Then Binger will be transformed into a Xiao's-like appearance as she did last time, and also learn how the mother of a nation serves men. Fong Yuan did not think that Ji Xian would really send his woman, but if Ji Xian had a bit of bloodlust, he would have destroyed his own dragon robe and fought to the death with himself. just as he did in the last time he was in the churchyard. Pity. Fong Yuan guessed the beginning, but not the end. 2 days later, Ji Xian suddenly announced to the world, stripped Ji Yang Crown Prince identity, immediately sent to the border. The Crown Prince by the third Prince Ji Shuang's successor. 3 days later, Ji Xian once again announced to the world, he has resigned from the throne, cut his hair as a monk, from now on to return to the hidden cold mountain temple, no longer ask the world's grudges. Ji Xian, indeed, took off his dragon robe, but he did not choose to go to war with Fong Yuan. It's a shame. Fong Yuan, who had learned of this news, was quite saddened by a few feelings of disappointment. After all, compared to humiliating Ji Xian, he was more willing to choose to directly obliterate the other party. As for whether Ji Xian was holding back, falsely choosing to return to seclusion, he was in fact trying to build up his strength and prepare for a play on how not to deceive the middle-aged poor. Fong Yuan all but smiled indifferently. Now he and Ji Xian also have a world of difference. In the future, he is more and more powerful, and Ji Xian, even if he disappears into the empty door to meditate and cultivate, and can turn up how big a wave? Besides, Fong Yuan wasn't a great benefactor. He decided that before he left the Yu dynasty, he would have to go to the cold mountain temple often to pay homage to the Lady of the Sending Sun, and in the meantime console Ji Xian and see if he could send him to meet the Buddha long ago for liberation. It's night. The Department of Corrections, the Empress of Yu dynasty, who had removed her phoenix crown, walked towards the Daiphone pavilion under the dumbfounded gaze of the officials who had come here to seek pleasure. After the queen's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, a slightly inebriated official couldn't help but whisper, my eyes may be blurry as to why I saw the Empress in the Department of Education. Perhaps you're looking at it wrong. Another official frowned. Besides, she has long since ceased to be the Empress. The late Emperor left the family. The current Empress Dowager is the biological mother of the third prince, and she is afraid that she will follow the late Emperor to the cold mountain temple to be in the company of the ancient Buddha and the green lamps. Oh, then whatever she is, it's probably a mistake to look at her. Chen has met Lord Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan picked up his wineglass and recklessly surveyed Empress Chen's flavorful and plump body. In response, Empress Chen's face was calm, without joy or sorrow. Not bad for a woman who has seen the world. Fong Yuan curiously said, will the Empress regret it? Obviously just one step away from becoming the Empress Dowager and enjoying her old age in peace. But because her husband and son took a wrong step, she fell from the high and mighty Empress to a lowly woman of the wind. I think your nemesis, the Imperial Gue Fei, is afraid that she will be dreaming of laughing out loud. No. Empress Chen did not hesitate. Life is like gambling, and Fong Yuan no longer had the heart to listen to Empress Chen's lecture on life there. I won't regret it. No regrets suggests that Queen Chen will not kill herself after tonight. To Fong Yuan, the living Empress Chen was the most valuable. Otherwise how would he go about continuing to humiliate and enrage Ji Xian? Some might say that Square Edge has no bottom line, but don't forget, it was Ji Xian who first raised the killing intent on Fong Yuan and paid it off. Think about it. Fong Yuan waved at Empress Chen. Come and sit down. I'm old and a bit deaf. I can't hear what you're saying. He, Xiao Si, who had a beautiful appearance with red lips and white teeth on the side, couldn't help but let out a snicker. Empress Chen glanced at Xiao Si. She could tell that this Xiao Si was a young girl pretending to be a young girl, and it was impossible to say that she was the red-faced scourge that had caused her husband to fall apart. Luo Ning, you really are a fallen phoenix yourself. Empress Chen smiled bitterly, then slowly walked towards Fong Yuan. The next day, Fong House, early in the morning, Fong Yuan announced to the girls, today is a good day, and I've decided to take you all to the cold mountain temple to worship the gods and seek a son. Yeah. Golden Lotus cheers were the highest. The last time she had wanted to kneel down and worship the flower goddess to come, but before she could, she had encountered something bad. The rest of the few women were also a bit intrigued, including Ji Ling. Even though she was quadriplegic, she still had a heart to be a mother. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to go behind her sisters' backs and steal late-night snacks from time to time that Fong Yuan had treated her to. As for the matter of Ji Xian becoming a monk, Fong Yuan did not tell Ji Ling about it. So she did not know her husband's true intentions of wanting to go to the cold mountain temple. In fact, in these 5 days, Ji Ling had secretly paid attention to Fong Yuan in secret. However, Fong Yuan seemed to have been accompanying the four of them during the day and did not clash with Ji in an explicit manner. Gradually, Ji Ling began to feel at ease, and it would be the best ending for both her husband and father to be happy. Out of Yao City, with the D family's Lin Colt driving the way, Fong Yuan's family soon arrived at the cold mountain temple. Liener, Ninger, Binger, the three of you take care of Linger. Oh, the Lady Sender is a goddess, so I won't go over there as a big man. Don't worry husband, my sisters and I will take care of Sister Linger. Luo Bing understandably ran over and pushed up Ji Ling's wheelchair. She also secretly made a face to Fang Yuan where Ji Ling couldn't see her. The icy smart girl had witnessed last night how delicate the mother of a nation really was, so she could also guess that her husband couldn't wait to go and show off to that green turtle. The dog emperor. Fang Yuan admonished again. Also, don't save those spirit talismans I refined for you. If you encounter any ungrateful petty thieves, just throw them directly over there. It doesn't matter if they explode into ashes. Luo Bing giggled. Husband, don't worry. I want to see who dares to molest Sister Lianer this time. Chapter 47, Buddha fulfills the fate of the faithful. Senior Fang, we meet again. Fang Yuan had just separated from Jinlian and the girls. Before he could search for Ji Xian, he was greeted by the old presiding officer of the Cold Mountain Temple. Fang Yuan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Fellow Taoist Wei came quite quickly. The old host couldn't help but show a bitter smile on his face. Senior Fang is joking. Whoever the poor monk slows down, he wouldn't dare to slow down Senior Fang. After learning that Fang Yuan had come to Cold Mountain Temple again, the old presiding officer rushed here without stopping. For this reason, he also specially instructed the monks under his door to temporarily decline the ordinary tourists' enjoyment, fearing that someone would again disturb the pleasure of those flowery ladies of Senior Fang. Fang Yuan knew the old host's intention, so he directly opened the door. Where is Ji Xian? The old host sighed. Elder Fang, one must be forgiving. What's more, Fa Xian is already a monk and no longer asks about the affairs of the red dust. Fang Yuan sneered. Is fellow Taoist Wei going to bet on my humanity? I've already suffered a loss once and won't suffer a second time. With that, Fang Yuan was crossing over the old presiding officer and walked towards the depths of the temple. With Ji Xian's status, even if he were to vanish into the void, it would be impossible for him to become an ordinary monk. Senior Fang, the poor monk can bet with you on humanity. The old host called out to Fang Yuan. Oh, Fang Yuan turned to look. He looked the old host up and down. For a long time, Fang Yuan only saw 4 words. No desire. He couldn't help but laugh. But I'm not interested in the 6 roots of purity Buddhist technique. The old host was not in a hurry and said, if the poor monk loses, he will no longer ask about the grudge between you and Fa Xian. And the poor monk will also seal the mountain and hide the temple. And from then on, there will be no more Cold Mountain Temple in the world. Playing so big. Fang Yuan had a rare interest. Then what if Fang loses? If the poor monk wins, please ask Senior Fang to leave the Ji Imperial clan a way out. Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He was exasperated. Worthy of being an old bald donkey. Truly a lineage of treachery. Across the board you earn. I don't even have half a substantial benefit. The old host smiled faintly. Senior Fang is truly perceptive. Fang Yuan's face instantly turned grim. Is fellow Taoist Wei provoking Mr. Fang? The old host hurriedly waved his hand in embarrassment. Senior Fang, don't misunderstand. Why don't the poor monk add a condition? Whether you lose or win, the poor monk will send you a heavenly creation. He was so used to pretending to be a saint in front of people that he almost forgot that Fang Yuan was a great killing god. Heavenly creation. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered up. If there was really a creation in this Yu dynasty, it must be the ancient phoenix mound 3,000 meters below Yao City's countryside. So he hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled. Good. Then it's a bet. But at that time, if the creation in fellow Taoist Wei's mouth isn't as great as the heavens, then don't blame Mr. Fang for being unkind and transforming this Cold Mountain Temple of yours into a tilehouse hooker. At those words, the old presiding officer's complexion suddenly flinched. He thought about it again, double-checking that it was correct, and then finally nodded. If that creation doesn't attract Senior Fang's interest, Mr. Wei will give you an explanation and transform this temple into a smoky willow and flower alley. Fellow Taoist Wei, nice guts. Fang Yuan smiled and looked deeper into the temple. Then let's bet on whether Ji Xian will flip out. If he really recluse himself, I think he won't make a move against me. The old host nodded his head in agreement. But, if Fa Xian is truly cloudy and clear, I still hope that Senior Fang will keep his promise. Don't worry, no one knows more about credibility than I do. Not for long. Led by the old host, Fang Yuan then saw Ji Xian, who was dressed in gray clothes and had cut his hair to become a monk, sitting on a futon and knocking on a wooden fish. Seeing Fang Yuan and the two of them walking towards him, Ji Xian put down the wooden mallet and then slowly got up and said respectfully with his hands united, Disciple Fa Xian greets the abbot and meets the founder. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He actually felt a trace of peaceful and tranquil Buddha nature in Ji Xian, but it had only been 4 days since they had seen each other. It was impossible for Ji Xian to have undergone such a drastic change. Even an innate Buddha child with unrivaled Buddha roots and extraordinary enlightenment could not have epiphany the essence of the Dharma in just one night. Unless Ji Xian had taken a supreme relic left behind by some Buddhist monk. In this situation, Before Fang Yuan even started to bet against him, he knew in his heart that he had already lost. Under the influence of that hint of Buddhist aura on Ji Xian's body, he wasn't even a little too kind to say the words "Your Empress is moist." Fang Yuan frowned and looked at the old host. Fellow Daoist Wei even gave up giving him the Buddhist relics. Is this considered cheating? Count. The old host admitted it graciously. However, if Senior Fang can remove the Buddha nature from Fa Xian's body, then it will also be counted as a loss for the poor monk. Fang Yuan naturally did not have that kind of means. In a jiffy, Fang Yuan exhaled a long, turbid breath. Just as well, since he is truly willing to convert to Buddhism, then all grudges are ended. Hear this. A small smile appeared on the old host's face. On the contrary, it was Ji Xian himself, without joy or sorrow, as if he was an outsider. His gaze never fluctuated half a bit. Elder Fang, please lend a hand. Good. Fang Yuan also had many curiosities. Such a supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect, why would the old presiding officer not eat it himself and instead give it to Ji Xian? Once he was far away from that monastery, Fang Yuan asked about his confusion. The old host smiled faintly. Buddha ferries those with destiny. Fa Xian is already destined to be with Buddha. So, without waiting for the old host to finish his words, Fang Yuan interrupted his pretense. Old bald ass, speak properly and don't make me smack your big mouth. The old host looked at Fang Yuan with a rather sultry expression and changed his words. That Buddhist relic is indeed suitable for Fa Xian, but not for the poor monk. And the reason why Fa Xian changed from Taoism to Buddhist cultivation is because his days were numbered. What do you mean? Fang Yuan frowned. Based on appearance alone, Ji Xian was in his prime, so how could he not be dying soon? It was created by Ji's Kung Fu. Next, the old host briefly described the pros and cons of the Ji clan's imperial clan technique. It could be said that the choices that the Ji clan and Fang Yuan had once made were completely two extremes. Fang Yuan was exhausting all the potential in his body just in pursuit of longevity, while the Ji clan's royal family was squeezing out the latter half of their lives in exchange for powerful but short-lived potential. A long time ago, Fa Xian had the idea of abandoning the Tao and practicing Buddhism, only that he lacked a spur to break through, and the appearance of Elder Fang finally allowed him to make his choice. In a sense, it can even be said that Senior Fang is Fa Xian's honored person, even though at this moment Fa Xian's 6 roots of purity already has extremely high attainment of Buddha roots. How could he not have a kind of gratitude to Senior Fang deep down in his heart? Fang Yuan didn't know much about Buddhism, but he felt greatly shaken after hearing it. He couldn't help but twist his head once again to look at Ji Xian in the depths of the temple, and as if Ji Xian had sensed something, he smiled faintly at Fang Yuan with extreme kindness. In that momentary trance, Fang Yuan actually developed a deep sense of guilt inside. He remembered the endless sins he had committed on Empress Chen last night. Chapter 48, Showing Your Face to Settle an Old Grudge. Fang Yuan's inner sense of guilt was just like a stone thrown into a small pond that sent up layers and layers of continuous ripples. His entire being was deeply in an endless state of remorse. In a certain moment, he even thought of cutting his hair and shaving his head and converting to Buddhism. Husband, don't you want Lianer anymore? In a trance, a memory from the past time and space suddenly resounded in Fang Yuan's mind, and also refloated his heartstrings that had gradually stopped beating. It was the bond of eternal martyrdom of the Golden Lotus that awakened the lost mind of Fang Yuan. Returning to his senses, Fang Yuan's gaze chilled as he backhanded the old host with a slap. Old bald ass, how dare you scheme against your grandfather? The old host covered half of his face and laughed bitterly. Senior Fang has wronged the poor monk. The poor monk and Senior are the same as the Jiedan. How could there be enough Buddhist karma to influence Senior's mind? It's him. Fang Yuan twisted his head and looked at Ji Xian once again. However, he realized that Ji Xian had sat cross-legged on top of the futon at an unknown time, and resumed striking the wooden fish. The old host twitched the corners of his mouth and said, probably, Fa Xian has a bond with my Buddha, and only the Buddha nature within him can interfere with Senior's will. Dread. A trace of imperceptible scorn flashed in the depths of Fang Yuan's gaze. The Buddhist sect is really not a good thing. No wonder the profoundly cultivated Buddhas could even tame such vicious ancient beasts as the 6-winged golden cicada. Thanks to the indestructible bond of love more than gold that existed between the Golden Lotus babe and himself, or else in that instant just now, his own mind would most likely have been lost under the infiltration of that thread of Buddha nature. Think about it. Fang Yuan couldn't help but begin to think of danger and peace. This time, he had encountered nothing more than Ji Xian, who only had a trace of Buddha nature in his body, and that was how he almost lost himself. If, in the future, he met a real Buddhist monk or even a Buddha, I am afraid that even the Golden Lotus would find it difficult to pull him back from the abyss of 10,000 feet. It seemed that it was also necessary to brush up the love values of Linger, Ninger, and Binger and their 3 girls, saying that they would be able to save him at some crucial time. Thinking about this, Fong Yuan raised his head. He was about to ask the old host what that great chance was. Then I heard a petulant cry from the distance. So husband is here. It was shouted by Luo Bing, who wasn't afraid of life at all. What brings you guys here? Fong Yuan laughed. When he looked at Golden Lotus, he vaguely caught a light mist of water between her eyes. Could it be that Lianer is also? As expected, Luo Bing, a little girl who couldn't hide anything, began to chatter. We were playing just right, but Sister Lianer suddenly felt her heart not clogging just now, and she said that she really wanted to return to her husband's side. So we came. Jean Lian apologetically explained. Husband, I'm fine. Perhaps I was tired, but I feel much better now. Fong Yuan dotingly rubbed Jean Lian's brain. That's good. Wait for me for a little while longer and we'll go home. Oh. Golden Lotus immediately blushed in shame. It felt like husband was coaxing a child, and she wasn't a child. After Fong Yuan and the old host moved away from the four women, the old host couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Oh, Senior Fong is truly a man of many emotions, and the ladies are all rare beauties on earth. Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, could it be that fellow Taoist Wei is pining for sex? Speaking of which, I happen to have two old sisters in my residence, and I'm worried that I have no place to find an underling. Do you want one? Is Elder Fong leaving the Yu dynasty? The old host ignored Fong Yuan's flirtation as he caught the key from Fong Yuan's words. Fong Yuan sighed in frustration. I only came to Yu dynasty to forge my heart for the red dust. Now that my merit has been fulfilled, it's time to leave. I see. The old host became more and more dazed. No wonder Senior Fong has been here in the Yu dynasty for only 3 months or so, and every time he invokes a calamity, it is a matter of life and death for the Yu dynasty. So it turns out that you are here to compete with the Ji clan's royal family for the Chi luck. Invisible brainstorming is the most deadly. Fong Yuan didn't bother to explain. He said indifferently, it doesn't matter if it's in the past. Why don't you tell us what that great creation was? Elder Fong has ever heard of a Buddhist tale where the Buddha was once swallowed by the peacock, the son of the phoenix, and after breaking his belly the Buddha intended to kill the peacock, but was dissuaded by the Buddhas that filled the heavens. Fong Yuan was slightly disoriented. What a strong sense of immediacy that it's an otherworldly Buddhist mother. After listening, Fong Yuan was curious. This story can't be true. The old host shook his head. True or false? False or true? It's hard to tell about the Buddha. To be honest, looking at this scene, Fong Yuan's palms couldn't help but itch a little again. Seemingly sensing that the air had suddenly turned cold, the old host hurriedly turned his words around. Rumor has it that the phoenix's flames can burn everything in the world, including the phoenix's own flesh. But only the two supreme treasures cannot be burned. 1. The most beautiful plume on the peacock, the other, the reverse scale that the golden winged rock hides under its sharp claws, and these two supreme treasures are the supreme divine abilities that the phoenix bestowed upon its own two sons. So, Fong Yuan's insides were devoid of fluctuations. Elder Fong, please look. With that, the old host's hand flashed, and a flat, black feather appeared at his fingertips. What is this? Fong Yuan's brows knitted together. Peacock plume. The old host smiled faintly. Fong Yuan was happy. Are you kidding me? Really? Don't hit your face. The old host's expression was slightly embarrassed. Then he hurriedly dodged his position to continue explaining. This is one of the only two supreme treasures left by the master to the poor monk, the other being the Buddhist relics. I vaguely remember that before my master died, he repeatedly instructed the poor monk that Buddha ferries those who are destined to be there, and so do the most precious treasures of the Buddhist sect. Now that the relics have been given to Fa Xian, the poor monk sees that this peacock plume is destined to have a relationship with Senior Fong. Fong Yuan laughed coldly. But whenever you make up a story and refer to the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva as the crow great dark king Bodhisattva, I believe it. The old host insisted. Truly, monks don't lie. The master has told the poor monk more than once that this is indeed the most beautiful plume on the peacock's body. It is only so colorful in its beauty that the ordinary human's physical eyes cannot capture its truest beauty, which is why it appears as a flat, pure black. How dare you talk tough? Fong Yuan raised his hand. The move scared the old host so much that he hurriedly covered his head. Unexpectedly, Fong Yuan didn't beat him this time, but only took away the black feather in his hand, and then stuffed him with an extreme spirit stone. Senior Fong, what are you? The old host looked blankly at Fong Yuan's gradually fading back. Fong Yuan said without looking back, say to Ji Xian on my behalf. There is a saying that showing one's face eliminates old grudges and a smile eliminates enmity. I will not touch the Ji family anymore. In addition, you're not a bad person. Sorry about that slap. The spirit stone, take it to buy some soup and medicine to drink. If you still feel that you can't feel good in your heart after drinking it, go to the flower shop in the West City in disguise and stroll around. Order the 2 flower queens named Ruyu and Rui to treat you for one night. to ensure that the medicine can get rid of the disease. The old host was already too lazy to listen to Fong Yuan's banter. He put away the spirit stones with a grim look. The road is long and obstructed, and I also wish you well for the rest of your life. Fong Yuan waved his hand. His shadow, left on the ground, was lengthened by the setting sun, until it's gone. Chapter 49, Restoration of Face. Wagon. Jilian chimed in. Husband looks happy. Oh, there is. A faint smile hung at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. Luo Ning rarely teased. People are happy. Husband must have some little secret to hide from us sisters Miles. There's no such thing as a little secret. The reason why Fong Yuan was still in a good mood was actually very simple. Resolving karma was also considered a means to dissolve the knot in his heart. By the way, I'll show you guys something good. Fong Yuan took out the black feather from his storage ring and waved it in front of the women's eyes. Look, colorful, black. Luo Bing bristled. Che, what did I expect? Is this a crow's feather? On the other hand, Jilian and Luo Ning curiously reached out and touched the black feathers, but after determining that they were really black, they became disinterested. Just the unexpected happened. Ji Ling, who was resting on Luo Bing's lap, suddenly let out an excited whimper. Aha! Does Linger want to take a look? Fong Yuan asked with a smile. He saw surprise in Ji Ling's radiant eyes, so he handed the black feather to her. The plume curved and inadvertently touched the tip of Ji Ling's nose. Something shocking happened. The places where the plume touched were like ripples spreading outwards, and those ruined features around Ji Ling's nose unexpectedly surfaced with a touch of whiteness that looked like milkshade. Husband, Sister Linger's face. Luo Bing, who was close by, couldn't help but cry out in shock when she realized this scene. This move immediately attracted Jilian and Luo Ning, who were sitting across from each other, and they also came over and let out a gasp. And as Fong Yuan pinched the black feather, his mind could not help but recall the words that the old presiding officer of the Cold Mountain Temple had said earlier. The phoenix's flames can burn everything in the world, including the phoenix's own physical body, but only the two supreme treasures cannot be burned. Fong Yuan's eyes burned as he gazed at the black feather in his hand, his heart surging more and more. This object, indeed, is a heavenly chance. He gently pressed the black feather against Jiling's forehead. In the presence of the women, a miracle occurred. Jiling's skin that was burned beyond recognition was like a tidal wave starting from her forehead, receding towards the surrounding area until the neck down, and then replaced by the newborn's delicate, white, icy skin. Wow! Luo Ning, who was sitting directly across from Jiling and had a clear view of her face, couldn't help but cover her mouth. So Sister Linger is this good looking? Jiling didn't know what had happened to her, but she could feel that the way her sisters looked at her seemed to have changed. With the fall of Luo Ning's words, she fiercely looked at Fong Yuan, and with just a split-second's glance, she understood everything and burst into tears, waiting to return to the mansion. Fong Yuan then couldn't wait to give Jiling a hot bath. On the side, the three Golden Lotus girls were also staring at Jiling's marvelous torso with unblinking eyes. This move made Jiling look hot all over, and the scarlet rhyming color even spread from her delicate face to below her delicate collarbone. In fact, on the way to Weiyang City, Jinlian and the girls had all taken care of Jiling and had bathed her, but at that time, the fully disfigured Jiling didn't have any sense of shame at all. Instead, now that she had regained her looks, she was feeling the long-lost shyness all over again. Hey, ice went overboard. Fong Yuan, who was gently swabbing Jiling's back, couldn't help but pat Luo Bing's little head. Just look, why do you keep staring inside the tub? He, so Sister Linger is really a divine beast. Aha! Jiling whimpered petulantly. Fong Yuan knew she was talking about her husband, so they hastened to evict the three women. Alright, you'll have something to watch later. All of you go back to rest. I'll sleep with Linger alone tonight. Husband, you are so powerful. Just add me. Luo Bing shook Fong Yuan's arm and pouted. I want to see a tiger. Fong Yuan was a little embarrassed. After all, Kirito had been reborn, and tonight was the equivalent of her wedding night, and Jiling naturally disagreed. Little Luo Bing actually dared to make such an unreasonable and hateful request that made her feel ashamed. Before, she had no choice. Now that she has regained her self-confidence, it is only natural for her to turn over the surf and sing. Just as she was about to open her mouth to whimper, Luo Bing reached out her small hand and covered her mouth. Husband, you see that Sister Linger's silence means that she has agreed by default. Oh, since she has agreed, there is no reason for husband to refuse, right? Seeing this, Jinlian hurriedly and wisely covered her chest. Then I won't go either. My heart still hurts, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get away from my husband for half the night. Hearing that both her sister and younger sister were so proactive, Luo Ning could only look at Fong Yuan pitifully. Husband, you know, I'm most afraid of the dark. That's all. Ji Ling became the biggest victim under the three women's curiosity. After tonight, Ji Ling had mourned more than he could bear, because she's kind of completely out of secrets in front of her sisters. The time flashed by and it was already 4 days later. Fang Yuan asked as he held Ji Ling in his arms and pinched the black feather at his fingertips. Spirit can see its color? Ji Ling held the bamboo pen and wrote, "It's beautiful, the most beautiful color I've ever seen in my life." Fang Yuan said rather regretfully, "It's a pity that we can't cure Linger's sound path and body. It's good to have my looks back. At least I won't feel inferior when you love me. I'm actually still a little uncomfortable with it. It always feels like the warmth of the baby has changed a lot. I should have played with it more before. Alas, what's the point of cherishing it only after it's lost? You pervert." Ji Ling was incomparably humiliated, and she continued to write with her bamboo pen contained in hatred. "Husband, lower your head. I'll whisper something from the bottom of my heart." Fang Yuan naturally refused. How could he not know that Ji Ling was trying to bite him? "Humph. Husband, hurry up. Let me have a bite of your ear, or I'll cry." Ji Ling bit the corner of her lip and looked viciously at Fang Yuan with her two cute little tiger teeth. There was an attitude that if Fang Yuan didn't cooperate, she would cry to him. Seeing this, Fang Yuan, who had been thinking about Ji Ling's small mouth and tiger teeth for a long time, could only sigh helplessly. "Ugh, can't get enough of you." He held down Ji Ling's brain. "It just so happens that he's a little on fire at the moment." Ji Ling grew more and more ashamed. She's going to bite her ear. It has been 10 days since Ji Shuang ascended the throne, and Di Gong and Di Yan finally arrived at Yao City. Elder Feng, Mr. D is fortunate to be able to fulfill his orders. Di Gong has gathered enough evidence to overturn the case for the Luo family. In the first moment he rushed to Yao City. He did not go to the palace to face the saint, but visited Fang Yuan first. Previously, as early as when he was still investigating Luo's case in Lanling, he had already heard that, in Fang Yuan's anger, Ji Xian had been forced out of his home, and Jiang had been sent far away from the border. Di Gong has worked hard. A little gift, no honor. Fang Yuan was rich and generous and took out another bunch of high-level spirit talismans. Among them were not only water spirit talismans, but also fire spirit talismans, wood spirit talismans, and earth spirit talismans. It's too much. I'm sorry for what I've received. Where would Di Gong be willing to take it? He had already taken too much advantage of Fang Yuan last time. Unbeknownst to him, these spirit talismans were specially refined for Di Gong by the guilt-ridden Fang Yuan. Chapter 50 Matchmaking Square Edge. Eventually, under Fang Yuan's persistent insistence, Di Gong still accepted the pile of spirit talismans. Mr. D really doesn't know how to thank Elder Feng. Fang Yuan laughed. No need to be polite. The only way to better benefit the people in this world is to have more people like Lord D. Ha! Di Gong's old face flushed. Even though he had lived his whole life and seen all the storms, he could not stand such a blunt compliment from a Jiedan big shot like Fang Yuan. Then, next, let D speak about the details of this case. Fang Yuan summoned Luo Ning and Luo Bing. Di Gong looked at the appearance like a mold carved out of the sisters. The last trace of doubt in his heart suddenly disappeared. It turns out that the Luo family's last secret deal flowed into the 100 Treasures sub-cabinet in Lanling City. Previously, Di Gong had only seen Luo Bing once, but at that time, Luo Bing was still wearing an ordinary face under the effects of the obscure face pill. Later, although Fang Yuan had performed the ritual of circumcision with Luo Bing to release the effects of the medicine, Luo Bing had stayed in the carriage. After hearing Di Gong's dissection of the evidence, the two Luo sisters were already sobbing. Alas, the Pei family's direct lineage has already been imprisoned by the Lanling City in as much as possible, and I, D, will also truthfully report this matter to the saint to return the Luo family's innocence. Then I'll be grateful to Lord D. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said. It was only when Di Zhang was about to leave that he realized that Di Yan had gone mad somewhere again. Ha! Where did this girl of mine go? Fang Yuan half-truthfully said. It was hard to come to Yao City. Perhaps she went out to look for her royal sister. Di Gong did not suspect or worry too much. After all, his own daughter had more charms on her than he did. Elder Feng. Then Di will take his leave first. After sending Di Gong away, Fang Yuan comforted the crying Luo sisters. Husband. The two women, one on the left and one on the right, jumped into Fang Yuan's arms and cried even more uncontrollably. Fang Yuan did not dissuade him either. He knew clearly that at times like this a woman would only feel comfortable if she had a good venting session. He didn't speak until the two women had no strength left to cry. Ji Shuang is afraid of me. The Pei family was put to death. 9 clans has been finalized. Uncle and mother's spirit in heaven can also be rest in peace. Luo Ning choked with red eyes. Husband, my sister and I only have you now. Hearing this, Luo Bing also raised her eyes that were swollen from crying. Fang Yuan wiped away the tear stains on the two women's faces. It will get better. And if you are willing, The three of us can have our children surnamed Luo in the future. Really? Luo Ning and Luo Bing were a bit incredulous. When have I ever lied to you guys? Fong Yuan smiled faintly. His peach blossom eyes, which looked deep into the eyes of a dog, glittered with doting love for the two women. Husband. The two women's complexions moved, and the tears that had been stopped flowed out once again, and without realizing it, their love value had also reached an unprecedented height. It's just a shame. To Fong Yuan nowadays, the love values of the two women were meaningless as long as they did not reach full value. After, Fong Yuan sent the two women back to their compartments. They were tired after crying for so long. Get some sleep, and when lunch is ready I'll have Ernyang and Sanyang and the others bring it over to you both. Not for long. Fong Yuan came back to Ji Ling's courtyard. Before he even entered the room, he heard Di Yan yakking away. Ahem. Fong Yuan coughed lightly to signal his arrival, then prepared to step into the house. Who would have thought that he would then catch a glimpse of a fiery red silhouette swooping towards him? Old man Fong Yuan, how dare you insult my cousin's innocence? Take your life. Oh. Di Yan, who was already hanging on Fong Yuan's body, opened her cherry mouth and aimed at Fong Yuan's cheek to bite hard. Fong Yuan slightly sidestepped with the intention of avoiding it. Unexpectedly, by mistake, Di Yan just happened to bite on the corner of his lips. Then the picture became charming. Fong Yuan also did not expect that the little chili pepper that he had been thinking about for an unknown period of time was actually swallowed into his mouth like this. Spicy enough, hot enough, flavorful enough. Without realizing it, Di Yan was also weakly shrinking in Fong Yuan's arms, her two small hands helplessly pinching the lapels on both sides of Fong Yuan's shoulders, only feeling that she was about to suffocate. Well, in the next breath, Di Yan really rolled her eyes and fainted. In response, Fong Yuan was quite speechless. I did not expect that a kiss can also suffocate. Di Yan, this refining realm is not a pose. I'm afraid. When Di Yan woke up again, she found herself lying down next to her cousin. She sat up violently, looking mortified. Old man Fong Yuan, call brother. Fong Yuan cupped her chin. Unless you want to faint again. Oh, cousin, he bullied me. Di Yan covered her mouth in fear and instantly cried out with teary eyes. Fong Yuan and Ji Ling could only hear her choking in a broken voice. Ugh, he took my most precious first kiss, which I was obviously saving for my cousin. Ji Ling's forehead was suddenly knotted together, as if several strands of black lines were floating, while Fong Yuan was still stimulating Di Yan. Yanzi, look. Di Yan's tearful eyes saw that he realized that Fong Yuan had already taken his cousin's fragrant lips. Shut up. Di Yan's gaze was cold, and she didn't care about crying. She was about to pounce on Fong Yuan. However, she did not expect Fong Yuan to repeat his trick. Again, he kissed her. Oh, only this time Di Yan had learned his lesson. She kept fighting back, even daring to use her sharp teeth. Hiss. Fong Yuan was in pain and hurriedly let go. Di Yan snorted and used her petite and delicate body to protect her beloved cousin behind her. Fong Yuan licked his injured tongue and slurred. Good intentions. I was kind enough to give you a medium. Wanted you to taste your cousin. And you bit me. When these words came out, Ji Ling was instantly shy and she glared viciously at Fong Yuan, signaling him to stop. But she didn't realize that in front of her, where she couldn't see, her cousin Di Yan naively barred her cherry mouth. It seemed to be trying to remember the flavor of his cousin. Kissing his cousin directly was definitely an impossible thing, so it seemed that he could only resort to Fong Yuan old man as a tool person. Thinking of this, Di Yan gave Fong Yuan a wink, signaling him to start over again. Fong Yuan glared at her contemptuously. If he had known this, why would he have done it in the first place? Brother Fong Yuan, please. Fong Yuan didn't expect Di Yan to be so shameless as to use a coy technique on him, but he, as a person, had always been partial to soft food and hard food. Next time, Fong Yuan explored his body and once again kissed Ji Ling, who was intent on resisting. But Ji Ling, even if she was overly ashamed, she couldn't afford to bite her husband, and could only silently bear the unwillingness and humiliation. After that, Fong Yuan raised his head. He hadn't even had time to turn around. It was then held by Di Yan. In a jiffy, Di Yan kicks Fong Yuan off. Then with a face of enjoyment, he let out a demented girl-like smile. Hey, cousin, that's nice. Chapter 51, Purple Cloud Aya. Fong Yuan looked at the female brat lying next to him with a face of enjoyment, and was quite speechless in his heart. Say come on. The two hugged and kissed. But not only did this female brat's love value for him not go up, it instead fell back to -100. But a few moments later, Fong Yuan then released. Forget it, some things cannot be rushed. At least now Di Yan was not repulsed by contact with him. Plus with Linger as a handle, anything was possible in the future. The new Emperor Ji Shuang's attitude was sincere. The day an imperial decree was expedited to Lanling, and the Pei family's 9 clans were decapitated. But the Luo sisters who heard this news were not half as happy in their hearts. The culprit's enemies were put to death, but their parents would never hear the news again. To this, Fang Yuan also did not purposely try to comfort the sisters again. And Lianer and Linger were also very sensible and gave the 2 sisters enough time and space to calm down. 3 days later, the sisters finally relented and walked out of the room. And the 3 Fang Yuan who were sunbathing in the courtyard turned their heads to look. Husband, Sister Lianer, Sister Linger, thank you, Luo Ning said with a forced smile. She knew in her heart that everyone was actually waiting for her and her sister to sort out their emotions. Jinlian got up and went forward to hold the 2 sisters, Luo Ning and Luo Bing, in her arms and softly said, "It's okay, it's not too late to get organized before you go." Her father had died when she was very young, and she didn't remember much about it, but the moment her mother passed away, Jinlian cried a lot. So there is no better way to understand the grief of the 2 sisters than the Golden Lotus. Fang Yuan stood up at the right time and said, Let's go out as a family to eat something delicious. When we leave the Yu dynasty, some snacks may be difficult to eat again." Eating and drinking was a way to relieve emotional grief, and Fang Yuan hoped that using this method would make the 2 women feel better quickly. Just about to head out the door, Fang Yuan's family happened to meet Di Gong's father and daughter. "Elder Fang, I've come to say goodbye to you." Di Gong had also left Puntai Dock for some time, and his status was destined to prevent him from lingering outside for too long. "I'm counting on Elder Fang to take care of my daughter." At this moment, Ji Ling was wearing a veil to cover her stunning face. Di Gong had seen a glimpse of Ji Ling's real face after she was burned, so it wasn't impossible for him to recognize that it was his niece from a pair of eyes alone. Fang Yuan smiled and promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely send Yanzi safely to the Li Fire sect. I am truly thankful to Elder Fang." Di Gong raised his hand and cupped his fist. "Then the mountain is high and the road is far. We'll see each other again sometime. Bye." Wait for Dicky to leave. Di Yan is revealing her true nature. She couldn't wait to walk towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan Sr. "Brother, let me push the wheelchair for cousin." "Okay, whatever." Fang Yuan naturally wouldn't bother with Di Yan over such trivial matters. Besides, he's happy to take it easy when someone is willing to be free labor. With Di Yan joining in, the atmosphere became different again. Although she didn't have a very good attitude towards Fang Yuan, she was very intimate with Jinlian and the 3 of them, with her little mouth taking a bite out of her sister. Even the 2 Luo sisters, who hadn't completely come out of their grief, had the gloom in their hearts dissipated quite a bit as a result. "Right, brother Fang Yuan, when are we going to leave?" Fang Yuan thought for a moment and said, 2 more days. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to leave when the sisters were in a good mood, but he suddenly thought of something. The Yu Dynasty 100 Treasures Pavilion's annual auction was about to begin. In the past, Fang Yuan was not very interested in spiritual treasures because he did not have a spiritual root in his body, so even if he had an empty spiritual treasure, he would not be able to manage it. But now it was different. Fang Yuan was prepared to pan for gold in the auction to see if he could come across a decent Earth-grade spiritual treasure. After all, he didn't even have an original magic treasure yet. However, Fang Yuan wouldn't hold too much hope. It was impossible for a true supreme treasure to be exiled by Ling Baoge to a mundane world like Yu Dynasty for auction. The reason why he wanted to visit the auction was just that he had plenty of time and was not in a hurry to leave Yu Dynasty. Di Yan was quite a bit dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's response. "But the Li Fire sect is about to start the inner disciple competition, and I want to compete for the first place." Fang Yuan laughed. "What's the point of children playing house? If you want to fight, I can be your free chaperone for life." Di Yan spread out her small hands rather helplessly. "I don't want to bully them either. But who let the first place reward be an Earth-grade spiritual artifact? The Purple Cloud Aya? Purple Cloud Aya." Hearing the name of this spiritual artifact again, Fang Yuan could not help but be slightly lost in thought. Thinking back then, Bai Miao Miao had used the Purple Cloud Damask for a long time, and even almost sacrificed her as her own life magic treasure. And Fang Yuan, who had received too much care from Bai Miao Miao back then, had also used his own origin heartblood to nourish the Purple Cloud Damask more than once in order to return the favor to her. That Purple Cloud Damask had accompanied them together for at least a year, and had also witnessed the most overly beautiful love between them. Only later, Bai Miao Miao's master had found a better magic treasure for her. I didn't expect that nowadays. This spiritual weapon that had been dusty for more than 500 years would actually be taken out by Bai Miao Miao and returned to the sect, as expected. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed. Di Yan asked, "Brother Fang Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Jinlian and the other women also heard that the flavor of Fang Yuan's laughter seemed a bit off. They said with worried eyes, "Husband, it's fine." Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, completely erasing the attachment to that sinister shadow in his heart. He then turned his head to Dian to release a smile and said, although the purple cloud damask is an earth-grade spiritual artifact, it doesn't suit you. I know. Dian did not deny the matter. Fang Yuan was about to ask the reason, when he heard her explain, but I think she's a good match for her cousin. Aha! Jiling hummed softly in an arrogant manner. She wanted to convey the meaning that I don't want it, and the sense of hearing was simple, so Dian could understand it. Cousin, that set of spirit artifacts is very nice to look at. It said that it's still forged from some kind of special ice silkworm silk, very suitable for cousin's spirit root attribute. Jiling still chose to refuse. Nah. Seeing this, Dian could only look blearily at Fang Yuan. Brother Fang Yuan. She knew clearly that if Fang Yuan asked, Jiling would definitely agree. Looking at the otherworldly female licking dog in front of him, and the one licking was still a woman, Fang Yuan somewhat wanted to laugh, but he held back. But he was in a much better mood for it. Purple does have a nice ring to it, so let's pack up tomorrow and leave the day after. Since there were better options, there was no need for Fang Yuan to pan for gold in Yu Dynasty's 100 Treasures Pavilion Inn. Husband. June. Jiling looked at Fang Yuan grudgingly, but she had no choice. Who made her love her husband so much? Fang Yuan laughed. I didn't do it to intentionally tease Linger's nerves. That purple cloud damask contains both wood and earth attributes at the same time. It is indeed very suitable for Linger. Actually, this is just one layer of the reason. The main reason was that Fang Yuan didn't want the spirit weapon that he had cultivated with his own origin essence blood to go and be taken and spoiled by other cultivators, when really to Jiling hands, even if she really do not want to use, but also completely can be used as a beautiful belt collection. Chapter 52, Empress Chen, Yao Chang. Stroll on. The girls, who were gradually getting in a happier mood, also began to focus their attention on the food and drink of the downtown area. Don't look at the 5 girls except for Golden Lotus, whose family is well off, but in reality, they were rather more curious about those strange and weird gadgets than Golden Lotus. Anything they find nice and interesting, they will buy. Of course, Jinlian wasn't interested in the commonplace gadgets, but she would buy anything she came across that fit the bill. It's just that she buys toys that only babies and small children play with, and she buys several of them at a time. Apparently she was preparing herself and her sister for the baby she would have later. Without realizing it, the things that a few girls had bought could fill up several carriages. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had a storage ring, so he didn't have to carry it in his hand to look so conspicuous. Sundown in the west. Although the 5 girls had eaten and drunk all afternoon, the remaining 4 girls, except for Linger, still felt hungry. After all, they all possessed spiritual roots, and their food intake was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary girl. Dian offered, why don't we go to the Peach and Plum Spring Breeze restaurant? The sweet and sour spirit fish in there can be considered one of the best in the Yu Dynasty. I remember very clearly, when I was a child I followed my father to the south and north, and I also ate a lot of sweet and sour spirit fish, and the only fish made by Peach and Li Chunfeng was the most authentic and the most delicious. Seeing that the Golden Lotus girls were looking at themselves with expectant gazes, Fang Yuan smiled indifferently, then go ahead and try. Normally, because there were 2 sisters in the house to cook the food, Fang Yuan seldom let Na Jinlian and the girls come out to eat. After all, a few women had extraordinary looks and belonged to the red-faced scourge level of existence. Although Fang Yuan wasn't worried about people coming over and harassing him, he didn't want to deal with trouble all the time. Once there were really ungrateful little thieves, it was a small matter for Fang Yuan to kill them, mainly because he was afraid of destroying Lieners and their beautiful mood. So a few women are also very understanding. If there is no need, they usually will not go out. Is to go out, face will also bring a light veil to cover the face. As for Fang Yuan himself, after hundreds of years of abstaining from food, he had long since lost his craving for food, and he's a very disciplined man himself. Even in the mansion, he rarely ate, and would only absorb spirit stones instead of eating. After coming to Yu Dynasty for more than 3 months, Fang Yuan seemed to have only eaten a small mouthful of clear porridge and a few grapes. The clear porridge was that time when he was feeding Jiling. He deliberately tasted it in order to brush up on his love value. The grapes, on the other hand, were seen warmed by Wen and Xiao with special means when they met at the education department, and Fang Yuan at that time ate a few more grapes out of curiosity. Because of such self-discipline, the untainted Fang Yuan's body was always filled with a light and elegant fragrance that smelled even better than aura. So even if Lianer and the others didn't share the same room with Fang Yuan, they all liked to sleep with him in their arms. Not for long. Fang Yuan then brought the women to the restaurant. At this moment, it was mealtime, and the restaurant had quite a lot of guests. The entire lobby was full. It's a good thing that the Taoli Chunfeng shopkeeper has a good eye. He recognized Fang Yuan and took the initiative to lead the family to the top floor, which was not open to the public. Elder Fang, How would you like to see all the signature dishes served to you once? Fong Yuan did not refuse. This might be the last time Liana and the girls would enjoy the food of the mundane world, even if they wasted a little bit of it. Alright, please wait for you and the ladies, the shopkeeper cheerfully said. As soon as she heard the shopkeeper call herself ma'am, Pepper Dian skimmed her mouth and didn't choose to lash out. If it were usual she would have scolded him, but seeing as Fong Yuan, the medium, had paid her bills all afternoon and had convinced her cousin to accept Ziyenya, she herself pretended to be his madam, so that he could have a secret pleasure. Not for long, the door of the room, which had just been closed by the departing shopkeeper, was gently knocked on again. Enter. Fong Yuan thought the fellow was going to serve the signature cold dish first. I didn't expect that the person who pushed open the door would be Empress Chen. Senior Fong, we meet again. Fong Yuan frowned slightly. How did this woman appear here? On the other hand, Luo Bing, who was on the side, his face became brilliant. After all, she had seen with her own eyes how dainty the poised peony of the nation was when it bloomed. Something's up? Fong Yuan indifferently said. Since he had already settled his grudge with the Ji family, he didn't want to get involved in any unnecessary trouble with Empress Chen, a mortal woman. Empress Chen did not look at the other girls from the beginning to the end, as if she only had Fong Yuan in her eyes. She first explained, Peach Plum Spring Breeze is the property of the Chen family, and after my concubine left the palace, the family left this place to me to take care of. Only then did she make her intentions known. Senior Fong, can we talk alone? There's no need. Fong Yuan directly rejected Empress Chen. If you have anything, just say it here. Fong Yuan was clear that women tended to be more frightening than men at times, because women are born with one thing more than men, their bodies. Especially a woman like Empress Chen who would rather bite her lip and pass out than moan out a single sound. Then my concubine will not disturb the pleasure of Senior Fong and the ladies. Sorry. A trace of despondency flashed across Empress Chen's face. She then reclosed the door for Fong Yuan's family. When Empress Chen left, Luo Bing was shocked. Husband, why do I feel like she's gotten younger? Perhaps you're looking at it wrong. Fong Yuan casually replied back. He was already contemplating whether or not to leave the Peach Blossom house. In case the woman breaks and poisons the wine and food, Fong Yuan wouldn't dare to gamble on the evil of human nature, especially with a woman who was ruthless even to herself. Thinking of this, he was about to propose, but then he heard Dian speak. I felt the same way, and I had seen her the year before when I went to the palace to play with my cousin. At that time, even if she put on light makeup can still see a trace of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but just now I saw very clearly, she seems to be just a veiled face, but her skin is a lot more hydrated. Cousin, you should have seen her a lot before that, don't you think so? Ji Ling nodded in recognition of Dian's words, but she impatiently asked for a bamboo pen to write. What's going on? Are you hiding something from me? Why did mother leave the palace? Where is father? Well, Dian couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Previously, she had been specifically instructed by the Golden Lotus girls not to tell Ji Ling about the recent events of the Yu dynasty. So at this moment, Dian could only look at Fong Yuan with embarrassment. Brother, this has nothing to do with me. Oh, it was Empress Chen herself who walked in. It's not really a big deal to tell Spirit. If it was before, Fong Yuan would never have told Ji Ling the truth so early. But now, he and Ji Xian had long since settled their grudge. Your father's great day was approaching, and he chose to cultivate Buddhism. After Fong Yuan briefly described it, Ji Ling was able to understand his father's intentions. When she was still very young, she had actually heard her father joke about shaving her head and becoming a monk. At the time, she even cried sadly about it. What about my mother consort? Did she go to Cold Mountain Temple too? Dian whispered. No, Auntie returned to Pantai Dock. It's good to go around in circles. I can't imagine that in the end. Mother consort has gone back. Is she alright? Dian looked at Fong Yuan with contemplative eyes. Brother, do you guess whether I should say that my aunt is good or bad? In the face of her beloved cousin, how dare she speak ill of her aunt? She could only look at Fong Yuan's eyes and act. Chapter 53, Talking with the Queen. Fong Yuan laughed. Why are you looking at me? Just say it if you want to. Dian hummed lightly, then I can say it. However, she continued to observe Ji Ling's face as she spoke. Perhaps because of my aunt's sudden departure from the house. It feels like she has aged a lot at once. The hair on her forehead is white, and her eyes don't have the spirituality they used to have. In short, the situation is not very good. Ji Ling's eyes became dull, but she still wrote with a forced smile. If that's all it is, that's okay. No one knew her mother consort's character better than she did. It was already impressive that mother consort could still figure it out on her own and leave Yao City alive when father had left the house. Dian also chimed in. Yeah, I heard from Pops that Auntie is a love brain. When Pops wouldn't let her marry Auntie, but she just wouldn't listen. Well, this time she didn't continue to seek death. After hearing this, Jinlian and the other women didn't know how to comfort Jiling. Although Di Yan had only spoken a few words, they could sense that Jiling's mother consort's life seemed to be a tragedy. At this point, Jiling wrote again. Then what does mother consort think of my husband? Di Yan subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan. At this, Fang Yuan was very speechless. How did he feel that he was like a villain in Di Yan's eyes? It's okay, just be honest. It's all family. Di Yan gritted her teeth and looked at Fang Yuan. Auntie hates him to the bone. Fang Yuan pinched Di Yan's face and turned it around. There's no need to learn to be so colorful. It's not like I'm asking you to act out a shadow play. He felt that this female brat was definitely deliberately destroying his glorious image in front of Linger. Jiling's mind was delicate. She smiled indifferently and said, I understand mother consort's feelings, but I have a husband of my own. And what's more, it was originally father's fault. Perhaps Di Yan had been pinched by Fang Yuan. After realizing that Fang Yuan was upset, Di Yan, who was worried that she wouldn't have a good time, hurriedly helped Fang Yuan by putting in a good word for him. It's best if cousin can think like this. In fact, it's no wonder brother Fang Yuan is to blame. After all, auntie has long since decided to abandon Taoism and cultivate Buddhism, and the conflict between brother and Ji Shuang and Ji Yang merely accelerated auntie's determination. I know, I've never blamed you for anything. Jiling was a bit emotionally lost after writing it. As the imperial daughter of the Ji clan, how could she not know the drawbacks of the Ji clan's gong methods? While father cherished his life, mother consort valued the relationship between her and father. So even without the existence of husband, this day of separation between father and mother consort would come sooner or later. What's more, in the whole process, husband and sister Lianer and sister Ninger they were the most innocent. While Jiling was depressed, Fang Yuan suddenly got up and headed out. You guys talk, I'll go see if the food is ready. Husband. Jinlian pulled Fang Yuan's hand with worried eyes. She was worried that her husband was just like last time, while hiding alone again somewhere to think. Actually, I'm also a bit hungry. Fang Yuan laughed. I'll go take a look and be back soon. Kirito whimpered. She looked at Fang Yuan with tearful eyes, signaling him to stay. She still had a lot to say. It's okay, isn't it all in the past? Be happy and give Linger a little surprise later. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he broke away from Jilian's hand. A few women watched Fang Yuan's departing back. Luo Bing was quite nervous. Husband won't go sulking, will he? Luo Ning also blamed herself. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, husband wouldn't have gotten into a conflict with Ji Ang and the others, and sister Linger wouldn't be in deep pain. Don't say that. Jiling felt like she was going to be pissed off at her husband and sisters. She really didn't blame any of them. She's just being plain sad. Couldn't she shed a few tears and feel sorry for her old mother when she heard that her own mother's health had become bad? I'm really speechless to my husband and sister Ninger. If her vocal cords weren't broken, plus her limbs were still paralyzed, she'd have to hug each of them and then explain her innermost thoughts in their ears 1,000 times until they couldn't get tired of hearing them anymore. Ooh-hoo. The more Jiling thought about it, the angrier she became, and she finally couldn't help but cry out. Other side. The leading Fang Yuan of course wasn't really there to ask when the meal was served. He was a very attentive man. Since Linger's mother consort's face had already become aged, he felt that this was not an opportunity to raise Linger's love value. And so, he found the shopkeeper and asked, Is your master still there? I'd like to talk to her about something. The shopkeeper didn't dare to slack off. Please follow me, Elder Fang. A moment. Fang Yuan met Empress Chen, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying at some point. So the Empress can cry too. Empress Chen lightly wiped the corners of her eyes and laughed. A bit of wind and sand just accidentally went in my concubine's eyes, so I rubbed them a couple more times, letting Elder Fang laugh. Fang Yuan did not continue to flirt with Empress Chen as he asked, What was it you wanted to talk to me about earlier? You promise? Empress Chen's eyes showed delight. Fang Yuan ambiguously said, Whether or not to answer is another story. It mainly depends on the mood. Thank you. Empress Chen hurriedly sat upright. The rich and full waist and hip line is inadvertently outlined the seductive flavor of the mature woman. That said, Empress Chen's bone age was about a little over 40, so she must have also become Ji Xian's crown princess in the second 18 years, and then gave birth to Ji Ang. My concubine would like to plead with you to intervene and ask His Holiness to transfer Anger back from the border, even if it means stripping Anger of his throne and relegating him to the status of a commoner. He has been accustomed to brocade since he was a child, and I'm afraid that he can't eat the bitterness that he suffers there. Empress Chen cried out. Fang Yuan agreed after thinking about it. Ji Xian had become a monk, and Ji Ang, who had no connection to the throne, couldn't make any big waves, but in exchange, you have to tell me something. Empress Chen immediately showed surprise in her eyes, unable to imagine that Fong Yuan had really agreed. She hurriedly knelt down and crouched on the ground. Please ask Elder Fong, but wherever my concubine can do so, I will definitely not shirk. Empress should be veiled now, right? Fong Yuan asked as he gently caressed Empress Chen's rounded goose-egg face. Empress Chen's face gradually turned red. Yes, concubine is but a folk woman now, and there is no need to dress up to please a man. At such a close distance, she did not dare to meet Fong Yuan's eyes at all. Fong Yuan boarded Empress Chen's face and scrutinized it. The crow's feet have really disappeared, but it's hard for an unusual resurfacing elixir to remove the toxins that have built up in a mortal's body for decades. Moreover, each of the raw materials used to refine the face residence pill was worth a lot, and its price after molding was even comparable to that of a heavenly ranked quality peerless spiritual weapon. Even if we put it in the cultivation world, the vast majority of foundation establishment female cultivators with no reserves wouldn't be able to afford this in their entire lives. So how did your highness manage to do it? Concubine doesn't know either. Empress Chen was at a loss. Don't want to talk about it, or don't know. Fong Yuan's fingertips had stroked all the way down from the corner of Empress Chen's eyes and moved to her mouth. Obviously a mortal woman in her 40s, but her delicate face was as watery as a wonderful woman in her 20s. Chapter 54, Face Restoration Pill. I really don't know. Empress Chen was so aggrieved that she was on the verge of crying. After leaving the palace these days, she had again traveled to the Department of Education for an appointment, and had taken over the Peach and Plum Spring Wind restaurant, plus all the time is still worried about their own children Jiang. Even meals have not eaten to go down a few mouths, where there is still the mood to make up and dress up not to mention engage in what the resident Dan. Fong Yuan saw that Empress Chen did not look like she was lying. He frowned and asked again, have you eaten anything messy in the past 2 days? Messy? Empress Chen was lost in thought, but soon, her face suddenly turned as flushed as the evening sun. If one insists on pursuing it, there's only one possibility, and Fong Yuan saw this as an afterthought. However, he inquired again and again about what meals Empress Chen had eaten, what she had done, and what people she had met since that night. How dare Empress Chen hide it? She told all about her experience, one by one. After listening, Fong Yuan could only assume that his physique had undergone some sort of mutation. It was even highly likely that the effect was thanks to that undying bond of eternal martyrdom between him and Lianer. Think about it. Fong Yuan coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and said, one last little favor. And when it's done we'll wipe the slate clean between us, and you'll see your child soon enough. Empress Chen puckered her rounded buttocks and respectfully knelt down in gratitude. Thank you Senior Fong. My concubine will definitely work hard. I don't know how much time has passed. The food was cold, and Fong Yuan didn't come back. Dian wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and looked blearily at the sweet and sour spirit fish on the dining table and said, why don't I just go find my brother? This wasn't the first time she had said this, but all of them were stopped by the Lianer girls. They thought it was likely that the husband was unhappy. If he has no more worries, he will naturally return. It's better to wait a little longer. Lianer soothed. If Yenner is really hungry, then it's fine if we eat first. In fact, a few of the Golden Lotus girls couldn't eat at all. The only one who was really craving for it is Dian. Her stomach has been grumbling endlessly, but Dian's family is very well educated. She wiped the corners of her mouth and pretended to be relaxed. I'm fine. I can still hold it. Just talking. Fong Yuan pushed the door and walked in. Brother, you're finally back. Dian was on the verge of being moved to tears as she leapt up and hung onto Fong Yuan. Although he didn't know why Dian, the female brat, was so agitated, Fong Yuan still subconsciously held her little buttocks and hugged her well. Oh, why aren't you all eating? I see the food is getting cold. Before Jinlian and the others could explain, Dian was shady. Brother didn't come. Where are we to move the chopsticks first? Facing the erratic female brat, Fong Yuan backhanded her and ruthlessly pinched her soft flesh. Egu, brother, I was wrong. Dian hurriedly begged for mercy. After a bit of banter, Fong Yuan activated his fire spirit technique again to warm up the cold meal for the women. Then he explained, actually, I just inquired about Empress Chen how she became young, and then she told me that there was an aristocrat in the south of the city who sells the rejuvenation pill, so I went to the south of the city. With that, Fong Yuan took out a small delicate jade bottle. A few women stopped eating on their hands all of a sudden, and they looked at the jade bottle curiously, and Dian, who was sitting on the side of Fong Yuan, even reached out and grabbed it directly. Pa! Her small hand that reached out was directly knocked away by Fong Yuan. Eat properly. This bottle of the only remaining face-restoring pill is for Linger, her mother consort, to restore her appearance. Dian smiled sarcastically. Hey, I'm not robbing. I'll just see if it's reliable. Aha. Ji Ling, on the other hand, was so moved that she moistened her eyes once again. It turned out that her husband hadn't gone off in anger, but wanted her to be happy. Unconsciously, her love value once again reached an unprecedented high of 92. Target, Ji Ling, love, 92. Bonus, can add 15 years of longevity to the host, on cooldown. Unfortunately, before the love had reached its full value, Ji Ling's added help to Fang Yuan could only be considered as icing on the cake, and that sporadic longevity belonged to the dispensable. Husband, can I take a look? Jean Lian, who was sitting across the table, suddenly spoke, her eyes filled with a different color. Nah. Fang Yuan handed it over. Jean Lian was Fang Yuan's big baby. Where could it be compared to an underbred female brat like Dian? See this scene. Dian couldn't help but snort coldly. Cheap bastard. On the other hand, Jean Lian, who received the small jade bottle, pinched it with her 2 jade fingers as she curiously surveyed the face-restoring pill inside. There was only one round and white spirit elixir in the bottle, and even though it was separated by a layer of jade, one could feel a divine aura permeating the surface of the elixir. The bottle still seems to be a bit warm, as if this elixir was just refined. It's just a shame that the husband said it was the only one left. Jean Lian's hopeful eyes gradually became a little dimmer. She knew inwardly that her spirit root qualification was far inferior to her 3 sisters, and it was also difficult to keep her face with her own cultivation alone. How could Fang Yuan not guess Jean Lian's small mind? He smiled and comforted. It's okay, my Lianer is naturally beautiful. She can stay young forever without this. Jean Lian had an inexplicable trust in Fang Yuan's nature, and she happily said, Really? Fang Yuan laughed. When have I ever lied to you? Luo Bing followed suit and coaxed with a smile. Husband, what about me, what about me? And Sister Linger and Sister Yener? She wasn't as simple as Sister Lianer, who did whatever her husband said. That's why she didn't believe that with her husband's words alone, Sister Lianer would really be able to stay young forever. Fang Yuan sincerely said, Of course you guys will also keep your youth forever. As for Yanzi, that can't be said. It depends on the situation. Humph. Liar. Bad guy. Dian muttered in a small voice. What did you say? Fang Yuan's ear power was extraordinary. It's nothing. I'm saying this fish is really delicious. Dian said slyly. In response, Fang Yuan did not bother to explain anything further. There was no reason for Empress Chen to lie to him, so time would help Fang Yuan prove that what he said would surely be confirmed. The next day, the girls unpacked themselves at the mansion. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, went to the Yu dynasty's palace alone. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had already had too many conflicts with the Ji clan's royal family, but this was the first time he had come here. Soon, Ji Shuang, who had just gotten off the morning court, rushed over without stopping. Elder Fang, 10,000 apologies. I didn't know that you were back, and my juniors have been remiss in welcoming you. Fang Yuan sized up Ji Shuang and realized that his broken arm had actually been connected. And while he was originally just a mortal, the aura of a mid-Jiadan stage permeated around him. TSK, the bloodline gong method of the Ji clan's royal family really does have a knack for it. In just a few days, Ji Shuang was actually able to squeeze out all of his potential with his lifespan and become a Jiadan powerhouse. It must be that the Ji clan's oldest ancestor who was able to create this technique was also an extraordinary person. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but secretly lament. Sure enough, the heroes of this world are really like the carp that crosses the river. And there are really countless great heroes. I wonder what instructions Elder Fang has. Ji Shuang couldn't help but feel a chill when he saw that Fang Yuan was slow to speak, only surveying himself with an unkind gaze. Fang Yuan laughed. Your Majesty doesn't need to be nervous. Mr. Fang is about to leave the Yu dynasty to return to the leading flame sect. And before I leave I want to ask your Majesty for 2 things. Please speak, Elder Fang. I will die by all means. Ji Shuang grinned. Fang Yuan's cry of Your Majesty instantly made his heart burst with joy. Your Majesty is not so polite. The first thing, Mr. Fang has had several encounters with Miss Ji Ling. Please pass this heart-protecting pill to her mother consort. But don't say that it's from me. The second thing, Ji On. Without realizing it, the day passed quickly again. As the morning sun of a new day renders the sky a nice fishbelly white. Under the reluctant escort of Xiao and Wen, Fang Yuan's family and Dian greeted the rising sun and finally left Yao City. End of the earthly chapter. Chapter 55, Witch Demon Cold Wave. From Yao City, we traveled more than 20,000 miles eastward against the rising sun to reach the border gate of the Yu dynasty, the city of Xinyang. 10 days later, Fang Yuan brought the women to the new loam. Beyond the new soil was an endless demon forest that stretched for tens of millions of miles, and through the outskirts of the endless demon forest was the Li Fire sect, which was far away from the world. Although Xinyang City was a border gate of the Yu dynasty, it was large in size and scale, not even smaller than half of the imperial state of the Yu dynasty. Aside from Dian, it was the first time the rest of the girls had come to New Loam, so they couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise when they saw the city wall that was 100 feet tall. Husband, it's so big. Luo Bing, who looked up at the top of the city wall, felt small all of a sudden. Fong Yuan smiled and explained, this city was not built overnight, it has gone through several generations of imperial dynasties. Jinlian also asked curiously, husband, is the wall being built to defend against demonic beasts? Although she hadn't heard of the New Loam before, she had heard of the endless demon forest. Fong Yuan was about to answer the questions and solve the confusion, but Di Yan snatched the answer. No. Oh, Sister Leonor, the initial imperial dynasties did build the city walls to defend themselves against low-level demonic beasts, but those later dynasties gradually realized that there was no end to the killing of demonic beasts. Moreover, for mortals, even if a further low-ranked demonic beast erupted into a beast dynasty, even if it could be fended off, mortals would be killed or injured in countless ways. And so, from an unknown time, the celestial sons of the current imperial dynasty began to pay tribute to the leading fire sect, hoping to gain the shelter of the immortals. Hearing this, Jinlian couldn't help but interrupt Dian. Sister Yenner, why don't those cultivators take the initiative to help the people defend against the beast tide? Perhaps for them, they can protect the peace of a party simply by using the feeble power of raising their hands and feet. Dian couldn't help but snort. Heaven and earth are not benevolent. Taking everything as ruminants. Saints are not benevolent, taking the people as ruminants. In the eyes of those lofty cultivators, the people are no different from the status of a mole cricket, and their deaths and lives of the cultivators will not be cared about at all. It was only later when the earthly imperial dynasty paid a large amount of tribute to the Li Fire sect every year that the Li Fire sect chose to send out their outer disciples to assist the imperial dynasty in solving the horrifying beast tide that would appear every few years or decades. Hearing this, Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense, don't teach my Leonor. Dian's analysis was only one-sided. She was on the side of the people of the Yu dynasty looking at the matter from the perspective of an authority. However, Fong Yuan's vision was different. He had spent 500 years in the leaving fire sect, so he naturally understood why the leaving fire sect would disregard the deaths of these mortals. Humph, where am I talking nonsense? Dian retorted with her waist crossed. Fong Yuan smiled and smoothed the tuft of dull hairs on Dian's head that had exploded from anger. The Endless Demon Forest is called the Endless Demon Forest because the demonic beasts it breeds can never be slaughtered, and its middle and outer periphery had turned into an important place for the inner and outer disciples, core disciples and even true disciples of the Li Fire sect to conduct trials and sharpen their combat experience. In fact, a long time ago, the leaving fire sect had a strict order that no disciple was allowed to slaughter demonic beasts of the lowest rank, and even if they encountered a wave of beasts, they were not allowed to wantonly interfere with their development. What do you mean? Dian frowned. Could it be that those beast tides were intentionally cultivated by the top echelons of the Li Fire sect? Fong Yuan nodded. That's right. Why? Dian asked. At this time, not only Dian Jinlian and the other women, but also Ji Ling, who was sitting in the wheelchair, looked up curiously at Fong Yuan, wanting to listen to his explanation. Fong Yuan mused, because with gain comes loss, and with loss comes gain. Natural disasters are certainly terrible, whether earthquakes, flash floods or volcanic eruptions, once the inevitable deaths and injuries, but in the aftermath of the disaster, will also change the original pattern and quality of land ecology, which is what the world often say. Fortune and misfortune often depend on each other. The same was true of the beast tide, although they destroyed the homes of mortals when they erupted. In the process of mortals fighting with demonic beasts, how could it not be a kind of screening of the best and the worst? Plus, though spirit-filled beast meat can also continue to improve the mortals' bodies, so during a beast tide that lasts for half a year or even a few years, even if they can't awaken their spiritual roots, it's possible for their descendants to give birth to spiritual roots and change their destinies against the heavens. After hearing this, Dian couldn't help but fall into a deep silence. If she had to choose, she would never settle for mediocrity. Instead of living under the patronage of the cultivators, how about choosing to go against the grain? And Ji Ling wrote, so it is the successive sons of heaven who have deprived ordinary people of the hope of changing their destiny against all odds? Fong Yuan smiled noncommittally. Not really, as I said earlier, there is something to lose and something to gain. Although the mortals lost the chance to change their destiny against the heavens, but living under the shelter of the cultivators they gained peace and tranquility. How is this not a perfect happiness? Dian nodded. Indeed, different perspectives on issues will lead to different thoughts. Brother Fong Yuan, I shouldn't have been that one-sided. It's okay, you're not wrong. Fong Yuan comforted. Dian was puzzled. Then isn't brother educating me? Not oh, you must not blame yourself. Fang Yuan pinched Di Yan's fleshy cheeks and laughed. I just want to tell you guys from the side that the secular and cultivation world see things differently. In the mundane world, you can casually help people and be filled with kindness. But in the cultivation world, you must remember one sentence. What is it? The women wondered. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and said with a deep gaze, let go of the helping complex. Respect the destiny of others. Quit excessive introspection. And enjoy a perfect life. The rest of the girls, with the exception of Golden Lotus, were puzzled. They were clear that this was the first lesson that Fang Yuan had learned by bringing them into the cultivation world. As for Golden Lotus, Fang Yuan would not force her to make changes. She herself is a kind-hearted girl. Fang Yuan just need to take care of her for the rest of her life, not to let her suffer half a bit of harm. When the women were in a state of realization, Fang Yuan opened his mouth to preach again. As a matter of fact, this wall wasn't this high 500 years ago, when it wasn't even a tenth of its current height. Luo Ning looked up and peered above. But unfortunately she couldn't see if there was anyone up there or not. Husband means this wall is still under construction now? Fang Yuan nodded. Yes, the Yu dynasty allocates a huge sum of money to the border to build it every year. Perhaps Linger doesn't know about this matter either? Ji Ling shook her head. She had no desire for the throne. So how could she care about Yu dynasty politics? Fang Yuan explained. If the previous city walls were meant to withstand the erosion of the beast tide, then the current city walls are only meant to withstand the witch demon cold tide that erupts every 100 years. 100 years was too long. And the vast majority of mortals would be considered to have a high life expectancy if they were able to live a single lifetime. So even natives of the Yu dynasty like Ji Ling and Di Yan, who possessed spiritual roots, probably didn't understand the inner workings of the cultivation world. However, what surprised Fang Yuan was that Di Yan had actually heard of it. I once heard my grandfather mention a cold wave beyond the border, so I guess it must be the witch demon cold wave that my brother is talking about. But what is a witch demon again? Fang Yuan explained briefly. Witch demon is the title that the higher-ups of the Leaving Fire sect use for that supreme demon corpse in the forbidden area deep in the endless demon forest. But that thing is too far away from you guys. Don't need to understand too much for the time being. Anyway, the sky is falling and there is still a tall man on top of it. Ha! All get on the car. Or rush to the road is important. Swallow, remember to hold steady, Linger. Oh, the road of the endless demon forest is not easy to walk it. Fine. Di Yan bristled with some interest. However, after hearing that Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to let himself take care of his cousin, the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably, or in a way that she couldn't suppress. Brother Fang Yuan is a good man. Ding. Love value +1. Di Yan's words once again went from 3 digits to 2 digits. Chapter 56, The Three-Tailed Heart Fox. The departing fire sect was located in the southeastern part of the endless demon forest. After leaving the new border of the Yu dynasty, Fang Yuan then drove the Lin cult all the way around the outermost part of the endless demon forest. Normal. Rarely would a chi refining realm demonic beast appear within 100 miles of the demon forest's outskirts. But fear not. Fear not. Although Fang Yuan, who is now full of blood chi and possesses 4 spiritual roots, is not weak even if he encounters a late-stage Jieden demon king, Fang Yuan, who is carrying a group of female family members, is unwilling to mess with low-ranking demonic beasts, and doesn't want to encounter them even if they are in the chi-refining realm. This was because low-ranked demonic beasts were different from humans and high-ranked demonic beasts. Human beings and high-ranked demonic beasts would feel intimidated, but low-ranked demonic beasts would not. Moreover, demonic beasts were born with a keen sense of perception compared to humans. Once a cultivator meets with a low-ranked demonic beast, it's fine if no conflict breaks out, but if both sides have hostile intentions, it's absolutely immortal. I remembered that there was once a Foundation establishment cultivator in the Lihua sect who had terminated the nest of a chi-refining demon beast, and afterward, he hadn't dealt with the residual scent of the demon beast that was left on his body, and later, when he was in the land of the trial to recuperate with his eyes closed, the chi-refining demon beast's Foundation establishment parent brought a large family of small demons. And relying on just that minuscule hint of scent, he was able to locate the Foundation establishment cultivator's hideout, and ripped him to shreds. With this tragic case in front of them, in the future, whenever the disciples of the Lihua sect finished hunting low-ranked demonic beasts and continued to stay outside, they would definitely use the expensive demon repellent incense to eliminate the residual scent of demonic beasts on their bodies. Pity. Before making peace with Bai Miao Miao, Fang Yuan had never taken half a step away from the Leaving Fire sect, so he was not equipped with a demon repellent incense. Di Yan did, but her little bit was just enough for herself, and this trip was still more than 100,000 miles away from the sphere of influence of the Off-Fire sect, equivalent to as far as 5 Yao cities to the border's new border. Even if the Lin cold bred by the D family would run faster in a demonic forest filled with aura, it would still take at least 20 days to reach their destination. Therefore, Fang Yuan was unwilling to mess with low-level demonic beasts that were more troublesome than people when there was no need to do so. He would rather make more detours and pass through the endless demon forest from the outermost periphery than take a shortcut to encounter low-ranked demonic beasts. It's a good thing that everything was a surprise. Half a month later, Fang Yuan's group arrived at the Nutsang River. When we cross the Nutsang River, it will be a flat river. Brother Fang Yuan has not been a bit too careful, Di Yan complained in a small voice. When she thought about it, she, a small qi refining cultivator, had dared to bring 2D family guards to traverse the entire periphery of the endless demon forest. I didn't expect Fang Yuan, this Jiedan old monster, to act coyly and unlike a man instead. In response, Fang Yuan smiled in disbelief. Naturally, he wouldn't have the leisure to go snogging with a female brat. Once upon a time, he was unattached and could fly for 3 days to go directly from the Li Fire sect to the imperial capital of the Yu dynasty. Nowadays, he had too many things to consider, especially ensuring the safety of Lianer, and the four of them had become Fang Yuan's first priority. At this time, Golden Lotus suddenly lifted the curtain and said, "Husband, my sisters and I want to go to the riverside to wash ourselves. Is that okay?" These days, since Fang Yuan had been rushing, several women had not touched the water source. They were simply cleaned by Fang Yuan using the water spirit cleansing technique. But the girls who had not yet completely stepped into cultivation were not yet accustomed to this means of cleansing. That's why they prefer to soak directly in the water as opposed to the cleansing technique. Otherwise, even after being treated by Fang Yuan with the water spirit technique, they still felt like they stank. Okay. Fang Yuan hesitated, but agreed. However, he still spoke to Di Yan. "Yanzi, you also accompany your sisters-in-law to wash. Remember to take care of your cousin O." This section of the Nutsang River was on the outskirts of the endless demon forest, and there was little danger, at most a few mortal crocodiles, which Di Yan was more than enough to handle. Di Yan, who was originally tired from a day of horseback riding, had already laid down, and her small face was suddenly filled with displeasure. But after hearing that I could help my cousin wash it, she then burst out of her tent with vigor. "Don't worry, brother. I will take care of your sisters-in-law for you." Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything, with Linger as the bottom card. Di Yan, this female brat was a little too controllable. It's that this female brat is full of backbones. All it took was one inattentive failure to pay attention to her, and the love value in her word would inexplicably drop to -100. Looks like the process will have to be accelerated. Now there is Lianer, they are not too convenient. When they go to the Li Fire sect, they will find a chance to room with Ji Ling alone, and then call the female brat, and properly give her a little different medium visual shock. Just as Fang Yuan was beautifully thinking about the future, suddenly he heard a pleasant exclamation. "It's Lian." Fang Yuan's body moved, and in the next breath, he arrived at the riverbank. Di Yan shrank in the water. She covered her collarbone with her hands and called out. Fang Yuan pretended to be serious and said, "Shut up, what the hell are you screaming for? There's nothing to see in a leaking warm baby." "Humph, you're the one who's leaking." "It's..." Di Yan huffed and stood up, but after this, she really did let loose in front of Fang Yuan. It was just that Fang Yuan was not in the mood to appreciate Di Yan's small purse. He looked to Jinlian, who was squatting in the pool water with furrowed brows, and asked, "What happened to Lian?" Jinlian shook her head. She couldn't tell. She just suddenly felt a pain in her heart, and Luo Ning and Luo Bing were already probing up the Golden Lotus condition. "Sister Lianer doesn't seem to be injured. Hey, the warm babies are all intact." Fang Yuan was uneasy. "Come over here and let me take a look. Maybe it was bitten by a poisonous little bug in the water." Hearing this, several women were so frightened that they hurriedly fled to the shore, and Fang Yuan also urged his fire spirit technique to dry the bodies of several women. Next, while the other girls were dressing, Fang Yuan was holding up Jilian's white jade arm and observed it. He leaves no place untouched. Up and down, left, right, front, back. It wasn't until looking at Jilian was too much to bear, and she was about to cover her face in shame, that Fang Yuan finally realized the end. He spotted a minuscule little red dot under the hair at the back of Jilian's head. Fang Yuan tried to gently press it with his fingertips. "Does Lianer hurt?" Golden Lotus shook her head. "Not feeling it yet." "It's alright then," Fang Yuan said, and then he mobilized his wood spirit technique, intending to heal this minor injury for Golden Lotus. Who knows? Luo Ning and the other women on the opposite side, who had already gotten dressed, suddenly let out a burst of alarm. Sister Lian's warm baby. Fang Yuan also sensed that something was wrong. Even though he couldn't see the front of Golden Lotus, he could see the extraordinary from the words on her head. Target, Golden Lotus / three-tailed heart fox. Qualification, 30% of C grade / 10% of B grade, lower grade water root / medium wood root. Love, 100, love is stronger than gold, eternal martyrdom, / -100. Bonus, can increase the host's lifespan by 100 years, on cooldown, / none. Apparently, the Golden Lotus had somehow parasitized an unbeatable little guy. No wonder the wound on the back of Jilian's head was so minuscule. It turned out that the wound had already been secretly healed by the little guy. Husband, my body. And at this time, Jilian cried out in fear. Only 3 very conspicuous pink foxtail tattoos had been added to her originally smooth and flawless petite body. Chapter 57, After the Haters. When Fang Yuan saw the 4 words three-tailed heart fox, a quote couldn't help but come to his mind. Three-tailed heart fox, the shape of which is like a peony. The character of the meek, do not compete with the world, do not like meat, more grass food, can peep into the hearts of the people, the only pro true and good. Say come on. Fang Yuan had stayed in the Li Fire sect for so long, and although he had not had a single actual battle, his theoretical knowledge was very rich. At that time, he had browsed through both the heavenly materials and treasures as well as the spirit techniques and skillful moves recorded in the departing Fire sect's book pavilion. Of course, his status as an outer door deacon alone is not enough to have this qualification, which is still dipped in the light of Bai Miao Miao. Coupled with the fact that the elders guarding the book pavilion thought that Fang Yuan was unable to perform even the simplest of the 5 elemental arts, and that he was probably a fool, they also turned a blind eye to him. The reason why Fang Yuan remembered a small 3-tailed fox so clearly was because he had deliberately studied the Qingqiu fox history chapter after learning that demonic beasts could take shape. In the entire history of foxes written by the sages of the human race, there were not tens of thousands of species of Qingqiu spirit foxes, but Fang Yuan was only very interested in the 3 types of foreign spirit female foxes recorded therein. The first is the 3-tailed heart fox, which is born with a keen sense of perception and is born with an affinity for human females who possess true beauty and goodness. If it meets a human female that it finds very appealing, it is also willing to sign a contract with her to reside in her heart and live with her. The second is the 6-tailed phantom fox. This fox had been seen by a great power, but failed to capture. In addition to knowing that it can illusion stealth, the rest of the ability is unknown. The third is the fox emperor of Qingqiu, the 9-tailed sky fox. However, the Qingqiu fox history records do not have a detailed introduction to the fox emperor. The end of the chapter is also only a piece of wild history records. Rumor has it that a human power wants to take the fox emperor as a pot. The fox emperor would rather die than give in, and even triggered the soul explosion overthrew the human power established by the everlasting family. After the Qingqiu spirit fox will be angry human power to slaughter. From now on the world no more Qingqiu. All in all, it was a heartbreaking past that brought sadness to those who heard it and tears to those who listened to it. So when the Qingqiu cut off the fox clan heritage, the world will be difficult to birth 5-tailed above the spirit fox, and even the vast majority of the fox demon is refining the realm of the 3-tailed firefox, 3-tailed water fox, and so on. Some of the most common 5 elements of the demon fox. The 3-tailed heart fox was even more unlikely to be birthed in the outskirts of the endless demon forest, unless it had obtained the remnants of Qingqiu's inheritance, or that it had gone into the witch demon forbidden zone deep within the endless demon forest. Only these 2 possibilities could cause the 3-tailed demon fox to mutate and evolve into the 3-tailed heart fox, but the Qingqiu ruins were located in the extreme eastern sea, billions of miles away from the endless demon forest. Therefore, Fang Yuan dared to be certain that this little fellow must have been to the forbidden area of the endless demon forest. So here's the question again. Spirit foxes like this that were differentiated from ordinary 3-tailed demon foxes were extremely intelligent, and they would definitely not easily give up their own domains, thus choosing to intrude into unfamiliar environments. But now that it had appeared here on its own, did this mean that some sort of change had occurred in the forbidden area of the endless demon forest? Think about it. Fang Yuan was the one who held Jilian's conscience and asked, "Little one, living in someone else's body without saying hello is a very rude thing to do." The 3-tailed heart fox did not respond to Fang Yuan, but he could feel that Golden Lotus warm baby was no longer becoming warm. Apparently, it was the 3-tailed heart fox that was sending him cold, icy malice. At this moment, Jilian, who felt the coldness of her heart, also asked fearfully with a sobbing voice, "Husband, did something really enter my body? Don't be afraid. Yanzi, you come and grab here to catalyze the golden spirit technique." Fang Yuan gave his position to Dian, who had gotten together to watch the show. Since the little guy wasn't obeying, there was no choice but to give him a small dose of discipline. "Brother, what's wrong with sister-in-law Lianer?" Dian wasn't at all sure what had happened, but she thought the 3 pink foxtail tattoos on her sister-in-law Lianer's breasts were still pretty, and she'd like to get a set for her little purse. Fang Yuan didn't pay attention to Dian, but instead looked at the location of Jilian's atrium. The 5 elements are born together, and then they are born in opposition to each other. After Dian had only slightly cast a weak golden spirit technique, the unbearable would attribute three-tailed heart fox let out a pitiful wail. Trance. Golden Lotus's body emitted a faint pink light while her face became alarmed. Husband, it's as if there's a little girl's voice begging for mercy in my head. She said she's willing to enter into a symbiotic contract with me. What should I do? It's okay to conclude with it. As a matter of fact, Fang Yuan had intentionally asked Dian to scare the three-tailed heart fox, and its main purpose was to make it conclude a contract with the Golden Lotus. In that case, Golden Lotus's spiritual root would have an additional medium grade wood spiritual root from the original lower grade water spiritual root, improving her cultivation qualifications a bit, although it was unclear for the time being why this little guy had appeared in the Nutsang River. But 100 advantages and no harm was done to take advantage of it first. While the one man and one fox were concluding the contract, Fang Yuan also let the girls help Jinlian get dressed. However, right at the critical moment of concluding the contract, Fang Yuan suddenly sensed that 5 foundation establishment auras were flying in the distant sky. He frowned and said, "Someone is coming. Ninger and Binger, you guys take Liener and Linger back to the car first. Yanzi stays behind." With that, Fang Yuan was pulling back Dian, who wanted to sneak away together. "Gu, what are you doing, brother?" Dian said irritably. Why should sisters-in-law and cousins be able to avoid the limelight, but she has to show her face in front of people? Isn't she a girl? Damn it. Thinking so, Dian became more and more angry and gnashed her teeth. Although Fang Yuan couldn't understand Dian's reflexive thinking, he had long ago figured out her lifeblood. So, he smiled and said curtly, before arriving at the Lihua sect, "Brother doesn't really want to stir up trouble, but Sister Yenner is different. Sister is now the Lihua sect's definite inner disciple, and in the future, she is also destined to become an exalted saintly maiden highness. So how about helping brother to get rid of those people this time?" Hearing this, Dian was indeed delighted. Humph, count on it. It was also interesting to say that Dian was definitely the best one to fool among the girls Fang Yuan had met. Fang Yuan often only needed a simple compliment to make Dian lost and unable to find herself. However, the cooling time of the good behavior that Dian displayed was also the shortest. As long as Fang Yuan was not paying attention, her behavior would become uncontrollable and inscrutable. In a jiffy, 5 foundation establishment cultivators either with spirit swords or flying magic weapons landed in front of Fang Yuan and Dian. These 5 people combined 4 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the women were pretty, and their temperament looked quite extraordinary, and Dian was excited on the spot. "Brother, it's the senior brother and senior sister of the Leaving Fire Sect AI. This is great. We no longer need to ride back." Because all 5 cultivators were wearing the Taoist robes that symbolized the identity of the inner disciples of the Li Fire Sect, Dian instantly recognized them. Compared to Dian's excitement, Fang Yuan felt quite tricky. He was afraid of meeting his enemies afterward, which was why he had asked Dian to take the front. But when a man is most afraid of something, it comes to him. Chapter 58, the first daughter of the Lu family. The only female foundation establishment cultivator among the 5 proudly said, "You are the outer disciples of the Leaving Fire Sect?" Originally, Dian was still very emotional, but when she felt the female cultivator's lofty stance, the smile on her face froze instantly. Dian cooled down a few points and said, "No, I'm last year's specially recruited genius disciple." Dian, "Oh, where's the genius disciple?" The female cultivator looked at Dian with a smile, and Dian felt greatly offended. She frowned. "What are you looking at? Ho ho." The female cultivator laughed. "Genius is a synonym for the easiest premature death. Oh, to live to the end. Even a fool will become a genius, just like a certain famous waste senior brother of our departing fire sect. So little sister, what do you think will happen if senior sister kills you now?" Dian's fingertips quietly retracted to her sleeves as she pinched an extreme gold spirit talisman in preparation for making the first move. At that moment, a stout male cultivator said, "Ha ha, senior sister, don't scare this young senior sister surnamed D. It's getting late. Let's just look for that injured 4-tailed shin fox." The female cultivator snorted coldly. "Humph, is it possible that senior brother is heartbroken because he sees that people are beautifully born? How is that possible? Isn't senior brother's heart for senior sister clear to senior sister?" The male cultivator said this with his mouth, but his eyes looked at Dian with a kind smile. The other 3 male cultivators also chimed in. "Yes, senior sister Lu, if senior brother Gao didn't like you, how could he accompany you deep into the dangerous endless demon forest central domain to hunt that 4-tailed shin fox?" With that, they asked Dian, "Senior sister D, is this your elder brother next to you? It's so late. How about returning to the Li Fire sect with us later?" The female cultivator saw that her companions were showing kindness to Dian, who was much prettier than herself, and the female cultivator, who had always liked to be self-centered, was instantly a bit unhappy. Shut up. The three of you now immediately activate the blood escape technique to look for the Xian Fox's trail. My spirit disc can sense that the little is nearby. Yes. Seeing that senior sister Lu was angry, the three male cultivators immediately panicked. Willow family in the City of Fire status belongs to a unique class. The three of them family either dependent on the Willow family and survival, or a level lower. Simply do not dare to disobey the orders of the Willow sister. Aside, Fong Yuan, who was always on the lookout, only felt bad luck. The five foundation establishment cultivators in front of him, Lu Ruyan, Gao He, Shuizhen, Shen Huan, and Su Ming were all after his enemies from 500 years ago. Therefore, Lu Ruyan, who was born as a cultivator of the second generation, naturally looked down on geniuses from the earthly world like Dian, even though Dian was directly recruited as an inner disciple. Not to mention that for Lu Ruyan and the others, which of the children in the family would not be promoted to inner disciple in the future as long as their spiritual roots were not too poor? Back in the day, Miao Miao Bai was also discriminated against when she wasn't in the limelight. So, when Lu Ruyan ridiculed Dian, Fong Yuan just watched the show indifferently. He knew clearly that Lu Ruyan's ridicule of Dian today would surely be turned into a motivation for Dian to rise up in the coming days. Therefore, the original Fong Yuan was not prepared to step forward, but now he had no choice. From the conversation of the five, it was not difficult for Fong Yuan to guess that the little fellow inside the golden lotus was of extraordinary origin, and was actually able to fall from 4 tails to 3 tails without dying. Moreover, it was transformed from a 4-tailed Xian fox into a 3-tailed heart fox, not metamorphosed from an ordinary 4-tailed demon fox. This implied that little fellow might possess a relatively complete set of purebred spirit fox advancement inheritance. Think about it. Fong Yuan then revealed a hint of his Jiedan aura, interrupting Shuizhen's trio's blood recluse spellcasting. In the stunned and fearful gazes of the three, Fong Yuan faintly said, "There is nothing here that you are looking for. Depart." Now that the Golden Lotus was in the critical period of concluding the contract with the 3-tailed heart fox, Fong Yuan could not let these people spoil the chance of the Golden Lotus to change its destiny against the heavens. When Fong Yuan revealed his Jiedan cultivation, Lu Ruyan suddenly changed a kind of appearance as well. However, even though she didn't have the lofty arrogance she had at the beginning, she still hadn't curbed her overbearing aura. Late generation Lu Ruyan, from the Lu family, the number 1 family in Lihua City. I hope that senior will make it easy for me. Even if Fong Yuan revealed his Jiedan cultivation, but Lu Ruyan was not afraid at all. Just like Dian, even her body carried a bunch of extremely high-quality life-preserving spirit talismans bestowed by her grandfather. How could Lu Ruyan, who was the first daughter of the Lu family, lack the cards to fight against Jiedan cultivators? Fong Yuan indifferently said, "Junior, your face isn't that big yet. Letting your family's old ancestor Lu Feiyang come is more like it." Lu Ruyan's face instantly surfaced with a flash of panic that was visible to the naked eye. This person dared to call out the name of the old ancestor. I am afraid that the origin is not extraordinary. One should know that her family's oldest ancestor, Lu Feiyang, had broken through to God transformation 100 years ago. P.S. I'm afraid that some people will ask why Miao Miao hasn't yet transformed into a god with such strong qualifications. Because she used most of her resources to charter Fong Yuan. Thinking like this, Lu Ruyan became more and more vain. She hurriedly lowered her head to accompany the smile. "May I ask your name? Have you ever known my family's old ancestor?" "Lu Feiyang, just a defeated general of the district." Fong Yuan sneered. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's cold sweat flowed more and more straight, and she also completely developed the intention to retreat. "I hope that senior will bear with me if senior has offended me much earlier." Fong Yuan waved his hand. "Leave your flying magic treasure behind. In the future, the old man will personally travel to Li Fire City to pay a visit to the Lu family." How dare Lu Ruyan hesitate? She left behind her earth-ranked magic treasure, the glazed blanket, and left with the remaining 4 male cultivators in a hurry. Wait for the 5 to leave. Fong Yuan hurriedly sacrificed the glazed blanket. On the side, Dian curiously said, "I just realized that Lu Fian seems to be the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Lihua sect. Did brother really defeat him when he was young? When have I ever lied to you?" Fong Yuan casually said, "The love scene is also a scene, and in the love scene, he suppressed the various heavenly prides of the departing fire sect for a whole 500 years. When Lu Feiyang, Gao Hongyan, almost all of the true disciples of the Li Fire sect from that era and later on, almost all of them had adored the Li Fire sect's holy maiden. So Fong Yuan was the enemy of all of them. At that time, if Fong Yuan hadn't been careful about everything and hadn't left the leaving fire sect by half a step, perhaps he would have been counted to death. That is, after he left the leaving fire sect, those true legends thought that Fong Yuan didn't have a few years to live. and didn't bother to talk to him, lest they get into trouble and be liquidated by Miao Miao in the future. However, now that Fang Yuan had returned to the Li Fire sect, it was believed that not long afterward, these enemies were afraid that they would make a comeback. In a jiffy, Fang Yuan had finally erased the origin divine sense imprint left by Lu Ruyan on the glazed blanket. But I think at that time, my brother shouldn't be able to beat Lu. On the side, Di Yan was still hesitant. Too late to explain. Get on the blanket. Fang Yuan threw Di Yan onto the glazed blanket as soon as he could. Then he summoned out Luo Ning and the three of them. As for the Golden Lotus, it was held by Fang Yuan himself. Hold on tight. Take off. Yu Dynasty was so poor that they didn't even have the most trashy yellow-grade flying magic treasure. Otherwise, even if Fang Yuan was overly unpleasant, why would he rob a foundation establishment junior? Hey, brother, my family's horse, Di Yan, who was slow to react, was the one who exclaimed. With that, she tried to jump off and ride. Fang Yuan pulled her back and couldn't help but laugh and scold her. What more horse? Doesn't an earth-level flying magic treasure smell good? I'll give it to you when I'm done. In the meantime, Lu Ruyan, who had just escaped through the air in Gao's spirit sword for not long, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of essence blood, and her complexion became depressed. Senior sister Lu, how are you feeling? The four Gao Yuan people were nervous. Lu Ruyan's gaze chilled as she gritted her teeth. Damn, how dare you swindle auntie? Chase. Extra, Miao Miao Bai and Fang Yuan, witty version, 4, 5K. Written as an extra before entering the fire sect. Fang Yuan used to be a good young man with qualities. Even when he helped a grandmother who fell to the ground and was blackmailed for more than $20,000, he still managed to face life with a smile on his face, because Fang Yuan is a fatherless orphan. Growing up in an orphanage at the end of the line, he is more grateful to the community. Today, as usual, after work, Fang Yuan was ready to call his girlfriend and wanted to ask her what she was having for dinner. I didn't realize that his girlfriend was the one who took the initiative to call him. Come to the Red Romantic Music Restaurant. I have something to say to you. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, and then his eyebrows rose with joy. Tina, could it be that you promise? You come first. Wang Ting said and hung up the phone. Fang Yuan called a cab. Master, Red Romance. In the car, Fang Yuan's heart was pounding and he was incomparably excited. He has known Wang Ting for 8 whole years, from freshman year to work. How many 8 years can there be in life? Fang Yuan felt that he was finally going to be able to cultivate himself and have a family of his own. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan finally met Wang Ting at the Red Romantic Elegant Seat. Tina, I don't see many people out in the lobby. Why don't you listen to the music outside? Fang Yuan, let's break up. As Wang Ting said these words, the smile on Fang Yuan's face froze in an instant. Ha ha, Tina, it's not even April Fool's Day yet. I'm serious. Fang Yuan, Wang Ting said with a calm face. The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth twitched up slightly. Under the dim neon light, the rhythm of his heartbeat was like this constant flashing of 7-colored light. Without a fixed frequency, without a word, he gazed at Wang Ting, seeing from her forehead to the corner of her lips. Wang Ting's looks were not outstanding, and could be described as an ordinary popular face, but Fang Yuan is deeply in love with her, and even on the way to Red Romance, he fantasizes about the wonderful life they will have when they get married. But Wang Ting's 2 piercing words tonight were like the tip of ice in the cold winter, thrusting straight into his chest. Why? Obviously we. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Wang Ting said indifferently, because you don't deserve it. Are you such a houseless, carless, self-righteous lousy good-for-nothing qualified for a wife? I'll try my best. Fang Yuan forced a smile. Working hard? Yuck. Wang Ting lightly crushed a bite. We've known each other for 8 years. You're quite hardworking. But what about the money you've earned? I'm all. Fang Yuan lowered his head. He was unable to speak. Lost all your money, right? Oh, so Fang Yuan, you are a foolish and incorrigible fool. After saying that, Wang Ting stood up and was walking towards the downstairs. Ting Ting, I'm still young. Fang Yuan shouted. Don't call me Ting Ting, I'm disgusted. Wang Ting stopped and said. Fang Yuan felt his nose turn sour. But we were obviously together the night before. Wang Ting twisted her head to look. Shut up. You stupid bastard who is nothing but handsome. I really regret getting down on one knee to you in my freshman year, confessing my love to you in public, and then being whored out by you for 8.5 years for nothing. Fang Yuan. The silent Fang Yuan did not stop Wang Ting from leaving again. He finally realized that when a woman no longer has love for you, then her feelings for you will be filled with bitter hatred. After, Fang Yuan left Red Romance disoriented. He's a little confused. He's obviously here to break up, but why did he choose to do it at a couple's restaurant? When he looked up, he didn't know when the sky was raining heavily. In the distance, A familiar figure was running towards him. Fong Yuan looked at the other party with complexity. If it was usual, he would take off his jacket to cover the other party from the rain. But at that moment, a sudden ear-piercing honk sounded in Fong Yuan's ears. It was a dump truck whose brake pads had failed to work, and Wang Ting was frozen in place for some reason, as if she had been scared silly. Fong Yuan was a lousy person, not to mention that the other party was his former lover. Even if the other party was a stranger, he would rush up to help. So at the last moment when the dump truck crashed, Fong Yuan pushed Wang Ting away. Instead, he was hit by a dump truck and sent flying dozens of meters. Before he died, only one realization remained in Fong Yuan's mind. It's paid off. I didn't whore myself out for nothing. Eva's father. Congratulations. It's a bringer. In a daze, Fong Yuan opened his eyes. Am I traveling through? In the field of vision, he couldn't see very clearly, only a few blurry outlines. He didn't see it until the midwife wiped away the layer of amniotic fluid that had plastered his face. Target, Square Fish Rock. Qualification, Ding, Mortal Earth Spiritual Root. Target, Cecilia Wong. Qualification, Ding, Mortal Wood Spirit Root. Wearing it, there was also a fainting woman in labor lying, supposedly his mother in this life. Target, Yifei Lu. Qualification, Ding, Mortal Water Spirit Root. Auntie Huang. Why isn't the little guy crying? His dad in this life? Fong Yuan asked. Let me see. Huang Suihua rolled over Fong Yuan's body and snapped twice. It hurt so much that Fong Yuan wanted to curse. I worked the morning shift, but what came out of his mouth was a wah 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 cry. Look, it's not just fine, Huang Suihua said smilingly. The month after that, Fong Yuan gradually learned from his parents as well as from intermittent conversations in the neighborhood. They live on Qingmao Mountain and this village is also known as Qingmao Village. This world is the existence of immortals who can fly and move mountains and seas. It turned out that he had traveled to a world where he could cultivate immortality. It's also good to forget about Wang Ting and start over. I just don't know if I'm qualified. After a period of time, Fong Yuan finally saw himself in the mirror. But unfortunately there were no words displayed on his head. Never mind. It's probably a good thing not to know. Growing up in an orphanage, Fong Yuan was very Buddhist. 2 months later, Fong Yuan heard his mother say that the Bai family next door gave birth to a watery baby girl named Bai Miao Miao. Another month passes. The White family's daughter-in-law finally gave up holding her girl child out in the sun. And Fong Yuan also saw the attributes of Bai Miao Miao. Target, Miao Miao Bai. Qualification, Grade A, 95%, excellent fire spirit root. So awesome. After Fong Yuan came to this world, it was the first time he had seen the existence of Grade A qualifications. That said, he had seen almost every man, woman, and child in the entire Qingmishan Mountain. And he thought that only Ding qualifications existed in this world. Turns out there are gifted people too. On top of that, Fong Yuan also felt that there seemed to be some kind of destiny in the underworld. For example, there was clearly a lot of water in Miao Miao Bai's name, but she possessed the opposite fire spirit root. As Fong Yuan and Bai Miao Miao grew up day by day, the two naturally became childhood friends. Miao Miao, let's go. Take you to eat sugar gourds. The 4-year-old Fong Yuan pulled up Miao Miao Bai's hand. The village of Qingmao may be small, but there is no shortage of anything. By this time Fong Yuan had sensed that Bai Miao Miao was extraordinary, and he decided to invest in advance. As for love? Oh, I don't have any money. Miao Miao Bai resisted and drew back her small hand. Although she had grown up with Fong Yuan, she was quite spiritual and seemed to dislike people touching her body. I have. Where did that come from? Miao Miao Bai's small, partially carved eyebrows furrowed. Earned it washing my mother's feet. Well, okay. Hearing that Fong Yuan's money came from the right place, Bai Miao Miao agreed. Not for long. Fong Yuan then used the only penny he had to buy a candy cane. Here, you take the first bite. Fong Yuan handed it to Bai Miao Miao. Bai Miao Miao didn't refuse. She took a bite and her eyes flashed as she said, so sweet. Is it good? Yummy. It's all yours then. Don't. Mother said you can't be too greedy. Well, I'll just have one then. Fong Yuan's generosity made Bai Miao Miao's pretty eyes smile into a nice curved crescent moon. In that moment, Fong Yuan felt his heart flutter. This was a feeling he had never experienced in Wang Ting. He vaguely remembers that his relationship with Wang Ting belonged to water under the bridge in the first place. Freshman year he is still very low self-esteem because of his life. Plus he is naturally kind. So in Wang Ting one need to confess to him, as well as the whole class coaxing. He did not have the nerve to say the 3 words of sorry. And at the moment, Fong Yuan, however, for the first time, had a thumping feeling. But soon, Fong Yuan couldn't help but blush again. How old was he? Liking a little girl seemed a bit shameless. What is brother blushing about? Miao Miao Bai was curious. Nothing, it's hot. Fang Yuan skimmed his gaze and looked at the village head in the distance. Meow meow, let's go to the Forget River to catch fish? No. Oh, mother would cry if she knew I went to play by the river. It's okay, if we don't say anything, who's going to know? Under Fang Yuan's compulsion, Bai Meow Meow's heart was moved. Children are naturally interested in everything new. Dusk, Fang Yuan's family and Bai Meow Meow's family blocked the two little ones in front of their home. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan directly fell to his knees and said in a childish voice, Father, Mother, Uncle Bai, Aunt Bai, it has nothing to do with Sister Meow Meow. All of them come and beat me. Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you little brat took the initiative to admit your mistake. Fang Yuyan rolled up his sleeves and clicked his ass. That night, although Meow Meow Bai was fine, she cried red eyes. The next day, Bai Meow Meow came to see Fang Yuan with red eyes. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Fang Yuan bared his teeth and laughed. After a long time, Bai Meow Meow suddenly choked. My mother cried last night. I'm sorry. Fang Yuan didn't expect that Auntie Bai would really cry, but soon he realized that he had misunderstood. Last night I heard my father snapping at my mother, and I was so scared I just dared to hide under the covers and cry. Am I a coward? Fang Yuan didn't know how to explain. Seeing that Fang Yuan didn't say anything, Bai Meow Meow sniffled and asked, Brother Rim, does your father beat your mother too? Fang Yuan hesitated. I guess it will. So husbands beat their wives. Meow Meow Bai nodded. Fang Yuan explained with a red face. Well, hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Maybe that's a form of expressing their dearness. Deceiving a little girl made him feel deeply guilty. It didn't fit with what Grandpa Dean had taught him. I see. But is Brother Rim hot again? Bai Meow Meow suddenly asked. Kind of. Then will Rim Brother slap me later too? Square Edge stepped his face under the pillow. Brother Yuan is so hot. Bai Meow Meow looked at Fang Yuan's red ears and oohed and awed her little mouth in surprise. The fun is always short-lived. Without realizing it, Fang Yuan and Bai Meow Meow have reached the age of marriage. There's no nasty drama about bullies forcibly stealing people's daughters. The two were childhood sweethearts. Plus the male handsome, female pretty. All the villagers in Qingmo village are very optimistic about this marriage. Wedding night. Before the wedding, Bai Meow Meow, who had her red head removed by Fang Yuan, asked, Husband, will you love me forever? Will. Fang Yuan gazed at the ice-clear Bai Meow Meow, his eyes firm as if he had been in the university period in the year into D. Bai Meow Meow's soulful eyes twirled. Then will husband still beat me up in the future? What does mean? And what is husband blushing about? Is it hot again? Bai Meow Meow deliberately teased. Girls her age already know a lot of things. Moreover, Meow Meow Bai had long ago realized that Brother Rim was as innocent as ever. He never seemed to have changed after all these years. Obviously he understood why her mother cried at a very young age. This night, Meow Meow Bai is a first-time woman. After the wedding, Fang Yuan's young couple lived a life of love and affection. Bai Meow Meow was spinning and weaving at home, while Fang Yuan was following his old man and Uncle Bai to go fishing in the Forgotten River. Fang Yuan, who had long ago gotten used to everything, thought he would grow old with Bai Meow Meow. Until 2 years later, the 18-year-old Fang Yuan was fishing in the Forgotten River. Suddenly he was stomped into the river silt by a fierce, beautiful woman. Target, lock rhyme, qualification, grade at 50%, excellent wood spirit root. That moment when you are inexplicably stepped on by a woman. It took Fang Yuan, who had spat out blood, to wake up. River isn't the only one in the world. It turns out there really are immortals in this world. In the meantime, a silhouette also ran out from the entrance of the village carrying her skirt, and in the palm of her hand, she was still holding a sharp pair of scissors. Fang Yuan is my husband. If you kill him or he dies for no reason, then I will kill myself too. In front of the gorgeous woman, Bai Meow Meow knelt on the ground and made a promise to Fang Yuan that she would never leave him. That moment, Fang Yuan cried. He didn't cry when the old dean died, and he didn't cry when Wang Ting said she broke up with him. What River said was obviously just some of the most common characters, but when they were combined together, they could become the most beautiful love words in the world. So it turns out that Brother Rim also sheds tears. The time wobbles. Fang Yuan had already arrived at the Leaving Fire sect for 3 years. He had thought that following by Meow Meow and joining the Li Fire sect would be the place where his dreams began, but he hadn't expected to end up living a joke. 3 years have passed. Bai Meow Meow had long since become a core disciple of the Li Fire sect, while he was still a mortal who couldn't even condense out his refined chi. After noon, Meow Meow Bai was excited to find Fang Yuan. Brother Yuan, I've inquired. The reward for third place in this clan competition is a spirit drawing pill. I must get third. Elixir. Fang Yuan had also heard that those kind-hearted senior brothers had said that this Dan had a price and was capable of inducing a mortal spiritual root. enabling him to carry out the simplest cultivation. However, Fang Yuan's face did not have the slightest joy. He asked, "What is the reward for first place?" Bai Miao Miao laughed. "I heard that it's an earth-rank spiritual weapon, purple cloud damask, but that's not important." Fang Yuan shook his head. "River must take first place, leave me alone." But, Miao Miao Bai's eyes were complicated. Fang Yuan stubbornly said, "There's no buts. If you give up your earth-grade spiritual armament for me, then I definitely won't take that whatsoever spirit-inducing pill." Well, a few days later, Bai Miao Miao still brought the spirit drawing pill. "Brother Yuan, I took first place, and the spirit drawing pill was requested for me by my master." "Humph, I won't eat that woman's stuff." Fang Yuan had a haughty face. Bai Miao Miao's master had stepped on Fang Yuan and almost killed him, and Fang Yuan had always believed that the reason why he was unable to cultivate was because he had his spirit vein abolished by that woman Luo Yun. "Don't, Brother Yuan, please, just eat this one time, okay? Big deal. I'll never let my master help me next time." Bai Miao Miao begged. "See that the square edge is not moved." Miao Miao Bai had to use an exclusive trick. "Husband, can't it be that you want to beat up River tonight?" Fang Yuan's face instantly became blushing. "Stop it, this place is crowded." He, "I know Brother Yuan is the most obedient. Good boy, come on, open your mouth. River will give you a good beating later."